Are you often physically and mentally exhausted from working late? Do you often find it hard to go home because of your busy work? Do you often struggle to maintain relationships due to project pressures? Please recognize the latest tipping system. With the right tools in hand, enjoy a carefree life. A user who has dominated various live streaming rooms for a long time said, "You ask me why I love watching girl groups? This is my way of enjoying life." Chapter 1001 Ding. The tool is here dragging his tired body. Guofan threw himself onto the bed. After graduating and starting work, he was exhausted every day just to make a meager salary. Every day he thought, this lousy job can be taken by anyone. But the next day, he rushed to avoid being late and getting his pay docked. After all, as an ordinary person, Guofan had little choice. Ding dong. Guofan picked up his phone and saw a message from his boss, asking him to come up with a proposal by tonight. Guofan was too tired to even curse them. Capitalists really don't treat people like humans. He worked as a programmer in a small city. Though this job sounded respectable, anyone who did it knew the reality. He had to be involved in pre-sales, development, and operations, coding for front-end, back-end, and mobile. The company treated one person like 10. Did you think this would lead to a high salary? No. In this small city, programmers barely reached 5 figures, pure exploitation. The big cities were slightly better, but the golden period was long over. Graduates and those from training institutions flooded the low-end market. Moreover, new technologies were emerging constantly, and with AI coming into play, the work was getting harder. Chapter 2002 Double Emotions. Guofan directly called the tool. Look at these female streamers' attractiveness scores. Guofan took a look, and wow, there were quite a few that met the criteria. The one on the left scored 8.1, the one in the middle scored 8.5, and the one on the right, who was dancing, scored 8, since he found streamers that met the conditions. Guofan decisively stopped and waited for the PK segment to start. He actually considered whether to participate in a military training segment, which was about dancing to attract popularity, but he felt that this wouldn't create much emotional fluctuation. To IT was just dancing. How much emotional fluctuation could it bring to the streamer? After all, when you tip, they dance, which is just a trade of physical effort for money. They feel entitled to it. Only during the PK segment, when the tips were empty, would they feel that the brother was really good. Guofan patiently waited and also picked which girl to tip. The one in the middle had the highest attractiveness score, but was too skinny, not fitting Guofan's aesthetic. The one on the left, wearing a red and white witch costume, looked like a little lowly, making it hard for Guofan to resist. First, let it be clear that he didn't like lowless, he just liked cute things. Not being able to choose, Guofan didn't force a decision and thought he would see later who would provide him with more experience points. Chapter 3003 Top Brother. Guofan may not be able to claim the title of Big Brother, but he can certainly act like one from behind the scenes. 1,000 yuan is neither too much nor too little. With a time extension, Yu received 2 minutes to rally votes. However, having more time doesn't guarantee more votes. With only a minute left, is there a kind-hearted Big Brother passing by who thinks Yu is pretty good and can support her with a hand? Oh no, only half a minute left. Can a light appear for Yu? Yu on stage was getting anxious, and the fans in the public screen were also panicking. Where's Zeej? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zeej is on Lighthouse Country time. He hasn't woken up yet. Can Fanjian brother support one more hand? Save Yu. I can still send a pair of sunglasses, but I can't pass the mic. Guofan remained unmoved, his goal clear. Since he aimed to gain experience points, he definitely planned to wait until the last second of the countdown to send gifts. Yu was running out of time. She needed a car for her second extension. Yu was mumbling. The countdown for Yu's elimination was down to 1 second. The moment the host called it out, a red Porsche drifted around the corner and appeared on the screen. The Porsche, also known as a car, or specifically a Panamera, was worth 120 yuan, equivalent to the daily living expenses of an average person. Chapter 4004 Repeatedly jumping back and forth. Guofan could have gone all out and spent the remaining tipping money in one go, like directly sending a carrot. Also known as Doi number 1 worth 1,000 yuan. That would definitely create some excitement, but it could only be a one-time thing if no one else joined in. The PK would end, and he would have to look for other live streams outside. That was quite a hassle. Come on, Brother Wan, give it your all. Guofan casually sent a sports car and passed the mic to Yu. Perceived medium-level emotion, currently collecting. Guofan was taken aback. Yu was indeed quite special. He was already prepared to receive low-level emotions, but she gave off a medium-level one instead. Yu's constitution was rather unique. Too bad it wasn't double. Thanks to Brother Fan for the Panamera. Thanks to Brother Fan for the sports car, instantly passed. Oh my, Zeej is here. Thank you, Zeej, for sending a sports car. The host shouted. Guafan looked at the screen. He didn't know when, but quite a few high-level users had entered the live stream. One named Z's, even at level 50, which required spending over 400,000 to reach. After he sent a sports car, it seemed like they received some signal. Sports car gifts began to appear on the screen, one after another drifting around the corner. Chapter 5005, Upgrading the Leader. Thank you, Zeej, for the airplane. Thank you, Young Master, for the airplane. Thank you, Zeej, for the cruise ship. Thank you, Young Master, for the cruise ship. Zeej is Yuyu's true love brother on this side. Young Master is Wanwan's true love brother on the other side. At this moment, the two didn't know how they matched up, gifts flying everywhere. And the host's voice was hoarse from shouting. Yuyu and Wanwan transformed into gratitude machines, continuously thanking for the gifts. Guafan's top spot was gone. The two big brothers had already given over 20,000, and it seemed they had no intention of stopping. But Guafan didn't feel it was too intense. After all, they were just small gifts, not to mention the biggest gift carnival on Douyin. He hadn't even seen a Douyin number 1 worth 1,000 yuan. Of course, this lack of intensity was relative. The little fans on the public screen were very excited, cheering for the big brothers. Guafan enjoyed being an audience member for a while. He realized that watching others battle was also quite interesting. However, after watching for a while, he felt an impulse to participate, which was why some live streams could continuously have battles with guests. There were simply too many people who loved to join in on the fun. However, this atmosphere didn't last long. The two big brothers stopped sending gifts, and Yuyu began normal voting. Chapter 6006, The person who dares not resign. Guafan didn't pay much attention to Yuyu's words. They were mostly thank yous and touching remarks. He'd spent real money, so a few words of gratitude was not too much to ask. What? The money isn't his? No, the money given by the leader is his. As for the tears, that's normal. After all, money has always moved people's hearts. His focus was on Yuyu herself. This girl was dressed way too conservatively. When he watched that group, several female streamers had to show some skin. But Yuyu was completely covered. How hot must it be? Guafan felt sorry for her. Fortunately, Guafan wasn't that superficial. He could appreciate a nice performance, even if it wasn't based on looks. Brother Fan, do you want to hear singing or see dancing? Yuyu asked. As the first place, not only did she receive the most gifts in this PK, but she could also perform a talent show at the end of the live stream, which was a way to attract and keep viewers. I come from the mortal realm. Dance? Compared to auditory stimulation, Guafan preferred visual stimulation. Yuyu also didn't slack off and perform a complete flute dance. Although it definitely wasn't as good as a professional performance, it was quite good for an amateur streamer. After the dance, the host and streamers exchanged a few words of thanks before ending the broadcast. Chapter 7007, Dressing Up. Wanwan stared at the last message from Brother Fan, pondering for several seconds. Was he genuinely busy, or was he annoyed with her? After enough words of gratitude, was he suggesting she take some practical action? This wouldn't be good? Guafan didn't realize that his one impatient remark made the girl on the other end of the internet start to overthink. He was focused on scrolling through his phone. Due to big data, ever since he watched the girl group live stream, Douyin had been recommending mostly girl group live streams to him. Previously, the recommendations varied in style, but after watching the beautiful Girl Tribe, which had a strong anime style, today he was getting mostly anime-style live streams. There were plenty of live streams in the afternoon, as the population of Huaxia was enormous, and there were viewers at any time of day, just like himself, who now had more than half a day free. Guafan scrolled up while looking for any live streams he was interested in. The streamers' looks were quite varied. Some were so unattractive that Guafan didn't even need the system to tell him they were not good-looking, even with beauty filters. Occasionally, when he found someone he thought was good-looking, he let the system judge, but it never found anyone above 80. Chapter 8008, Leader Level 4. Most viewers actually don't know what these gifts are. After all, not many people would charge a lot of money at once to send gifts. The Duke of Roses requires a recharge of 10,000 within 7 days to claim. It only lasts for 7 days. However, some people do know and start to educate others. Wow, what gift is this with special effects? This is a gift from the mysterious shop. You unlock it by recharging 10,000. How much is this gift? Equivalent to a cruise ship. How much is a cruise ship? The audience wasn't attracted by the new gift for long and quickly shifted their attention back to the main event. Is Phone Gu still going to fight? Now the screen shows Taozi occupying the center position. In fact, Taozi's dance looks quite interesting, and the audience is accepting of it. But now the atmosphere has built up, and they want to see the two big brothers go at it. At this moment, Chifeng seems a little hesitant. When Duke Rose appears, it proves that the other side has at least charged 10,000. Although it's unclear how many tickets they have left, they must have some confidence to go all in at this moment. It's likely that they just charged, throwing out about 1,000 for the previous sports car, leaving this big brother with 9,000. Chapter 9009, on Sustained Warfare. This welcome message wasn't present during the first visit. Even Wan, who is currently holding the microphone, is a bit confused and has added a title, making Guofan both laugh and cry. After a while, when Guofan returns, it just so happens that they have started the PK. Wan is currently pulling votes and needs a hot air balloon. Guofan casually gives one, conveniently collecting a medium amount of emotions. 62,400. Guofan currently has no intention of binding himself to either Wan or Yu. He will definitely give Yu a bit more, because she has a chance of exploding with double emotions. When it's Bao's turn to take the microphone, Guofan also gives her a hand, binding her for the first time. This way, if he gives something that causes a change in Bao's emotions, he can also gain experience points. Although he doesn't know if it will work, it's better to give a shot first. Perceiving a large amount of emotions, currently collecting 112,400 goodness, casually sending out a surprise, Guofan estimates that Bao is also a bit surprised. Bao is indeed a bit surprised at this moment. She thinks that Guofan flirting with two female streamers at the same time is already enough to be considered scummy, and now he is even flirting with her. Although a small gift doesn't mean much, the signal is hard not to overthink. Chapter 10.010, on Sustained Warfare. Part 2. The PK in the live broadcast room has reached a fever pitch. The host is excited. The audience is watching the spectacle. The big brothers who have run out of tokens are watching the battle. Boss Tutu is leisurely waiting. Yu is frantically trying to find the right words. The one causing all this, Guofan, is counting the changes in the statistics. He has figured out that the bigger the gift, the more emotions are gained. How do modern people measure feelings? The most convenient way is, of course, money, which is easy to quantify. Just now, a wave of Huazi scores from the Rose appointment earned 3 large amounts of emotions, and also increased the goodwill of 3 streamers by 5 points each. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Owner, Guofan, level 5, experience, 102,500, daily reward money, 100,002, 0000, Geo goodwill, 20 Baiyu goodwill, Xiangame goodwill, 5, Yang Jixing goodwill, 5, experience acquisition channels increased. Analyzing host behavior during PK can gain emotional experience points from participants and spectators. Due to the difficulty of collection, there will be some loss, which will decrease as the system upgrades and functions improve. More than 100,000 has arrived in the bank account. Having just spent a bit today, the money has come back again, and it's impossible to spend it all. Chapter 11.011, on Sustained Warfare. Part 3. The Azure Dragon soars steadily above the city skyline, and the ranger leaps up, riding the dragon, breaking through clouds and mist, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. This is the final special effect of the Urban Ranger outfit, Dragon Rider Ranger, which requires a recharge of 31,000 to unlock, and sending one costs 3,000, equivalent to a Huazi. But this gift comes with sound, looks cool, and is much better looking than floor tiles. In an instant, Guofan also unlocked the Urban Ranger outfit. Oh my god, 10 big dragons. The shaking is so strong that I can't hold my phone anymore. I put my phone on the table, and my mom asked if there was an earthquake just now. This dragon is too cool. What kind of gift is this? Why can't I find it? Can't find it proves you can't afford it. This thing is equivalent to a Huazi. 10 Huazi, 30,000, good heavens, now Bao needs to chase 15 million points. Tonight's plot really is full of twists and turns. Guofan is leveled up to level 40. Sorry, bro, I underestimated you just now. You're a real big brother too. The host was stunned for a long time before finally speaking. Thank you to Guofan for the 10 Dragon Rider Rangers. This gift costs 30,000 votes each, totaling 300,000 votes. Chapter 12.012, Exhibition Hall. At 9 in the morning, Guofan opened his eyes. Since getting older, even on holidays, it's hard for Guofan to sleep until 11 or 12 unless he stays up particularly late. Are you up? If you're hungry, just eat something yourself. Luan saw Guofan getting up and started tidying up the house with a clatter. Guofan didn't get out of bed, just snuggled in the blankets. He usually doesn't eat breakfast on weekends, and even if he wakes up, he lies in bed until 11 or 12. As for what to do lying in bed, of course, it's to play on the phone. No one gets up on weekends as soon as they open their eyes, right? Guifan found a comfortable position and continued lying there, opening his phone, and the first thing he did was open Douyin. There's no helping it. He's used to watching Douyin and basically doesn't use other apps anymore. The interface is still the same, but his mood is completely different from before. This is Guifan's third day back on Douyin. He has spent nearly 100,000 yuan. His savings have not only not decreased, but have increased, adding up to several hundred thousand. His account level has also reached just over level 42, a level that can make him a respected figure in some live broadcast rooms. Of course, with Guifan's current ability to spend 100,000 Huaxiao coins daily, he could be a respected figure in any live broadcast room. Chapter 13.013, New Live Broadcast Room. The exhibition hall is something that for those without money looks like a lot, but for those with money, it's just a little over 10,000. Besides, Moon001 ISN T the only one who points to the exhibition hall. So Guifan Woon T need to spend more than 10,000 to light it all up. The small gifts have long been lit up. And the carnival on the selection side is also lit up, so Guifan would only need to spend 80,000 votes to light up the entire exhibition hall. When Guifan said this, the public screen quieted down a lot. The key point is that this level 42 account and the newly upgraded shining badge are quite persuasive. Now, after his upgrade, all badges will shine for 3 days. I calculated it. It will take 80,000 votes. Wow, that is going to jump 800 times. You're new here, right? Brother Fan Jian doesn't he only like Wawa? It must be that both Tao Z and Wawa each got 400 times. No, you guys think Brother Fan Jian doesn't he know the process? He definitely doesn't he want to play like that. If you ask me, just jump into a long dance. It's enough to watch 80 times. Directly control everyone to dance in a group. Seeing it dozens of times is satisfying. How about going outdoors to build some courage? Although the people on the public screen are not the ones in the exhibition hall, they are very willing to give suggestions to the big brother in the exhibition hall. Chapter 14, My Big Dragon. That's the rule. 1. The Magic Academy live stream fell silent due to the arrival of 2 big dragons. Don't be fooled by Guifan, smashing the big dragon as if it were free. Many live streams don't even see a carnival once a week. Thank you, Brother Fan Jian, for your dragon riding ranger. Who are you giving it to? I come from the mortal world. 1 for each person, and by the way, tell me what happened. Mitao stood there with her mouth agape, but she was overjoyed inside. Wow, after fighting for so long, she thought it was all ending. But suddenly a big brother intervened and brought 2 big dragons, neither of which were from her side, but she enjoyed it greatly. Thank you, Brother Fan Jian, for your dragon riding ranger. Thank you, Brother Fan Jian. Mitao expressed her gratitude with a scared look on her face. Xing took the microphone, wiped her tears, and said with a choked voice, Thank you, Brother Fan Jian, for your dragon riding ranger. Her emotions hadn't calmed down yet, so her words were quite dry. Perceiving a large amount of emotion, currently collecting emotions generated during the PK. Experience, 500,700, the host didn't dare to speak. But the people on the public screen weren't afraid of a big brother. They pieced together what had happened before, one saying a word after another. Chapter 15, My Big Dragon. That's the rule. 2 Guifan entered the live stream at level 42, and now his level has risen to 46. I must say, leveling up is really fast when you have money. Actually, according to Guifan's idea, he shouldn't have leveled up this fast, but he keeps running into fights. And being someone with a personality, it would be weird if he didn't spend gifts. The audience was dumbfounded. Aside from the guild competition, they rarely saw such intense fighting. Xing's score had already surpassed 1 million. As long as Xiang Fa Gu kept up, Mitao would also surpass 1 million. The host's hands were shaking. The GDP of the Magic Academy livestream reached its peak today. He also had a commission on gifts. And today, he directly made a fortune. Words of gratitude were said in turn, and Guifan was given a management position. After all, having spent so much, it would be unreasonable not to have management. This was also Guifan's first time being given management, although he didn't need this management. Being treated this way felt very nice. Mitao was also a bit startled. She hadn't expected it to turn out like this. Now it was best not to say anything and just express gratitude, silently making a fortune. Xing Xing stared with red-rimmed eyes, filled with confusion. Did this newcomer, Brother Fan Jian, take a liking to her? On the first day, he threw 1,000,000 votes at her. Chapter 16, Fast Version. Another source of income holding 3,000,000 votes, Guo Fan was in high spirits. In the past, he thought it was silly for anyone to spend money on live streaming. Now, he found it really interesting. At first, he swayed back and forth, controlling the beautiful girl tried to stream for several more hours. Then he controlled the host of Yu Liang 001 to dance. Finally, he helped the pure love warrior defeat the enemy. Interesting, very interesting. By the way, someone on the public screen mentioned the Douyin fast version, saying it could give cash back. He also knew about the fast version, which is said to be a software that allows you to earn money by watching videos. Guo Fan had taken advantage of it before and made a few bucks. Guo Fan downloaded the Douyin fast version, logged into his account, and due to his return, he casually clicked around and earned over 20,000 coins, equivalent to 2 yuan. After claiming it, he wondered if he was paying too much attention to this small amount of money. He entered the live streaming page, and compared to Douyin, the fast version had a lot of unnecessary elements, but it didn't affect the viewing experience. After studying for a while, Guo Fan suddenly discovered the cashback area mentioned on the public screen. Forget about the treasure chest and check-in giving several hundred or thousands of coins. What he saw was the gift challenge, giving 1,000 to 100 a day, that is 3,000 a month, and he only needed to move his finger. Chapter 17. Chair competition. Nai Cha took the microphone, still looking like the shy person who didn't dare to speak a few days ago. However, today there were more people, and naturally, those who liked this type emerged. Nai Cha campaigned for 2 minutes, and in the last few seconds, a sports car directly helped her get through. After Nai Cha finished, Yao Yao took over. And after Yao Yao, Nai Cha took over again, and finally, it was Wan Wan's turn. As soon as Wan Wan picked up the microphone, someone on the public screen spoke. Yipin Xian. Wan, do you want to sit? It's finally started. Are they going to fight? Yao Yao and Nai Cha are making me dizzy. From Yipin Xian, asking Wan if she wanted to sit. The host loudly repeated it. He really didn't expect that after yesterday's battle ended, it would continue today. Good things keep coming, the money is flowing in, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Wan was also very excited. Could she finally be pampered once? I want to sit. Xuan Yi. I want to sit. Wan shouted. Yipin 1, sit. Yipin Xian sent Douyin number 1. Wan shouted excitedly. Thank you. My Xingu s Douyin number 1. Thank you, Xingu. The bag let her sit, and Wan sat in the second chair. Chapter 18. No matter how much you offer, I'll return it instantly. I don't know if it's an illusion. After the host shouted this welcome, the live stream felt silent. A person's name carries a shadow. Brother Fan Jian, prove himself with his strength. Brother Fan Jian is here. This is getting interesting. Although it can't be considered bullying you, but it feels like a good show is about to unfold. Woo, Brother Fan Jian, you're finally back. The top of the leaderboard reached over 100,000 votes, putting pressure on others. Boss 22 didn't pay attention to anything else. He only noticed Brother Fan Jian's level. Good heavens, level 47. If he remembers correctly, Brother Fan Jian was only level 42 when he finished fighting with him yesterday. And now he's level 47? Did he really spend over 1,000,000 votes in a day? Brother Fan Jian, does your family have a money printing machine? Boss 22 felt a bit anxious, but then thought again. Since Brother Fan Jian has spent so much today, he probably doesn't have any votes left to continue fighting in the beautiful girl tribe, right? He decided to wait and see. They were bullying Yu like this. And if Brother Fan Jian found out, he would definitely intervene if he had tickets. Yu Pingshuan also noticed this top-ranking player. He clicked on the profile and saw that the Urban Rangers card was exceptionally eye-catching, but this outfit had no deterrent effect on wealthy people. Chapter 19. Brother Fan Jian's advice recharge. Tongzi. Guo Fan looked at his diamond balance and felt that if he could lose, there was nothing to complain about. The opponent was definitely the son of a coal boss. However, it was agreed that he would only spend 5,000 on Yu each day. But today he exceeded that again. There was no way around it. After investing so much time, he had to take responsibility. Brother Fan Jian's hand speed is really fast. Xian Ji's Huazi special effect hasn't ended yet, and the big dragon has already appeared. What was supposed to be a good PK has turned into a battle for the esports chair. At this moment, even Yu Pingshuan, no matter how slow he was, realized the situation. Brother Fan Jian really had strength. No wonder Boss 22 had no response, letting Bao stand there. One Hawazi couldn't hold brother Fan Jian down. It seemed they needed to make a bigger move. Yu Pingshuan contacted Beijia and other big brothers in the fan group, some sending Huazi and some sending Doi number 1. Beijia actually didn't want to fight anymore. After all, he knew brother Fan Jian's strength. But the leading brother was charging in, and if he didn't follow, it would seem a bit ungrateful. In such times, what mattered was cohesion. The more people sent, the more the opponent had to weigh their options. Yu Pingshuan sent out a Carnival 5, Chapter 20. The red envelope feast dreams are full, but reality is thin. Having reached this point, Yu Pingshuan began to calm down. He had already spent 100,000 Huaxia coins, yet his opponent showed no reaction and still returned instantly. He couldn't be sure about the 10 million, but the opponent definitely had a few million tickets. Yu Pingshuan looked at his account balance and had to consider whether to continue. The live broadcast room he mainly played in wasn't here. He had so many tickets to prepare for the upcoming guild competition. Before coming to the beautiful girl tribe, he thought a few 100,000 tickets would be enough since it was a small live room. But he never expected to find so many big dragons in this shallow pool. Oh no, not just one, but dozens of big dragons making his palms numb. Yu Pingshuan looked at the account that had already reached level 48, I come from the mortal world, and ultimately decided not to fight anymore. As for what he said earlier about not wanting this year's income, that was all just anger. How could he possibly throw away what he worked hard for all year? Playing around in the live room was enough. There was no need to go all out. Besides, he had already spent so much. No one could think he lacked strength. Yu Pingshuan, not fighting anymore, their SA guild competition at the end of the month. Chapter 21. Open your eyes to the world. The beautiful girl tribe's live room extended for more than 10 minutes because of the red envelopes. Not only the audience was grabbing them, but the hosts and streamers were too. You couldn't blame anyone. Guofan was just sending out too many. If one was lucky, they could even grab a Doi number 1. With the opening of the red envelopes, the public screen was filled with both joy and sorrow. Guofan participated a bit and unexpectedly managed to grab back over 10,000 tickets. His luck was unreal. I come from the mortal world. No need to perform talents anymore. Let us just clock out and rest. All right, brother Fan Jian. We'll be off the air soon to rest. Once we're off, we'll let them go home. Brother Fan Jian also grabbed one. I roughly calculated. Did brother Fan Jian grab a radish? Not brother Fan Jian. What happened to enjoying together with the people? Yeah, brother Fan Jian really did join us in the fun. I originally thought the prize pool was 100,000. I didn't expect it to only be 90,000. The bullet screen remained active until the red envelope ended. Guofan could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Yu couldn't sleep at all. On the way home, she was messaging brother Fan Jian, and even after getting home, she continued to send messages. Millions of tickets, millions of rankings, first place, every aspect was worth celebrating. Chapter 22. The eve of the guild competition on the weekend. Guofan spent the day with his mom and was too lazy to check his phone when he got home. He just took a shower and went to sleep. He had been staying up late these past few days, and he really needed a good sleep. However, what he didn't know was that his disappearance made many streamers worry about him. Wanwan experienced brother Fan Jian's strength and couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning. At first, she thought he was just a regular big brother, but she didn't expect him to be a top-tier one. If she hadn't had that experience at the beginning, it wouldn't have mattered, but she recalled that brother Fan Jian had sent her gifts before, and in the end, due to bad luck, she didn't get chosen. Wanwan's heart ached. In any case, using this reason, Wanwan kept in touch with brother Fan Jian. Though it was a one-sided communication, she messaged frequently, but brother Fan Jian only replied occasionally with a few words. However, this did not dampen Wanwan's enthusiasm. Knowing brother Fan Jian was so strong, who wouldn't he want to get along with him? If she could get close to brother Fan Jian, wouldn't her money come flowing in? Unfortunately, brother Fan Jian didn't reply all day on Sunday. If it weren't for the indirect hints from Yu that also received no response, one would have thought that brother Fan Jian had really become part of Yu's family. Chapter 23. Running both ways. Double first place after work, Guofan took a taxi back to his rental room. He was quite satisfied with this place before. It had a lot of space and hot water. But now, looking at it, he felt it was inadequate. The bed was not good, there was no fridge, no air conditioning, and the sofa was also shabby. Now that he had money, it was time to improve his living environment. Returning home, he glanced at Douyin, where Xingxing had just started PK, and Yu was still dancing energetically. Not wanting to miss out, Guofan first took a shower, and then comfortably lay on his bed, clicking into the Magic Academy. This time, he carefully looked at the members of this girl group S live room. There was no need to say much about Xingxing. He picked her out at a glance. Mitao had a silly, cute style. She looked a bit foolish, but during that PK, Guofan felt she wasn't as silly as she appeared. Any normal girl would be terrified in front of that kind of situation. How could she just stand there looking foolish? There was also a girl named Wan Wan, with the same pronunciation as Wan Wan. At first glance, she didn't look good. After testing, she indeed didn't look good, so Guofan didn't pay her much attention. There was a girl named Lianhua, who had a bit of a cross-eyed look, but a great figure. The last one was called Tutu, who had long legs. This live room was very straightforward. You could quickly distinguish who looked good and who didn't, and they all had their own characteristics. Chapter 24. Guild Competition, one Tuesday. After Guofan resolved the issues he needed to address, he began his mode of slacking off. Huang Ming was studying alone, not making any noise or disturbances. Occasionally, there would be some questions asked of Guofan, and he would casually answer them. Huang Ming began to understand why no one cared about Guofan's idleness. If I had that ability, I would also dare to slack off. At noon, Guofan received a call saying that the car's paperwork was ready and he could go pick it up. Guofan lifted his leg and went to get his own car, which quietly parked downstairs. A car worth less than 100,000 was hardly eye-catching. Guofan had no intention of showing off in front of his colleagues. Otherwise, he could have bought a sports car. Then he called his mom, telling her he didn't have time, and asked her to help pick up the car, reminding the salesgirl, Xiao, not to spill the beans. I'll get the car. You don't need it? I'll use it next week. All right. After conning his mom, Guofan indulged in a big meal. He no longer ate at the company's cafeteria, which, aside from being cheap, had nothing to offer. He had to compete with a bunch of people, and if he went late, there would be no meat left. The changes brought by the new system improved the quality of Guofan's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Huang Ming looked at Guofan and felt that this guy was living too lavishly, possessing a kind of hidden charm. Chapter 25:025 Meeting Halfway. Perceiving a large amount of emotions, collecting data, perceiving a large amount of emotions, collecting data, perceiving a small amount of emotions. Collecting data. This was an emotion brought by the airplane, comparable to a big dragon. Yo-Yo and Xing's jealousy jars were probably overturned, while the others, who weren't the main contributors to sending gifts, showed no emotional changes. Guofan was thinking about whether to let Hung brush gifts during this guild competition, harvesting emotional leaks. There was operational space, but Guofan couldn't get over the mental hurdle. Forget it. One shouldn't be a slave to emotions. Hung had already passed the ticket, but she was far from satisfied. Before the guild competition, she had sent messages to a bunch of big brothers who supported her. She didn't send one to Guofan because she had already regarded him as a poor guy. Who would have thought this poor guy gave her a ticket? Her charm was evidently considerable. After not seeing him for a long time, Guofan immediately sent her gifts. So wouldn't the other big brothers who had always supported her send something like a rocket? Unfortunately, after 2 minutes of calling, she didn't manage to bring in any big gifts, but some small stars and sunglasses, which she didn't care for. She expressed her thanks verbally, but wished those people would leave quickly. She really didn't want to waste her energy on people who couldn't explode gold coins. Chapter 26:026 An agreement. Mom called Guofan to tell him that she had taken the time to pick up the car today and mentioned many advantages of the car. Seeing that it was a done deal, Guofan laid it all out. Mom teased Guofan for half a day, but reluctantly accepted the reality. Hey, oldie, look. My son bought me a new car, but I don't want it. He insists on buying it. Can you help me check if this car is any good? When the call ended, Guofan heard his mom's happy voice. After hanging up, Guofan saw that Halfway share a live stream. He clicked in and found a group of hot girls dancing. On one side, good grief, none of them looked over 80. But due to heavy makeup and beauty filters, they all looked quite good. The number of people in a live stream was considerable, over 6,000. Guofan had never seen so many people for a girl group. Even some guild competitions didn't attract as many viewers as this live stream. Was this the secret to Douyin's traffic? Guofan's hobby was somewhat niche. Halfway sent a message on the public screen. I come from the mortal realm. How about that? I come from the mortal realm. Not bad, quite unique. Halfway, let me show you something beautiful. After saying this, Halfway sent a starry rose. Chapter 27:027 Guild Competition 2. I come from a mortal realm entered the live stream. Every time Guofan watched this little green dragon, he found it very pleasing. Every time he watched, he felt satisfied. Welcome, mortal brother. The host's welcome heightened this pleasure. I come from a mortal realm. What's the situation now? Having not checked in for several hours, he was unaware of the specifics. Upon seeing someone mention that the carnival had been smashed, he came directly over. Still a bit confused. The person on stage wasn't Xingxing, but another female streamer he didn't recognize. Guofan had already assessed all the female streamers participating in the guild competition. He had bound those he needed to, and those he didn't remember were all under 80. In such a large guild, with over 100 people, aside from those Guofan had previously bound, he had only bound one more called Spicy Strips, whose team name seemed to be Idol001. Mortal Brother. Yo-Yo is still in third place, Bao Bao first, Wan second, Milk Tea and Yao Yao have been eliminated. Mortal Brother. The next one is Xingxing. Mortal Brother. Hung Hung has also been eliminated. One Huazi can resurrect. Guofan automatically ignored the last sentence. The public screen reported all the female streamers he had brushed gifts to. It seemed that the hosts of various teams were keeping an eye on him. With so much fair news, they could still see their own. Chapter 28:028 Little Bear Soma Guild Competition 3:20 into 10. The intensity had increased significantly. Guofan watched as some streamers entered the top 10 while others were quickly eliminated. The guild competition essentially assessed the strength of the big brothers behind the streamers, how willing they were to support, and how much they could contribute. In essence, the guild competition was about harvesting the big brothers' leaks. Many big brothers had the strength, but didn't want to waste gifts. With that money, wouldn't it be more fun to manage streamers and control the scene? What benefits did the guild competition bring to them? Such calm moments of analysis of pros and cons could appear in everyday life, but during the guild competition, they shouldn't expect anything. One streamer, in a real hurry, called out to a big brother for some help, but the big brother countered, "What do I get for supporting you?" But in such situations, female streamers couldn't make any promises, so they just regrettably left the stage. Guofan just enjoyed the show. After enjoying the show, Guofan's off-work alarm rang. Disregarding his busy colleagues, he walked straight out of the office area. Everyone had gotten used to it over the past few days. Huang Ming watched with envy, but as a new intern, he didn't dare to do the same. Guofan started the car, placed his phone on the stand, and drove home. Chapter 29:029 Little Bear Soma Guild Competition 4. The information scrolling on the public screen was abundant, but the big brother's words were exceptionally noticeable. "I come from the mortal realm. I can give it a try, and I hope you won't make me too bored." Guofan's words were very plain, but anyone could sense the underlying tension. "All right, you say I can't support two people. Now I'm going to do it. If you're capable, don't let me succeed in this matter. I hope your wallet is as tough as your words." Eating Fish laughed. Originally, she wasn't interested in letting Adai take first place in the guild competition, but now that someone is so good at showing off, she didn't mind teaching him a lesson. If she supports one person, he has to support two. If she keeps going, he has to double it. And the odds are in my favor. The voting time for Xingxing has long ended, and she also saw the confrontation between Fan Jiange and Eating Fish. She wanted to say something, but she had no experience in this regard and didn't know what to say. Yu sighed. "It's over. I can't stop it." Originally, Fan Jiange was just casually participating, but now he must be aiming for first place, even trying to grab both first and second. Yu felt sorry for Fan Jiange, so she began to dislike Eating Fish a bit. The big brothers are using their own money. Why is she being sour about it? The main person hasn't even spoken up. Chapter 30. Little Bear Soma Guild Competition 5. Adai is currently on the mic, 5-4, with a gap of one Huazi. The host is announcing the scores. All the guild employees are excitedly watching the screen, waiting for the big brothers' gifts. The fireworks are all prepared, with several boxes brought over in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Big Bear Security has entered the live room. "I can't believe it. Another level 63 wealthy player has come in. Haha, the guild boss has arrived. Is this Big Bear Security the boss? Can the boss not come? We're here to watch the fun. They're here to see how much money they can make." Zhao Wenyu, the boss of Little Bear Soma, is sitting on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on TV, nervously rubbing his fingers. A year ago, he founded the Little Bear Soma Guild, which was rather lukewarm until half a year ago, when he changed policies to make group broadcasts lean towards the ACG, anime, comic, game, trend to cater to the current vibe. This step was right, and their guild slowly began to improve. Last month's guild competition saw the first place successfully break 1 million. And if this month they can also break 1 million, then the Little Bear Guild can be considered stable. The number of people in the live room has now reached 7,000. When Zhao Wenyu established the company, he had a dream of having over 10,000 participants in the guild competition, and now he's getting closer to that goal. Chapter 31. Dominance Hidden with Tenderness. Yu. Fan Jiange, how about you help Xingxing take first place? I won't need it. You don't have to worry. I'll tell the guild I'm not feeling well and going to the hospital, and just withdraw from the competition. If the guild doesn't agree, I'll sneak out. Don't be fooled by Yu's seemingly delicate appearance. When she gets to work, she really doesn't care about the consequences. Guo Fan was both amused and helpless when he saw the private messages. Not to mention whether the guild would give her a leave, even if they did. Guo Fan could just use a photo to take first place. Whether she is there or not doesn't matter. Getting first is what counts. Guo Fan was still thinking about whether Yu was truly this naive or if she was retreating to advance. If this were a real bro with no money, he might just go along with it, but Guo Fan was playing with cheats. It wouldn't matter if Yu and Xingxing were there, he could handle another one. He had 30 million diamonds in his pocket. Supporting 3 streamers wasn't too much, right? I come from the mortal world. Relax, just focus on getting votes. No need to worry, I'm very rational. Yu sent more messages, but Guo Fan didn't reply. Bao Bao took the stage again, feeling that the boss Tutu wanted to support her to take first, and this time she was very proactive in getting votes, trying to call out another big brother to help with the scores. Chapter 32. Sister, your word is law. I just have a suggestion. The conversation between eating fish and Adai was unknown to others. However, the audience could analyze Adai's expression and see that they seemed to be having a pleasant conversation. Why isn't this streamer getting votes? She looks just average. And she could still be third? If you look good, just take a look in the mirror yourself. Adai is so good-looking, a beauty in the making. Don't worry, Adai. We days will always be with you. Only Adai is my ideal type. When Adai took the mic, the screen was dominated by her fans. This seemed to be a customary thing. Fans from each family only showed up in large numbers when their own streamer was on the mic. Given the level of enthusiasm, Guo Fan thought it rivaled that of fan circles. If live streaming was going to be like this, Guo Fan suggested it would be better to scroll through Douyin for short videos. Although it wasted time, at least it brought some joy. The Yu family army and the Xing family army were more normal, cheering and complimenting beauty without being so awkward. Guo Fan clasped his hands together, hoping that this silly girl eating fish wouldn't be swayed by a few words from the male streamer and go overboard all at once. Personally, Guo Fan preferred to play it safe, supporting 1 dragon at a time. 10 would be fine, just maintaining the current status was already pretty good. Chapter 33. Carnival and Dragons. Adai was typing on the field. The host was soliciting votes below. The situation was somewhat strange. Someone on the public screen opened their mouth to ask, what is being streamed? Is a live chat with others? Live streaming requires gifts. If the guild competition is played like this, everyone might as well just go up with their phones. What's the point of soliciting votes? These comments were drowned out in the messages from the dais. Some people felt uncomfortable, but to avoid attracting negativity to their own streamer, they held back from speaking out. Guo Fan had no such scruples, directly asking, I come from a mortal world. How long do we need to discuss? Do we need to hold a meeting? Haha, Fan Jingge, you crack me up. Does this require a meeting? Why wouldn't it? That's several tens of thousands of dollars. Our unit holds a meeting for expenses over 30,000. Perhaps because those with sharp tongues were silenced. Guo Fan's remarks surprisingly drew no attacks. However, eating fish noticed. She had hesitated a bit, but upon seeing Guo Fan's words, she immediately started calling for delivery. Eating fish. Is the delivery here? At Huazi, let us break 3 million points. She could brush a few tens of thousands herself, but this amount definitely required calling for delivery. Saving some money on several hundred thousand could help a lot. Chapter 34. 80 Favorability. The big dragons were clicking one by one, quickly surpassing 100, the interface changing to 99. Everyone could no longer see the specific numbers. Only the event control side was counting. This was much more shocking than the previous carnival. After all, several accounts were called in by the delivery. They didn't team manage to get 100 consecutive hits. Guo Fan personally clicked, with his name hanging in the center of the screen, not disappearing for a long time. His level rose from 52 to 53, then to 54, and finally stopped at 56. Not to mention the special effects of the big dragons. They couldn't even finish showing them in one go. The delivery was about to die of envy. How much money did all these big dragons cost? How much could they save for their Fan Jingge? They were just making a bit of pocket money. Why didn't Fan Jingge come looking for them? The delivery was clicking to follow so fast that their hands were cramping, and Fan Jingge still hadn't accepted their request. Ooh-hoo. Eating Fish's jaw nearly dropped. His mouth can fit an egg. Where do such fierce people come from in this world? 600,000 just like that. And it's not even called express delivery. There aren't many real big spenders on Douyin. Is he really going to bump into one? Impossible. He must be angry and borrowing money. Yes. He must have been stalling for so long just to borrow money. Chapter 35:035 First and secondness is a proper reward. Asset doubling card. Doubles the extracted reward money. The extracted reward money is just diamonds, right? As the name suggests, it means doubling your own diamonds. If it had been doubled before the guild competition, his balance would have been over 60 million. And Guofan would have had the guts to go to the big guild competition livestream to find some visuals. Guofan put away the props. He only has over 10 million left, and doubling it would only be 30 million, which is not suitable to use. If eating fish really had money, this amount wouldn't be enough. On the public screen, the special effects haven't stopped for a long time. Guofan was a bit tired of looking at it, so he decisively blocked the gift effects and looked at the compliments on the public screen. Other big brothers might not understand, but he quite liked this feeling. Giving gifts is to create emotional value. The host can give it, the audience can give it. Money is thrown out, and then you ask, isn't it amazing? The audience replies, amazing. The emotions soar up. Three hosts together set off fireworks on stage, and the pedals on stage are almost covering their ankles. It seems like a lot of money was wasted, but Zhao Wenyu in the background was overjoyed. This is how you do it. Brother Fan is awesome. On the public screen, Brother Fan's side was bustling, while Adai's side was a bit quiet. Chapter 36:036 Douyin account completely captured the guild competition, directly entered the thank you and wrap-up phase, and Guofan lost interest in watching any further. By now, the guild competition had gone on until late at night. When they were fighting just now, the excitement kept him awake, but once it stopped, drowsiness swept over him, and Guofan closed his eyes and fell asleep. While Guofan was sleeping, Yu Yu's and Xingxing's families were just starting their nightlife. Messages in the fan group came in one after another, discussing the big brother's grace, congratulating each family's hosts, sharing recorded screens to admire, reviewing today's guild competition battles, all sorts of things. Yu Yu and Xingxing also started their own broadcast to share this happy moment with their fans. Yu Yu, what does it feel like to be first in the guild competition? Yu Yu smiled slightly, very happy, very honored. Thank you all for your support. We can't afford it. Brother Fan did 90% of the work alone. That's incredible. Brother Fan is really terrifying. He spent over 1 million in one night, going from level 52 to 59, and he is probably not far from level 60. To be blunt, I'm tired of seeing the carnival effects and the big dragon effects. Now I feel like a carnival is just that, not appealing anymore. Chapter 37:037 The Cool Sister Group. The scale of the Little Bear Soma Guild competition is actually not large. Compared to those guild competitions with tens of thousands of participants, the former is just a small skirmish. However, other groups in this guild will definitely pay attention. Genshin 001 is one of them. The name I Come From the Mortal Realm is too famous in the Little Bear Soma livestream. Moreover, the guild competition just ended yesterday, and the hype hasn't faded yet. This is a wealthy person who can brush out millions of votes. Just a little gift from them is enough for these small live streams to feast. During the PK phase of a live stream, it's the stage Guofan likes since he got his title. The only level 80, Wanwan, sits on the throne, clearly the first. Other people turned on beauty filters, but there is still a noticeable gap between them and Wanwan. It's clear that when the beauty filters are off, Wanwan's issue is just her face being big or small, while others have face shape issues. I Come From the Mortal Realm. Host, please announce the scores. The host became excited upon hearing this. It seems Brother Fan has taken a liking to a certain host, most likely Wanwan. If they can keep Brother Fan, their livestream room will turn around. He quickly typed the scores on the public screen. Wanwan, 8,000 bystander 1, 1,000 bystander 2, 500 bystander 3, 300 bystander 4, 100. Chapter 38:038 Brother Fan. The fan retention in the live stream of the Wine Red Rose is quite good. There are over 2,000 spectators. And at the start of the PK, over 300 people remained, which is quite a lot. The public screen also shows many high-level accounts talking, and it's not uncommon to see accounts over level 50. There's even one over level 60 chatting happily with the strapless girl group member. Come on, many family members probably don't recognize you. Please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Xia, and my representative gift is a kiss. If you like me, older brothers and sisters, please send some kisses for support. Xia covered her chest and smiled slightly. The level 63 Big Brother was the first to act, sending 10 kisses and receiving a flying kiss from Xiaxia in return. Hello everyone, I'm Kwaikua, and my representative gift is pinching small faces. I like round faces, so please let me pinch my face round. Kwaikua stood with her hands on her hips, showcasing her figure, her skirt barely covering her hips. And if it were any shorter, it might be lifted away. Her face is an oval shape, and fans pinched it into a round shape. But it still looks good as a round face. Hello everyone, I'm Cha-Cha, and my representative gift is stars because I really like meteor showers. Cha-Cha's Chong Sam is split open, revealing a patch of snow white, and the tight black Chong Sam accentuates her figure, but her face looks a bit cold. Chapter 39039 Storm is coming for a moment. Guofan thought about leaving this livestream. His skin is still a bit thin, and even though he made a decision in his heart, he still felt awkward in front of the main host. Oh, brother Fan. No. Why are you mixing in on this excitement? I come from the mortal realm. Why are you all coming to join the fun? Tutor boss, I'm just passing by. You Pingshuan. The level tag is too eye-catching. I saw it right away. Idea. I support Kwaikua. I've come many times. I saw a friend watching, so I came in. A gathering of familiar faces. However, this was not the end. Hello, Brother Fan. Hello, General Fan. Brother Fan, you are here too. Brother Fan has great taste. Brother Fan Guofan was not too familiar with these accounts, but he could guess they were probably Yu's fan brothers. He exited to take a look at the fan group. Someone shared a screenshot of themselves and a livestream name, sharing it in the group, forming a dragon watching team in the group. These black fans, don't they know that sharing other live streams in the host fan group is a big taboo? Chapter 40040, Burgundy Rose Live Room, with over 300 viewers. Many of them are high level, with the 62 level player Kong taking the lead. There are also a few in their 50s, and quite a few in their 30s and 40s serving as the backbone. This is what Guofan summarized after watching the public screen and leaderboard for a while. In one word, very powerful. Moreover, it seems that Cha-Cha's older brother is not many. It's unclear whether he hasn't come or what. Perhaps they find her too aloof to approach? This gives him room to perform. This live room seems just right for him to level up. Guofan looked at the sky. The weather was nice. In fact, without beauty filters, even if Cha-Cha's face was cold, it couldn't hide the enthusiasm of the brothers. But once the beauty filter was on, the brothers all liked sweet talkers, those who could charm with words. He actually liked that too. But today he finally encountered a level 90, so he had to try it out and see its quality. Guofan looked at the screen and noticed Cha-Cha's eyes were unfocused, clearly lost in thought. He didn't know what the little girl was thinking. Xiaxia was currently first, Cha-Cha second, Li Ji third, and Yizi fourth. The last place, Kue, was currently rallying votes. Brothers, let us float some special effect gifts. Every little bit supports Kue. Don't let her pull a blank mic. We're just one vehicle short. She looked like she was about to cry, appearing extremely pitiful. Chapter 41041 Regretful Exit for Lulu. Color Lazy Version. God Certification Extra Update. Group. One person, one vehicle. Coconut doesn't fall. What are you even doing? The table's already flipped. But they're still Cha-Cha, right? The two of them can peck at each other. That's true. Then I'll send one vehicle. Coconut was still wondering if today, as calendar, was not suitable for work. The fans helped her rally. Coconut successfully joined the mic. Coconut, you're on the mic. The host shouted. Oh, okay. Coconut came back to her senses. Thank you, family. She moved gracefully, elegant in demeanor, and was a very unique beauty. The 5 members of the Burgundy Rose live room each had their own characteristics. Unlike some live rooms, where everyone looks the same, oh no, it's just that the filter is too strong. Coconut is still charming. Bro, I see you're also hungry. Is it that Xia S Thunder ISNT appealing anymore? Or that Li Ji S Black Stockings don't look good? Only kids make choices. Coconut is probably in trouble. Without big brothers, it's hard to get the mic. Cha-Cha is 1. Coconut is 2. A pair of sister flowers. Is Brother Guofan still not stepping in? Who exactly is this Brother Guofan? Chapter 42042 Brothers. Don't get too excited. There were only 3 people left on stage. Xiaxia, Kue, and Cha-Cha. Xiaxia sat on the throne, looking very happy. On her left, Kue had a smile on her face, while on her right, Cha-Cha, with her pretty face again, had her eyes unfocused, not knowing what she was thinking. This Cha-Cha, either daydreaming or on the way to daydreaming every day. Why does Cha-Cha have to be expressionless? Smile a little more. Actually, Cha-Cha is a very nice person in private. Everyone can support her more. Tussing Ofterquiqui was just one airship and one carnival away, 50,000 points, passing the mic to Cha-Cha. ISNT, it just 40,000 points short? You can't just let the next one have a chance to chase. You can't just brush on sunglasses to pass the mic, right? Cha-Cha is having a hard time. Just arrived and has never played such a high-end game. Not necessarily, with two new big brothers here. Cha-Cha can still pass the mic after a few rounds. Don't frame the new big brothers. See, today is definitely intense. Cha-Cha took the microphone. Hello everyone. I am Cha-Cha, the tea of iced red tea. If you like Cha-Cha, please send shining stars to support her. Cha-Cha said, her voice crisp. When she spoke, she finally showed some smiles. Chapter 43043 Brother Gua fans romantic set gift floating screen warning ahead. Because the gift takes up too many characters, this chapter also increases in word count. Please be informed. With a sound, one big brother directly opened the most expensive skin on the Douyin platform, which is a costume. Saudientit, commonly known as Kun, etc. Although the Dragon Ranger requires 2,700 of the exclusive gift, as long as you brush enough. You can keep getting it as long as you keep spending money. The Rose Duke can be obtained just by spending money. However, Kuin, costing 8,000 yuan, can only be used for 7 days. Those who can open it complain about it. Those who can't open it complain about its cost effectiveness. And those who can open it just can't. But to be fair, the score is high enough. Opening it once gives a full 80,000 votes. Oh my. Kuin, open it Kuin. It's my first time seeing the effect of opening Kuin with sound too. What is this? The most expensive outfit. Worth 8,000 yuan. Kuei's big brother is so strong, silently brushing. The Kuin was not the end. This big brother who opened Kuin led the others to brush their gifts as well. 3 more people pulled together from Mahua City. Some sent dragons, some pulled radishes. And in just a few dozen seconds, they accumulated 300,000 votes. Kuei directly became first. Chapter 44044, do not take it seriously. The system is collecting all emotions. Hoshiyu's favorability increased by 50 Gua fans' thoughts took effect. And this romantic set realized its value. Initially, the flowery sweet words were still moderate emotions. But as the gift value increased, Cha-Cha's emotional fluctuations became greater. By the time the final Dream Castle was sent, she exploded with a massive amount of emotional value. In less than 30,000 votes, he gained a massive emotional return. And Guafan felt like he hit the jackpot. It wasn't easy. After 4 days, Guafan finally accumulated enough emotional experience points. The difficulty, after leveling up to level 10, truly increased sharply. It took him 3 days to reach level 10, but it took 4 days to level 11. Of course, this was partly due to his laziness, but it also showed the difficulty of leveling up. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. Owner, Guafan, level 11 experience. 2233200000 daily tips. 1000000 100W 2000 200W GU's favorability 80 UU Wang Jiasen's favorability 30 stars by Yu's favorability. Tip each. Chapter 45045. Want to see a meteor? Here, essay meteor shower for you. Yu's fan group. You Yo-Yo, your mortal brother is gone. Romantic set. It's the first time my mortal brother has sent this kind of thing. More shocking than 100 big dragons. To be honest, the female streamer in that live broadcast room is quite good looking. What does my mortal brother see in Cha-Cha? Maybe he likes how Cha-Cha has a split. In the impression of Yo-Yo's fans, my mortal brother has always been a man who rides and releases dragons, spending most of his time sending big dragons, never touching other big gifts, just focusing on being handsome. Who knew he would change today and start playing romantic? Isn't this just liking someone? The burgundy roses have been sent until now, and it's already past 3 in the afternoon. Yo-Yo has long gotten up and started putting on makeup. She glanced at the fan group casually, and her mood was like an eggplant hit by frost. She also remembers Cha-Cha in a Chong Sam with long white legs, a perfect figure, and a mature face. Yo-Yo touched her own round face, thinking it was pretty cute too. She looked at her own figure, which was also quite tall. She noticed her legs were a bit short. Could it be that she lost here? Yo-Yo felt the sky was so gray, the air so thin, and the surroundings were a bit noisy. Chapter 46046 Space. Slipped away. The brothers of the Kuei group saw the meteor shower. They also saw Kuei's envious expression. They quickly gathered together to discuss sending shining stars, with the brothers contributing 66, the capable ones 10, and the less capable ones 1. Although there was suspicion of imitating my mortal brother, this thing has no patent, and Kue was happy to see it. Kue made an okay gesture to indicate that she started recording, and a few seconds later, the screen was once again showered with meteors. Wow, the brothers are even comparing now. Meteor shower night. To be honest, this special effect is really good. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it romantic? It costs money. Kue is also happy. Kue 1 anniversary. The sunflower seeds have always been with you. If Guafan is a romantic who loves only one person, then Kue is the one who gathers all the love. Almost everyone in Kue's family sent shining stars. Kue was also deeply moved. They were all around 20. Most of them didn't have that many complicated thoughts, and if the fans treated her this way, she couldn't help but be moved. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I have received everyone's intentions. I'm already very happy today, so please don't be impulsive. Kue said with a choked voice. Chapter 47:47 Happy, ending in the Burgundy Rose live room. Only Cha-Cha and Kue were left on stage. Kue stood there, shocked and speechless for a long time. She knew her brothers would give during her anniversary, but she really didn't expect them to give this much. Kue's score was just over 2 million. Cha-Cha's score was 800,000. Actually, 800,000 is also quite a lot. She could get a good ranking in a guild competition. If this score were in another live room, or even another time slot, Cha-Cha could also be first. But now she had to chase 120 million votes, which translates to needing 40 carnivals. 40 carnivals? How can I chase that? This is the first time I've played this big in a daily PK in a live room. Am I not playing tomorrow? Kue really earned a lot. She made several tens of thousands in a day. The streamer really makes money easily. 120 million points. What's the point of chasing? They're just telling you to stop chasing. The gap is too big. My mortal brother can't chase anymore. The key is that just catching up needs 120 million. You don't even know if Kue's brothers will continue to support her. I guess they won't chase anymore. My mortal brother is also quite impressive. Cha-Cha is also second for the first time. Chapter 48:48 no. Is your hand borrowed? When he looked up, Guafan realized it was already off work time. It felt very comfortable. Playing live and earning a capitalist salary was simply too enjoyable. But this kind of life couldn't last too long. When Huang Ming figured out the project code, Guafan estimated he would be fired at light speed. But it didn't matter. He wasn't lacking in these trifles. The reason he stayed here for another week after getting the system was simply the inertia of life. Now, he felt there was no need to cling to anything. The only headache was how to explain this to his mom. Temporarily hiding it? But someday she would find out. Or should he write his life as a novel? After getting the system, life was just a smooth narrative. He could write it directly without worrying about others knowing he had a system, as there were too many system novels online. When Guafan found Manager due to resign, Manager Du had a face full of question marks. Although he was the one who most wanted Guafan to leave, the company really couldn't do without him now. If Guafan just left, he would have to clean up the mess. Guafan, is there something uncomfortable about your life? Manager Du said with a smile. If there's anything wrong with the company, we can discuss it, right? Is it that the working hours are too long, or the salary is not high enough? I can give you a subsidy. Chapter 49:49, can I come find you? For the great God who doesn't pull wisdom teeth. Certified update. Lying on the 3x2 big bed, Guafan rolled back and forth, showing a bit of hyperactivity, until he saw Cha-Cha's message. He was finally pressed to the pause button. What is wrong with this girl? She looks pretty cold, but is she this enthusiastic in private? I come from the mortal world. Are you usually like this? Cha-Cha. I'm like this when I chat by typing. I don't really know how to talk. You haven't answered my question yet, my mortal brother. I come from the mortal world. Let's put that aside for now. If you were this lively during your live stream, you'd have more fans. Cha-Cha. I feel a bit constrained. Can you send me a photo? She really feels a bit constrained, wanting to hold back her tears. I come from the mortal world. In this line of work, you really need to be more open. Cha-Cha. I know, I'm trying hard. My mortal brother, just let me see a glimpse, even if it's a one-time view. Guafan. Why is this girl so obsessed with my photo? I come from the mortal world. One-time view image. Cha-Cha. Wow, you're so annoying. I was so excited to click in, and you just gave me this. Chapter 50:50 My mortal brother is so low-key Yo-Yo. Can I come find you? Yo-Yo, No other meaning, just that I have a day off tomorrow, and I want to go out and play. I heard it's quite fun over there. Yu, can I trouble you to take me out for some fun? Yu sent out the message all at once, and then nervously waited for a reply. She scrolled up the screen, intending to pull up the new messages. After waiting for a while without a response, she worried that her app might be stuck. So she logged out of Douyin and logged back in. There's a new message. I come from the mortal world. Seeing that string of dots, Yu's mood immediately fell. Perhaps Brother Mortal thinks she is a superficial and casual girl, but she just wanted to see him. Being friends would be nice. Maybe the relationship between the streamer and the big guy can only be maintained on a financial level. I come from the mortal world. I have something to do on Friday. I will fly to JX City. You should find a local tour group. Yu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Once she relaxed, she recalled his previous words, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. Thankfully, he didn't reject her. He just had things to do. Should she follow Brother Mortal to JX City? But she had already mustered a lot of courage to say those few words, and it was a bit difficult to say it again. Chapter 51. Some miscellaneous matters. What kind of impression does Guafan give people? It's a bit like a certain province where wealthy people like to wear tank tops and shorts, wandering the streets like retired old men and women. Yibin first knew that Guafan was a wealthy person. After all, he had spent millions on Douyin, so how could he not be wealthy? So when she saw Guafan for the first time, she thought he was a bit low-key, standing on the street, aside from being a bit handsome. There was nothing particularly attention-grabbing about him. Hello, I'm Guafan, the fan from the mortal world. Guafan introduced himself. Yibin led the way, chatting as they walked. Let us grab a bite first, and I'll arrange some activities for the evening. Guafan was taken aback. What activities? He is not that kind of person. Yibin's vehicle was an Audi, and what intrigued Guafan was that the driver was a woman. Yibin understood his confusion and explained. She is a college student working part-time. Her family is quite poor, and I felt sorry for her. So I let her be the driver. Guafan nodded at the driver's black stockings. Yibin is indeed kind-hearted. How long are you planning to stay? Yibin asked. I'll leave tomorrow, Guafan replied. Chapter 52. An observation at the front desk. Xiaofeng is a hotel receptionist. Yesterday, she worked the night shift and encountered an interesting event. Since it was the weekend, many people came to the hotel, but one incident left a deep impression on her. It was a girl with very fair skin, who entered the hotel with a flushed face, followed by a handsome boy. The girl's skin was as white as snow, smooth like mutton fat, and her long, straight legs made Xiaofeng unable to help but glance at her a few more times. Having worked at the hotel for so long, it was the first time she had seen such a beautiful girl. She felt like she could be a star. The boy was also good-looking, with defined features, broad shoulders, and a tall figure, towering over the girl by 2 heads. They walked in one after the other. The girl seemed a bit anxious, urging to check in quickly, and then they left together. Xiaofeng sighed several times at that moment. But later she felt she had reacted a bit too early. After all, she still had work to do, so she put the incident behind her. After some time, the fair-skinned, long-legged girl came back down, her face even redder, her hair a bit disheveled, and she hurriedly left the hotel. At this point, it was actually quite normal. It's not unusual to have something come up and not stay. Chapter 53. A lifetime at the peak. After much coaxing, Guafan finally made his mother, this big child, happy. He also casually mentioned the travel plan. You're coming with me? Luan was very confused. Why would you follow me? When we get there, I still have to worry about whether you're eating well and dressing well. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. No, I'm not going with you. Mom, I can't rest easy if you go alone. I'm going with my girlfriends. Guafan, huh? Those girlfriends he usually hangs out with had long had the idea of traveling together, but since she always worried, he didn't feel comfortable going. Luan laughed. Now it's good. You're doing well. The world is so big. Your mom wants to go see it too. Previously, she always thought Guafan was a bit careless, almost 30 years old, yet still seemed immature. But she didn't know when it started. This kid suddenly became stable and had his own opinions. He bought a car without saying a word and quit his job quietly. He even stopped coming home at regular times. At first, when Luan noticed, she felt a bit out of control with her child, somewhat unhappy and flustered. But after playing a game of mahjong, she figured it out. Chapter 54. A new live stream room. Familiar faces for the sake of justice. The Great God certifies an update. Raise your hand. 1 to 10,000. No, you guys should be sending gifts. What is the use of just forming a team? Are you stupid? Brother Mortal is still on the leaderboard. We have to wait for him to leave before we could do anything. The slogans on the public screen were very loud, but no one took action. The legends left by Guofan and the beautiful girl tribe were simply too many. The veterans didn't dare to go against Brother Mortal, and they weren't given the chance to go against him. With 10 Nebula Dukes down, those below level 40 were silenced. Everyone was a bit puzzled. Wasn't Brother Mortal the one who loved to tease you the most? Why didn't he start teasing her since yesterday, and even stopped others from doing so? Unfortunately, no one could answer their questions. Once Yu couldn't jump, her bag started to suffer. Aside from Yu, she was the most effective when it came to teasing. The bag used to be so easy. During data dance time, she basically sat down, and during PK, the big guys would easily score points. Now, during data dance, she had to be teased, and during PK, the big guys weren't really trying to score points anymore. After all, with Yu hanging at the top with 300,000 points, most of the big guys didn't want to chase anymore. Chapter 55, an audience gathering in a Magic Academy livestream room. Every viewer entering the room had to pause for a moment. After all, in a group broadcast livestream room, it's rare to see all streamers on stage doing a data dance. The screen looked quite chaotic. Stars over here hit Meatball, while Lin kicked Peach over there. The entire scene was a mess. After all, it was everyone's first time dancing like this, so it was hard to coordinate. However, this chaos brought joy to the audience, especially when they saw the streamers frowning while getting hit. Of course, this was also because the 6 streamers were good-looking enough. 6 sports cars couldn't be controlled for long, and after 2 minutes, the screen opened up with only one person dancing. Brother Fan, do it again. Don't bother Brother Q. If someone wants to send gifts, let them send. So comfortable. After watching, I feel like my eyes are clean. Outside is full of monsters. What's the name of that girl on the right? The public screen was lively, but there weren't many people sending special effects gifts. There aren't many big brothers who could be generous enough to get everyone to dance. Most just stick to their favorite gifts. The Magic Academy's livestream room had a cute theme, but the 6 hosts weren't all lowless. They each had their own characteristics. Chapter 56056, he's still on a combo. Those who have never seen a group broadcast don't know the significance of leaving over 900 people during a PK. Guofan could be considered an old hand at group broadcasts. Having over 100 people left is already quite good. Having dozens is pretty decent, while having just a few is common. Especially when there are only a few people left, the live stream can sometimes rack up hundreds of thousands of points. So, when Guofan faced over 900 people, he felt quite pressured. If everyone sent over 200,000 votes against him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Guofan smiled a bit recklessly. Hearing the host's welcome speech, he kept quiet to lower his presence. Since the live stream was ongoing, his contribution had been reset, and he wasn't on the leaderboard. He changed to a comfortable position and continued to watch the development of the live stream. I have to say, when the screen is filled with beautiful women, it's very pleasing to the eye. The opening dance segment ended, and Xing, Lin, and Mi Tao stood in the back, while Ruru, Juzi, and Xiaoping squatted or knelt in the front. The 6 hosts squeezed into one screen, all smiling and showcasing their best sides, which was quite enjoyable to watch. Chapter 57057 Livestream Room Restructuring Battle for the Sparrow Outside the Window. God Certification Extra Update. Brother Fan said he needed sports cars, so I'll give you 10 top-spec pink supercars. The host shouted excitedly, spoiling Brother Fan too much. 20,000 votes. Xing successfully went on the mic, not wasting this delay. This was the first time in this session that a single gift sent out over 10,000 votes, truly deserving of Brother Fan. It's over. Brother Fan seems to have figured it out, not sending the big dragon, starting to play romantic now. Brother Fan is so handsome. The last man to appear. Pink supercars. So romantic. Xing also has a big brother to pamper her. Sensing massive emotions currently gathering, Guofan was very satisfied. This girl pink supercar wasn't given away for nothing. Xing pouted and thanked. Thank you, Brother Fan, for the 10 pink supercars. They're super pretty. I come from the mundane world. Then what expression do you have? Xing replied. Can you not wait until the last second to send? I'm so nervous. I was just thinking about how to clean the toilet. I come from the mundane world. Cleaning the toilet? Brother Fan came late, doesn't know about this. It's just that the last one cleans the men's restroom, and the second to last cleans the women's restroom. Chapter 58058 Business, as usual. The radish of the Nightless City is like a signal, and Juzi's fans all started to act. Airplanes and sports cars took turns coming out, and roses of 1314 and 520 kept coming. Gifts came one after another, too many to count. The host excitedly shouted, listing gift names like dish names. Juicy kept thanking all the brothers and wives, with a smile that never left her face. The Magic Academy livestream room had opened the function to send gifts to group members. Juicy's fans all chose to send gifts to Juicy's account. Guafan took a glance at the group member leaderboard. Oh wow, a fierce operation, but the votes only increased by over 50,000. Guafan felt a bit high. But when he looked at his diamond balance, he suddenly felt justified in being high and that there was no problem at all. However, to be fair, bursting out over 50,000 votes in a team is already considered a big deal. After all, not everyone has a leader like Guafan. Juicy's group's cohesion was too impressive. With over 50,000 votes, Juicy successfully reached first place. The host excitedly reported the final vote count. Nightless City Brother is so handsome. Wives are so beautiful. Juicy's group cohesion is too impressive. Chapter 59:059 secured. My God, 3 carnivals. Nightless City Brother is so powerful. Now the gap is huge. Over 900 viewers, many of whom had never seen a group broadcast, were momentarily shocked. They thought, how could so many big brothers be sending gifts in such an obvious money-grabbing scheme? Guafan could only say, the joy of having a leader is something they can't appreciate. As for why Nightless City was sending gifts, he didn't know. Maybe they had money at home. I come from the mundane world, sending 3 Nebula Dukes for my brother Fan, sending 3 Nebula Dukes. It's another instant return. The host's voice cracked as he shouted. This hasn't even reached the final Royal City PK segment yet, and the battle is already so fierce. What will it be like in the final Royal City PK? Of course, it's also possible that both sides have already exhausted their votes and will have to lay low afterward. These special effects flying everywhere. Are we starting to use YZ now? Or 3 of them? Haven't seen Brother Fan PK in a long time. Can we have some excitement today? Not likely. Brother Fan is playing romantic today, even sending mysterious gifts of the Rose Duke. Chapter 60:060. I don't have family for the salty fish waiting for the leader. God certification extra update. Silence. A long silence. On the public screen, fans from other groups were lively, but Juicy's fans were only silent. Juicy's fan group. Nightless City. Let's leave it at that. I can't compete. Didn't they say Brother Fan had exhausted everything? How is there still more? What if what they meant by exhausting is only a few million votes? It's fine now. Juicy should be able to sit for a long time. No need to compete. It wouldn't be good to offend the big brother on the other side. Right? If it doesn't work, let's fight for second place. Our strength and cohesion have been shown. Everyone has done great. Let's not fight this time. In short, they felt they couldn't win, so they backed down. Nightless City quietly left the live stream room. Without votes, he didn't want to stay here. After all, he had contributed enough, and no one could say he hadn't put an effort. Over here, the host noticed that Juicy's group hadn't moved for a long time and understood. The brief first battle for dominance has come to an end, and things have returned to normal. Xingxing and Juicy finally sat down. Ruru put away the chips, and Linlin picked up the microphone that she hadn't touched in a long time. Chapter 61:061. This ordinary brother. Linlin. People in the Magic Academy want to shark their colleagues. What? Ruru is with her. Don't mess around. Ruru's big brother has to go up to later. When the 3 flowers gathered, fans of Xiaoping also started to take action. Goodness, the ones igniting are getting bigger and bigger. Xiaoping even used 300,000 to ignite. It's over. This big brother of Ruru must be under a lot of pressure. If he doesn't send 3 million to ignite, he won't feel right. Bro, you know how to stir up trouble. Isn't anyone going to manage Linlin? She looks like she's about to break. This time, Xiaoping's team didn't send Xiaoping to first place, but only to second. After all, there's Ordinary Brother holding the first place, and they can't sit there. Ordinary Brother is like a mountain of unknown height that everyone dares not surpass. Linlin, chasing Ruru, needs a plane. The host announced the scores. When Linlin got the microphone again, she felt a bit numb. Actually, she didn't chase much each time. There were good sisters giving her the microphone, but after passing it, they just took off, which made her very sad. The top 4 all had 6-figure scores, and Ruru wasn't far behind. Thank you, Sister Xuyue, for the plane that let me speak. I'm really grateful to Sister Xuyue today, Linlin sincerely thanked. Chapter 62:062. Stop it. No more. Ruru's big brothers fell silent. The streamers were also silent. Even the public screen was quiet for a while. The host was stunned and couldn't speak, but luckily his professional ability was solid, and he quickly cleared his throat and shouted, "Thank you, my ordinary brother, for the 10-handed dragon ranger. Thank you, my ordinary brother, for the 10-handed dragon soaring 9 heavens. Thank you, My ordinary brother, for the 10-handed Nebula Duke. Thank you, my ordinary brother, for the 10-handed Carnival. Fire the fireworks. I'm numb. Thoughts? This is the first time I've seen ordinary brother widen the gap like this. In just a few minutes, a gap of 2 million votes has opened up. Oh my, 120 to 0 Huaxia coins, just one like that. Ordinary brother really doesn't treat money as money. Earlier, some people questioned ordinary brother. With this gift-giving momentum, I feel like he has at least 10 million votes in hand. Didn't you see? The gifts ordinary brother sent were all worth 30,000 votes. There are only a few 30,000 vote gifts on Douyin. If there were a few more, the current gap wouldn't just be 2 million votes. So scary. It turns out Douyin limited ordinary brother's performance. Ruru's big brothers didn't know what to say. Chapter 63063, Xingxing 80-foot 4 Bubblegum God S certification to add more. After Guofan moved, he only told a few people about his new home. Besides his mom, it was Yu Yu and Taozi. No need to mention his mom, the most important woman in his life, of course. He had to let her find him. As for Yu Yu and Taozi, it was because the distance between people became closer and the relationship became tighter, so Guofan mentioned it. But Guofan really didn't expect her to come find him. As soon as she entered, Taozi jumped into Guofan's arms. I missed you. Then she sensed something, and her face turned slightly red. Guofan awkwardly smiled. Wait a minute, I'll put on a few more clothes. Taozi held on to Guofan and just looked at him. Xingxing dances quite beautifully, Taozi commented. Guofan looked at her fair and rosy face. Not as beautiful as you danced just now. Taozi rolled her eyes at him and didn't continue that topic, instead asking, Do you like Xingxing? Guofan looked at her in confusion. Is that even question? I not only like Xingxing, but I like the other 5 as well. Taozi huffed, but I haven't seen you give as much to the others. That's because I'm raising my favorability for Xingxing today, Guofan replied in his heart. Chapter 64064 Yu Yu. Ask for more if it's not enough financial assistance. After use, your personal assets will be managed by the top team, with an annualized interest rate fluctuating between 30 to 300. Fluctuations are frequent. Please do not pay excessive attention. Guofan. This interest rate fluctuation is a bit outrageous. The fluctuation range is actually positive with a guaranteed minimum of 30%. And at the highest, personal assets could quadruple. Even if Guofan is not particularly good, after a year, his assets will increase by over 1 million, which financial management has this effect. Moreover, his assets will also increase, combined with the salaries sent by the leaders every day, plus the rewards from female streamers for increasing favorability, and the interest will be reinvested. One can imagine that as long as Guofan doesn't spend extravagantly, his personal assets will only continue to grow. Just like a saying online, once money increases, it will breed itself. Guofan looked at the large flat he lived in, examined it for a while, and it didn't seem too expensive. Guofan thought again about the BYD in the garage. It seemed a bit unworthy of his current assets. Guofan sighed. It's over. He's going to be corrupted by money. After living for over 20 years, this was Guofan's first time planning a trip himself. Chapter 65065 The Magic Academy rises. Is there a place to stay? How about going to my house? Okay. Yu Yu blushed slightly, thinking that ordinary brother would refuse. But unexpectedly he agreed directly. It seems she is still very important to him. However, Guofan just thought it was convenient, saving him the trouble. On the way home, Yu Yu was very excited. In her early 20s, she should have been living in the ivory tower, but instead, she entered the big dive vat of society. Guofan never asked Yu Yu why she chose the path of live streaming, because it didn't matter anymore. Meeting the extraordinary version of herself changed her fate. Still hurt? Not anymore. Yu Yu quickly replied, and then eagerly asked, Will you accompany me today? Guofan smiled. What are you thinking? I only told one person about coming here. Today. I'll bother you. Not a bother, not a bother. At this moment, Yu Yu felt sweeter than honey in her heart. Guofan got up and rummaged through the fridge. The noise waking Yu Yu. Ordinary brother, what are you looking for? Although she knew Guofan's real name, Yu Yu still liked to call him by his online name. Her voice full of laziness. Chapter 66066 Bank Manager. On stage. For I want to waste it, ow. God S certification to add more. There's an old saying. Plans often can't keep up with changes. Guofan stayed at Yu Yu's house for 3 whole days without going out. On the 4th day, he hurriedly persuaded her to go back to work. The guild leader has been taking care of her, allowing her to take leave freely, and Yu Yu can't take advantage of it any further. Guofan slept well through the day and finally felt a bit more energetic. Having been at the peak his entire life has indeed helped his body, but the damage to his spirit has been considerable. He hasn't had time to check on the Magic Academy these past few days, learning about events only through snippets in the star and fan groups. The Magic Academy has really gained momentum. Recently, the audience count for the Data Dance has exceeded 2,000 and 3,000, and the small gifts in the live stream room have been continuous. The Big Brothers have also appeared one after another, urging their favorite female streamers to come up and accelerate. Even the stars have gained some new Big Brothers, and some who haven't been around for a long time have returned after seeing the Magic Academy buzzing with activity. On the third day after the first battle, everyone's scores have surpassed 100,000 votes, making other groups' live streams envious. It's rare for someone to level up from level 0 to over level 50, but there have been plenty of cases of leveling up from the teens to the 20s and from the 20s to the 30s over these past few days. Chapter 67. 067 Patching the system. The loan mechanics are hard to trace, and Guafan feels this method comes from the fun-seeking crowd. After all, true fans who really like someone will definitely empty their pockets to support them, and even if the streamer doesn't ask, they will find a reason to donate. Guafan was once like this, always guarding the PK to support his streamer. Times have changed, and he's become quite inflated now. Gifts can be given, but one must pay a price. Swapping 1,000 votes for 100 rounds of Data Dance is not unreasonable. It can be done in just 10 minutes. Brother Fan is quite the player. Something's off. Brother Fan was soft-hearted yesterday, but today he seems to have turned cold. Star, think carefully about whether you've done something wrong. If there is a conflict between you two, it's definitely not Brother Fan's fault. It's your issue. Star? She saw the messages on the public screen, her forehead filled with question marks. What has she done? She has been diligently reporting the battle conditions in the live stream room to Brother Fan these past few days. She has contributed, if not earned, right? Brother Fan seems to have somewhat abandoned her. Star's fans are happily dancing around. In fact, if a stranger Big Brother were to play like this, Star's female fans would feel uncomfortable, sensing a sense of arrogance. They might even spend money to help Star perform just to prevent her from jumping. Chapter 68. 068 The depth of lone doors. The host felt that today SPK was bound to go awry. But as he looked at the increasing number of audience members and the liveliness of the public screen, he felt that this deviation was quite good. Forcibly loaned 100 times. Lin is stunned. It's pretty fun. Just don't know if it will roll over. With so many Big Brothers here, who dares? Loan it. Brother Fan, does your bank need a client manager? I'd like to apply. Lin only loaned 100 times. That is too little. Lin didn't want to loan more either. After all, they're group broadcast streamers, and their stamina is quite good. At the very least, Brother Fan is Star's big brother, or at least it seems that way now. Lin can't push for big gifts too much. Perhaps there are shameless streamers who steal Big Brothers, but Lin considers herself someone who values her face. Lin successfully went up on mic and handed the microphone to Ping Ping. Before Ping Ping even spoke, someone on the public screen was already inquiring about business. 3 flowers gathering at the top. Ping Ping, will you loan? Brother Sanwa has joined in. Brother Fan set a good example. Can't you show me some love? Will you not loan? Ping Ping asked pitifully. Chapter 69. 069 No worries about debt for the great God Hail Engine. Certified for an update. Ping Ping shouted in excitement. Of course, her excitement had to be split into 2 parts. One part was because Brother Fan opened a coin, which worth 8,000. And that would bring her 2,000 bucks. The other part was the despair of the coin, representing 8,000 rounds of Data Dance. Ping Ping reluctantly asked, Brother Fan, is this a normal loan? What are you thinking? Brother Fan can be this soft-hearted? Is a normal loan considered soft-hearted now? This thing is scary when compared to those 10-fold loans. It really is soft-hearted. I come from the mortal realm. I'll make a normal loan. Wow. Thanks for Brother Fan as support. Brother Fan is so handsome. After gathering all the emotions, Guafan didn't care whether it was 8,000 rounds or 800. Ping Ping immediately cheered upon seeing this. Brother Fan is truly a good person. Zhao Xiaoping's favorability increased by 10. Guafan was taken aback. This was a pleasant surprise. After all, whether it changed from 8,000 rounds to 800, it would be a bit unfair if Ping Ping didn't gain some favorability. Although Guafan made a normal loan, Ping Ping's rounds were still quite a few, totaling 1,400 rounds including the previous ones. Chapter 70. 070 Advertising Space Recruitment. Seeing a set of Mahua City is already rare enough. I actually can see 10 sets. Brother Fan is too aggressive. What's the deal with this gift? It's one of the 3 most expensive gifts on Douyin aside from the mysterious shop. And together, they resemble a certain man. Star has another 1,000,000 votes. As long as Brother Fan is around, Star will definitely reach 1,000,000 votes. Star thinks that when Brother Fan isn't around, she can leave work early and become an audience member. When Brother Fan is present, she becomes a cannon for launching gifts. The Magic Academy has recently reached a strategic agreement with gift suppliers. Besides favorable prices, they can also use them first and pay later. Additionally, the gift suppliers offer different types of gifts, allowing the live stream room to provide usage suggestions afterward. Today, they used the pear flower cannon, which signifies the sudden arrival of spring with countless pear blossoms. As the cannon goes off again and again, the floor of the live stream room is almost covered like snow. The gift suppliers watching the live stream decided to increase their supply in the future. Star reached 1,500,000 votes, temporarily ranking first. The host's voice trembled. No matter how many times he has seen it, he still thinks it's a bit ridiculous. The key is that Brother Fan has not done this just once or twice. He has been consistently outputting during this time without stopping. Chapter 71. 071 Let's celebrate and level up the number of viewers in the Magic Academy's live stream reached 2,000 around 10 o'clock. On one hand, it was due to the carnival's traffic, and on the other hand, the gifts were simply too many. As the audience entered, they noticed the chaotic special effects and decided to stay. Once they stayed, they found that the female streamers in the live room were quite attractive, so they casually clicked to follow. The guild manager, who was constantly monitoring the back-end data, was nearly grinning from ear to ear. The Magic Academy didn't need to compete with big guilds like KS, as they surely couldn't match up, but compared to their own guild's group broadcasts, they were already at the top. Starting tonight, they would be the mainstay of the Little Bear Soma Guild, and how long they could maintain that status would depend on their future operations. The biggest surprise of the night was the brother known as Ad Placement, who had no level account and instantly leveled up to 36 with 10 Huazi, stunning everyone in the live room. Most level 30 accounts were leveled up gradually, and very few could reach that level in a single day. Moreover, since the brother could give such gifts, it proved that there was more to come. Thanks to my brother from the advertising department for the 10-hand carnival. Let's give him a salute. The host thought Brother Fan was in the live room today, but there hadn't been any waves until now when a change finally appeared. Chapter 72. Good night and sweet dreams for Chinny versus Drunken Dance, the deity certified extra update. Perhaps Brother Fan was getting tired of it, or perhaps he was reminiscing about the days of raising dragons. The carnival stopped at 30 consecutive hits, and the big dragon began to take off. I come from the mortal realm to send out Dragon Rider X30. I come from the mortal realm to send out Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens X30. The green dragon and white jade dragon alternated in shaking the dust out of the audience's microphones. Familiar Brother Fan, he has finally returned. The Dragon Keeper has finally raised the dragon well. No doubt, this special effect is amazing. The carnival is just a piece of trash. Brother Fan is so handsome, isn't it? Normal people level up quickly when they're about to level up, but Brother Fan just leveled up right after leveling up. 270,000 Huaxia coins. I couldn't save that much in 10 years, but the brother spent it all in one night. Bro, you didn't count what he spent earlier. It's already 400,000 Huaxia coins. The public screen was filled with shocked viewers. Brother advertising was already outrageous, but Brother Fan was even more outrageous. The gap in spending was starting from millions. The Meat family and the Xiaoping family no longer had the desire to chase. It felt better to let their own streamer finish work early. Chapter 73. Hexagonal Warrior. Guofan felt a bit warm and comfortably opened his eyes. You, Avaka? Yu asked indistinctly. Guofan looked at her with a wry smile, not knowing where the little girl learned her waking method. After a bit of fussing, Guofan finally got out of bed. The sun had already risen, and he had to wait until the next day to refresh his peak state. Guofan declined Yu's further requests for interaction, preparing to complete the tasks he originally intended to accomplish here. Yu wanted to accompany him, but Guofan persuaded her to rest well. The weather was nice today, the sun wasn't harsh, and the sea breeze was quite cool. The hands that applied sunscreen for him felt very smooth. Is this strength okay, Brother Fan? A voice like a silver bell rang out. Guofan looked at the speaker. She was wearing a blue swimsuit with a light veil on top, covering her somewhat impressive figure. Guofan didn't expect Xing to have such a good figure. Usually, when she was streaming, she dressed conservatively, not revealing much. You're not giving a massage. What strength do you want? Guofan didn't keep staring at Xingxing. The little girl would blush easily. Chapter 74. I Stab. How the live room of the Burgundy Rose had turned into a competition arena. One streamer would be the challenger, and other streamers would take turns attacking. Successfully defending for 10 times would allow them to perform their personal talents. Generally, sending little hearts was for defense, and sending little Douyin was for attack. Since those who sent little Douyin loved to send it when the defending brother relaxed his guard in the last few seconds, those who sent little Douyin for attack were also called assassins. The fluctuations in this gameplay were significant. One little heart could successfully defend, while 990 little hearts could fail to defend. Guofan had once been in a live room with only 20-some people, and the people inside were also quite engaged. The defender thought they could defend with a few thousand votes, but a mysterious person sent 999 little Douyin votes, forcing a brother to use over 100,000 votes in a last round to defend. Guofan found it somewhat unbelievable, spending $1,000 just to stab once, and over 10,000 just to watch a dance. He didn't play this gameplay anymore after that. But now, looking at his 9-digit diamond balance, he could afford to play it tens of thousands of times. When Guofan entered, the previous challenger had just failed to defend. Chapter 75. Ignition. Big beer for your cat's walk being taken by me. Deity certified extra update. The first brush update is finally over. I'm still owing 2 chapters to the big boss. Let me rest for a few days before I repay. Cha-Cha's 9-game winning streak was interrupted, but she still had 1 revival chance. Reviving her required 4 Douyin number 1. This was also an old routine in this mode. The winning streak circles votes, the assassins circle votes, and revival can also circle votes. After finally achieving a 9-game winning streak, as a true fan, could you bear to see your beloved streamer fall at the threshold of a 10-game winning streak? How dangerous. Guofan wasn't a true fan. Otherwise, fighting against a brother with a lot of coins would mean going bankrupt in no time. Cha-Cha picked up a microphone. Is there anyone who can save Cha-Cha? If I get a 10-game winning streak, I can dance. I just learned a new dance and want to show it to you. Can't save. Too much. With so many votes, probably only Brother Fan can save it. This stab was all done by Brother Fan. Okay, if Brother Fan can save it, I'll eat my phone on the spot. I come from the mortal realm to send out Dragon Rider X2. Sensing Cha-Cha's excessive emotions, collecting. Bro is out, eating the phone. Chapter 76. 9 Lives Celestial Master in the live room of the Magic Academy. During the data session, the peak audience of the Magic Academy reached over 4,000, a number that many group broadcast live rooms could hardly achieve. In fact, other live rooms could also have such data during explosive flows. They just needed to create some new activities, but once the novelty wore off, it was hard to maintain. However, the Magic Academy was different. When the audience entered, they found that the several dancing sisters were quite good-looking, so they naturally stayed. Beautiful women look good doing anything. Moreover, some viewers had a very mischievous sense of humor. They wanted to see the sisters wear painful masks or wanted to see them break down their defenses, not knowing that much of this was performed by the streamers. Some people might know that this is all staged, but they just love it. They enjoy watching the streamer get flustered. For example, right now, Xiaoping is screaming. She has received a carnival, a radish, and countless sports cars in this session, having already broken 1,000 times. Usually it's not a big deal, but yesterday they played a lone game, and after the stream last night, she paid back for a while, and again before today's stream, she paid back some more, with some still not fully paid. So, today's pressure is genuinely overwhelming. Chapter 77. Prelude preparation. The public screen was in an uproar. 3 million votes were something some had seen before. During guild matches, many could reach that number, and occasionally in group PKs, one could see it in large teams. Yesterday, the Magic Academy even had a leaderboard with 4 million votes, shocking the other teams in the Guild's live stream for the entire night. Alright, this was also done by Brother Fan, but during the data dance phase, they had never seen anyone hit 3 million votes at once. And it wasn't to pressure someone, but to protect someone from being pressured. Other streamers who were dancing were envious. They were dancing hard for just a few $100, while the stars behind them had already pocketed 100,000. Truly, people will die from comparison. The host was momentarily speechless. He had never seen such a big spender before. Just earlier, he thought Tian's brother was wasteful enough. But he didn't expect Brother Fan to treat money so lightly. Is $30,000 not important to him at all? I really don't understand the world of the wealthy. Thank you, brother fan, for the 100 hands of Longting Jiutian. Thank you, my brother fan. 1 second. The crooked-mouthed Juming Tianshi was still talking nonsense. The next second, his mouth was twitching. No way, man. You're crazier than me. You threw 30,000 bucks just to protect Xingxing from dancing? Chapter 78. Base vote of 100,000. Thank you to my brother fan for the 10 hands of Golden Carnival. The host's gratitude came out immediately. Brother fan sending a carnival is really rare. And this time it's golden. I feel it's still not as good as the big dragon. Let us just be content with brother fan showing us the special effects. It's not like he is picky. To be honest, I'm not surprised at all. This is 10 carnivals. We've all seen 100 big dragons. So what is surprising about 10 carnivals? You? A mere onlooker. Why do you look so smug? Then take a look. The increase in the number of people in the Magic Academy had some effect. Although Xingxing didn't attract many male fans, she did manage to attract quite a few female fans. Among them, there were a few capable female fans who couldn't afford a carnival, but could afford a radish. As Guo fans started, they were unwilling to fall behind. As the punishment for being last in today's SPK was quite severe. After a minute of opening and vote gathering, Xingxing received over 350,000 votes. Wow, starting off so strong? Not too strong. The key is that brother fan went all out. He contributed 30,000 by himself. Chapter 79. A romantic entrance. What is going on? Brother fan is determined not to let Xingxing move at all today. He is really so doting. I could cry. Why not send a big dragon plus a city ranger? Xingxing knew in her heart why brother fan was doing this. Feeling a wave of sweetness. In fact, she often practiced high leg lifts and stretching exercises very well, and now her body felt fine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to come back to work. She just didn't expect brother fan, who usually seemed quite domineering, to be so gentle inside. Juming Tianshi angrily left the live stream. Juzi danced a loving waltz. To be honest, the way the girl smiled while twisting her body was quite beautiful. Those who spent money felt it was worth it, while those who were freeloading felt it was even more worthwhile. After the dance, Xingxing and Juzi took the first and second chairs on stage. Ro went outside to rest, while a line of people with only over 100,000 stood behind. The audience was quite interesting. After Ro was no longer on the screen, a bunch of people asked where she was. Is Ro eliminated? And such messages appear daily, just with different subjects. Currently, the last place Lin picked up the microphone. Lin chased after Xiaoping, saying, "Let us see. The gap is 5 radishes." The host said, Chapter 80. Eruption in silence. Hey, Mom? Guofan answered a call from another city. What do you need? What do you mean, what do I need? Lu Wen's voice came through with sounds of clattering. Didn't you call me? Guofan replied, Mom. What time is it? You just think of calling me now? But it was also his fault for being a bit lost in the moment and not calling back in time. However, from the noise, it sounded like Mom had gone to another city to play mahjong with her friends. If it weren't for seeing Mom's check-in photos on social media, Guofan would think this group of women hadn't left the hotel. Just checking if you're having fun. How is it going? Guofan asked. Luan replied, having a great time. You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. All right, I want to say more. We have to start now. Hey, Lu Jia, hasn't your little fan, beep, Guofan, didn't catch the last sentence as Mom hung up. This call felt like a mutual confirmation that they were both still alive. However, Guofan felt that Mom's current mindset was quite good. It's not easy to stay young. Back to Douyin, Guofan noticed that Xingxing had dropped to 3rd place and went outside. Chapter 81. Star that never changes. Flowing first and second, more and more new viewers flooded into the live stream, and the hourly ranking of the Magic Academy reached the top 10. What kind of live stream is this? Wow, these ladies are all quite cute. They're all dressed too thickly. Cutness doesn't matter in front of sexiness. Oh my gosh, what is that golden stuff floating? Audience preferences varied, and some who didn't like group broadcasts or cute styles left. However, those who remained helped the Magic Academy surpass the 3,000 mark, reaching an audience number never achieved before. Moreover, the guild felt this was not the end. Zhao Wenyu was surprised. After all, their guild matches only gathered over 6,000 people, and now a single group broadcast from the Magic Academy had already reached half of that during the guild matches. It was somewhat absurd, but Zhao Wenyu liked this absurdity. It proved that the guild was thriving. The more people there were, the happier the big brother was. And the more he liked to send gifts. The more gifts sent, the more people came, forming a virtuous cycle. Urban Ranger, Advertising Space Recruitment, Shining Debut. Welcome my Urban Ranger. Recruitment Brother. The host directly gave him the spotlight. Brother intentionally exited and re-entered, just to see the costume. Chapter 82. 082 arrived. Everyone don't leave. Everyone was shocked by the actions of the 9 Lives Celestial Master. What is going on, Celestial Master? Did you send it wrong? Xing Xing. Why am I inexplicably first? Juzzy fainted crying in the bathroom. Celestial Master still loves Xing Xing, wants to see her once. The 9 Lives Celestial Master wanted to say that he learned all this from the Mortal Brother. Fortunately, he has money and can play like this. If the Mortal Brother wants Xing Xing to go back to 3rd place without letting anyone see, then his cost will be higher. Over here, Guofan was stunned for a long time when he saw it. Didn't the 9 Lives Celestial Master already turn to Juzzy? Why'd he send something to Xing Xing again? Now he can't dance, just pure empty brushing. Surely not just to see Xing Xing once, right? That would be too. Guofan is not a particularly controlling person. He believes in letting people see. The reason he kept Xing Xing in 3rd place was to let the big brothers fight first and raise the popularity. If it weren't for the fear of others thinking he was a guild account, lowering the prestige of his account from the mortal world, he would have wanted to do it himself. Guofan felt nothing, but Xing Xing was a bit unhappy. This doesn't affect her whispering with the Mortal Brother. Xing Xing had a bad impression of the 9 Lives Celestial Master's domineering behavior from the beginning. Now, no matter how many gifts he sends, it doesn't matter to her. She doesn't lack those few trifles in the 9 Lives Celestial Master's hands. Chapter 83. 083 The group broadcast is stealing money. Oh my, a 2,000 big red envelope. Mortal Brother is generous. Thank you, Mortal Brother. You're so handsome. Thank you to Mortal Brother for the big red envelope. Even the host thanked him. The messages on the public screen decreased significantly. Everyone went to grab the red envelope. Since the recent version update, red envelopes can be participated in first. Then wait for the countdown to draw. Guofan didn't send this red envelope out of kindness. He was about to level up, sending a red envelope to keep these new viewers around. No matter if it's useful or not, it doesn't cost much anyway. 10 red envelopes only cost 20,000 votes. He is currently struggling to level up, relying on the host, still needing to depend on the vast audience. The 9 Lives Celestial Master saw this and thought, what do you mean, showing off your wealth? He also sent a red envelope up. Oh my, thank you, Celestial Master, for the big red envelope. Celestial Master is so handsome. Is Celestial Master trying to compete with Mortal Brother? The big brothers are too powerful. Guofan suddenly thought, could the 9 Lives Celestial Master just be a child? What kind of strange and inexplicable competitive desire is this? Guofan thought this and asked, I come from the mortal world. 9 Lives Celestial Master, are you an adult? Chapter 84. 084, Level 12. No, Mortal Brother. What do you want? I feel like something big is about to happen. Mortal Brother, don't do this. I'm getting a bit excited. Xiaoping and Juzzy saw this message and didn't dare to sit, quickly standing up. After all, it's Mortal Brother. What he points out must not be something trivial. Mortal Brother said to let the live broadcast do what it should do, but can the host do that? Everyone waited for Mortal Brother's action. Fortunately, Guofan no longer had procrastination and quickly began his leveling journey. Guofan still chose the big dragon. The big dragon is his true love. The carnival is just to attract popularity. I come from the mortal world to give Xing Xing a Dragon Rider one. With Guofan's click, the number behind the multiplication sign kept increasing. With each click, Guofan could hear the prompt from the Tongzi brother. The emotions provided by the host are relatively fixed, but the audience's emotions rise with the increasing combo count. My favorite big dragon. As expected, I knew Mortal Brother was going to play big. How many does he want to click? Is there such a powerful, rich person in this group broadcast? Could it be that he wants to click 99 big dragons? Let me enjoy this. I'm following this live broadcast. Chapter 85. 085 No worries, just running a few steps. I come from the mortal world to give Xing Xing Dragon Rider X 133. Congratulations. I come from the mortal world, leveled up to level 63. Mortal Brother leveled up again. This has brushed out over 4 million votes. It would be strange if he didn't T-level up. Mortal Brother finally stopped. 9 Lives Celestial Master. Is this it? I thought you were going to combo to 200. The 9 Lives Celestial Master sighed in relief. Mortal Brother finally stopped. Celestial Master is so powerful, so handsome. Celestial Master finally defeated Mortal Brother. I always thought with Mortal Brother around, other hosts had no chance of being first. Finally emptied Mortal Brother's health bar. Really not easy. What is there to be proud of? If it weren't for Mortal Brother brushing so much earlier, would Celestial Master have this chance? A good man doesn't brag about past glories. What? Just because you won before means you always win? Then just don't play PK. Let Xing Xing always be first. When Mortal Brother stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that a big brother like Mortal Brother is too frightening. He is either brushing gifts or on the way to brush gifts. Chapter 86. 086 Zhao, Wenyu, I want to waste AOAO. God level certification plus more. The big man ultimately caught up, but it wasn't because he could run faster than Guofan. With the hexagonal warrior, Guofan wanted to run. Relying on his 2 legs, he couldn't catch up to him. It was because he called Guofan's name. Guofan, are you Guofan? Guofan stopped, but still kept a reasonable social distance from the big man. Who are you? Guofan rummaged through his mind. Thanks to his current, strong intellect, he found someone in his memory who somewhat resembled the big man. Are you Zhang Shidong? Zhang Shidong looked surprised. I've changed so much, you still recognize me? He was thinking of surprising this old classmate with a name, but unexpectedly Guofan recognized him at once. Guofan slightly relaxed his vigilance and smiled. Your face is still somewhat familiar. The Zhang Shidong in his memory was a thin, small boy. He never expected him to now be as strong as an ox. Zhang Shidong invited Guofan to a restaurant to reminisce. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years, so Guofan didn't refuse. The two casually ordered some food and sat there reminiscing about the past, talking about classmates, school, and teachers. Chapter 87. 087 Contributing to global warming. Guofan was in front of Yu, and the little girl was very surprised to see him. She woke up early today and felt particularly disappointed when she didn't see Brother Fanjian, but she knew it wasn't good to disturb Guofan. So she could only gloomily attend meetings at the company. Because the performance of the beautiful girl tribe was somewhat polarized, adjustments had to be made, which was a bit of hassle. But when she saw Brother Fanjian, all her earlier unhappiness was thrown out of her mind. To Guofan's left was Zhao Wenyu, who was in a state of shock. To Zhao Wenyu's left was Zhang Shidong, who had a question mark expression. The little loli in front looked quite cute. But why did Zhao Wenyu freeze after she mentioned Brother Fanjian? Lao Zhao, what is wrong? Zhang Shidong asked. Zhao Wenyu didn't answer him, but instead looked at Guofan, still shocked. Brother Fanjian? Guofan didn't know what expression to show either, just nodded. Although he felt that since Yu called him Brother Fanjian, this matter was almost confirmed, Zhao Wenyu still wanted to hear from him directly. Seeing Guofan nod, Zhao Wenyu's head buzzed. Guofan, Brother Fanjian, so that's how it is. More than half an hour ago, he was still feeling melancholy about not being able to see Brother Fanjian. Chapter 88. The live stream room is closed after reminiscing about their youthful days with old classmates. Guofan felt that his soul had become much younger. Zhao Wenyu treated him to a nice lunch with things he had wanted to eat but hadn't had the chance to try yet. After Guofan came into money, he hadn't had the time to taste them, so today was a fresh experience. To be honest, the feeling of mooching food and drinks wasn't bad, and he didn't feel guilty about taking advantage of Zhao Wenyu. Just as he was about to open the door, it swung open. Yu was only wearing a white apron and had cat ears on her head. How did you know I was back? Guofan asked with a smile. Yu proudly lifted her chin. This is our spiritual bond. Guofan didn't expose her. He took off a piece of clothing, and Yu took it from him. I made some pastries. Do you want to eat? Yu asked, blushing. Guofan was somewhat surprised. You have his talent? As soon as Yu turned around, Guofan felt a surge of irritation. The pastries were indeed quite good, just a bit large, needing some time to eat. After filling up, Guofan felt a bit sleepy and didn't resist the drowsiness. Feeling sleepy and going to sleep was one of the most comfortable states in life. When he woke up again, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and Yu had gone to work at the company. Chapter 89. Stars all over the sky soon. News spread everywhere that 6 streamers from the Magic Academy went out to exchange ideas. Oh no, to kick off. As Guofan had anticipated, all the big brothers and fans of the streamers wanted their own streamers to achieve a good ranking during the exchange. Ideally, they wanted first place and definitely not last. It would be too embarrassing to come in last. The Magic Academy had been the pillar live stream room for Little Bear Soma these days. Just looking at the results from the past few days, even the last place had over 6 figures in votes, making other streamers envious. First place was a pursuit, but it couldn't be forced. After all, no one knew if their own big brother was available. Even for the stars, if Brother Fanjian wasn't there, it would be difficult to compete for first. Streamers couldn't just say to their big brothers, to avoid you not being there during my PK, can you transfer the gift money to me in advance? I'll use it to brush gifts. That would really be too embarrassing. After Stars closed the stream, Guofan took a look at the fan group for the Magic Academy. Today, the Magic Academy is splitting up. What are the big brothers saying today? Are we aiming for 6 first places? It would be inappropriate to go out and not win first place. There is no suspense on Star's side. As long as Brother Fanjian is there, it will definitely be first. Chapter 90. We must not get overwhelmed. There were only a few dozen regular viewers for the stream, flowing years like months. However, due to the exchange from the Magic Academy, the number of people in the live stream room rose to several hundred. In fact, because flowing years like months started streaming too early, fans of other streamers from the Magic Academy also came to flowing years like months, causing its viewership to hit a new high of over 900 people. Although there were more people, it also brought some drawbacks. Everyone was focused on Stars, and the streamer of flowing years like months didn't get the chance to perform. Work was easier, but the earnings were also less. However, a big brother from flowing years like months did let their streamer perform. Everyone quickly noticed that a gift worth 1 dime could trigger a double dance combo, which was much more exciting than a regular dance, especially the sister in purple to the right, who danced with great elasticity. Wow, this girl dances really well. Brother, I want to see more. So good, the mature lady is the best. Xiaoping, hiss hiss. Xiaoping, don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and stream. Tell Stars, I'm not going back. Tell the Magic Academy, I'm not going back either. You guys are something, actually betraying us. The public screen became very lively because of a flexible dance. Chapter 91. This is a 10-game winning streak. Brother Fanjian is here. Finally slipped in a happy garden. What kind of tricks does Brother Fanjian want to play? Let the brothers broaden their horizons. The news of Guofan wandering around various exchange live rooms had already spread everywhere among the fans. Knowing that the last stop was Happy Garden, many were waiting for him to arrive. If one were to ask who had the most fans in the Magic Academy, it would definitely be Brother Fanjian. Who didn't he have a private account? Unfortunately, Fanjian Ge has arrived. Mitao's reaction to Fanjian Ge's arrival is not very big. After all, he is the big brother of the Stars, and she is in the same live broadcast room as the Stars. Being too enthusiastic might make others suspect that she is trying to steal the spotlight from the big brother. Moreover, she has plenty of true love big brothers at home, so she is not worried about not having enough support. Instead of spending resources to curry favor with Fanjian Ge, she would rather focus on managing what she currently has. How can Fanjian Ge, no matter how impressive he is, support more than a dozen streamers at the same time? Xiaoyang was very excited when she saw Fanjian Ge come in. The last time she saw him was during the guild competition, where he supported with a huge number of gifts. At that time, she didn't think much of it, assuming he was just an ordinary big brother. It wasn't until the guild competition ended that Xiaoyang realized he was a really powerful big brother. Chapter 93. Sweat pouring down, right? The Stars need to chase 9 carnival gifts. 9 gifts? 270,000 votes? How do we chase that? But Fanjian Ge isn't here. We can't rely solely on Fanjian Ge. Let us see what we can gather. How can we gather 9 gifts? Gathering 1 or 2 is still possible. Without Fanjian Ge, the fans of the Stars suddenly realized that 270,000 votes is a significant gap. After spending a long time in the Magic Academy, one might feel that the carnival gifts are not worth much anymore, as big brothers are sending gifts in batches of 10. Only when it's time to send gifts themselves do they realize that it's 30,000 votes, worth 3,000 yuan. How many people in China can earn 3,000 yuan in a day? Everyone, let us work hard. We can't give up just because Fanjian Ge isn't here. What if a passerby big brother or sister decides to help? We can first max out the delay for the Stars. Who knows, there might be hope. Yes, the Stars delay hasn't been used yet. Everyone, don't give up easily. The Stars also didn't expect that when she took the microphone for the second time tonight, she would face elimination, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, she didn't blame Fanjian Ge. He couldn't be there every day for her. Besides, losing this round didn't matter much to her. She had already earned several thousand yuan by being here. Chapter 94. Heaven helped me. First of all, I must clarify that Guofan absolutely did not intend to lurk in the live broadcast room as the 6th wheel. He did this to harvest more emotions. The fans here were desperately using their delay 3 times, feeling hopeless, while the audience thought that Fanjian Ge wouldn't return, leading to the elimination of Stars. At this moment, he made a dazzling entrance, ISNT that overflowing with emotions. Little Momo as the host, Big Momo as the audience. It was the arrival of other big brothers from the Magic Academy that made him feel a bit depressed. Crazy. Why should his own streamer care about others? It's simply a dog catching a rat. Guofan was genuinely afraid that some big brother would foolishly want to help the stars directly take the microphone. So he didn't wait for the countdown and hurriedly came in. Don't think this situation doesn't happen with Guofan as current fame. It's not just streamers want to get close to him, but even big brothers with a bit of strength want to have in-depth communication with him. However, Guofan had set his privacy, so there was no opportunity. If he helped the stars take the microphone right now, wouldn't it be reasonable to get some attention from Fan Jiange? It wouldn't be unreasonable to chat casually, right? If there is a suitable opportunity to establish cooperation, that wouldn't be excessive, right? Once again, he thanked Fan Jiange for the 10 sets of gifts, congratulating the stars on winning today's Queen Crown. The hostess' voice was noticeably different. Chapter 95, I Want to Grab It in Sweet Girl's live broadcast room. The public screen was full of Xiaoping's fans shouting for help. Sweet Girl's live broadcast room had quite a bit of popularity today, reaching several hundred people, mostly brought in by the Magic Academy. What if a passing big brother softened and sent out 100 gifts? To prevent the big brother from being scared away by the 40,000+ votes, the three flowers gathered their remaining votes and sent them out, causing Xiaoping to scream in delight. Xiaoping's other big brothers and fans were also doing their part, and soon they caught up by more than half. The fans exhausted their savings, risking a month of eating instant noodles, but in the end, they didn't get much, as most of it came from the big brothers. This is live streaming, very cruel. Only those with money are the real kings. The big brothers in Sweet Girl's live broadcast room were not worried at all. Catching up by half was no big deal, as they had already sent a wave of gifts and still had remaining votes. Seeing Xiaoping's struggle to gather gifts, it seemed like they were out of luck. Although ganging up on others is a bit unfair, at least they maintained Sweet Girl's dignity. They looked at the public screen, where Xiaoping's fans were crying and screaming, laughing unabashedly at the situation. Chapter 96, I Genuinely Like You. Are you using this to get off work? 666 x 66, huh? Fan Jiange is so handsome. Awesome. First time seeing someone use a dragon to get off work. As expected of Fan Jiange, he can always come up with new ways to play. Who needs to take a car when you can ride a dragon? With Fan Jiange being so impressive, who can compete? The atmosphere in the public screen brightened again. Fan Jiange, you're not just picking Xiaoping up from work. You're picking Sweet Girl up, right? Well, way to get off work. I was getting a bit sleepy, but that big dragon woke me up. So domineering, Fan Jiange. Wow. Thank you, Fan Jiange, for the dragon rider. Fan Jiange, you are so handsome. Xiaoping shouted excitedly. She thought 10 dragon riders were already a lot, but unexpectedly, Fan Jiange sent her another 20. She felt both happy and a bit ashamed, as if she was secretly stealing a treat with Fan Jiange while the stars weren't paying attention. Quite embarrassing. I came from Fan Jiange. Can't say it's just friendship support now, right? Haha. Almost 1 million votes. Whose friendship support is this strong? Oh no, the star's house has been robbed again. Chapter 97 salary has increased again. Is this the real Fan Jiange? The light of the orange is a Fan Jiange. Orange understood. Previously, there were too many big brothers around her, and Fan Jiange was afraid she wouldn't pay attention to him, so he didn't approach her. Today, seeing her being bullied like this, he bravely stood up. Fan Jiange really treats her well. He is the one who genuinely cares for her, quietly supporting her and coming to the rescue at critical moments. Orange's favorability increased by 10. Orange's current favorability. 40 Guofan was somewhat surprised. Did his one line of affection hold so much favorability? It seems he needs to say more in the future. If Orange's favorability increases by another 10 points, the supervisor will have to give him a raise. As the supervisor levels up to level 12, the current multiplier is 30,000 for each person, even if he does nothing every month. His fixed income will be 3,600,000. Plus, with Orange, it directly becomes 4,500,000. That amount is almost close to his reward money. For an ordinary person like Guofan, who has been around for over 20 years, this money is practically endless. Moreover, with a financial assistant helping his money grow, his daily spending can't keep up with the speed at which the assistant is making money. Chapter 98, 098. The night is still long tonight, even if it ends here. Guofan has already made a significant profit. He has gained both emotional experience points and goodwill, and his progress bar has filled up a small segment. But the night is still long. Guofan activated his invisibility and entered the live broadcast room of Huajianju. At this time, there was still no one eliminated. The 5 hosts, including Lin Lin, were in a fierce competition, each receiving tens of thousands of votes. Lin Lin blended perfectly into the ranking of this live room. If Guofan didn't know that Lin Lin was from the Magic Academy, he might have thought she was one of the hosts of Huajianju at first glance. Lin Lin's fans were also present. Even Fengwick Suiyu was there. So how did it turn out like this? Guofan stayed for a while and then realized that it was the fans training Lin Lin to solicit votes. So they were all carefully managing the vote difference without widening the gap at all. Guofan didn't know what Lin Lin was thinking inside, but the little girl looked quite tired. As everyone knows, Guofan is a person who easily softens his heart. So faced with this situation, he took action. I come from a mortal world. I see Lin Lin is quite tired. Let her take a break. Brother Fan? No. Brother Fan, don't. We're getting into it right now. Chapter 99099, starting with 100. The fans of Ro were furious. But they couldn't compete with the amount Ro's fans were sending, and they didn't have the confidence to argue back. In live broadcast PK, it's all about money. Only those with money can speak loudly. Ro's big brother went straight to the point, not even waiting for Ro to take the microphone, and directly sent gifts, pushing Ro to first place. Thanks to Steel Brothers Carnival. Thank you, One Brothers Carnival. Thanks to everyone for the gifts. Let us be rational and not get too carried away. We still have to live our lives. At this point, Ro started to persuade. There are few hosts who can comfortably accept gifts, even if they feel justified inside. They have to say it's for the big brother's sake. Don't just talk big, back it up with gifts. Ro has been first before in Qing Tian too. If you don't believe it, go try communicating at the Magic Academy and see how Brother Fan bullies you. Ro was first, and the voices of Ro's fans grew louder. But soon, the votes from the other side surged back, and Tian regained first place. This gap can easily be closed. When did Ro ever exceed 200,000 votes when she was first? It has no gold content at all. Brother Fan ISNT from your side? Why are you so arrogant? Chapter 100. You can call for delivery. Tian was 90 votes away from Ro. 7 million votes. The host said he was a bit incredulous when he announced this number. During this time, apart from the Magic Academy, he hadn't seen such a large gap. However, the one who created this gap was Brother Fan, so it wasn't surprising. Thank you, Brother Fan, for the carnival. Thank you for supporting Ro. I really didn't expect to reach this number of votes. Ro bowed in gratitude. The 100-hand carnival brought great shock to Ro's heart. Brother Fan truly dotes on the girls from the Magic Academy. What girl wouldn't like such affection? Even if she didn't fall for Brother Fan because of it, she had developed quite a bit of goodwill towards him. Ro's goodwill increased by 20. Ro's goodwill. 20. Guofan clicked his tongue. Hard cash can indeed buy goodwill, but the cost effectiveness is a bit low compared to the increase in goodwill with Orange. Guofan suddenly felt that Ro's side was a bit less appealing. Guofan didn't think about it anymore and focused on harvesting the emotional value from this live room. I come from the mortal world. No way. Are you scared by such a small gap? Brother Fan is quite impressive. Chapter 1010101. If the public does not abandon you, the Winter Sun was impolite. So Guofan didn't plan to be courteous. If the account had no balance, wasn't there still a bank card? If the bank card had a limit, couldn't borrow? The Winter Sun trembled with anger. The irritating part was that he was being undercut by someone who was getting a 10 discount off the original price. It made him seem like someone who cared about such small profits. The Winter Sun, I admit defeat this time because you have more tickets. Let us have another match during the guild competition. I come from the mortal world. Fine, just admit you lost. I come from the mortal world, but don't get your hopes up. If you can't beat me today, you definitely beat me during the guild competition. Guofan was speaking the truth, but it sounded like ridicule to the Winter Sun. The Winter Sun. See you at the guild competition. Having lost, he thought everything was just an excuse. The Winter Sun dropped a line and left the live room. The level 68 Big Brother left, and the remaining Big Brothers looked at the gap of more than 2 million votes in silence for a long time. Guofan not only silenced the Big Brother on the other side, but also silenced Ro's Big Brother. Everyone realized for the first time that they didn't seem to have that much money after all. Look at Brother Fan and Brother Winter Sun. Their carnivals were in hundreds and hundreds, and with just a click, tens of thousands were gone. Chapter 1020102 Peach's Goodwill 80. The other female hosts from the Magic Academy also expressed their gratitude for his friendship support. Guafan quickly emphasized to them again that this was not friendship support, but gifts for them. Among them, Orange was the easiest to deal with. As soon as Guafan finished speaking, her goodwill increased by 10 points to 70 points. Orange was more there to verify if Guafan's words yesterday were serious than to thank him. Hearing the answer she wanted in her heart, Orange felt relieved, then started continuously calling Guafan brother. Her voice didn't sound like a green tea, but was even more intoxicating. What troubled Guafan the most was Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro, thank you, Brother Fan, for your strong support for Ro-Ro. Don't worry, I will transfer the gift you supported to Xing Xing. I come from a mortal world. Who allowed you to handle the gifts I sent without permission? Ro-Ro, huh? I come from the mortal world. Just accept what I gave you honestly. I really like you. Ro-Ro, Brother Fan, you must have split your heart into 6 pieces yesterday, right? I can't accept that. Ro-Ro's goodwill increased by 10. Ro-Ro's current goodwill, 40. The system's prompt indicated that Ro-Ro was feeling unsettled inside. Chapter 1030103 Your Aunt Wang has a niece XM in the office of Boss Bear Soma. Zhao, when you looked at Zhang Sherdong, who was lounging on the sofa, and couldn't help but feel a headache. In his previous life, he must have committed some sins to have such a friend who loves to sneak into his company every day to tease female streamers. Old Zhang was fine before, but now you need to pay attention and not make Brother Fan unhappy, Zhao Wenyu reminded him. Don't worry, I've already inquired. I remember everything Brother Fan has taken care of for me. Zhang Sherdong straightened up. By the way, is Brother Fan really just a regular guy? Do you think I'm just playing house with Brother Fan? Zhao Wenyu rolled his eyes at him. Hey, it's just hard to believe, Zhang Sherdong said. They say that those who study, well, don't necessarily do the best in life. I was thinking of showing off in front of Guafan. Don't be so disrespectful. Call him Brother Fan. Zhao Wenyu corrected him. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like there are other people around. What if you get too comfortable and start calling him that when you see him? Zhao Wenyu said seriously. All right, Brother Fan, Brother Fan. Zhang Sherdong raised both hands in surrender. By the way, the class monitor has started organizing a reunion again and contacted me. Are you going? Zhang Sherdong recalled and asked. Chapter 1040104 Favorability 120. Huh. Guafan was taken aback. If he understood correctly, this was about setting him up for a blind date, right? You, always staying at home, it's just right for you to go out and get some fresh air, Lu Wen said in an undeniable tone. But I've just come back for one day. Guafan protested. All right, how was your trip to XM? Lu Wen remembered that her son had also gone on a trip. Pretty good. Why didn't you take any photos to post on social media? Lu Wen questioned. You didn't go to XM to stay in a hotel, did you? Guafan thought, today my mom's passive skill is silence. How many times has she gone silent since entering the door? Here, I took pictures of the beach. Where are you in them? I went out to take pictures of the scenery. Why would I take pictures of myself? It's inconvenient alone. You only took these in XM? Just these, Guafan replied. In fact, he had taken quite a few, but it was inconvenient to show them to his mom. This trip was just a waste of money, Lu Wen criticized. Guafan didn't think so. Aside from spending a bit more on transportation, he really didn't spend much else. So you see, I've been tired for so long. So I'm not going on a blind date. Guafan tried to evade the issue. Chapter 1050105 This man smells like cantaloupe. Change into something more formal. I think just looking neat is enough. Clean yourself up a bit. Mom, smell me, I smell like cantaloupe. Let's take my Land Rover. Is that necessary? People rely on their appearance. A horse needs a saddle. Remember to buy a small gift. Forget it, I'll prepare it for you. No need, Mom, it's unnecessary. How is it unnecessary? All right, I'm not in a hurry, I'm off. Guafan took a big step into the car. The Range Rover has a high chassis, and if he didn't install a footboard, it was tough for him being over 8 meters tall to get in. He bought an extended version for his mom, not just for the larger space, but to make it to over 2 million to avoid wasting the tip money. Although he wasn't in a hurry, he drove directly to the luxury car dealership in Hexiang. When a Land Rover Range Rover parked steadily at the entrance, the salespeople inside immediately brightened up. Then a handsome young man stepped out of the car, wearing a pure white short-sleeve shirt with a coconut tree embroidered on the left chest and pure black sports pants with an A letter embroidered on the side. What a presence. What a look. What great taste. Chapter 1060-106 Fate. Hello. Annie picked up the phone, trying to suppress her anger. Your house is on fire. Hurry back. Her friend said, as they had agreed. I know. Stop calling me. Annie ground her teeth. Huh? Beep, beep, beep. Her friend. Are you okay? Guafan asked. Is everything all right? Annie smiled. It's fine, it's fine. Guafan, now sharp and aware, was 100 sure he had just heard the words on fire. How could it be fine if there was a fire and she was so calm? It either wasn't her house or there was no fire at all. Perhaps it was a scam call? Guafan noticed the girl had been proactive several times. This time he took the initiative to introduce himself, my family. I heard my mom mention it, and he thought family background wasn't too important. So what if it was a single-parent family? Aunt Lou had such a good character, and Guafan was so good-looking and had a good personality. Single-parent status couldn't be generalized. My job, I write novels. Wow, that's impressive. Can I read some of your work later? Maybe not. Not only had he not written anything, but even if he had, he couldn't share a multi-female lead novel with acquaintances. He wanted to maintain his limited social connections. Chapter 1070-107 His Early Romance. Why are you back? Guafan smiled when he saw Zhao Wenyu and Zhang Shidong. The class monitor organized a reunion. We thought we hadn't seen each other in years, so we came back to catch up, Zhao Wenyu replied. Today? Guafan asked. Zhao Wenyu nodded. Yes, it's today. Right across the street. Guafan looked towards the Peach Garden Hotel, diagonally across, his gaze somewhat nostalgic. Brother Fan, aren't you going to take a look? Zhao Wenyu asked. Guafan thought for a moment, but shook his head. It's been so long since graduation. People who have no connection have become strangers. Those eager to attend reunions are either here for fun or to expand their network through these school ties. Guafan neither liked the hustle and bustle nor needed connections. So there's no need to go and make it awkward. Well, after the reunion, Zhang Shidong and I will come find you for a good drink. Zhao, when you didn't insist. All right, contact me after it's over. Guafan waved his hand and got into the Land Rover. Wow, old Zhao, the Range Rover. Zhang Shidong's mouth dropped open. Zhao, when he was also surprised for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. It was no surprise for Brother Fan, who could casually spend millions online, to have a car of this level in reality. Chapter 1080-108 Brother Fan, what brings you here? Beauty son, you're quite the busy person. It's not easy to get you here. Chun Jiaoyang praised Sun Jai before turning his attention to Guafan. Guafan, it's been a few years since I've seen you. Chun Jiaoyang asked. What have you been up to lately? Writing novels, Guafan replied. Ha ha. We have a great literary figure from our science class. You all go in first. It's in the Sun and Moon Hall. I still have to wait for other classmates and the old class monitor. Chun Jiaoyang didn't have much desire to chat. With a big beauty like Sun Jai, he couldn't show too much enthusiasm in public. And as for Guafan, a guy who just writes novels, what was there to be friendly about? The two walked side by side inside, and after a few steps, Sun Jai curiously asked, Wow, you write novels? That's impressive. Just to make a living. Can you tell me the name? I will go back and check. No. Guafan raised his eyes and saw the Sun and Moon Hall. Quickly took a few steps to open the door. Please, ladies first. Sun Jai sighed slightly and bit her lip, then stepped inside. The two arrived quite late, and many classmates were already there. When they entered, everyone's gaze turned to the door. Chapter 1090-109, the stars supporting the moon, as Zhao when you walked over. Most of the gazes followed him, so when they saw his attitude towards Guafan, everyone's mind went blank for a second. The entire room fell silent for a long time. They couldn't understand why the successful Zhao Wenyu would politely call Guafan brother. Sun Jia's heart sank. She originally thought she was the only one who knew Guafan was doing well, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wenyu and Guafan had already been in contact. Classmates' imaginations started running wild. The domineering CEO Guafan and his underling Zhao Wenyu. The young master Guafan's white glove Zhao Wenyu. The second-generation official Guafan's benefits conveyor Zhao Wenyu. Whatever absurdity they could think of, they threw it out there. Most classmates moved a few steps closer to Guafan. Wanted to know how a novelist like him had connections with a big boss like Zhao Wenyu. What can I come? Guafan raised an eyebrow, and Zhao Wenyu almost broke into a cold sweat. What he said earlier did have a questioning tone, but he swore to the heavens that he meant it as a surprise. After all, just moments ago, Brother Fan said he wouldn't come, and now he encountered him here. Who wouldn't he be surprised? Anyone could see Zhao Wenyu's panic and unease on his face, and in this situation, the others didn't dare to speak up. Chapter 1:10:01:10 Guild War Reform. Is everyone here? Shall we eat? Chun Jiaoyang shouted into the microphone, making sure everyone could hear clearly. Let this out. Let this out. I'm already starving. The classmates responded in unison. The socializing that needed to be done was already completed, and now everyone was hungry. All right, I'll have the dishes served now. Chun Jiaoyang signaled to the waiter to start bringing out the food, then walked over to Li Daqi. Old classmate, it's time to eat. Okay, today I'll shamelessly mooch a meal off you. Li Daqi stood up, still holding on to Guo Fan with his right hand. There were 2 tables set up in the room. Although both were the same size, the main table was evident from the seating arrangement. Chun Jiaoyang led Li Daqi to the main table, and the latter pushed Guo Fan to sit on his right side. Chun Jiaoyang felt a bit dissatisfied but couldn't say anything. He couldn't just tell Guo Fan in front of so many classmates that he shouldn't sit there, could he? Guo Fan, you just need to pour wine for the old classmate. You must serve him well, Chun Jiaoyang instructed. I have hands and feet. I don't need to serve anyone. Li Daqi looked at Guo Fan. Guo Fan, don't listen to him. Guo Fan smiled and said, respecting teachers and valuing education is what I should do. Wenyu, you sit on the teacher's left, keep him company while drinking. Speaking to Zhao Wenyu. Li Daqi's attitude became noticeably warmer. Chapter 111:0111 Brother Fan returns in a Magic Academy live broadcast room. During the daytime, the Magic Academy was busy dancing data dances to accumulate popularity. Only at night would they engage in PKs to reap profits, and how much they earned depended on how well they attracted viewers. However, the 6 female streamers of the Magic Academy no longer had to worry about not having enough to eat. They had become incomparable to their previous selves. After the 100 Flowers battle that day, the number of people during the data dance phase at the Magic Academy had reached over 9,000 and was about to break through the 10,000 mark. The 100 Flowers battle was what the fans of the Magic Academy called the PK that took place that day at Qing Tian 001. It could be said to be Brother Fan's battle for supremacy. Due to that PK, more and more people began to pay attention to the Magic Academy. Although most were just there to see the special effects during the big bosses battles, some were drawn in and became fans of certain streamers. However, Brother Fan hadn't shown up for a few days. Fortunately, there were many big bosses among the Academy streamers, and their battles were filled with special effects. Although it wasn't as shocking as the Carnival's 100-hit combo, it was enough to captivate viewers. It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Fan. I miss him so much. How long has it been? Just 2 days, right? Chapter 112:0111 Eager to improve. While everyone was eagerly vying for this opportunity, Yu had already packed her bags. Others thought she had given up a great future, but she had actually grasped her future. Yu, Brother Fan, I'm all set here. Should I go find you first? We can set off together when you're free. After sending the message, Yu nervously awaited Guo Fan's reply. She knew he wouldn't respond immediately, but she couldn't help but keep checking her phone. At 9 o'clock that evening, she finally received a message from Brother Fan. I come from the mundane. Come on. Those 2 words made Yu burst into a smile. Yu, then I'm coming. I'll arrive tomorrow. Can you come pick me up, Brother Fan? I come from the mundane. Send me your flight details. I come from the mundane. If you're late, just wait for me. Yu. Okay. The little girl happily went to sleep, overjoyed at the thought of seeing Brother Fan the next day. After chatting for a while with the excited Yu, Guo Fan finally went to sleep. The 2 went to bed peacefully, but the nightlife in the live broadcast room was just beginning. The Magic Academy won't be mentioned much, but with the daytime output from Brother Fan and the evening PK, the total number of votes in the live broadcast room reached over 2 million, ranking first in the guild. Chapter 114, just right. Son, where are you going again? To pick up a friend and take a stroll. What friend? You have friends? Why can't I have friends? You'll know when you see them. Soon, Guo Fan drove to the airport. The small city of Hexiang has no airport, so to take a flight, one must first come to the provincial capital. Fortunately, it's not far. It takes just over an hour by car. Originally, Guo Fan wanted to drive his new car, but it's a 2-seater. But then again, sports cars aren't meant for carrying people. If he wanted to do that, he should have bought a Wuling. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, more people recognized the Range Rover and occasionally cast curious glances at the big guy. However, since they had seen so many luxury cars, they would just take a glance and move on. But as soon as Guo Fan got out of the car, people looked at him multiple times. He left his mom in the car while he went to pick up Yu. Fortunately, Yu's flight was not delayed, and Guo Fan didn't have to wait long. The moment Yu saw Guo Fan, she immediately jumped into his arms. There are quite a few people here. Just let me hug you for a little while. Guo Fan could only pat her head, and when the little girl had enough hugging, he led her to meet his mom. Chapter 115. Can he really get 100 million votes? Little Bear Soma, what third-rate guild? Magic Academy. You mean that live broadcast room that has been getting over 1 million votes every day recently? In the eyes of the public, the Magic Academy's popularity has surpassed that of its guild, Little Bear Soma. Thanks to the fame of the Magic Academy, fans from other guilds' live broadcast rooms also learned about Little Bear Soma's plans for the guild competition. The name and deeds of I Come from the Mortal World were also spread. This I Come from the Mortal World is so strong, always getting over 1 million votes. This third-rate guild has risen because of this big brother. I heard there's a level 68 big brother who will compete against this Mortal World brother in the guild competition. So exciting, I have to go see it. If you ask me, it's all just child's play. The guild competition will top out at 10 million votes, not even close to KS. That's for sure. Even our 10 million might not get us into the top 10. This time I heard that the big spender Braised Pork is also going to participate in the guild competition. Are you talking about that big spender who got 20 million votes in one guild competition? That's him. I Come from the Mortal World only went to a small guild. If he came to our guild, he wouldn't even make it to the top 3. Chapter 116. First stop. TT's favorability increased by 5. TT's current favorability, 75. TT's sudden increase in favorability surprised Guo Fan. This little girl's favorability seemed to grow inexplicably. It couldn't be that she recently bought a new outfit, and Guo Fan said something that touched her heart. Could it? TT. Okay, big brother, I will definitely wear my prettiest clothes. Not only because of Brother Fan, but also to give herself a perfect conclusion. Guo Fan didn't say much more, lest he get her too excited and she wouldn't have any emotional value for tomorrow. Although he had enough money now. Who would complain about having too much money? He had enough to spend, but what about the next generation? And the next generation's next generation? That night, after finally waiting for Lu Wan to fall asleep, Yu sent Guo Fan a message with a heart full of grievances. Yu, Brother Fan, what does Annie do? Guo Fan, what's wrong? Yu, Annie asked about my ancestors for 3 generations and cleared it all up. Guo Fan, oh, she used to have a nickname, called the Hexiang Masses. Guo Fan insisted that she was just a friend, putting pressure on Yu, but he had never given her a definitive label. How could Yu dare to say anything more? Chapter 117, second stop. Wow, working so hard, yet not making as much as Taozi, just slacking off. She seemed quite popular, jumping all day long, but after a whole day of jumping, she barely made any money. If it weren't for Brother Fan's previous support, her salary wouldn't even match a third of Taozi's. How Taozi got close to Brother Fan was a bit of speculation among others. After all, she took a day off, and when she came back the next day, she started feeling unwell, while Brother Fan came every day to bring her a big dragon and Woon Ti let her jump. Unfortunately, not everyone has such opportunities. Others in the live broadcast room couldn't even private message Brother Fan. Watching her sister's life getting better, Wow was filled with mixed feelings, yet she also felt averse to such matters. Some young people always have a psychological barrier. Anyway, if she didn't compare herself to Taozi, her income was pretty good, and with so many big brothers in this guild competition, they would surely help her out a bit, right? Sure enough, quite a few of the big brothers who had supported her from the start came in with big votes. A total of 300,000, pushing her to first place, while the other streamers were still struggling at 10,000 votes. Taozi was eliminated not long after, but she didn't seem too upset because she really didn't lack money anymore. The other participants in the Squirrel Guild competition didn't have many big brothers. So unless something unexpected happened, Wow was destined to be first in this guild competition. Chapter 118, third stop. After watching the excitement, Guo Fan exited and went to the live broadcast room of the Little Bear Soma Guild competition with his main account. The start times for guild competitions are all about the same, but the end times vary. When Guo Fan entered the live broadcast room, the guild competition had just begun. I have to say, the Little Bear Soma live broadcast room really matched his aesthetic. It looked much more comfortable. In fact, some of the streamers in Little Bear Soma usually didn't follow the two-dimensional style, but once they got here, they were required to adopt that style, which was a way to specialize in a certain path. For example, the Yuja group and boy band of Linian Cue were just used to expand their business scope. Welcome, Brother Fan. The host was from the Magic Academy, and he stood out in the host team and was valued by the company, managing the overall flow of the guild competition. It may seem like hosting and streaming have nothing to do with each other, but they are somewhat related. If the live broadcast room is a machine, then the host is the lubricant. Only then do the big brothers feel comfortable using it. The host from the Magic Academy was also full of spirit. The room had become popular, which was one aspect, but making more money was the more important matter. Working hard to earn money is the goal, just like he was putting an effort to welcome Brother Fan, precisely because he spent a lot of money. Chapter 119. The fireworks supplier is happy. Why is the wind so cool? God has certified an increase. Then let us start with the first place. From my warm sun brother. The host's voice rose by 8 degrees. The first sentence is that the minimum guarantee is 1 million votes. Warm sun brother is so domineering. It's about to get intense right from the start. This is what it means to be a big brother, aiming for first place right away. Ching Tian 001 got excited at once, as the big brothers supported warm sun brother. After all, compared to this wealthy person who casually brushes tens of millions of votes, they're just poor people. On the Magic Academy side, there wasn't much tension. They were still wondering about Fan Jiange. Where's Fan Jiange? I'm the number one on the leaderboard. How can someone with just a few 100,000 still call themselves number one? Warm Sun Brother easily surpassed that. A few 100,000 votes really aren't too much in the guild competition, but it's one thing for the big brother to say so, and another for the fans to say it. The Magic Academy side just wanted to laugh. There was no sign of nervousness from the Magic Academy. After all, Fan Jiange has done this before, and maybe he is just lurking in another live stream. Fan Jiange really left. I saw him in another live stream. Huh? Is Fan Jiange serious? Which live stream? Chapter 120-120 Orange 80 Favorability in the Magic Academy live stream, which is also the Little Bear Soma Guild competition live stream. Due to the popularity of the Magic Academy, the guild decided to use it for the live stream. On one hand, the big brothers of the Magic Academy feel a sense of belonging when they brush, and on the other hand, it can also boost the popularity of this live stream account through the guild competition. Other live streams also want to, but no one can produce the revenue that the Magic Academy can. Welcome my Fan Jiange. There are several microphones on site, and seeing Fan Jiange come in, the Magic Academy reacted faster than their brains could think. Except for Ching Tian 001, who has a special situation. Other live streams hope to build a good relationship with Fan Jiange. Even a little bit of support would be enough for them. Guo Fan is indeed brushing gifts without being as serious as before, no longer insisting on looking for 80. As long as it brings him joy. PLL brush a bit. After all, he has gifted a lot of money. I come from the mortal realm. Host, can I send gifts now? The host of Ching Tian 001 fell silent. Normally, you wouldn't do this in a guild competition, but it's Fan Jiange making the request, so it's hard to refuse. The host of the Magic Academy stepped up and said, Fan Jiange, you can add gifts, but you'll have to make up for the fireworks later. Chapter 121-121 Heart of the Universe. Guo Fan truly didn't expect that the ruler also engaged in advanced consumption. The loan industry has also developed into the system realm. This came just in time, as he was a bit worried before, afraid that after 2 battles it would be unstable, wondering whether to use the double card. Now it's good, the gift money is much more abundant, giving him more confidence. Oh my god, Fan Jiange is still going. The host thought that Fan Jiange's additional support would just be to add 50,000 votes to take first place. Unexpectedly, Fan Jiange unleashed a big move right away. I send from a mortal realm. Gold Carnival X100. Is this called an additional support? Wow. He directly adds 100 gold cards. The starting point is almost catching up to last time South first place in the guild competition. Who starts with big moves like this? Ching Tian 001 fell silent. They knew Fan Jiange was hard to beat, but this was just the beginning. And no streamer had been eliminated yet they were already competing for first place. It feels like the other streamers don't even need to compete anymore. The fans can just send a few dignity votes, and no matter how hard they try, they just be in the top 10. Ching Tian 001 wasn't scared after all. Warm Sun Brother was still there. Last time they brushed tens of millions of votes. This time they would definitely break 10 million again. Chapter 122-0122 Perfect Control. A Heart of the Universe is not the end. Guo Fan is still clicking. Oh no, his clicker is still clicking. A Heart of the Universe is worth 18,888. Guo Fan clicked a full 200. I send from a mortal realm. Heart of the Universe X 200. Oh my gosh. It's the first time I've seen so many Hearts of the Universe. Fan Jiange leveled up again, now at level 66. This level is enough for me to level up several times. Fan Jiange knows how to be romantic. This is his first heart of the universe sent in the Magic Academy. And it's also the first heart of the universe for the Magic Academy. Fan Jiange actually has the first 16 level badge. There's no way around it. It's the power of money. Shrugging JPG. This special effect is so beautiful. Speaking of which, this level 16 wasn't entirely for the orange level, but at this moment, no one would bring up such a mood-killing topic. Thanks to my Fan Jiange for the 200 hearts of the universe. The host of the Magic Academy was extremely excited. What does it mean that Fan Jiange can send hearts of the universe? It means he has made the Magic Academy his home. Otherwise, why would he send a heart of the universe instead of the 30,000 votes? You have to know that wealthy big brothers often find cheap gifts troublesome. Chapter 123.0.1.2.3 Closing the Gap. The audience looked at the screen with anticipation. Since Fan Jiange could say this, he must be planning something big, and today they're definitely in for a treat. The popularity brought by the carnival retained a large portion. There are always plenty of onlookers. What guild is this? How many votes have they gotten? The first and second places have reached 10 million votes. My God, this is even more intense than KSS side. They only have 1 million votes. Little Bear Soma? I've never seen this guild before. Is it newly opened? So powerful? Zhao, when you looked at the number of people in the live stream, which had surpassed 20,000, and smiled so wide. Luckily, he listened to Fan Gu and prepared in advance. The company's publicity team have been working for a long time. As long as they do a good job with the traffic, his guild might leap to become a quasi-first-tier guild. Little Bear Soma Guild Competition, a battle of riches, starting with 10 million votes. How's this title? Originally, the streamers were numb from watching the carnival, but once Fan Jiange spoke, they were also curious about how big a gap he would create. They were a bit jealous of the orange level at first, but now all that's left is admiration. Thinking carefully, what qualifications do they have to get close to such a wealthy big brother? Is it because of their superb photo editing skills? Only a few streamers from the Magic Academy have those qualifications. They each have their unique beauty, and although they can't sing or dance, they are still qualified as decorative vases. Chapter 124.0.1.2.4 Boss. Still dancing? 1,000 gold cards? It's the first time I've seen so many carnivals. 300,000 Chinese yuan, just like that? A life of mine isn't worth that much money. The special effects of the gold cards made the audience feel nauseated. Many started to block the gift effects, which delayed them from watching the funny chat of the netizens. The newcomers are still watching the carnival effects playing one by one, but it won't be long before they get tired and start to block the effects. Warm Sun Brother is level 71, now that the true god of wealth. Warm Sun Brother leveled up 3 times today. Little Bear Soma really made a profit. Suddenly there's a 20 million gap. Let us see how the other side catches up. Thanks to Warm Sun Brother for his 1,000 golden carnivals. The host, Sweet 001, allowed a sharp, broken voice. Just counting so many Huazi would take a few minutes, and everyone present stared blankly at the numbers constantly jumping. Only after a few seconds did the host react. They had truly never seen such a scene. Zhao Wenyu's hands were trembling, his scalp tingling, and he was in a state of excitement. 40 million votes. A full 40 million votes. This was a number that only top guilds could achieve. Chapter 125. Why has the gap shrunk? In the private room, as the Atmosphere team retreated, it was a mess. Originally, this Atmosphere team was supposed to be used for celebrating after a victory. Brother Young, don't you still have enough votes to surpass him? What is the use of surpassing him? We lost the momentum. Winter Sun was filled with thoughts. It wasn't just about winning the votes. The momentum had to be overwhelming. If it wasn't for the lack of strength to send 3,000 Huazi, he would have definitely started sending them. Brother Yang, you don't understand. He just wants to intimidate you with his momentum. He probably doesn't have that many votes. Warm Sun's friend said, but what's the use? The one with the most votes is the real winner. After losing, no matter how much momentum you have, it's just empty bravado. Winter Sun felt this made sense. He had thought about the possibility that Brother Fanjian could keep brushing, but he subconsciously didn't want to believe it. People always think in a way that is beneficial to themselves. Moreover, he wasn't out of money, just out of money for momentum. Admitting defeat was impossible. In the guild competition live room, those who didn't block could still see the effects playing. If it didn't block, it might not finish until dark. Considering the battle wasn't over, this effect might last until midnight. Chapter 126. I don't think it's suitable for you to stay here in second place. I come from the mortal realm. Sending Dragon soaring 9 heavens x 666. This combo while not as shocking as 1,000, still looked quite auspicious. Switch dragons. This dragon is also nice. Brother Fanjian used the big dragon to say, 666. I can only hit 666. Another 20 million votes. It really exceeded 100 million. This is the first time I've seen such a large number. It feels like it's enough to be recorded in Douyin history tonight. Zhao, when you watch the number of viewers in the live room continually rise, his heart racing. Now, he not only felt confident, but even dared to look down on others. The KS Guild is just like that. Zhao Wenyu thought happily. Thanks to my brother Fanjian for the 666 dragon soaring 9 heavens. The host shouted excitedly, his voice already beginning to get hoarse. To give the big brother the best show, he shouted with all his might. After the guild competition ended, he would need a rest for a few days to recover his voice. Orange successfully broke through 100 million votes, surpassing personal vote records and the guild's highest vote record. The 666 sent by brother Fanjian was just short by 20,000. But Orange's votes weren't exactly 80 million. There were decimals, but just now it was all in the tens of millions, and afterward, Orange successfully broke through 100 million votes. Chapter 127. There are still too few people from the Magic Academy. The stars were the first to recognize brother Fanjian. Orange was the tallest with the longest legs. Meat had the strongest sense of ambition. Only the three of them had no particularly outstanding characteristics. Suddenly, life felt a bit gray. On the public screen, the moment brother Fanjian typed, the gifts began to flood in. This time he changed the gift to Duke of Nebula. Meat felt this gift had special meaning. With the big rose, wasn't he this brother Fanjian expressing his affection? Although this expression was subtle, she understood. I come from the mortal realm. Sending Duke of Nebula X 3000. Meat's favorability increased by 20. Meat's current favorability, 60. Some say money cannot buy love. But Guafan wants to say that it might just be that the money isn't enough. Dropping 10 million, without even meeting, his favorability had already increased by 20. Although the cost effectiveness didn't seem high, Guafan's main goal wasn't favorability. Anything beyond the main goal could be considered a pleasant surprise. Meat's favorability broke through 50, and his salary increased by another 900,000, reaching 3 million. It's different when you have hacks. You don't have to do anything to get the leader to distribute money, and the salary keeps increasing. Chapter 128, Leader, Level 13, Perceiving. Collecting data, perceiving audience emotions, collecting data, system upgrading, upgrade complete. Owner, Guafan, Level 13 Experience. 131480000, daily tip amount, 5 million, 5 million, 10 million, 10 million. Lu and favorability, 120 Mom, Jiu favorability, 100, Yu, Wang Jiasin favorability, 100, Stars, Baiyu favorability, 80, Peach, Xiang Ime favorability, 5, Wanwan, Yang Jixin favorability, 5, Bag, Huashiyu favorability, 75, Cha-Cha, Li Yusin favorability, 100, Orange, Su Qingming favorability, 60, Meat, Lin Yushi favorability, 50, Lin Zhao. Xiaoping favorability, 50, Xiaoping. Xiaochensi favorability, 30, Peach, Binded Anchors. Yu, Vandan, Buck, Beat, Bava, Stars, Litres Heb, Species Strips, Vandan, Cha-Cha, Gui, Coconut, Orange, Meat, Lin, Xiaoping, Beat, Top Tersata Coxcumendu Hexa, Reviving, Ta-Ta. The 6 anchors streamed for a while before successively going offline to eat. At this moment, Orange sent a private message. Orange, brother Fanjian. Do I look good when I jump? I come from the mortal realm. Pretty good. Orange, this dance actually looks better up close. Do you want me to dance for you in person? I come from the mortal realm. I guess your dance is missing a prop. Orange, huh? What is missing? I come from the mortal realm. A flute. Guafan took Yu out for a quick meal. And a handsome man and beautiful woman attracted a lot of attention. He didn't take her to any fancy restaurant. Just casually found a roadside stall to eat some barbecue. Yu has always been silly and happy, and, for a moment, she felt like she had truly become the girlfriend of Brother Fan. She also knew that her relationship with Brother Fan was a bit ambiguous. She had tried to confess a few times, but ultimately hesitated. She feared that if she confessed, they might not even remain friends. Apart from her beauty, she had nothing, and beautiful women were the last thing Brother Fan lacked. Brother Fan, Yu called softly, as if afraid of scaring someone. Guafan took a big bite of meat skewers before asking, "What's wrong? Are you full?" Chapter 130. 0130. You name a number, thanks to my meat brother for the 1005 Golden Carnival. The host shouted loudly. 1,005 carnivals are quite rare, even in the KS Guild competition. That's 30 million votes, equivalent to 3 million in Huaxia currency. What is Meat God trying to do, suddenly going so big? Everyone else is in the millions of votes, and Meat God directly shot up to tens of millions. 1005, isn't this the birthday of 15? Qianyang's braised pork. 15, be happy, every day. This man, oh my God, I'm crying. Meat God has something big planned. 15 was moved, her eyes reddening with tears. Since the live stream began, Meat God had been with her, and over the year, he had given her several million. Not just materially, but also in terms of emotional support. He was like a devoted and capable older brother. Guo Fan pursed his lips. What's going on? Playing pure love in a guild competition. Should he play or not? Not playing felt like wasting the setup. But playing didn't feel right either since he had no deep enmity with braised pork. Guo Fan decided to flip a coin to decide. However, he didn't have a coin on hand, so he created a small program to generate random numbers. If it generated 0, he would play, and if it generated 19, he wouldn't. Chapter 131. 013. The pressure brought by Brother Fan. Everyone felt that Brother Fan was not here to compete in the guild tournament, but rather to have fun. He was aiming for first place, and was just playing mini-games with Cha-Cha. However, this mini-game wasn't something everyone could afford to play. Thanks to Brother Fan for sending 333 hands of Dragon Knight and Urban Knight. 10 million votes. Cha-Cha successfully came to the second position. Cha-Cha was stunned for a long time. Were all wealthy people this good at playing? She clearly hadn't intended to say a number. If Cha-Cha really hadn't said a number, Guo Fan had plenty of ways around it. For instance, she just standing there could be counted as one, with 2 eyes and 5 fingers. Wanting to spend money was easy to justify, and everyone would agree it was reasonable. This is the charm of money. Brother Fan is too clever. He gave away 10 million for a single phrase. Didn't someone just say Brother Fan only had 3 million votes left? Did he charge this 10 million with coffin money? Brother Fan really has no cooldown period. He wouldn't be aiming for 1 billion votes here in KS. Would he? The KS side felt a bit anxious since he was a level 75 big brother. If it came down to it, he might not be easy to beat. Moreover, Brother Fan's level 75 was just that level, not because he hadn't farmed enough. Chapter 132. 0132. The dispute begins. Bye was still trying hard to gather votes until the last second. At this moment, the host also didn't give up and began counting down the seconds. Bye had too many fans, and there were also many big brothers. What if one of them got a little impulsive and wanted to fight for first place? Or maybe a big brother was still on their way riding a horse. Should they give him a little more time? Count down to 5. 5. It wasn't easy for Bye to get here. Although the gap was a bit large, there were many family members supporting her. If everyone contributed a little, Bye could overcome this difficulty. Guo Fan was also stunned upon hearing this. It was too straightforward. Could they really gather 5 million votes? Everyone, pitch in a bit. We have to help Bye break 10 million votes. Courier, 10 sports cars, Bye, Demon Brother. Here they come. Someone took the lead. Thanks to Demon Brother for the 10 sports cars. Thank you, Demon Brother. You're too cool. Demon Brother replied. That is all I have. Family, team up. The 10 cars from Demon Brother sounded like the starting gun. And Bye's family began to bring in the sports cars. One by one, the sports cars were sent out. The host couldn't keep up with the speed at which the cars were appearing. Chapter 133. 0133. How many stars are on your skirt? There must be many people who like someone like Brother Fan. The streamers from the Magic Academy must have put in a lot of effort to keep him. Even so, after finishing the Small Bear Soma Guild, Brother Fan still came to see her. What else could this be but true love? Cha-Cha felt she had misunderstood Brother Fan before. Although he didn't pay much attention to her and hadn't watched her for a long time, it wasn't his fault. There were too many people outside trying to scheme for Brother Fan's money. Cha-Cha's favorability increased by 10. Cha-Cha has current favorability 85. The 80 favorability milestone has been reached. Guo Fan actually wasn't thinking about competing for first place. He was just trying to build favorability with Cha-Cha. However, if he accidentally took first place, that couldn't be helped. After all, it was their lack of strength. Favorability acceleration. When you spend over 50 favorability points on a bound female streamer, the cooldown time for the reward distribution will be shortened. 1 million yuan shortens by 1 hour. Well then, Guo Fan rubbed his chin. It seemed like the system was afraid he wouldn't win. With both advanced consumption and favorability acceleration, he roughly calculated that at his current level, it was equivalent to spending 24 million for 10 million. Chapter 134. 0134 Brother Fan has no votes? To permanently corrode magic, the god has certified an additional update. Congratulations to Cha-Cha for successfully passing the microphone. And congratulations to Cha-Cha for successfully surpassing 100 million votes. The host shouted loudly. Brother Fan really is a bottomless pit. Earlier he was sending gifts scattered, and now he is only sending to Cha-Cha. I can't even imagine. How about we have dual champions? Continuing like this isn't suitable for anyone. On the public screen, all the viewers were shocked by such a vote count. They had never seen Brother Fan give gifts like this. They could understand why Qian Yong's braised pork sent so much. After all, it was the anniversary, and Meat God had indeed accompanied her for such a long time, so it was normal for him to spend money. But what about Brother Fan? How long had he been here? The Magic Academy seemed to have only been there for a month, and he had known Cha-Cha for even less time. How did so many gifts come pouring out? Some people thought the streamer must have been under some hidden rules, but how long had it been? Was Brother Fan just playing together, or had he been secretly involved? Moreover, that much money was really too much. They brushed so much that they were all anxious. The braised pork, who was diving, had already prepared himself mentally. A big brother who could brush like this must have strength. However, he previously hoped that Brother Fan would run out of tickets on the Xiaoxiong Soma side. But now, seeing this, that hope was dashed. Chapter 135. Brother Fan ascends to God. Douyin prompts. Your diamond balance is insufficient. Please recharge. Guofan was stunned for a few seconds when he saw this prompt pop up on Douyin. Goodness, how long has it been since he last saw this prompt? He didn't expect to see it today. With the increasing rewards from the Tongzi, and since he hadn't brushed much, his balance kept growing. It's also his fault. He brushed a bit too much today, and the 10 billion he had saved in his account just got brushed away. It seems he is not invincible on Douyin either. He can lose as well. The braised pork on the opposite side is very strong. So much money just brushed away like that. What could one do with that money? Just brush it all for one person? At least Guofan himself brushed for several. Fortunately, he only ran out of diamonds in his account, not money. Tongzi, recharge for me. His reward money refreshed to 10 million, and with a day of overspending, his account suddenly increased by 200 million. Why did Brother Fan disconnect? His account must be out of money. The meat god is too fierce. He actually drained Brother Fan dry. Now there's hope. Express delivery. Brother Fan. If it's inconvenient, contact the express delivery. I come from the mortal world. Sorry, I just ran out of tickets. Recharge a bit. Let's continue. Chapter 136. Mortal Amusement Park. How about we use the commission to invite Cha-Cha for tea? Someone suggested. This idea is really good. If Brother Fan comes to question us, you can take the blame. With someone of Brother Fan's strength, would you dare to bully the streamers he supports? Don't think about using tough measures anymore. The guild leader said, in terms of commission benefits, meet Cha-Cha's requirements and use sincerity to keep her. Let's plan for the worst case with Cha-Cha. If she leaves, how do we keep Brother Fan? Everyone fell into silence. When Brother Fan's fame just started, they didn't pay much attention as the highest achievement back then was just over 10 million votes. KS didn't lack that either. But today, in the guild competition, Brother Fan became a god in one battle. In the two guild competitions, they took first place, and even Xiaoxiong side took the top 6. This is the real god-level wealth. If it had nothing to do with them, that would be fine, but since there's this layer of relationship with Cha-Cha, they must make good use of it. I heard that Brother Fan likes the two-dimensional style, so we can also try the two-dimensional style here. The quality of beauties in the KS Guild is much higher than that of Xiaoxiong Soma, but they just haven't ventured into the two-dimensional style before. Chapter 137. Everyone wants to play with Brother Fan for Ding Xiaojia from Haidong. God's certification add-on. Guofan began to live the happy life he could only dream of before, traveling all over China. He didn't have to fill his schedule too tightly, go to one place on the first day, another place on the third day, leaving enough time for rest. No need to worry about time constraints or wasting money. The scenery is beautiful, the food is great, and there are beautiful women around. Guofan felt that this is what life is truly about. When the plane landed, Guofan intentionally checked his private messages on Douyin. He had just installed a lot of new followers yesterday, wanting to hear others' flattery. He wouldn't even mention the various fan groups of other streamers. As soon as Guofan sent a message, the fans would rush in, some quoting poetry, others bragging. Guofan didn't know if those truly wealthy people like this kind of flattery, but he certainly enjoyed it. Orange, brother Fan, the Magic Academy is on break. Where are you? I'm a bit bored. Can I come play with you? Yuyo saw Guofan reply on Douyin and went to busy herself. She is understanding and will maintain distance. I come from the mortal world. I'm an SY, playing with friends. Orange, is it Yuyo? Chapter 138. Being utilized for Yasan. God's certification add-on at a height of over 1.8 meters, Guofan towered over these southern little potatoes. With a perfect body ratio and a face like a work of art, a slight smile was extremely impactful. After just finishing his workout, Guofan's muscles were bulging. Sweat not yet wiped off, exuding a strong boyfriend vibe. Even the stars and Yuyo, who had seen him often, couldn't help but blush. Stop looking. You'll have plenty of chances to see. Guofan shouted. Orange and the others also regained their composure. Brother Fan looks even better than those idols they like. Why chase idols when they can chase Brother Fan? So handsome, so manly, and so rich. How could such a perfect person exist in the real world? Are you hungry? Let me order something to eat. Guofan said. Xiaoping raised her hand. Brother Fan, I can cook. Orange, not wanting to be outdone. Brother Fan, I can cook several cuisines. Let me show you my skills. Linlin asked in confusion. Why should I cook for you? Linlin, the suite has a kitchen, and the hotel has ingredients, so there are indeed conditions for Orange and them to cook. All right, you can't stay long anyway. Just rest and try the chef skills at this hotel. Guofan decisively said. Chapter 139. A suggestion for Douyin if Tongzi Henti had this reminder. Guofan probably would have forgotten about the special points. It turns out special points are obtained based on the influence he has caused. His actions affecting others would provide him with a certain value of special points. The settlement happens at midnight, and since yesterday's time was short, it was combined with today as settlement. These special points don't seem easy to earn. He played 2 guild competition PKs with over 100 million votes each and had a bunch of live streams named after him. Yet he only got 100,000 special points. But guild competitions aren't played every day, and Douyin doesn't have many activities. So how can you earn special points in large quantities? You need 1 million special points to unlock the special exchange store. Guofan suddenly had a bright idea. Opened a private chat interface and contacted his exclusive customer service, Ruan. After all, he is a max-level big brother and has brushed 100 million. So it's reasonable to make some requests, right? I come from the mortal world. Are you there? Ruan. Hello, how can I help you? I come from the mortal world. Can you organize a group broadcast event? Ruan. Sorry, I cannot decide this. But I have recorded your request and will report it to the leadership immediately. Chapter 140. Big Red Envelope Brother Fan. I'm your little fan, Guofan. Thank you for your support. Brother Fan, sing a song. Guofan. Sorry, I can't sing well. Fan Jiangu, why are you so rich? Guofan. Just a bit of luck. Fan Jiangu is really low-key. No matter how good the luck is, you still need strength to support it. Guofan thought for a moment and felt that anyone who got the resources could become a wealthy person. It had nothing to do with strength. After chatting with the fans for a while, Xing apologetically said, We are about to start the broadcast. I have to go offline now. You can go offline. Leave your phone behind. Not everyone is here to see you. They are here to see Fan Jiangu. Exactly, you go to your broadcast. Let Fan Jiangu continue chatting with us. His voice is super pleasant. Xing. Guofan said, Everyone, don't make things difficult for Xing. Young people can't be away from their phones. That's true. I have to carry my phone no matter what I do now. Without mobile payment, I would starve to death. All right, I'll start a live broadcast. You all can come over. Guofan thought for a moment and said, Sound good. Hurry up and start. Fan Jiangu, take us to watch the group broadcast. Chapter 1410141 The cake is being prepared. The management of the live broadcast room reported this matter to Zhao Wenyu. President Zhao. Yesterday, Fan Jiangu started a live broadcast, and the traffic in the live room dropped by more than half. Zhao Wenyu looked at the live broadcast management as if he were looking at an idiot. You are not suited to lead the Magic Academy. I will arrange for someone to go over, and you can go back and hand over your work. President Zhao. The live broadcast room management panicked. The Magic Academy is in a rising period. It's the time to fill bags with money. Various bonuses are pouring in. Leaving now is worse than killing him. Zhao Wenyu, however, did not give him a chance and directly drove him away. Short-sighted, lacking a big-picture perspective, it's fine to manage a small live broadcast room. But if he continues to manage the Magic Academy, it could ruin the live broadcast room. The Magic Academy is currently the cash cow for Little Bear Soma, a top priority for Zhao Wenyu, and no one can harm it. What? You ask if Fan Jiangu can do it? Absurd. Everything Fan Jiangu does is for the benefit of the Magic Academy. However, the guild management did remind him that Fan Jiangu is very attractive now, and the group broadcast guild wants to extract some benefits from this wealthy person. The style of the live broadcast room is becoming more and more two-dimensional. The personnel in the live broadcast room are becoming more two-dimensional, and the content of the live broadcast room is becoming more two-dimensional. It feels like they're creating a trap to capture Fan Jiangu. Chapter 142:0142 Singing anchor fans were urging them, and Guo Fan was looking at his own. The Magic Academy has some new changes. Guo Fan couldn't quite say what the changes were. It just felt more pleasing to the eye. I come from the mortal realm to deliver Dragon Rider X6. I come from the mortal realm. Let's do some activities together. Fan Jiangu, you are handsome. Thank you, Fan Jiangu, for treating us to watch the dance. Fan Jiangu, look, everyone else has regained health. You not regaining health is making the other big brothers awkward. Stop joking. Fan Jiangu probably spends money at a speed that doesn't even match how fast he earns it. Guo Fan thought this person was really clever, although there were discrepancies. If he wasn't spending money diligently, he really wouldn't keep up with the speed at which resources are being distributed. After this data dance in the Magic Academy ended, Guo Fan opened his newly purchased computer. The relevant settings were adjusted by Yu. Guo Fan could just use it directly. Guo Fan started the live broadcast. Soon, some people entered the live room first. Steelhand, Fan Jiangu, you secretly started the broadcast without saying a word. Advertising position recruitment. Fan Jiangu, start a video. I want to see if you're more handsome than me. Gray, is Fan Jiangu giving out red envelopes today? 3 flowers on top. Fan Jiangu, let's get started. I'm ready. Chapter 143:0143 Binding Anchors. Danger. Lulu finished singing the song before starting to thank for the gifts. Thank you to the immortal boss for the fireworks rain. Thank you for your cooperation. Lulu smiled lightly. Does the immortal boss have any songs he wants to hear? Oh, just now you said you were tired. But once people arrived, you started singing. Old fans aren't human, right? Does this still need to be sung again for the immortal boss? I just started broadcasting a few days ago. What old fans do I have? The immortal boss has already spent more than a carnival. What's wrong with requesting a song? It's over. Lulu is going to be corrupted by the immortal boss with money. The boss is generous. Starting with a grand fireworks show. The live room of Lulu was praising the immortal boss for being generous, while Guo Fan's live room was criticizing Fan Jiangu for not being good enough. Fan Jiangu, this fireworks show was a bit short. It was over in a few minutes. This isn't like you, Fan Jiangu. Fan Jiangu, hurry and send the big dragon. I can't wait any longer. Didn't you all notice Fan Jiangu's balance? It's several tens of millions of diamonds. Isn't that normal for Fan Jiangu? Guo Fan, this song signifies that the fireworks are brilliant yet fleeting. This anchor has some skills. Guo Fan himself likes two-dimensional culture. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been drawn in by Little Bear Soma. Chapter 144:0144 Host. Carnival dance, what does the immortal boss want to hear? Lulu counted on her fingers and added, you can choose 3 songs now. Steel Hand, did we add ours? Added, otherwise how could there be 3 songs? Immortal boss, touch my top. Choose 2 songs you like to sing. For the remaining one, I will let you know what I want. X66, Fan Jiangu, you are hogging everything. Okay, so you will have an in-depth exchange with the anchor after going offline? Fan Yi, you are too corrupt. In Guo Fan's live room, fans were criticizing him. Guo Fan didn't even look at the bullet screen, enjoying listening to Lulu sing. The 2 songs Lulu chose were both in minor languages, rumored to be anime insert songs, but Guo Fan's familiarity with two-dimensional culture wasn't high. So he couldn't tell what they were, but it didn't stop him from thinking they were good. Alright, once again, thank you to the immortal boss for the support. Today's live broadcast is coming to an end. I'm going offline now. The fans all refused, but most fans are like this. They are very reluctant when their favorite anchor goes offline, not wanting the anchor to leave, but she isn't a tool person, she has to rest. Lulu decisively went offline. She turned to her assistant. Who is this immortal boss? You told me to welcome him when he arrived. Do you know him? Chapter 145:0145 Special Gameplay. Bai held a stick in her hand. The stick was taller than her by a head, and because of her small hands, the stick was also very thin. Bai's small face was full of seriousness as she began to twirl the stick, and when she danced. Guo could even hear the whistling sound of the wind. Finally, with a mighty swing, the stick hit the ground of the live broadcast room. And both the floor and the stick were of good quality, so Bye was shaken a bit. The little girl indeed has a strong contrast. Her small stature packs a lot of energy, and she's wearing a JK skirt, making the scene incredibly beautiful when she spins around. Wow, this livestream room has something special. Even the host has talent. It must be a deliberate setup, after all. There are always big shots willing to call the host out during the carnival. Yeah, with such beauty and talent, it would be a shame not to showcase her. That stick must hurt a lot when it hits someone. Hit me. Hit me. How is it going, immortal brother? Are you satisfied? Bye took back the microphone and was panting heavily. She exerted a lot of effort. After all, the big shot chose the dance for the carnival. And she had to make him feel it was worth it. Guofan didn't reply, but he sent out gifts. Immortal supports me. Sending out Carnival X10, Chapter 146. Arena Battle Guofan was no longer the Guofan of the past. He was now Guofan. Even the number 91 couldn't shake his resolve. Now, when sending gifts, he only cared about how fun they were. Immortal supports me. Sending out Shining Star X1. I'm dying of laughter. Guofan actually sent such a small gift. That's a lot. Okay, enough for a meal. A rich guy's meal can't possibly be only 99 yuan, right? Guofan wanted to say that he wasn't born with a golden key. He would also eat things worth 99. Thank you, immortal brother, for giving me a life recharge. I will work hard. Bye spun the stick and held it steady. This time, with Guofan in control, the fans obediently didn't send gifts. Even a few rebellious ones sending small gifts didn't have much impact. After one round of voting, Bye only received 1 life and still had to face the attacks of 5 female streamers. The arena battle began. The 5-person battle turned into a 6-person battle, making the venue seem even more crowded. To allow the audience to clearly see the streamers' faces, the venue wasn't enlarged and remained the same. With the hostess command, the battle kicked off. They're serious, really gonna fight Bye. Bye is too pitiful. She only has 1 life. Chapter 147. Each with their own thoughts. Hard to achieve greatness, some say that money is the best catalyst. With a reward of 1,000,000 votes, the 5 streamers suddenly became energized. If it were someone else saying they would send 1,000,000 votes, they might not believe it, but this was Guofan, the man who recently sent 10 billion votes. Sending 1,000,000 votes would be easy for him. Immortal supports me, sending out Golden Carnival X33. Thank you, Guofan, for the Golden Carnival. Guofan is generous. The prize money has arrived. Ladies, let us practice. Immortal supports me. I'll send it first. Whoever wins gets it. Guofan really didn't lack a few million votes, so he sent it in advance to encourage the streamers to put in more effort. Guofan is generous. Wow, the prize money is given out before the winner is decided. This is what a rich guy is like, with the prize money sitting there. The 5 streamers' eyes lit up. 10,000 yuan isn't worth much online. After all, the average annual salary online is in the millions, and many own luxury cars and villas, but in reality, they still have to bow for a few hundred yuan. 1,000,000 votes mean 10,000 huaxia coins. Even after fees, that's over 20,000, earning that much in a day. Who wouldn't work hard? It's just exchanging dignity for money. What's so hard about that? They came a live stream and could dance for a tiny gift, so why couldn't they fight for 20,000? It's not like it's a real fight. Chapter 148. The immortal ex-ranger Star just arrived at the company, and while thinking of messaging Guofan, she saw a friend request. Hello, I'm Cha from the Wine Red Rose. I have something to consult you about. The streamer circle is small, and it's normal for Cha to get her green bubble. She could find out by asking a few people, and adding girls is not as strict as boys adding girls. Star thought for a long time about whether to accept. To be honest, she felt a bit hostile toward Cha. On one hand, it's because Cha is very pretty. On the other hand, it's because Cha was individually gifted 6 billion votes by Guofan. Star couldn't figure out Guofan's thoughts and could only roughly judge their importance to him based on the size of his gifts. After much hesitation, Star accepted the friend request. After all, they are both female streamers supported by Guofan. Having a bad relationship would unnecessarily upset him. Cha, hello, Star, hello, Cha. After a 2-second silence, Star waited for Cha's next words, since the latter mentioned she had something to consult her about. Cha, Star, can you tell me what Guofan looks like? Star, you haven't seen Guofan? Chapter 149. prize pool, gameplay. Thank you to all the Rangers for supporting the various streamers of the Magic Academy. The host expressed gratitude. Star and the others took turns thanking them. Who are these people? Probably fans from various families. But it's not that coincidental, right? Guafan's account is gone, but he hasn't left. Ha ha ha. Saying it like that makes me feel it's Guafan. Only he is both rich and likes to stir things up. Guafan. It's true that I'm a bit easy to guess now. I should hide a bit. Maybe just in a sports car or something so that these people can't connect the Rangers with me. Miss No-No. Guafan really knows how to have fun. Steel Hand. It might not necessarily be Guafan. There are plenty of big shots in the Magic Academy who could do this. Maybe they secretly formed a group to plan this. Guafan thought it might be better to hold off on blocking Steel Hand for now. The fact that Guafan opened 6 small account for the Immortal X Ranger also prompted others to change their names. Pure Love changed to Xset Sale, while those stirring trouble changed to XX Creator, instantly making the names in the public screen a chaotic mess. The streamers were both amused and speechless while thanking for the gifts. However, the program effect of stirring trouble was indeed good. The big shots were willing to send gifts to cooperate. Chapter 150. Change of Demand. Sister No-No is still thinking about Guafan's attention. They're using Star as an excuse now. Star suddenly felt a sense of crisis. At first, she quite liked this older sister who supported her, but unexpectedly, this woman was just as ill-intentioned as Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha was more naive, but Miss No-No could hide herself. She looked at Sister No-No's photo. Although she didn't show her face, her figure was great, plus she had money. The competition was fierce. Such a woman would definitely be better at attracting men than she was. No way. She had to come up with some strategies. Over here, Guafan had already accepted Miss No-No's follow request and followed her back. A girl who supports the stars like this. It's no big deal for Guafan to give her a follow. Many big brothers from the Magic Academy follow her, and some even maintain good online friendships. In the internet age, having a few good online friends you've never met is just too normal. Let us check the score. Tongzi. The score is 75. Although it doesn't meet Tongzi's binding conditions, this score is actually quite good. With some dressing up, she could be a great beauty, plus she is a little rich lady, so some young boys would probably flock to her. However, Guafan isn't very interested. He is not short on money and doesn't need to rely on anyone. If he were to find someone, he would definitely look for someone young and beautiful. Chapter 151. 0151 Beep Beep in the morning. After listening to Chun Jiaoyang's report about the current situation of the companies he invested in, Guafan learned that Chun was detailing everything, both the good and the bad, of course, not directly but in a concealed manner. His simple idea was that the friendship between him and Guafan, as classmates, was more important and worth nurturing. The company name was set to be Fan Jian Industrial Company, Limited. The company's business involves processing semi-finished products, and Guafan doesn't need to worry about the initial orders, which will be brought in by Chun Jiaoyang. He just needs to prepare the corresponding equipment and workers. Later on, it would be up to Guafan, or rather, his mother to figure things out. However, Guafan didn't see any difficulty, if necessary. He could always start another upstream company and give himself orders. Chun Jiaoyang quite liked this kind of big boss who paid generously and asked for little. Although funding approval required Lu Wen's consent, that was quite normal since it was about the money bag and it had to be scrutinized. Mr. Fan, would you like to take some time to come and inspect? Chun Jiaoyang asked. The company site was already settled, being the former premises of a bankrupt enterprise in the county, and they directly employed the original staff, which also somewhat solved local employment issues. Chapter 152. 0152. I deserve it. Xing Xing and the others were just on par with her, but Cha-Cha's looks had clearly reached another dimension. Her body proportions, facial features, and temperament were all perfect, unlike herself, who had short legs. Yes, hello, Sister Yu. Cha-Cha politely replied. This is the first streamer that Brother Fan supported, right? I didn't expect Brother Fan would take her with him on his travels. It seems she is very important to him. It seemed a bit difficult for her to snatch Brother Fan away from her. After all, no matter how good it was just the first time. No, I must have confidence in myself. She has made so many preparations for this opportunity. Come on in. Do you two want to chat at the door all day? Guafan said. Oh. Yu quickly stepped aside and brought Cha-Cha in, who also saw Guafan sitting on the sofa. It was a face that made one unable to help but feel good about him. Xing Xing is lying. He's not just handsome. He's simply a dreamboat. Are there really men like this in reality? And I actually met one, and he is so rich. Cha-Cha's heart raced heavily. Cha-Cha's favorability increased by 5. Chapter 153. 015, new guild and mysterious tycoon for the loyal heroes of York City. The great god confirmed an update. Guo-Fan called Yu, and she finally returned. Why did it take so long? Guo-Fan asked with concern. The hotel happened to run out, so I went to buy it. Yu replied. You worked hard. The two exchanged smiles, knowing some things but couldn't be too explicit. Guo-Fan and Yu were playing a guessing game, which made Cha-Cha's face turn red. She felt like a third wheel. No, that's not right. Brother Fan isn't married yet. This is normal competition. However, she couldn't compete now. She had chosen a monetary relationship instead of an emotional one. Perhaps this wasn't a good choice, but for Cha-Cha, it was already a decent one. She thought Brother Fan would belittle her because of this, but he didn't. He was really gentle. Xingxing was wrong about that. Sister Yu, what do you like to do usually? Cha-Cha took the initiative to engage Yu. They would see each other often in the future, and having a good relationship would make Brother Fan happier. Cha-Cha initially approached with the intention of flattering, and Yu casually responded, but as they chatted, they suddenly found that they liked many of the same things, shared similar values, and had compatible personalities. Chapter 154. 015, phone Linwan? Zhao, when you was startled. That phone? Yes, the assistant nodded. Phone Linwan was one of the few wealthy streamers active on Douyin a few years ago. The one who spent the least, and still spent hundreds of millions on live streaming. Even now, Guo-Fan hasn't spent as much as that lowest tier tycoon. Moreover, today's battle seemed to announce his return. Otherwise, why would he spend tens of millions without a holiday? It was uncertain whether it was because of Brother Fan's appearance that this tycoon was drawn out. Zhao, when he was a bit nervous. The influence of a tycoon was still too great, just like Brother Fan, who single-handedly made Little Bear Soma popular. Feng Linwan had that capability too, and he wasn't from their side. Zhao, when you had always been blindly confident in Brother Fan's strength. But he couldn't tell who was stronger between Brother Fan and Feng Linwan. However, the good news was that these two tycoons wouldn't have the opportunity to clash. Brother Fan probably wouldn't like the live streaming style of that guild, so they wouldn't cross paths. Even if they could, it was uncertain when that would happen. Mr. Zhao, there's one more thing. I suspect it's related to the recent changes. Chapter 155, 0155 Hidden Prize Pool. The Magic Academy livestream became increasingly popular after Guo-Fan's prize pool gameplay was launched. Some viewers were there to support the streamer, hoping their favorite streamer could easily take the top spot in Brother Fan's prize pool. Others were attracted by the gameplay of Brother Fan as prize pool, finding it interesting. And some hoped that Brother Fan would notice them because of their active participation. There were examples of this, like Lady Nuo, managing to get Brother Fan's attention. The newly introduced hidden prize pool gameplay sparked even more interest. Those who could consistently support this kind of group broadcast might not be tycoons, but they certainly weren't short on money. They might not be able to take out 10,000 Chinese yuan all at once. But with so many people in the Magic Academy's current live stream, if each person contributed $100, 100 people would be enough. Not to mention that some could afford 1,000. When watching group broadcasts, ordinary people might realize that there really seem to be a lot of wealthy people, as gifts are being sent every day. But after a while, it becomes clear that those who can continuously send gifts are the wealthy ones, while those who occasionally send a few and then disappear are just pretending to be rich. Guo-Fan didn't care about such matters. He couldn't control them. Adults need to take responsibility for their choices, and minors can get refunds without him worrying about it. Chapter 156. Each with their own agenda. Yu pinched my arm. And Cha-Cha, could you help me pay my back? Both of their little hands were very soft, which felt quite comfortable, though they lacked a bit of strength. You two are free now. You should take a few days a week to do some strength training, Guo-Fan said casually. On one hand, it would enhance his own experience in the future, and on the other, it was for their health. Yu replied, okay, brother. Cha-Cha asked, brother, will you join us? Guo-Fan responded, what do I need to join you for? I don't need it. He only exercised occasionally to maintain appearances. With the support system in place, he could keep his perfect physique without any workout. Those without such support shouldn't follow his example. They still needed to stick to traditional strength training. While enjoying lazy moments and the close service of beautiful women, Guo-Fan's life was becoming increasingly pleasant. Whenever he felt like moving, he would go check out the city's attractions, visiting one a day or sometimes spending several days on one. Some attractions genuinely required a long time to experience fully. Why do tourists often want to visit several attractions in a day? Because the longest vacation is only 7 days. Without doing so, they wouldn't finish visiting everything. However, this comes at the cost of a superficial experience. Besides beautiful photos and location tags on social media, they gain little else. Chapter 157. Preheating the event. Lin Jinwan was a normal person, so he wouldn't underestimate me just because I came from the mortal realm, nor would he consider me a nouveau riche. Moreover, even if I were a nouveau riche, someone who can send 1 billion votes in a live stream is not just any nouveau riche. They could significantly influence his future plans. Furthermore, he found out through inquiries that there was no information about me coming from the mortal realm. This matter is quite chilling when you think about it. Lin Jinwan is not an ordinary person. Although he doesn't have unlimited power, he can definitely investigate some individuals. However, my coming from the mortal realm doesn't fall within the purview of certain people. Without a clear opposing stance, Lin Jinwan would prefer to befriend someone like me. They have also investigated that I didn't just send gifts in the live stream of the Little Bear Soma Guild. I have also sent gifts in the live streams of other guilds, especially the KS Guild, which was almost equal to the Little Bear Soma. These two guilds are not allies, but rivals. So it is enough to indicate that I am a neutral party, a big brother who just loves watching live streams. This is quite similar to Lin Jinwan's previous self. He would spend money happily while playing. Unfortunately, those days are gone and will not return. Chapter 158. Enjoying making things difficult for others. Guofan looked at the group live streaming rooms that had signed up. There were already over 10,000. Does Douyin really have that many group live streaming rooms? Perhaps there weren't this many before, but he had heard Zhao when you mentioned that many guilds had recently joined Douyin, most of which chose group live streaming. Guofan sometimes wondered if they all knew about his tipping system, which is why they came to Douyin to pick up money. However, that's unlikely. No matter how powerful he is, he can't support that many live streaming rooms. Even if he could tip 100 million Huaxia coins in a day, dividing it among several thousand live streaming rooms would only give each room a few thousand, excluding personnel costs, venue costs, and various other expenses. The live streaming rooms might even end up losing money, so he still had to rely on the vast masses. These capitalists certainly wouldn't make a losing deal. They would act based on the trends. Since they weren't coming for him, they were coming for the Douyin group livestream market. The group livestream market depends on who? It depends on the viewers of group live streams. It seems that the number of users interested in group live streaming has significantly increased recently. He didn't know what external factors influenced this. Guofan didn't think too much about it. After all, this was good news for him. The more users there were, the more emotional support tools there would be, and the more users there were, the higher the chances of finding someone who could go a few rounds with him. Chapter 159. The villain Guofan now casually gives away thousands of carnival gifts, but that doesn't mean the carnival isn't valuable. 10 carnivals amount to 30,000 yuan, which is not a small sum. Encountering someone who can send 10 gifts in a row would psychologically intimidate those without strength. This can be seen from the reactions on the public screen. Initially, the account Fourth Knife was overlooked, but now it has received quite a bit of praise. Even Tiger Rising fell silent. Guofan found it quite boring. He initially thought it was a reckless person, but it turned out to be just a decorative pillow. Those with real strength who encounter someone like Guofan would get emotionally charged and tip generously. However, those without strength would calm down when facing Guofan. Tiger Rising clearly belongs to the latter group. Tiger Rising. What's there to show off about having a bit of money? Tiger Rising. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on your mother? His gift stopped, but his mouth didn't relent, aiming for a psychological victory. Guofan wasn't provoked. He even felt a bit amused. When he had no money, he thought wealthy people were pretentious. But now that he had money and was called pretentious by others, he felt a little excited. As for the second comment, Guofan felt even less affected. His kindness towards his mother was seen by some as being overly attached. Chapter 160. Orange Glow. Guofan felt that his current mindset resembled the thoughts he had when he first received the support system. His mindset is that of following the rules. He does whatever he wants, however he wants. Guofan was even scarier than that mindset because his money seemed to come from the wind, so he spent without psychological pressure. However, he was also kinder than that mindset because he could be soft-hearted. Before Guofan had a support system, he had seen those with hard hearts. They would keep pushing until the streamer broke down, sometimes even driving the streamer to quit. This was not uncommon. Some people just enjoyed watching female streamers break down. And most female streamers were quite young, with some just having turned 18, so their mindset wasn't as stable as adults. E's mindset is now quite stable. At first, she was a bit overwhelmed, but after resting for a while, she understood that no one could go against money. After the stream ended, she even proactively expressed her willingness to continue dancing for Brother Knife and privately sent him messages. However, Guofan, who was now quite forgetful due to being wealthy, had already forgotten about her after the interaction. Today, during the day, Xingxing specially called to hope that he could come to the live stream room. The Magic Academy had prepared a surprise for him. Guofan asked what the surprise was, but Xingxing refused to say. Chapter 161.0.161 Movements from all sides. The birthday party was lively and lasted for 2 hours. Gifts have been updated. What? New gifts? Not everyone knew about the group night event. Some thought it was an advertisement and didn't click on it. Group night? A new activity launched on the Douyin platform. Just check the activity bar in the upper right corner to see. Wow, the platform actually has this kind of activity. Our group broadcast has its day. With Fang Jiangu around, the Magic Academy's group is secured. Not necessarily. There have been a lot of movements lately, and some big spenders we haven't seen in a while have appeared, along with some major guilds entering the scene. Fang Jiangu can't do it alone. Recently, the changes in the live broadcasting circle have been quite noticeable for sensitive viewers. Although they didn't know what it represented, they were aware that there had been significant changes. Hearing someone knowledgeable speak today, they understood. Douyin is making big moves. Isn't this activity a big move? Why do you think Douyin is holding this event? Guofan was puzzled. Why hold it? ISNT it because of his request? What else could it be? Watching the audience on the public screen start to engage in heated discussions, if Guofan didn't know the truth, he might have believed it. Chapter 162.0.162 Not Big Brother. What are you after? When Douyin announced this group broadcast activity, all the guilds had already started preparing funds. If you want to achieve results in the event, simply relying on Big Brother is definitely not enough. What if Big Brother happens to be busy during the event? Are you going to call him to ask him to send money to the live broadcast room? Normal people wouldn't do that. At this time, the funds prepared by the guilds became useful. The KS Guild prepared not much. Only 20 million, of course this was for group night. And they wouldn't spend that much on the preheating event before the KS Guild could take action. The ticket count in a live broadcast room on the airplane track started skyrocketing. SH001. The live broadcast room went from 0 votes to 10 million votes, crushing the competition. On the hot air balloon track, a similarly named live broadcast room SE001 also broke 10 million to take the lead. The KS Guild recognized them at a glance. One was from the Tianyi Guild, and the other was supported by the wealthy Fenglinwen. One had strong guild strength, and the other was an established big spender. Damn, they thought they only had the Magic Academy as an opponent, but there were so many. The Tianyi Guild is not to be underestimated. They're also a guild newly settled on the Douyin platform, wanting to leverage this group broadcast activity to gain fame quickly. Chapter 163.0.163 Number 1 on the whole list. I come from the mortal realm. Sending you true love X 1001. The gift from Fang Jiangu were still flashing on the screen. A large number of people entered the live broadcast room, following the popularity rankings and various group gifts. For the first time, the number of people in the Magic Academy live broadcast room broke over 100,000. Looking at the 100,000 in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room, the managers were so excited they were pumping their fists. 10,000 was a hurdle that the Magic Academy crossed with Fang Jiangu's help back then, and they hadn't expected to break through 100,000 so quickly again. But it happened thanks to Fang Jiangu. With this level of popularity, even if Fang Jiangu stopped sending gifts, the Magic Academy live broadcast room could still thrive every day. This is the power of a top-tier big spender. Xingxing was actually considering whether to quit live broadcasting, watching Yu go around having fun with Fang Jiangu. She felt quite envious. This Yu was also quite annoying, posting various photos and videos on her social media every day, making her envious to the point of gritting her teeth, and she couldn't even block her. However, now, Xingxing was a bit reluctant to resign. With such massive popularity, who knows how much money could be earned? The money she earned could be spent confidently. The same thought crossed Orange's mind. She originally wanted to cling to a big spender, but seeing the current situation, she felt she might also have the potential to become a little wealthy woman. Chapter 164.0.16 For I'm Here. I want to be number 1 on the whole list. The preheating event had 10 gift tracks. The The Magic Academy live broadcast room was firmly in first place, with the second place only a few million votes behind, while the others were nearly 10 million votes away. Viewers who had only heard about Fang Jianji's prowess now had a clear understanding of his strength. The legendary 1 billion votes were nothing compared to when they saw Fang Jiange send 100 million votes. This was different from the last guild competition, where only fans of the Bear Soma Guild and KS Guild, along with some group broadcast enthusiasts, were present. This time, basically everyone from all guilds and all live broadcast rooms was there. Even some who didn't usually watch group broadcasts were paying attention. Which big spender is this? In one event, and during the preheating phase, he already sent 100 million votes? So scary. It's the first time I've seen so many votes. 4 big spenders in group broadcasts? It's normal if you haven't heard of them. Which live broadcast room is the big spender watching? I'll go take a look. Magic Academy. Unlike the audience who was just there for the show, the 3 parties that were pushed down to second place were feeling a bit uncomfortable. The KS Guild was aware of Fang Jianji's strength, as he had sent 600 million votes during the last KS Guild competition. The KS Guild thought that Fang Jiange might have some goodwill towards them and would hold back, but it seemed they didn't have that much face. Although the KS Guild had established the Mortal Amusement Park live broadcast room, Fang Jiange didn't appear there very often. Chapter 165-0165 Overstepped. I come from the mortal realm hadn't risen yet, and no one paid attention, but when he truly appeared before them, he was shrouded in a layer of mist. If it weren't for General Zhao from Bear Soma revealing Fang Jianji's gender, Lin Jinwan wouldn't have even known this bit of information. He had initially wanted to use some tricks, but considering Fang Jianji's mysteriousness, he ultimately didn't take any action. With Fang Jiange making such a statement, it was clear that he was determined to take first place today. However, Lin Jinwan was not someone to be trifled with. He had already given him the title of number 1 on the whole list, and if he let it go any further, he would appear too cowardly. How could he continue to mix in the Douyin platform after that? The Tianyi Guild had the same thought, backed by big capital. This situation was not enough to make them back down. On the contrary, the one who had encountered Fang Jiange before, the big spender Hong Xiaoro, was a bit hesitant. Meet God, Fang Jiange is going to take on 3 guilds. The advantage is on our side. The Tianyi Guild and Lin Jinwan are not small characters. They are not the kind of wealthy people from before that can be trifled with. Fang Jiange's money didn't come for free. He has to consider whether it's worth it, right? Exactly. He's South already taken first place on the whole list. Does he want to keep taking it? ISNT that looking down on us. Chapter 166-016. The opponent is a bit smart. There were too many people from the Magic Academy, and quite a few from other live broadcast rooms were lurking here. Upon seeing Guo Fan's words, they decisively returned to report to their own side. Lin Jinwan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had delivered too much, which was a good thing. Indeed, who would throw in so much on the first day of a preheating event? 200 million was already a lot. Fan Jian had already cast over 100 million votes, while Lin Jinwan estimated Fan Jian had only 40 million votes. It would be better if all the votes were for one person, but since he had to split them between 2 tracks, he couldn't blame himself for bullying others. In a marketplace, there's no concept of one-on-one. The Tianyi Guild had already started using their guild account to send gifts, and they hadn't sent too much either. Just a few million difference, while the airplane track was approaching 40 million. They were also afraid to send too much, worried that Fan Jian would transfer all his votes over, which would give Lin Jinwan an advantage. Lin Jinwan was quite secretive, and it wasn't until today that they learned he had also invested in a guild and was ready to enter the competition. Lin Jinwan also had the same thought, only sending up to 40 million to avoid being targeted by Fan Jian. Guo Fan was delighted to see the opposing 2 parties voting. He was genuinely afraid that the other side would be overly cautious and timid. Chapter 167-016 100 million votes. With everyone's expectations, Guo Fan began his operation. Today, the preheating event started, and it was indeed a perfect timing, so Guo Fan had to seize the opportunity to live up to the hexagonal warrior given by the system. I come from the mortal realm, sending out 1314 Little Hearts X1. Little Hearts combo begins. What's going on with Fan Jian? Why is he sending gifts again? He is already number 1 on the entire leaderboard. Why send more? Could Fan Jian be trying to equalize all the leaderboards? The audience suspected this was the reason, but were reluctant to believe it. How rich must he be, with no one else competing against him? Yet he continues to send gifts? What for? Is it just to make the audience cheer for Fan Jian? But what use is this to Fan Jian, the streamer, host, and audience were all watching the combo numbers continuously rise? Messages on the public screen came one after another, and everyone was discussing this spectacle. In a Little Hearts track, the ticket count for the number 1 Magic Academy quickly broke 20 million, then 30 million, 50 million, until it surpassed 60 million, shocking everyone even more. No way. What is Fan Jian trying to do? He is probably aiming to break 100 million votes. Chapter 1680168, level 14 of the system at this time. Guofan had basically cleared the account balance accumulated over this period and paid off some debts. Perception detected, collecting data. Perception detected. Perception detected audience emotions. Collecting data, system upgrading. Upgrade complete. Owner, Guofan, level 14, experience 666160000, daily reward amount 10 million, 10 million, 20 million, 20 million. Lu and favorability 120. Mom, Jiu favorability 100. Yu Wang Jiusin favorability 100. Xingxing Baiyu favorability 80. Peach Xiang Yimei favorability 5. Wanwan Yang Jixin favorability 5. Bao Bao Huishiyu favorability 100. Cha Cha Li Yusin favorability 100. Orange Su Qingming favorability 80. Meat Lin Yushi favorability 90. Lin Lin Zhao Xiaoping favorability 80. Xiaoping Xia Chenxi favorability 70. Peach Bound streamers Yu Wanwan Bao Bao Peach Hua Xingxing Little Sheep Spicy strips Wanwan Cha Cha Kuike Coconut Orange Meat Lin Lin Xiaoping Peach Lu Bai. Chapter 1690169, Shared Thoughts, Influence Settlement. You have received 200,000 special points. Until midnight, the Magic Academy was bustling, and special gifts continued to drift in, with cruise ships appearing one after another. Most of the audience had done nothing, yet they were more excited than Guofan. After chatting in the live broadcast room for a while, Guofan left. However, it was clear that these people would continue chatting, possibly even staying up late. Guofan had experienced this before. After winning a PK, the fan group chatted from the night until the next morning, and he suspected that China might have 2 vastly different time zones. At midnight, he also welcomed the influence settlement. As expected, today, as influence settlement reached 6 figures. And combined with the previous ones, Guofan had accumulated over 300,000 special points, taking a solid step closer to opening the special exchange store. However, this month still had many opportunities, with the official event of the group night and another guild competition at the end of the month. After putting down his phone, Yu and Cha Cha approached. The two were much more proactive today, asking for some things that Guofan had previously requested, but they were too shy to do. Guofan had originally planned to sleep at midnight, but ended up staying up a little longer. Chapter 1700170, Painter in the World. Tom learned about this important client at 9 o'clock in the evening. Of course, it was in the China time zone. At night, receiving a call from boss was somewhat unpleasant, but seeing it was the boss, Tom could only hold it in. Tomorrow, an important client will check into our hotel. You need to receive them. Why is it so urgent? Wasn't anyone notified in advance? Tom asked. In fact, this important client has been staying at our hotel for a long time, the boss replied. Dear Tom, you know our country is very free. I just learned this news. Tom, although he had been in China for many years, he still remembered some things about his own country's culture. Their relatively relaxed work scope was their characteristic. They only worked during their working hours, which only lasted 2 hours. There is no need to think about this matter. It must be that some responsible management was on vacation, and when they returned, they reported this news. Having adapted to the pace of life in China, Tom felt quite speechless. It seemed very leisurely, but this wasn't entirely a good thing, as it greatly reduced the convenience of life. Even a small matter could take a long time, and anyone who understood would know. Chapter 1710171, Yacht Setting Sail. If it weren't for Guofan having found a place in advance, Lu Jitai would have wanted to arrange Guofan's accommodation, even considering a full-service plan, but this fan total didn't need it. So when he heard Guofan's invitation, Lu Jitai pushed everything aside and hurriedly arranged a place to eat. Guofan said to keep it casual, but he couldn't afford to be too casual. Anyone with a bit of sense knows what it means to have a few billion in live streaming. Coupled with the fact that Douyin platform keeps Guofan's identity shrouded in mystery, it's no exaggeration for LVGQ to take this seriously. Guofan had agreed on a time and even arrived half an hour early, but when he got there, LV was already waiting for him at the door. No way. Is it really necessary to be this competitive? Sorry for being late. Not all. I came early. LV led Guo Fan into a private room. This time, Guo Fan came alone, without Yu and Cha-Cha, letting them wander around this international metropolis on their own. Mr. Fan, let me introduce you. This is General Liu Yong. He happens to have a nice yacht, said LV. Hello, Mr. Fan. Liu Yong stood up, his hair already graying at the temples. But he was very polite to Guo Fan, showing no airs of being an elder. Chapter 172-0172 The little assistant is great coming towards them. As expected, was Tom. SH is indeed not big. Oh, my esteemed Mr. Guo. It's a pleasure to see you again. Tom greeted while sizing up Guo Fan's yacht. This is indeed a huge yacht. I wonder if I could have the chance to visit. Since Tom said so, Guo Fan felt a bit of pride and invited Tom over. Following him was a blonde foreign woman. To be honest, it was Guo Fan's first time seeing a foreign woman in real life. Previously, he mostly saw them on TV or phone screens. She was petite, with short golden hair shimmering under the sunlight. Her skin was truly fair, with freckles on her face. In terms of looks, she was slightly less attractive than Yu, but her exotic charm added quite a bit of appeal. Thinking she was Tom's companion, Guo Fan merely glanced and did not continue to observe. My goodness, Mr. Guo, your yacht is much larger than mine, Tom exclaimed as he arrived. Guo Fan thought to himself, isn't that right? It's several times more expensive than yours. Tom's yacht could at most be considered for gatherings, but Guo Fan's could host a party. Tom busied himself exploring the yacht, leaving his female companion behind. Chapter 173-0173 Almost there Lin Jinwan and Tianyi Guild received the same treatment. And today, Brother Fan was particularly teasing. He was always just 520 votes ahead of them, a distance of a hot air balloon. The Tianyi Guild had 3,000 votes, a distance of a plane. Chase. But we keep getting surpassed. Don't chase. You say just a few hundred votes apart. How can we accept that? What is Brother Fan doing? Brother Fan is too much. He's always just a few hundred votes ahead of second place, teasing their emotions. If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand it. Can you actually think of that? Can you reach 100 million votes? The Magic Academy's live stream was very cheerful. It was a foregone conclusion that they would advance, and only the first place in the plane and hot air balloon tracks had some controversy. The first places in other tracks were already secured. During this time, the competition among the other first places was fierce, but the first had already established a huge gap. And no matter how intense it was, they couldn't catch up. Lin Jinwan suppressed his anger and temporarily stopped sending gifts. Although he didn't understand what Brother Fan meant, it was clear that first place was out of reach. He could only wait for the moment the time was up to act. He didn't believe Brother Fan could react that quickly. On the Tianyi Guild side, Feng Lichuan was a bit unsure of Brother Fan's intentions. Chapter 174-0174 Activity Rules Guo Fan started living a life of drifting at sea, with Tom occasionally bringing his sister to visit him. This foreigner was more considerate than Chinese people. Every time he came, he would bring some local specialties, rare drinks and foods that were hard to find on market. The prices were definitely not cheap. However, when Guo Fan finished paying, Tom decisively refused. Mr. Guo, we feel quite embarrassed to play for free on your yacht. This is just a small token of my appreciation. After spending a long time on the yacht, Guo Fan would get bored, but Tom really knew how to have fun. Today we have a party, tomorrow we go sea fishing, the day after we have yacht racing. Guo Fan was thus captivated at sea. He only returned to land to replenish supplies, and even slept on the yacht. I must say, exercising on the yacht had a unique charm. It felt like the waves were pushing you, making it much easier. Of course, sometimes it wasn't just the waves. It could also be Yu or Cha-Cha. Brittany had been pestering Guo Fan to teach her Chinese whenever she had free time. Guo Fan, considering that her brother had brought so many good things, taught her with great care. To avoid any issues, Guo Fan maintained a social distance from Brittany, but this little girl would always get knocked off balance by a wave. Chapter 175-0175 The first day, without Brother Fan. Your yacht is huge. As soon as Zhao Wenyu stepped onto the yacht, he exclaimed about its length. Guo Fan was speechless. Old Zhao, can you be less concise? Okay, I'll pay attention next time, Zhao Wenyu chuckled. Guo Fan patted Zhao Wenyu on the shoulder and told him to sit down. Where are the sisters? Zhao Wenyu asked. Speaking of this, he felt fortunate that Brother Fan only took one Yu. They're resting inside. Zhao Wenyu gave a thumbs up, and everything was unspoken. Guo Fan ignored him and asked, What's up? You traveled such a long way to find me for what? Zhao Wenyu. I heard you bought a yacht, so I wanted to come and experience it. That's it? Of course. All right, then just enjoy yourself. If you dare to bring up anything else, I'll throw you into the sea. Hey. Don't, brother Fan. Zhao Wenyu's face fell. Then I'll get to the point first. Wu Fan remained silent, just looking at him. Now that Zhao Wenyu's worth had skyrocketed, he scratched his head and took out a contract from his bag. Share, transfer agreement. Brother Fan, this is a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Wenyu said with a smile, pushing it over anxiously. Chapter 176-0176 Brother Fan disappeared. The points accumulated by the Magic Academy weren't low. 30% was nearly 5 million, equivalent to giving the opposing side 500,000 for free. Fortunately, the winning side's points increased, while the losing side's points did not decrease, which was to accommodate the weaker live streams. However, no one expected that the Magic Academy was the one being accommodated. Even without Brother Fan, the Magic Academy was not a live stream that just any random channel could challenge, as could be seen from the earlier votes. It was just that they encountered Feng Linwan, a wealthy individual on the same level as Brother Fan. The top players in the Magic Academy knew it was tough, but they didn't expect the gap to be so large. It was as if the other side casually handed out gifts, while they were giving it their all but still couldn't win. They could only console themselves with the fact that their opponent had already become a guild. Can't win. Really can't win. Why doesn't the Magic Academy have a guild number? Let's save the guild number for the final showdown, right? I finally understand the despair others feel when facing the ordinary brother. Every time I can catch up, every time I can be pulled apart. This is what top-tier wealthy people are like. The number of people can't level the gap. Think about the ordinary brother, 1 billion votes. We can't even produce that much combined, and Maple Forest Evening can also send 1 billion votes. Chapter 177-0177 Welcome, my ordinary brother. Even if the Magic Academy can't make it into the top 3, 4th place should be secure. With the ordinary brother around, their live stream will still rise. In this upcoming cake, they can also get a big piece. Feng Lichuan nodded. So, our only opponent is Lin Jinwan. It seems that our only opponent is the Tianyi Guild. Lin Jinwan said confidently. The ordinary brother might still come, right? The gap has already widened this much. On the night of the group formation, we will keep sending. At the same time, can he send more than I can? For the resources of the first place. He has prepared a lot of votes. If we lose the opportunity, even if the ordinary brother comes tomorrow, he will lose due to insufficient time. Lin Jinwan actually hopes the ordinary brother will come, so he can take revenge. The gap of a few thousand votes during the warm-up event really makes him grit his teeth in hatred. The day before the group formation night, when the competition ended, SH001 and SC001 both had over 100 million points, with the former leading by a narrow margin. The third place was the live stream of the 15th, with over 50 million points. The Magic Academy ranked 4th, with only over 30 million points. The gaps behind were not large either. Chapter 178-0178 Group Formation Night. I come from the ordinary world, enter the live stream. Immortal Caresses My Head, enter the live stream. Star Ranger, enter the live stream. Peach Ranger, enter the live stream. Big Bear Security, enter the live stream. Welcome, my ordinary brother. The host shouted loudly. Welcome, ordinary brother. X6666. The ordinary brother is here. The ordinary brother is indeed the main character. Always the last one to appear. The ordinary brother is here. Now it's stable. It's the first time I've seen the ordinary brother open so many accounts. Immortal brother is here. Doghead. Time is running out. The ordinary brother needs to open 10 more accounts to send together. I come from the ordinary world. Do you think there's a possibility that I can send more expensive gifts? What more expensive gifts? Are there any more expensive gifts? Oh my, could it be? Before the answer was sent on the screen, Wu Fan had already started sending. Congratulations to I come from the ordinary world for becoming Guardian Jia. Congratulations to Immortal Caresses My Head for becoming Guardian Jia. Congratulations to Star Ranger. Congratulations to Big Bear Security for becoming Guardian Jia. The most expensive gift on Douyin is not the carnival, but the Guardian Jia skin, worth 80,000 points, 8,000 Huaxia coins. Chapter 179-0179 Billion Live Stream, SZ001 Live Stream. Guardian Jia, I come from the ordinary world. Riding the Kuan to come. Welcome, ordinary brother. The host welcomed, although he is the big brother from the opponent's side. Who would dare not to respect such a wealthy person? I come from the ordinary world. I heard you miss me. Feng Linwan. Welcome, ordinary brother. Come play at SZ when you have time. Lin Jinwan pretended to know nothing and politely chatted with the ordinary brother. This big brother really doesn't treat money as money. They brush votes to open the market, but this big brother is just burning money. Who plays live broadcasts like this? One person can support the entire Douyin group broadcast. I come from the ordinary world. You seem like a good person. I advise you not to waste money like this in the future. Lin Jinwan. Who is wasting money more? You say I'm a good person, but you're just mocking me. Although this statement is somewhat sarcastic, Guo Fan is just speaking the truth. His money is not money. It's just numbers. Guo Fan took a stroll and went back. The other accounts were still using skins, not stopping. The ordinary brother is still sending. Already 60 billion votes. All 6 little goals. The ordinary brother isn't aiming for 100 billion votes, is he? Chapter 180-180C Position of Group Formation Ruan. Do you have any requests for this gift? We will design it according to your ideas. I come from ordinary world. I don't have any good ideas, just have sound effects, vibrations, and a dragon will be fine. Ruan. Once it's done, there won't be too many changes. Won't you add some details? I come from the ordinary world, preferably an ancient style. Ruan. Then we will design it based on your preferences and requirements. Do you have any price requests for this gift? Guo Fan thought carefully. Usually, using this exclusive gift is either to showcase one's uniqueness or to crush the opponent with more votes. After all, you can only send a few thousand votes at most. But I can directly send tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of votes. At too high a price, there's no need. At too low a price, it lacks presence. I come from the ordinary world. 950720. That's my birthday. Guo Fan finally made up his mind. Although it was a bit disorganized, he didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Ruan. Okay, I've received your request. We will launch your special gift as soon as possible. Ruan. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me anytime. Chapter 1810181 into the event. So, what's the evaluation method? Ordinary brother, how do you want to play? Just say it, I'll arrange it. The host immediately said, I come from the ordinary world. It's just to evaluate the girl group's basic skills. How well they dance is subjective, but who dances longer is obvious. Ordinary brother, are you trying to manipulate people? I come from the ordinary world. What kind of manipulation? I'm not sending gifts. What kind of manipulation is that? The 6 anchors looked at each other. It seems no one learned about this from the ordinary brother. They originally thought this C position was gained through vying for favor, but it turns out they have to rely on themselves. Ordinary brother, those who are often manipulated must have better stamina. Isn't that a bit unfair? There's no absolute fairness. If you're not manipulated, won't you practice a bit? To put it bluntly, it's just not enough effort. Wow, this can even form a group. I come from the ordinary world. It's just a C position. Why care about fairness? Let's get started. Only the ordinary brother can say such tough words. There are also dissenting voices, but this is something Fan Jiangu said, and the live stream room followed suit without a second thought. Don't even mention choosing a position. Even if nothing is chosen, if Fan Jiangu wants to play like this, he can still cooperate. Chapter 182-0182 Reward Distribution. After nearly half a month, it finally came to an end. This was a grand event, a symphony composed of money. Douyin invested personnel and promotion costs to drive the event. The guild invested funds and personnel costs. Some live stream rooms and streamers even took out their little treasure chests just to achieve a better ranking in this event. Fan Jiangu invested the most, effectively holding up the entire event by himself. Many people speculated that Fan Jiangu had connections with Douyin otherwise. Who would spend so much money on the Douyin platform for no reason? However, this was just gossip among the crowd and did not affect the final results. The KS Guild won 4th place, and the reward was some traffic support, but it didn't have a significant impact on the top live stream rooms, as they already had tens of thousands of viewers. To further improve, they either had to rely on events or bring out another big spender like Fan Jiangu. In fact, the strength of Qianyang's braised pork is quite strong. He is just more specialized, only liking 15. During internal PKs, no one could beat him. But the vote counts were just SOSO. The last time the KS Guild's popularity increased was because Fan Jiangu went to support Cha-Cha and Qianyang's braised pork in the KS Guild competition. Chapter 183-0183 Everyone knows who Fan Jiangu is. The impact of this large-scale event on the company's guilds is mostly hidden. Most people cannot see it. Most people only think the rewards are impressive, but they are not clear on the specifics. The only thing they know is that after the event ended, the Magic Academy became very popular, and Xiaoxiong Suoma was going to make a lot of money. Due to the filming of promotional materials, The Magic Academy was in a holiday phase just for one day. Fortunately, most viewers were not solely there to watch the Magic Academy. They were more interested in watching Fan Jienge. Compared to beautiful women, they wanted to see Fan Jienge more. After all, beautiful women can be found. But there is currently only one big spender like Fan Jienge. Basically, all livestream rooms and fan groups were discussing news related to Fan Jienge, talking about the big battle on the day of the event. The sound of crying is still echoing in my ears. Did Fan Jienge open the coin to infinity? I don't know. I can't see Fan Jienge's account. Yesterday's live stream was a bit laggy. The server clearly couldn't handle it. After all, who would have thought they could open that many skins? I suspect some of the skin effects were swallowed up. Someone really needs to check the number of times skin effects are activated. Chapter 184. 01842 families show goodwill. Fan Jienge announced this matter. However, no one knows exactly which day it was. Those familiar with Fan Jienge, the streamers supported by him, all kept this matter in mind. After all, the day Fan Jienge resumes broadcasting is also his birthday. They definitely want to show up for him. They actually prefer to support him financially, but Fan Jienge is unlikely to open gifts as he is too wealthy. Xinguang 111 was lively all night, even though Guo Fan left halfway. Many people stayed to chat with Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei not only received gift today, but also gained fans and caught the attention of Fan Jienge. Before she learned dance, she immediately got Fan Jienge to agree to her follow request. Xiao Mei heard in advance that if she didn't get the follow request approved during her first meeting with Fan Jienge, it would be difficult to get it approved later. Because Fan Jienge is elusive, it's uncertain when he will come next. Of course, there are other ways, like waiting at the Magic Academy. Even so, this opportunity is not available to everyone. Now all the female streamers in the group broadcast want to gain Fan Jienge's attention, and those who have it take pride in it. Chapter 185. 0185. So I'm chasing you. A fan looked at his newly purchased big toy at the dock. This thing is nice, but too expensive. And the daily maintenance costs are an amount that an ordinary person can't bear. Not to mention, just parking here every year is a considerable dock fee. Guo Fan regretted buying this big guy a bit, but considering that he has more than enough tips, he decided to go with it. Everyone gets tired of playing with something eventually. Guo Fan has been out at sea for several days, and from the initial excitement, he is now numb. Plus, the smell of the sea was nice at first, but now it's a bit nauseating after smelling it so much. However, that's normal. An average person would only play once or twice, and not for too long, unlike Guo Fan, who has almost been soaking in the sea for days. Guo Fan has also made up his mind to come play once in the summer and let it gather dust the rest of the time. Fan Ye, are you leaving already? Zhao Wenyu asked. Today, hearing that Guo Fan was leaving SH, Zhao Wenyu specially came to see him off. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been back, and there are some things I need to handle. Guo Fan replied. I still want to invite you to XM to sit for a while, Zhao Wenyu said. Our company still needs your guidance. Chapter 186. 0186. Unknown influence. Guo Fan was a bit surprised to be pursued by a pretty girl for the first time. However, he is no longer the person he once was. Guo Fan wasn't sure how to further refuse. He expressed that he didn't like her anymore and even said he had a girlfriend. What else could he say? His mother and an E's mother are friends. So he shouldn't say anything too impolite. Whatever, let's handle it coldly. Once an E's infatuation passes and she meets someone more suitable, she won't think of him anymore. Her mother wouldn't let her pursue someone so ungrateful, right? Guo Fan ended the chat with a simple, I'm going to sleep. Today, he didn't watch the live stream and casually watched a few movies from this year. Late at night, with the lights on, watching a horror movie was quite enjoyable. At midnight, just as the main character was peeking around the corner, Guo Fan was startled by the notification sound from the system. Influence settlement. You have gained 10,000 special points. Guo Fan. What is going on? Guo Fan sat up suddenly, looking at the notification with a puzzled expression. He hadn't gone to any live streams today, nor had he caused any trouble. Where did this influence come from? The system didn't specify the source of the influence, leaving Guo Fan unable to guess. Chapter 187. 0187. New influence settlement method. Guo Fan was indeed a bit anxious. However, this matter involved something new from the system. He had no idea what the special exchange shop looked like after so much time. You could say that what Guo Fan cares about the most right now is the special points. If he knew how to obtain special points, he wouldn't be holding on so stubbornly. In the afternoon, Zhao Wenyu gave him the exact news that the Xiaoxiong Suoma company had distributed all the salaries, of course, excluding the tips for Guofan, otherwise Zhao Wenyu couldn't cover it, excluding what Guofan had spent and a large sum from the Magic Academy. The total expenditure was less than 10 million, with hundreds of streamers, averaging several tens of thousands in salary for each person. This was much higher than the average salary at the Mortal Industries. However, most streamers were among the average ones, and many small streamers could only earn enough for basic living expenses each month. This still excluded the Magic Academy. Otherwise, the average monthly salary would be in the hundreds of thousands. The number of people was similar, but the salaries had multiplied several times. Guofan waited quietly. At midnight, the system indeed opened a message. Influence settlement. You have received 5,000 special points. Guofan. No, clearly so much money was distributed. Yet the special points received were even fewer. What's the reasoning behind that? Chapter 188. 0188 Guofan's birthday party after riding for a while. Guofan returned the vehicle to Zhang Shidong, as the latter's pitiful little eyes were too hard to bear. He might as well buy a new one when he has time. Upon entering the Xiaoxiong Suoma building, he saw a group of people in the lobby. However, this time it wasn't middle-aged men, but rather a number of youthful girls. All 6 female streamers from the Magic Academy were present, including the cheerful girl from Happy Garden and Wan from Genshin Impact, who had all been bound. Guofan felt that he wasn't entering the Xiaoxiong Suoma company, but rather a gathering of fans. Great, it felt more like that. This was the first time Guofan was surrounded by so many girls he liked, and he didn't know where to look. Each of these girls spoke very pleasantly, making him very happy. After chatting for a while, Zhao Wenyu arrived, and Guofan also let them go back to prepare for the live stream. There wasn't anything important today, just listening to Zhao Wenyu's detailed report. After all, he was also a major shareholder of Xiaoxiong Suoma. Yesterday didn't count. Yesterday was just a meal. Guofan also shared his thoughts on raising salaries and expanding staff with Zhao Wenyu. Although the special points earned here were mostly diminished, it was still better than having none. Chapter 189. 0189. I come from the mortal realm. The animation stopped here, and the screen switched to an interface. A card appeared, displaying the final scene of the animation. Special outfit, Mortal Realm. Claim now. Guofan clicked to claim it, and the screen switched again, showing a gift card with a young boy and a dragon. The dragon was hidden in the clouds, with the boy sitting atop a misty mountain, extending his left hand forward. Special gift. I come from the Mortal Realm. Claim now. Seeing this scene, the public screen exploded. Wow, it's actually a new outfit. I thought this animation was about entering the fairy gate, but it turns out someone came out from the fairy gate. A celestial being scared by the mortal realm. How embarrassing. There's also a special gift called I Come from the Mortal Realm, and it seems to feature a golden dragon. Golden dragon fish? Everyone is discussing so seriously. Can we have some fun? Mortal brother, try it out quickly. We want to see. The only thought of the ordinary viewers now was to see what this skin and gift effects looked like. The big brothers were envious, but they didn't feel that Douyin treated them differently. After all, Mortal Brother had indeed spent so much. If they wanted to have it, they had to at least spend 1 billion to see their strength. Chapter 190. 0190. 10 million red packet. The animation had sound throughout, with roars of the dragon and the shattering of the fairy gate creating vibrations. Because the gift was expensive, the effects were also long. Guofan couldn't just click once. He clicked 10 at once. I come from the Mortal Realm sent, I come from the Mortal Realm x10. In fact, he was still in the phase of repaying the loan to the system, but fortunately, this aspect was quite humanized, and he could choose when to repay. He could even choose to never repay, but the next time he borrowed would deduct the number of days he owed. Wow, so cool. The silver-armored young general. The golden 5-clawed divine dragon, so cool. Coming from the Mortal Realm, shattering the fairy gate. Do celestial beings also want to peek into the mortal realm? These effects are so cool. Mortal Brother is so grand. This gift prompt is funny. Mortal Brother sent out 10 Mortal Brothers. Ha ha ha. The effects played a full 10 times. Moreover, the PK was also settled, and Guofan's 10 exclusive gifts instantly depleted the opponent's health bar. After all, clicking on Huazi was only 30,000, and it took a while. Just one of his was almost 1 million, and a few clicks would finish it. Dulu opened the mic. Dulu, your Mortal Brother is too fierce. My big brother just clicked a few and directly eliminated me, Princess Fanta exclaimed. Chapter 191. 0191. Safety maximized. Influence settlement. You have received 100,000 special points, including the special points given for salaries. Guofan had accumulated over 800,000 special points. It's shining, it's shining. There's a guild competition at the end of the month if I make another move. The special exchange store will be just within reach. Guofan felt happier than when a bunch of people wish him a happy birthday, just now. Mr. Gua, there are many people in the lobby looking for you. They say they're your friends. Guofan looked at the surveillance footage sent by the front desk, and they were all familiar faces, including the bound female streamers, Zhao Wenyu and Zhang Shidong. So far, these are the only people who knew about Guofan's birthday. Shortly after, everyone was led upstairs by the waiter. As soon as Guofan opened the door, a series of birthday blessings greeted him. Happy birthday, mortal brother. Each person had prepared a gift for mortal brother, wrapped in beautiful boxes. Following Huaxia customs, Guofan set the gifts aside without opening them, inviting everyone to come in. The newcomers were a bit reserved, except for Zhao Wenyu. Even the 6 streamers from the Magic Academy, who were familiar with Guofan, were quite restrained. Mortal brother, stay a few more days this time. I'll take you out to have some fun, Zhao Wenyu said. Chapter 192, 0192 Photo Incident, Immaculate. You are the purest man in the world and will not be tainted by a speck of dust. Simply put, it's an automatic cleaner. Guofan can now skip showers. This ability seemed a bit useless. Aside from being convenient, it didn't serve much of a purpose. Attribute growth. Your 6-dimensional attributes will continue to grow, but will not exceed human limits. Guofan, damn, this is even less useful. Due to already being a hexagonal warrior, the 6-dimensional attributes have reached their limit, so this new ability is of no use to him at all. He didn't expect that even the ruler would start to mess around. It's just that he opened for 100 affinity points at once. Is it really necessary to be so perfunctory? But fortunately, with physical immunity and chemical immunity in place, Guofan still felt a bit comforted. Guofan happily hummed a few tunes, waking up the little sheep next to him. Under the sunlight, there was the girl's body glowing softly, and one of Guofan's hands was still on it. After the little sheep woke up, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Pulling the blanket over herself to cover up, Guofan was not surprised. Some girls are more open, swaying in front of him in the emperor's new clothes, while others, like the little sheep, would still be shy even after having a relationship and being seen by him. Chapter 193. Law-abiding citizen Guofan has now bound quite a few female streamers. Some are regular supporters, like the Magic Academy. Others support casually, like Wan Wan. There's no need to mention the regular supporters. Guofan has already won them over. The current ecosystem of the Magic Academy is a group of big brothers following Guofan to fight, with the streamers being secondary. Playing together is the main thing. As for the casually supportive ones, Guofan treats them like electronic pets. Moreover, it's quite normal for female streamers to run with the big brothers. What are they live streaming for? It's just that Guofan might be going a bit overboard too much. Furthermore, it's obvious that someone is fanning the flames, deliberately saying that Guofan uses money to force others. Does he really force others? He can collect a basket of girlfriends just by going out for a stroll. Some claims don't hold water at all, yet many people believe them. After being a bit overwhelmed, Guofan calmed down. There's no need to escalate the situation. It's better to bring out the weapon of law. The legal weapon for ordinary people might not be very effective, but he is different. Guofan directly contacted a law firm. At first, they were reluctant to take on such a case, but they couldn't resist the substantial offer Guofan made. This kind of online rights protection is often costly and troublesome, leading many people to give up, but who told Guofan he had money? Chapter 194. People naturally go where wages are high. Jinxing Agriculture Company, Limited General Manager Bai Yong sat in the boss's chair in his office, quietly listening to the reports from his subordinates. Their company has been operating organic foods, such as organic rice and organic vegetables, and has been rooted in Hexiang for many years. Their company is affiliated with Jinxing Ecology Group, which is well known throughout Hexiang. Originally, their company was doing well and making money happily. Then suddenly, a company called Fanjian Industry opened next door. At first, it was fine, just normal operations. But not long ago, for some unknown reason, they suddenly wanted to expand their workforce. There's nothing wrong with expanding the workforce. Which company doesn't? But this company is different. The base salary is double that of theirs, and many employees left. The departure of old employees, isn't a big problem. But this year's fresh graduates were also snatched away by Fanjian Industry. How can they operate like this? This is purely malicious competition, deliberately offering high wages to increase labor costs, and then squeezing out other companies to monopolize the market, ultimately reaping the benefits while lowering wages. Don't ask him how he knows. This is definitely Fan Jian Industries' plan. If it weren't for Bai Yong's quick reaction and timely countermeasures, Jinxing Agriculture's production would have been delayed. Chapter 195. The more people, the better. If there was no work on Chen Jiaoyang's side, Guo Fan was planning to open Fan Jian Industry in Xi'an. Can Guo Fan, the earthly brother, tolerate this? However, leaving is one thing. He can't just leave without a word. He has to let the other side know he is not to be trifled with. He planned to disrupt their personnel expansion plan through rumors. Unfortunately, rumors are ultimately just rumors. Others may need to spend a lot of money and resources to prove them wrong, which is not worth the cost. But sorry, Guo Fan is playing on easy mode. If he doesn't believe Fan Jian Industry offers high wages, then he'll prove it through action. Come for an interview, and he'll give you a day's salary, unprecedented. Guo Fan estimates he is now labeled as someone who is foolishly rich. However, while you might earn, he absolutely won't lose. Under Guo Fan's strong insistence, this bizarre job fair was held at the Fan Jian Industries factory. Some are responsible for interviews, some for distributing money, and some for registering information to avoid double claims, since giving too much could create undue influence. Before the time began, people were trickling in outside. "Hello, is this Fan Jian Industry?" Someone asked upon entering. The HR staff were a bit speechless. Couldn't they see the big sign outside? Chapter 196. When you become curious about something. "What is up, Brother Fan? Do you need me to convey something to Vice Director Qi?" Chen Jiaoyang asked. Guo Fan replied, "No, you don't need to contact Vice Director Qi yet." Huh? Chen Jiaoyang was a bit confused. In this matter, his involvement wouldn't be effective. His leader was about to retire and was unwilling to handle this, while other high-ranking leaders had some connection to the Jinxing group. Only Vice Director Qi was new and might help them. This matter is still under my control, so it's unnecessary to trouble Vice Director Qi. Just help me block some external maneuvers. I'll handle the normal tactics myself. Hearing this, Chen Jiaoyang was a bit skeptical. He had heard that this job fair would burn through 300,000 in one day and 2 million over 7 days, without any economic benefit. What better use could he find for that money? But since Guo Fan is the one with the money, and he said so, Chen Jiaoyang had nothing more to say. That if you need anything, contact me. If I can't handle it, I'll reach out to Vice Director Qi, Chen Jiaoyang said. Guo Fan hummed in response and hung up the phone. Chen Jiaoyang was a bit surprised he could contact Vice Director Qi, generally as a small section chief. He wouldn't be at this level. Chapter 197. You benefit, I collect interest. When Fan Jian Industry was first established, it was modeled after large enterprises. Guo Fan wasn't short on money, so the facilities were fully equipped. Gymnasiums, fitness rooms, audiovisual rooms, lounges, snack spaces, oxygen bars, anything that could enhance employee happiness was arranged. Because Guo Fan didn't care about Fan Jian Industry's performance, he didn't force everyone to work hard or overtime. Moreover, since Guo Fan had once been through the rain, he didn't push others' umbrellas away, but instead opened a big sunshade for himself. Therefore, employees at Fan Jian Industry had ample time to enjoy these facilities. Anyone who spent some time at Fan Jian Industry knows that it is a very good company. The only regret is that after recruiting enough people, the company stopped hiring at all. Many employees inside the company came from various institutions for different reasons. At that time, everyone thought that this company was just arranging retirement for this group of people. They wanted others to join, but couldn't. For a while, everyone was watching a leader in his 60s, hoping for his retirement to free up a position. Just when everyone thought the company was like this, suddenly there was news that the company was going to continue expanding its recruitment, and not only that, but the benefits and treatment were also suddenly improved. Chapter 198-0198. I'm after your principal, Mr. Bai. It's bad. The agricultural revitalization team barged into the office. What kind of manners is this? Get out and knock before coming in, Bai Yong said sternly. The person opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and then went out to knock on the door. Kumin. The person walked in respectfully and said, Mr. Bai. What is the matter? Bai Yong asked casually. It seemed that something had happened on the side of the company, but it had only been a few days. How serious could it be? Most of the employees we sent out have basically resigned to join the company. With a clatter, the pen in Bai Yong's hand fell onto the desk. What? The person thought to himself, Did he not hear or understand Chinese? He repeated, the employees we sent out have basically resigned to join the company. How did they resign? Why didn't anyone tell me? Bayong couldn't he believe it? So many people resigning collectively. How could there be no news at all? They resigned through the normal procedures, and the HR manager agreed, the person said. Chapter 199.0.199 finally can relax while Guo Fan was busy dealing with the agricultural revitalization team. He didn't pay attention to his live stream. For him, live streaming had become more of an entertainment activity than anything else, and he only participated in larger events that still interested him a bit. However, although there was no news from Brother Fan, discussions about him in the Douyin livestream had not decreased. Haven't seen Brother Fan for several days. He must be busy, otherwise, where did all the gifts come from? The Magic Academy has also become successful, even without Brother Fan. They can still hit the million rankings with everyone. That is a huge live stream room with hundreds of thousands. It would be strange if they couldn't hit this data. Forget it, the Magic Academy is amazing. The guild competition is coming up in July. It's going to be intense. That depends on whether Brother Fan shows up. If he does, whoever he wants to win will win. ISNT that the Magic Academy being first. Not necessarily. I saw Brother Fan taking good care of the little sheep from Happy Garden recently. No. Brother Fan, the Magic Academy is your home. What if Brother Fan doesn't step in? Then it's uncertain. The big brothers from other guilds aren't weak either. No one is far ahead. Chapter 200.200 Chishi Gifts at the end of July. Before the peak of the guild competition, the Douyin platform launched Chishi Gifts. It felt like they wanted to make a profit during the guild competition and then again during Chishi. The people at Douyin understood the concept of a win-win situation. They made money twice. Guofan heard that Douyin had released Chishi Gifts and took a look. There were small gifts for 1 diamond and a mysterious store for 30,000 diamonds, aiming to attract people from all tiers. Chishi, compared to Huaxia, is a very special day. In mythology, on this day, the cowherd and the weaver girl meet briefly on the Magpie Bridge, looking at each other across the galaxy. However, Guofan had heard another version. 1 day in heaven equals a year on earth. In fact, the cowherd and the weaver girl could meet every day. It wasn't as romantic as imagined. Yet these unfortunate souls still had to spend money on this day. Since new gifts were released, Guofan definitely had to check them out. Those without money would watch others send gifts, while those with money would send gifts themselves. When Douyin first launched the Chishi Gifts, many big brothers wanted to send gifts to their favorite streamers, being as proactive as possible. The day before the guild competition, the Magic Academy, following tradition, still didn't stream, and Guofan didn't feel the need to send gifts to the Magic Academy either. Chapter 2010201. This peach is suspicious. Thank you, Brother Fan, for the Chishi Gifts, a full set of Chishi Gifts. Shangshan Lu quickly expressed gratitude. Although the value of this set was not as high as the one I got from the mortal world, its significance was extraordinary. Tomorrow, she could promote herself as the first streamer to receive Chishi Gifts for Brother Fan. Another wave of huge traffic. Now, Brother Fan represented traffic on Douyin. Wherever he was, the popularity of that live stream room could easily exceed 100,000. Many small live stream rooms hoped Brother Fan would visit theirs. Even if he didn't send anything, just passing by would be enough. That gift at the back looks nice, and it has sound. Why can't I send it? Only those who unlocked it early can send it. And it has to be Brother Fan. I'm from the mortal world. I'm done watching. I'm leaving. After watching the special effects of the Chishi Gifts, Lulu's 20 points of goodwill were also earned, and Guofan didn't stay any longer. Current goodwill for Lulu, 70. That's why it said that wealthy men find it easier to win over women because many things can be resolved with money. There's a joke that says girls will meet a guy on the bus every day, and after standing together for a while, they will become boyfriend and girlfriend after a few encounters. Chapter 2020202 Squirrel Guild Competition. Compared to Yu, Taozi is more lively and bolder. Her state when live streaming is completely different from when she with him. During these few days staying in the hotel, Guofan's clothes have basically been taken over by Taozi. Guofan is spotless, but the clothes are not. Often, the outer layer that comes into contact with the outside is dirtier than the inner layer, but ordinary people can't see it with the naked eye. Although Guofan doesn't understand Taozi's behavior, he respects it. After all, he doesn't lose anything, and Taozi seems quite happy, so why should he interfere? Brother Fan, when are we leaving? Taozi asked. Tomorrow. Today is the guild competition, and I'll participate, Guofan said. If you participate, how will others play? Tauzi said seriously. If you participate in the guild competition, I can still send you a wave of gifts. Can I still make it back in time? Tauzi followed up. Probably not in time. Guofan clicked into the live broadcast room of the Squirrel Guild. Look, it's already started. Hey, who is this? Guofan pointed at a girl and asked. The girl's outfit was similar to Wawa's, and he couldn't tell them apart until he saw Wawa. Chapter 203, 0203, The Mental Breakdown. What kind of gift is this? I couldn't find it in the mysterious shop either. Don't look for it. This is an exclusive gift. Only Brother Fan Jian has it on the entire platform. The gift has the same name as the account, my goodness. How much is this account worth? What are you thinking? Does Brother Fan Jian care about this little bit of money? So how many tickets is this gift worth? Is it the same price as Huazi? Once again, thanks to Brother Fan Jian for the special gift I come from the mortal world. This gift is worth 950,000 tickets, which is roughly equivalent to 32 Huazi. The host said, a gift worth 1,000,000 tickets? 100,000 yuan? I can't afford it even if I wanted to. So this is the legendary Brother Fan Jian? I've seen it for myself. Although Brother Fan Jian had left, the gift he threw down on his way out allowed Lele to take first place in the guild competition. 1,000,000 tickets. Wawa's big brothers could still catch up. But behind that 1,000,000 tickets was Brother Fan Jian. What is the point of playing anymore? He left and still threw down an exclusive gift. Are we still playing? Who knows? We can't tell if Brother Fan Jian was just giving it away or if he really wanted to play. 1,000,000 tickets cannot be casually given away by others, but for Brother Fan Jian, it indeed could be casually given away. Chapter 204, 0204. Who provoked you? Wawa's big brothers felt the invisible pressure for the first time. Clearly, Brother Fan Jian said he was just watching. Clearly, Brother Fan Jian didn't send any gifts. But they still felt tremendous pressure. Damn, hasn't he been here for a few hours? I thought Brother Fan Jian wasn't he coming. Not coming after a few hours means he is busy with something else. If he spent a few hours in another guild's live room, then that would mean he really isn't coming. That's not certain. Brother Fan Jian is unpredictable. This account looks really scary. Level 75 boarding pass. Exclusive avatar and exclusive outfit. Anyone who sees it would tremble. I feel like Brother Fan Jian is watching me. This is ridiculous, bro. Wait until the Royal City PK. If Brother Fan Jian sends something, then just go to sleep. Yeah, sleep early. In my dreams, I'll have infinite diamonds and be brushing with Brother Fan Jian. Your dream is nice, but it's mine now. Guofan hadn't properly watched the guild competition for a long time. Last time, the competition started right before the finals, and there were no more visuals of the players afterwards. This time, Guofan felt he was reconnecting with his original intentions, remembering that night when he lost himself in the streamer's calls a brother. Chapter 205, 0205, a hasty conclusion on this day. Guofan wandered around the live broadcast rooms of the guild competition with his main account, occasionally voting for the 80 streamers. Each time he voted, he startled the big brothers in the live room, fearing that Brother Fan Jian would suddenly intervene. Some big brothers had taken management roles, keeping an eye on the screen, and as soon as someone started to taunt, they would mute them. No one dared to gamble on whether Brother Fan Jian's emotions were stable or not. As for why the big brothers muted themselves, do you think the guild would manage that? They would love for Brother Fan Jian to participate. Who knows? They might be the next little bear Soma. Guofan strolled around, and everywhere there were Chi-Chi gifts floating around. Despite being ugly, some people still sent them. It's unclear who said it, but the sentiment was that if you love her, send her a set of Chi-Chi gifts, which led many not-so-wealthy fools to send a set of Chi-Chi gifts to the streamer that day, perfectly expressing their feelings while boosting the streamer's ranking in the guild competition. Then they receive a line, "Brother, you are so romantic. Brother, you are so charming." Tauzi quietly leaned over. "Brother, you are so strong." Cha-Cha also joined in. "You two should stop flattering if you can't do it well." Cha-cha-chuka. Tauzi looked innocent. She was speaking from the heart, and her face was still fragrant, not daring to wash it off. Chapter 206, 0206. Landing in HH. Before heading to HH, Guofan contacted Tom in advance. "Oh, dear Fan," Tom spoke with a tone. "Is there anything I can help you with? I'm preparing to go to HH. Please arrange a hotel for me," Guofan replied. "Please wait a moment, my friend." After a while, Tom's somewhat apologetic voice came through. "There are no hotels under our brand there, but we will compensate you with a gift." Guofan was taken aback. Huh? If they're ISNT1, then they're ISNT. He can find another hotel. Why suddenly compensate? Before long, Guo Fan received a transfer from Tom. The amount was nearly equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. Dear Fan, I hope you have a great time, Tom said. Hey, what do you mean by this? I don't need your money. Fan, this is the treatment our group offers to our most distinguished users. Don't worry. It's not my money. You can spend it freely, and when it's gone, you can ask me for more, Tom explained. Guo Fan, it can work like this? Do top tycoons not have to spend their own money for food and lodging? Guo Fan had never been rich before, so he didn't know if this was normal. He just felt a bit uneasy about getting something for free. Chapter 207. 0207 What bad thoughts can a child have? Didn't he expect it? We are still in summer. And it's already autumn here, Tauzi remarked while taking off her coat. Once they entered the suite, everyone warmed up a bit. If you studied geography well, you would have so many complaints, Guo Fan commented. I know it's colder in the north than in the south. I just didn't know it would be this much of a difference, Tauzi argued. After all, she had received 9 years of compulsory education. How could they say that about her? Yu rubbed her hands. She felt a bit cold, and her hands hadn't warmed up yet. Guo Fan grabbed her hand, wrapping her small hand in his big one. Yu's little face turned red in an instant. Her hands were cool, but her heart felt warm. I want to. Tauzi rushed over, stretching out her fair and clean little hands. Wait a moment, Guo Fan said somewhat impatiently. Yu smiled, finally. She found someone who was even more childlike than herself. After Yu warmed up a bit, Guo Fan covered Tauzi's hands. Brother, I want to breathe on it. To warm it up, Tauzi pleaded. Guo Fan helplessly breathed a few times. Tauzi giggled. So ticklish childish. Cha-Cha placed her hands under the air conditioner, relying on high-tech for warmth. Chapter 208. 0208 Make good use of the weapons granted by the state. If Guo Fan didn't hold on, that little boy would have taken advantage of it. Sister, I was just stopping him from doing bad things. Your child is not small anymore. You should know the difference between men and women. Who's the sister? You're the sister. What bad things? How can child do bad things? Don't slander people. The woman became agitated. Besides, what is the big deal about being touched? It won't take off a piece of meat. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. As soon as Guo Fan heard this, he immediately understood that this woman was impossible to communicate with. Brother? Guo Fan looked at the man. Brother? Who's your brother? The man saw that Guo Fan was being polite and suddenly felt that the latter was easy to bully, so he grabbed Guo Fan's collar, saying, What if you scare my child into a bad state? Goodness, they really aren't from the same family. They don't even share a door. Let go of my brother. Tauzi was unhappy. Other things didn't matter, but her Guo Fan brother must not be harmed. Guo Fan calmly looked at the man, thinking about what was going on. You should have just pulled that little boy away and left, and not thought about educating him. In such a family, it would be useless even if he wore his mouth out. Chapter 209. 0209 A bustling international morning market when Guo Fan and Yu returned to the hotel. It was already nearly midnight. This was thanks to the legal department's arrival. Otherwise, they would have had to spend more time at the government office. With the legal department there, he could finally leave. After all, it was not a criminal case. Along the way, Tauzi frequently glanced at Guo Fan. Due to his damaged clothes, Guo Fan was wearing a black suit belonging to an employee of the legal department. Guo Fan usually wore casual clothes, but Tauzi could sense he looked handsome. Now, dressed in formal attire, she found him even more charming. Brother Fan, can you wear this to sleep with me tonight? Tauzi asked. Guo Fan's hand, which was about to unbutton, paused. Yu and Cha-Cha. They also thought Brother Fan was handsome, but not to this extent. Did this need to be cosplayed? What were they playing? A domineering CEO and his little wife? Thinking about it, that seemed pretty good, but unfortunately, the two of them weren't as open as Tauzi. Ouch. Guo Fan tapped Tauzi's head. What are you thinking with that little head of yours? Guo Fan said, Let's talk about it another time. Tauzi's dim gaze immediately brightened. All right. Chapter 210. 0210 Katerina. With the participation of the Russians, the morning market became even livelier. From time to time, some social media influencers could be seen visiting to interview foreign tourists at the market. Guo Fan and his group also caught attention, as the three of them were quite eye-catching. Many influencers approached to ask if they could conduct interviews with them. Of course, this was polite. Some people would suddenly stop someone while walking and ask them all sorts of bizarre questions. Are you a tourist here? Sorry, we do not accept interviews. Just a few words will be fine. Share your thoughts about this place, the influencer pleaded. But Guo Fan himself didn't like to show up in front of the camera. Look for someone else, Guo Fan replied without turning back. The influencer sighed. There were too many people interviewing foreigners here, and the videos were hard to go viral. But if they added some handsome guys and beautiful girls, it might be different. He thought for a moment and decided to use the footage from earlier and edit a bit. As for seeking others' consent, this thing doesn't need consent. If I filmed you and it goes viral, isn't that a win-win? Guofan didn't realize that he and his companions had already become part of someone else's material. And at that moment, he was chatting with a Russian couple. Chapter 211, 0211 meeting the brown bear. Katerina's mother was smiling, while her father remained silent. The former nudged the latter. Only then did Katerina's father speak up. Our house is surrounded by woods, and there are many wild beasts in there. I occasionally take my hunting rifle in a hunt, and we also have a bear at home. A bear? Guofan's eyes lit up. In the past, he would have been afraid of such wild beasts, but now he really wanted to see one up close. It must be said, Russians truly live up to their reputation. Someone really has a bear at home. All right, I'll handle the procedures and visit you, Guofan said. Let us not wait. Let us go today, Katerina's mother said. No need for procedures. Travel is visa-free. Yu, Cha-Cha, Guofan called out. Let us go abroad, shall we? Yu and Cha-Cha. What is going on? Were we here to see foreigners? Why are we suddenly going abroad to be foreigners? However, the two of them were still very interested. After all, it was a trip, and where to go didn't matter. It just felt like they were forgetting something. Katerina was the most excited at this moment. This handsome guy from China has agreed to come to her house. How far could a proposal be? Chapter 212, 0212 returning to the hotel. What are you two big men doing here? Katerina's mother approached, followed by Katerina, Yu, and Cha-Cha. Katerina's father replied, Fan is coming to see our Cupid. Nonsense. Fan is young and doesn't know any better. But why are you bringing a guest to such a dangerous place? Katerina's mother pulled on her husband's ear. The fighting spirit of the Russian people was still somewhat fierce. Katerina's father turned red. He really didn't want to be treated like this in front of Guofan, but he didn't dare to resist. So, even though his ear was being pulled, he maintained a resolute expression. What is Cupid? Yu asked softly. Their communication with Katerina was relatively smooth. When they couldn't speak in Chinese, they switched to English. Katerina leaned in and whispered, It's a brown bear we adopted. A brown bear? Yu became curious. Can I see it? You should be able to see it if you take a few steps forward, Katerina said. Hearing this, Yu walked a few steps toward the warehouse. Katerina's father hadn't closed the door yet. Although his ear was being pulled, he held the hunting rifle steadily, and Cupid was basking in the sun, showing its belly. Chapter 213, 0213 Brother Fan and Fan's Enterprises. By the way, boss, there's been significant progress in recovering employee wages. Great. The wages have been recovered? Not yet. Even if the court rules in our favor, whether we can get the money is another issue, the other side replied. Guofan understood that a ruling was one thing, and execution was another. He had heard many stories of capitalists not repaying debts, causing migrant workers to lose everything while they continued to live in luxury. When asked, they always said they had no money, but where did they get their food and shelter? Ex-wife support, parental support, sibling support. Boss, how far have we gotten with this matter? Asked the employee from the legal department. What do you think we should achieve? Guofan retorted. Once the judgment is made, it can come to an end. With this judgment in hand, we have enough to stand on the moral high ground. The cost of pursuing it further is too high. No, we must get it back. Guofan said, Stop always thinking about solving problems at the legal level. You lawyers should also be good at using public opinion. The internet is so developed now, and the Jinshin group is so large. The employees of the legal department instantly understood. A group this big cannot afford the reputation of owing money and not paying it back, but this really offends Jinshin. Chapter 214-0214 Let him headache far away in HH. Guofan had no idea that he almost exposed himself. However, he found out with a phone call. Guofan took the time to call his mother and asked about the recent situation of Fanjin Industry. There were no difficulties, and Luan wouldn't have called proactively. But since her son asked, she told Guofan everything that had happened recently. The acquisition of the factory area went smoothly, thanks to Chun Jiaoyang's help. Once it was bought, it was a done deal. Jinshin Group would need to send high-level people to influence it. But with Vice Director Qi holding the fort, they wouldn't get their way. So, the most likely to take action against Fanjin Industry would be the supply channels. Fanjin Industry doesn't deal with raw materials. It does processing, so it still has to rely on suppliers. As long as the supply to Fanjin Industry is cut off, it will cause the factory to stagnate. Without product sales profits, With so many employees to feed, in just a few months, bankruptcy would be the only option. However, Guofan wasn't worried at all. Even if he did nothing, Fanjin Industry wouldn't go under. After all, he was extremely wealthy now. From his mother's words, it was clear that Jinshin Group had made a move, but then pulled back. Chapter 2:15-021 5 Recent Developments. Fanjin Industry scheduled a procurement negotiation meeting for 5 days later. On one hand, it was to give those bosses on Douyin some time. Some of them weren't close to Hexiong and needed time to come over, so it wouldn't be fair to rush them. On the other hand, it was to give their own companies some preparation time. Fanjin Industry hadn't paid much attention to this before, and the company was relatively rudimentary. So they wanted to take this time to make some improvements. This notice was also sent to local suppliers in Hexiong, but strictly speaking, the local ones were more like second-hand dealers. As soon as Guofan sent the notification, the suppliers in Hexiong showed dissatisfaction. He had already lowered his stance and offered discounts. So what did Fanjin Industry mean? Holding a procurement negotiation meeting. How many could they really invite? Just holding a meeting, treating a chicken feather as an arrow. There's no way I'm going to this damn meeting. Even if invited, I wouldn't go. They think they're so proud, right? We won't supply them with materials. Let's see who ends up begging who. Boss, Mr. Chien is on the phone. Oh, Mr. Chien, how have you been lately? Yes. We do have a Fanjin Industry, and I still have cooperation with them. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter clearly for you. Chapter 2:16-02-16 Guofan is angry. The procurement negotiation meeting at Fanjin Group had just started when news came from Jinshin Group. They began adjusting salaries and improving benefits internally. Although the increase wasn't as large as Fanjin Group's, it was still very good. Many people, having worked there for a long time, still felt some sense of belonging to the company. If the difference in benefits wasn't too great, they wouldn't leave easily. Of course, young people didn't have this concern and were quick to jump ship. Fanjin Group didn't poach anyone, but many management talents from Jinshin jumped ship, bringing a lot of industry experience. The enormous Jinshin Group began to make changes, causing other companies to tremble. Most of them relied on squeezing employee costs to enhance company profits. Working weekends, overtime, and not contributing to social insurance were common practices. But now there was a Fanjin Group nearby, eyeing them covetously, attracting many employees with high salaries and benefits. Many white-collar workers would rather become ordinary workers than stay at their original company. After all, people nowadays aren't fools. Titles like office white-collar or software engineer sound nice. But without money, they are useless. Chapter 2:17-02-17 Video controversy among them. There were some rational voices, posting comments expressing that they wouldn't evaluate without knowing the full picture. There were also more silent majorities, quietly watching without making any statements. Guofan didn't think too much about it when a call came in from Chun Jiaoyang. Mr. Fan, was it you in the video? Fortunately, he watched it. Otherwise, he would have been confused by Chun Jiaoyang's words. I did watch it. It was maliciously edited. I'll arrange for the legal department to send a lawyer's letter, Guofan said. That's good. Chun Jiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Fanjin Group was in a period of rapid development. If this incident affected them, it would be a huge loss. His current position was tied to Fanjin Group. However, fortunately, it wasn't a principled issue and wouldn't have much impact, but it could easily be seized upon. Just after finishing the call with Chun Jiaoyang, his mother's call came in. Son, even if we have money now, we should still be polite to others. Many people get into trouble over small matters. Lu Wen said more gently. Mom, you saw the video, right? I didn't say those words. It was maliciously edited, Guofan explained. Damn, these bastards actually did such a thing. Thinking we're easy to bully. I'm contacting the legal department right now. No matter the cost, we must make them pay. Chapter 2:18-02-18 Special Exchange Store. The so-called video was actually just a few images on a loop. Let alone people, there wasn't even a voiceover. Despite this, the likes for this work were skyrocketing. Hello everyone, I come from a mortal world. I learned about the video from a friend immediately. Due to the malicious editing issue, I contacted the official right away and asked my company's legal team to defend our rights. Unexpectedly, the video author then released even more false information. Regarding the claim that I used my connections to threaten the video author, that is purely fictional. Of course, it's not enough to just talk. I've already hired professionals to verify the authenticity of the video. The video author has now received my lawyer's letter, and I will continue to follow up on this matter until the culprit is brought to justice. The comments on the work also began to rise. The first batch were Guofan's fans, so they all supported him. Then there were some bystanders who stated they wouldn't comment until the matter was resolved, and finally, there were some rich-hating comments, suggesting that Guofan must have used his connections to distort the facts. I thought Brother Fanjin would respond, but unexpectedly, he just showed me the text. Chapter 219.0219, Arranging Matters Currently. I can't exchange anything, so Guofan didn't think too much. His special points could reach around 200,000 a month, and even with the company and live streaming, he would still have to wait half a year to exchange for the cheapest technology. However, seeing these good things further strengthened Guofan's determination to expand. Then the news reached the Fanjian group that the company would continue to hire. Frightened, the Xinxing group raised their benefits again, which slowed down the rate of employee turnover. But holding on like this is not a solution. According to Fanjian Group's approach, Xinxing Group would eventually go under. Gao Xinxing began to entertain the thought of joining Fanjian Group, although there were still people in the local Hexiang area. Fanjian Group was not limited to Hexiang and began to open more Fanjian companies in various regions. Guofan also had people establish a group research institute, recruiting a batch of PhD students to research products. Whether they can successfully research is not important. What matters is that there will be a way out for future technology sources. As for how someone with just a bachelor's degree could research such high-tech things, Li Ning would provide the answer. While Guofan was focusing on the group matters, the legal department was also receiving good news. Chapter 220.220 Going abroad. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Guofan also went to buy a full outfit, all purchased by Yu and the others. As they suggested, since they couldn't go with him, they would send their thoughts along. Yu's thought was a custom-made dress. She touched every detail of the dress, infusing it with her essence. Cha-Cha's thought was a set of lingerie. She softened the hard fabric with her body, allowing Guofan to feel her unique softness. Taozi's thought was a broken bed. Guofan could only say that they were all quite abstract. Before leaving, Guofan made sure to send the three of them off. He had spent a large amount of money hiring a business school to train them in management knowledge, not expecting them to be experts, just to grasp the basics. If they couldn't even master that, then they shouldn't think about coming back and should settle in the academy. Guofan also contacted a security company that cooperated with his company to obtain contact information for security companies abroad. On the surface, he claimed it was for his own safety. Of course, they were not protecting his safety, but rather protecting him from harm. After all, given his current capabilities, he wouldn't die from a barrage, but if this were to reach the lighthouse country, he feared he might not be able to return to Huaxia. Chapter 221.0221 Small Town Life. Perhaps due to the sparse population, the sky in Brittany's hometown was clearer than any Guofan had ever seen. A gentle breeze brought the fragrance of the earth. The buildings in the small town also had their own unique characteristics, which Guofan found quite novel. They weren't necessarily beautiful. They just had a sense of freshness. The buildings looked quite old, while Guofan's rural relatives had moved into small villas a few years ago. Yet here, people were still living in old houses. Fan Jiange, welcome to your arrival, Brittany greeted in her broken Huaxia language, pulling Guofan back to reality. Hello, it's been a while. You look even more beautiful, Guofan said with a smile. The young girl's face immediately turned red. Brittany, don't let Fan stand here. Take us inside, Tom interrupted at this moment. Brittany snapped back to her senses, smiled shyly, and led Guofan and the others into the small town. She wasn't surprised by the presence of the White Wolf team. It was quite normal for a Huaxia tycoon to hire security abroad for protection. Brittany was wearing a floral dress, and as she walked, the hem swayed in the wind. Contrary to the rumors that foreign women from China had unpleasant smells, Guofan could smell the lavender fragrance on her as he walked behind her. Chapter 222.0222 International Version. Is this the international version of Douyin? Guofan pointed at an app on Brittany's phone. Yeah, it's that one that's also quite popular in your Huaxia, Brittany replied. The icon for the international version of Douyin looked very similar to Douyin, and Guofan recognized it at a glance. He had often heard about how popular the international version of Douyin was abroad, and now he was seeing it for the first time. He hadn't thought about using a VPN. Otherwise, he would have opened the doors to the country much earlier. Actually, Fan, I'm also a streamer, Brittany said proudly. She opened the international version of Douyin to show Guofan her follower count. Guofan saw that she had over 50,000 followers, which was quite a lot. Notably, Brittany didn't do any collabs. Her content consisted of ordinary videos, relying solely on her looks to attract fans. When he heard about her streaming, Guo Fan became interested. Since I've already stepped outside the country, I should also step out with Fan Jian, he said. How come I haven't seen your live streams? Guo Fan asked. Brittany didn't reply, but glanced at Guo Fan's lower half. Guo Fan, that indeed isn't Brittany's fault. In the foreign country, Guo Fan didn't need to use a VPN. He could directly download and use the international version of Douyin. The style was the same, it was just the different races with more white and black people. The videos made by foreigners were quite exaggerated, often featuring large gestures and big mouths. Chapter 2230223, Returning Home to Red, which also provided emotional value. But the emotional value from the streamers was no longer Guo Fan's main source of experience points. Guo Fan exited the live stream and looked at the promotional spots on the international version of Douyin. One event stood out prominently, Global Championship. In simple terms, it was a large-scale PK event involving participants from various countries and regions, except for Huaxia, of course. The event was quite lively, as streamers from around the world participated on behalf of their countries, with many carrying a sense of national pride. However, it wasn't always necessary to support one's own country. It was common for people from Neon to support streamers from the Lighthouse country. They were eager to get close to the female streamers from there. The event started with preliminary rounds in each country and region, followed by elimination rounds to narrow it down to 100, culminating in the final showdown. Right now, it was the preliminary rounds for each region. Each country and region had a ranking system, with each PK victory earning a certain amount of rank points. And reaching the highest star rank would qualify them for the event. This event was taken very seriously by streamers, with many participating as it was an international stage. If they gained fame during the event, they could earn dollars effortlessly afterward. Chapter 224024 Fan GNGE's support object on the screen. The spicy strip stood far away from the camera. Although she couldn't see the comments in the public chat, she could still hear the host's voice. That call of Fan Jiange made her heart tremble. The first time she received a gift from Fan Jiange, he was only in his 40s with little fame. By the time she heard about him again, he had already become a wealthy big brother. Like most female streamers who had been associated with Guo Fan, they had been forgotten in the corners, as this Fan Jiange only had eyes for the Magic Academy. However, it was understandable, as a Magic Academy had the most beautiful girls. Almost all the female streamers in the Little Bear Soma community envy those 6 from the Magic Academy. Spicy Strips especially envies them. After all, she once had a chance. Of course, the other 5 female streamers are also shaken, as this is the legendary Brother Fan, a man who can create a carnival with just a flick of his fingers. Who wouldn't tea like him? However, it's currently the stage of the data dance, and no one can speak. They can only look at the screen in anticipation, hoping to see Brother Fan's gift effects. On the public screen, Guo Fan also expressed his doubts. I come from the mortal world. What do you mean Spicy Strips left? Isn't she right here? Chapter 225025 RPG. The population in Huaxia is too large, and the species is highly diverse. Not everyone is fawning over rich second-generation heirs like young Master Wang. There are also plenty of people who criticize them. Even Huaxia coins are not liked by everyone. Guo Fan has been pretending all along, and many people just can't stand this attitude. Guo Fan knows about these external voices, but he certainly can't change it. If he did, how would he find joy? In fact, the previous criticism was even more absurd than now, but ever since Guo Fan sent that person in, the haters have become much milder. They focus on the actions, not the person, evaluating what they think Brother Fan should or shouldn't he do. Guo Fan is definitely too lazy to deal with such situations. However, with many haters, there are certainly also many fans, and there are plenty of people supporting Guo Fan. Big Brother lets them enjoy the dance for free, and lets them enjoy the gifts for free. What are they waiting for to express their gratitude for such a good Big Brother? Guo Fan could give more, but right now, it's neither a PK battle, nor does he have a reason to give more. If he gives more, he must dance more, right? But how many times can he dance in a day? 1,000 times at most, and any more would just be called individual broadcasts to repay the debt. Chapter 226022 Brother Fan is back. Spicy Strips. Brother Fan, you must be working hard lately. If you have anything bothering you, feel free to talk to me. Spicy Strips. I'm known as the human-shaped tree hole. I come from a mortal world. Isn't it too expensive to pay 3,000 to hire a human-shaped tree hole? Online tree hole services are only a few dozen for an hour. Spicy Strips. Whoa, I've danced RPG 300 times. I come from a mortal world. That makes sense. Quite appropriate. Then I'll let you dance again later. Spicy strips. Crying JPG, brother fan. Please let me take a break. Tomorrow I can continue dancing. Spicy strips. My two legs aren't even mine anymore. Spicy strips. Image spicy strips. Look, they're shaking. Spicy strips was so happy typing quickly on her phone. Since brother fan said this, it means he will come back later. Their relationship is no longer a one-time transaction. She said she would continue dancing for brother fan tomorrow. So if he has time, he will definitely come back tomorrow. ISNT this a great opportunity? I come from the mortal world. How do I tell if you're intentionally shaking? Spicy strips. I can't prove it. But after I'm done dancing tomorrow, you can come and touch it? Chapter 2, 270-227, Let S congratulate Spicy Strips, I come from the mortal world. Host. Spicy Strips is exempt from dancing. Seeing this message, Spicy Strips couldn't contain her excitement. This exemption not only represents 300,000 votes worth of gifts, but also signifies her relationship with Brother Fan, meaning she has entered Brother Fan's site. What are the benefits of being in Brother Fan's site? It goes without saying, right? To boldly say, even if she doesn't maintain Big Brother now, but just flatters Brother Fan, it's enough for her to live quite comfortably, as Brother Fan is famously known for not treating money as money. You might think 300,000 votes is a lot, but in reality, it's just a tiny fraction of Brother Fan's wealth. The number of votes Brother Fan generated in the last event was enough to support all the streamers in Douyin. Nearby, the jars and bottles in XIN as heart shattered all over the place. Her mood was as complex as it could get. That S10 big dragons. 300,000 votes is equivalent to 30,000 Huaxia coins, which is a significant income for the streamer. Moreover, this is not about exploiting people, but allowing them to rest, equivalent to free earnings. And the price of these 300,000 votes is secondary. What is important is that it was given by Brother Fan, the man behind Little Bear Soma. Receiving this 300,000 votes means she will surely gain more 300,000 votes in the future. Chapter 228.02.28 Random vote counts. Spicy Strips made her entrance and spun around. Her skirt flew up due to centrifugal force, but since she didn't lift her legs, nothing extra was exposed. Her movements while dancing weren't as big as before, and the audience didn't see the lace they wanted to see. Everyone thought Spicy Strips was really tired, which is why her movements couldn't be as large. But having eaten and rested for over an hour, Spicy Strips had fully recovered. Previously, she wanted to attract fans. Now that Brother Fan had already attracted them, she had to consider the impact. She couldn't let others see. If Brother Fan wanted to watch, she could just show him privately. Spicy Strips began to hold back, but XNXN opened up, dancing very hard, as everyone feared her clothes might fall off. XIN didn't want to make headlines either, so she timely pulled up her clothes each time, effectively whetting the audience's appetite. However, she was trying to hook the audience, but Brother Fan. Oh no! Quickly get a piece of clothing for XIN to cover up. The host interrupted the group dance. With XIN's performance, it's unclear whether Brother Fan was attracted, but it certainly caught the official's attention. Now, XIN's only advantage was buried beneath her clothing, and she felt like crying without tears, unsure if her previous effort had any effect. Chapter 229.02.29 I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 1. The audience was happy. The fans were ignited with hope. As long as Brother Fan couldn't brush indefinitely, there was a possibility of defeating him. Suddenly, they had the will to PK. This was a chance to defeat Brother Fan. Even if they were defeating a Brother Fan who had tied his hands and feet, it would still be enough to brag about. Now, that Tutu boss has been boasting about having once tied with Brother Fan, when in reality, they only competed for just over 1 million votes. Host, did Brother Fan say how the randomization works? Of course, randomization must have a range. If it started from 0, what would Brother Fan play? So, the lower limit is 1 million votes. Oh my god, the lower limit is 1 million votes. Tong Tong hasn't even gotten 1 million votes, right? 1 million votes is the entry level. Otherwise, there's no qualification to fight with Brother Fan. Well, it's not that bad. There's so many of us, it's not like one person has to get 1 million votes. Everyone, let us first reveal how many votes we have. If it's not 1 million, then don't humiliate ourselves. What about the upper limit? What about the upper limit? The upper limit, as Brother Fan said, is 5 million votes. The host said, this is what Guafan thinks is a relatively reasonable upper limit. He hasn't heard of anyone breaking 10 million votes in daily PKs. And several million votes are already a lot. Chapter 230-230. I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 2. Guofan doesn't have much impression of this Tong Tong. Thinking she is new, but seeing the messages on the public screen, this girl has been around for several months. Originally, looking at the situation on the field, he thought Xin was a strong competitor against Latia, but unexpectedly, Tong Tong appeared out of nowhere. However, it's still a good thing. It won't make today's PK too boring. Tong Tong's family brother launched a carnival, and the three hosts, other than Latia, looked a bit unhappy. The two hosts engaged in a duet were feeling complicated. They were trying hard to pull in cars and planes, even breaking them into shining stars to go live, but Tong Tong's big brother directly launched a carnival. The gap widened instantly. Xin felt even worse. She was originally sitting in second place watching the show, but Tong Tong's big brother kicked her down. Although the two duet hosts looked pitiful, they had already gotten over 20,000 votes and were quickly being caught up. The two duet hosts adjusted their mindset. They weren't losing today, and whatever they could pull in next would be extra earnings. With this mindset, their speaking skills improved, and many viewers generously contributed. Chapter 231-02-31. I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 3. Xin got off the stage and removed Zai's Henzu. If she figured it out, she could still make a comeback. Relying on her natural qualities, she could still make a living in the streaming industry. But if she couldn't figure it out, the eliminated female hosts would receive no attention, as everyone's focus was on the female host present. The two duet female hosts turned around and caught up with Tong Tong again, but as soon as the latter grabbed the mic, another carnival was sent out. It was still sent by another big brother. At that moment, the two understood that their hope of catching up to second place today was a bit bleak. They both worked hard to Jiangshi third place. However, some things really can't be accomplished just by trying hard. There were only so many people in the live broadcast room, and those who were soft-hearted had already been soft-hearted. When they tried to pull votes again, they couldn't get any more. Their vote counts were stuck at over 50,000 votes. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good result. Converted into earnings, that meant over 1,000 yuan a day. If they could have this much every day, they would be content. Unfortunately, such good luck doesn't come every day. They could only earn so much today by taking advantage of Brother Fan's opportunity. Once Brother Fan left, they didn't know how much popularity they could retain for tomorrow. They suddenly thought about keeping Latia, but unfortunately, Qingtian001 wasn't a fool either and wouldn't agree to let Latia return to Dreamland. Chapter 232-02-32. I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 4. Guofan pondered for a moment, opened the gift bar, chose the carnival, then adjusted it to the golden carnival, and finally clicked 30 times. I come from the mortal world. Sending Latia Golden Carnival X30. Although this gift had no sound effects or vibrations, it was indeed the most common gift on Douyin, considered a sentimental gift. Guofan usually sent it to pull in popularity. In fact, he didn't need to pull in popularity now. It was just that he was used to it and it felt comfortable to use. Wow, 30 carnivals. Latia just broke 1 million. So cool, Brother Fan. If Brother Fan wasn't restricted, who wouldn't be scared to see this thing? And this is just the beginning. Thank you, Brother Fan, for the 30 golden carnivals. Thank you, Brother Fan. Before Latia even got the mic, Guofan sent out the gifts. Not 1, not 10, but a full 30 big dragons, plus her original vote count. She had already broken 1 million. Latia didn't even know how long it had been since she last broke 1 million. Thank you, Brother Fan. I've broken 1 million votes again today. I don't even know when the last time I broke 1 million was. If it weren't for meeting you, I wouldn't know when I could break 1 million again. Latia said, very touched. Chapter 233-02-33. I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 5. Guofan used to love saying what he was going to send first, even laying some groundwork. In general, it was to let others cheer him on first. When the gifts were sent out, others could cheer him on again, resulting in double the joy. World sends Tong Tong Carnival X10. The Big King calls me to patrol the mountains, sends Tong Tong Carnival X10. World and the Big King called me to patrol the mountains were the first to act, each sending 10 carnivals. Guofan actually admired such big brothers who could send 10 carnivals at once because that was real money. Unlike himself, who could only send some free money, lacking the joy of earning. Lollipop quickly followed and opened 2 guardian gods. It's on, it's on. What kind of fight is this? Just a small scuffle. This is still a small scuffle. After watching Brother Fan for a long time, you'll understand. I've always watched Brother Fan's broadcasts. That proves you still have a dull heart. 666. There are really many rich people. They all send 10 at a time. This is nothing. I've seen 100 at once. Today is tough. The upper limit is there. Chapter 23402-3-4. I need to consider if this is our only chance to defeat Brother Fan. 6. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. Don't underestimate my luck. Lollipop. Your biggest luck is drinking iced red tea and getting another bottle. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. Slander. Total slander. World. You two are getting along well. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. Lollipop. Other fans quietly ate melons. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. My gifts are 10 carnivals. World. Me too. Lollipop. Then I'll just open 4. Why does Sister Tang insist on opening Guardian Gods? The money is sponsored by others. They want to see me open this. World. TSK. Patrol Brother. You have no chance now. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. The Big King called me to patrol the mountains. Thank you for telling me. World. No need to thank me. Lollipop. You two are enough. The Big Brother was chatting lively in the group, while Tong Tong felt exhausted shouting in the live broadcast room. She is 19 carnivals away from spicy strips. If it were in the past, such a big gap would definitely make her give up easily. But today is different. With the challenge and self-restraining of the mortal brother, many people would surely want to join in. Chapter 23502-3-5. I need to consider whether this is our only opportunity to defeat the mortal brother. 7. Congratulations, Tong Tong, for breaking 3 million votes. Congratulations, Tong Tong. 3 million. Hello, Tong. One person sent a message on the public screen, and others followed. Guofan also joined in and sent a message. Tong Tong looked at the public screen, deeply moved. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for liking Tong Tong. Xin in the audience was starting to lose her composure. Why? Why does Tong Tong have 3 million votes? She saw that her own fans, who had just refused to send her gifts, had gone to send gifts to Tong Tong. If it weren't for the expensive things around her, she would definitely have smashed something by now. The livestream manager saw Xin's gloomy expression and sighed. This should have been an opportunity for Xin as well, but now, not only has the opportunity vanished, but the fans have also disappeared. The spicy strips made way for Seat. She was quite satisfied to have reached this ticket count. However, since live streaming is her job, she still needed to continue soliciting votes to earn more money. No one would complain about having too much money. Of course, excluding the mortal brother. The spicy strips now felt that the money at the mortal brother's home was about to expire, which is why she was eager to spend it. The spicy strips chased after Tong Tong, saying, "Let's see. Oh wow, 70,000 votes. Let's get started." Chapter 23602-36. I need to consider whether this is our only opportunity to defeat the mortal brother. 8. Guofan slowly typed a question mark in his mind. When he saw his old rival appear here, he felt that these people were going to stir things up, and he didn't expect that even the Steel Hand's friends wanted to join in. Steel Hand sent Tong Tong a Carnival X1. Idea sent Tong Tong a Carnival X1. Boss Tutu sent Tong Tong a Carnival X1. Bluetooth headset sent Tong Tong a Carnival X1. Sent a Tong Tong. A large number of familiar and unfamiliar big brothers began to send gifts. Some sending carnivals, some sending Doey #1, and others participating with sunglasses. They usually couldn't even chat 10 sentences privately. But now they all united to defeat the mortal brother. Is the mortal brother that hated? Oh my, how many people are there? So many big brothers are sending carnivals. Tong Tong. Oh my, this is a sea of wealth. Laughing to death. Tong Tong is probably going to become the biggest winner. The mortal brother's heart must be breaking. Usually, they are fans, but at this moment, the betrayal is particularly harsh. Aren't they fans? What about the previous rivals? Aren't they all just laughing and letting go of past grievances? Do you think they're all saints? Who is that generous? Chapter 23702-37. I need to consider whether this is our only opportunity to defeat the mortal brother. 9. Those who have sent gifts know that once a gift is sent, they will keep sending until they realize it is meaningless. During live streaming rewards, the concept of money becomes blurred. The audience thinks that 10 yuan is 100 diamonds, which will make the host dance for a long time. But that is only in an empty live stream. When there are people, what others want to see and what you want to see can differ, leading to conflict. If one is not rational, it is very likely they will want to compete with others over this small matter until they realize they cannot beat the opponent. The current situation is similar. The atmosphere has been built up to this point, with a battle of big brothers versus commoners. And it is not too much for each of them to send a few, dozens, or even hundreds of little hearts. It's just the cost of a meal. but it can easily overpower the wealthy. What? You say the mortal brother is also wealthy? That's different. The mortal brother is a god, not a human. Oh my, so many little hearts. The host was stunned. After hosting live streams for so long, it was the first time seeing such a sea of little hearts. Fortunately, the spicy strips recognized GIFs as little hearts, so there was no need to tally the heart votes. Chapter 238-0238. I need to consider whether this is our only opportunity to defeat the mortal brother. 10. Groups of rich women arrived. Guafan and the big brothers were a bit flustered. Guafan and the big brothers still remembered the strength of these rich women. Their output of several million votes was definitely no problem. If they joined in, it would surely kill the competition. The big brothers were obviously more anxious. After all, if they were going to challenge the mortal brother, they would have come long ago. So how could they wait until now to come in groups? Good baby. Mortal brother. 1 million for a chance to meet. ISNT that too much? I came from the mortal realm. Not too much, but I refuse. Rich women are good, but they are not young anymore. He doesn't lack money now, so why make things hard for himself? He still prefers young and beautiful ones. Good baby. I just like the mortal brother's cool demeanor. Little fairy. Mortal brother is handsome. Ching Kong sent a carnival to spicy strips. X1. Good baby. Ching Kong. Why did you send a gift as soon as you arrived? Didn't you say you wanted to tease the mortal brother? Ching Kong. I prepared the gift to send, but unexpectedly my finger twitched and I clicked it, sorry. Little fairy. I understand. Must have tired your finger. Hurry and find a man. I think the mortal brother is not bad. Ching Kong. I think he is not bad too, but I don't even have the mortal brother's contact information. Chapter 239-0239. Die wants to send 4,090. Defeat wants to send chicken and horse Guafan. And T stayed up that late for a long time. He didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next day. His body now has some unknown regulatory mechanism, unless there are special circumstances. He needs to sleep for at least 8 hours. After a simple lunch, just a bowl of crab roe rice, Guafan casually browsed short videos. Suddenly, he found that the same message was flooding the short videos. The Black Myth Wukong will officially go on sale tomorrow. He had some impression of this thing. Guafan had heard about this game a long time ago, but he didn't remember which year it was. When he saw the live demonstration video back then, he thought it was very good. The Great Sage plus Domestic 3A, it was full of anticipation. However, after following it for a while, he found that there was no sign of a release, just some news released, and then Guafan lost interest. Unexpectedly, this year he received this news. Guafan was watching some test videos, most of which gave very high evaluations, saying that 4Media had also given a high praise. But 4Media, well, those who understand know that political correctness is more important than game quality. It's just for fun. However, this game really fits over there. After all, the protagonist is a monkey, which aligns with their gender views. Chapter 240-0240. Are you going to open it? The familiar sharp-nosed monkey face and the familiar stick appeared in front of Guafan. Not to mention, it's pretty good. Anyway, I have enough money now. Why not try starting a game company? It would also be a good experience, and when I have enough special points in the future, I can directly switch to virtual reality technology, ushering the world into a true virtual era. Guafan made a phone call directly. Brother Fan, how come you started calling while playing? Damn, did I hear it wrong? A company is coming up already. This is what a rich person does, spending money to make whatever they like. Brother Fan, you must tell me when the game comes out. I want to support it. Guafan laughed. Not sure when that will be, so don't hold your breath. Starting a company is too easy. Making a profitable game, ISNT hard. But creating a good game is the most difficult part. Guafan planned to hire fresh graduates. Most of them haven't been polluted by society yet, and perhaps they can spark unique ideas. But who knows how it will turn out? It might lead to something big, or it might just be a flop. Guafan didn't think too much and shifted his focus back to the game. When starting a game, the first thing is, of course, to familiarize oneself with the controls. Guafan followed the main storyline, and the minor enemies along the way weren't too difficult. Chapter 241-0241. Nanorobot technology. The Douyin officials were also stirred. They thought another big streamer had emerged. But when they checked, it was Brother Fan. So, it was no big deal. Brother Fan, please open the private mode. I'm dying of laughter. 1 million viewers in a live stream, but only a few hundred fans. Can Douyin cancel this private feature, or at least not restrict followers? I have to rely on big brothers to share just to catch Brother Fan's live stream. In the public screen, many people expressed their dissatisfaction with private accounts. Guafan didn't care. He was making money for follower counts. He was streaming today, mainly for fun and to earn some emotional value and special points. Brother Fan is progressing so fast. A boss can be beaten a maximum of 2 times. How can the progress not be fast? Is Brother Fan even human? How can he remember the moves after watching once? Actually, I can remember too, but I can't dodge every time. Brother Fan is too strong. After playing all day, Gua Fan still hadn't finished. Many streamers on Douyin were challenging to clear Black Myth, Wukong, without stopping. But Gua Fan didn't want to torture himself like that. He played games for fun, unlike those streamers who wanted to make money from it. Chapter 2420242 Game Streamers. Oh my. What an imaginative idea. I didn't know it could be done this way. I knew this was completely feasible. Whose genius idea is this? Gua Fan coughed a few times. It's mine. Although it wasn't his research, there was nothing like this in the world. So was his. Everyone saw the boss's eyes shining. Some were still a bit skeptical, but when they asked questions and Gua Fan answered fluently, they finally believed him. No wonder the boss established this research lab. No wonder he gathered them to invest money without demanding immediate results. It turned out he was well prepared. Next, everyone was asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. They all understood this. Such a revolutionary product needed some restrictions, or they wouldn't believe it was real. As for why not directly register a patent? Well, those who understand, understand. Gua Fan wasn't foolish enough to give them all the technology. He kept a few key technologies to himself. Without what he held, the research nanorobots could only be considered a pile of nanometer iron lumps. With a research direction, the researchers worked day and night like they were on steroids. Chapter 2430243 Global Competition into 100 now. When you search for Brother Fan on Douyin, it's basically all recordings and screenshots of various GIFs. Some people specifically summarized Brother Fan's achievements and made a video showcasing his journey through challenges. Some special events, like the guild competition and team night activities, were made into videos and widely circulated. The video views have surpassed 1 million. Gua Fan felt like people on Douyin were about to publish a biography of his account. People who didn't know Brother Fan were shocked after searching. There were such amazing people on Douyin. Streamers who learned about Brother Fan's achievements worked even harder. It must be said that some male streamers know better than female streamers what men want to hear. This game streamer spoke well, praising Gua Fan highly, and didn't hesitate to give generously during the carnival. After all, the gifts given during this live stream weren't even as much as during the previous PK. Exiting Douyin, Gua Fan saw a message from Brittany in the green bubble. The little girl missed him a bit and wanted a video call. After the video, Gua Fan suddenly remembered that the international version of Douyin should have started the global competition. Chapter 2440244 Damn Chinese. Seeing the opposing neon male streamer, Gua Fan instantly perked up. This was going to be interesting. Brother Fan, there are quite a few big shots on the other side. Let us concede this round. No need to send gifts. Just wait for the time to end, said the Scarlet Witch. She checked the other side with a small account and noticed there were quite a few high-level players on the opposing side. She just couldn't understand what that male streamer was babbling about. A bunch of gibberish. I come from the mortal realm. Concede? I come from the mortal realm and send Douyin International X1. The Scarlet Witch realized she had misspoken. The relationship between these two countries wasn't as harmonious as it appeared. Modern Chinese history had the shadows of neon. Thank you, Brother Fan. The Scarlet Witch didn't say anything else, just expressing her gratitude. On the other side, Matsushita Tofu, who had just requested over 10,000 votes, was stunned by the sudden increase in health points. They hadn't even started, and the other side was already making a move, and, judging by the speed, it was clearly boosted by Douyin International. Brothers, can someone help me check what is happening on the other side? But I guess it's just one person with a big ticket. It's normal for such a beautiful woman to have a big shot with her. Chapter 2450245 We meet again. Matsushita Tofu initially thought the weather was nice today, but now he felt a bit stifled. The 3 consecutive victories that were about to be achieved were actually disrupted by a Chinese person. It was truly infuriating. Matsushita, don't be sad. It's just that you happened to run into a wealthy Chinese person. Don't worry, Matsushita-kun, let's keep playing. We can definitely get a 3-game winning streak today. Seeing the comforting message, Matsushita Toozi felt much better. Although he lost, he still got the gifts, so he wasn't a loss. Don't worry, everyone, I'm Matsushita Toozi, will not be easily defeated. Matsushita Toozy once again lifted his spirits. However, this time he was smarter and waited for the red witch to match with someone else before clicking to match. However, the big brother who had given gifts before was not present, and there was no change in the red witch's votes. It seemed that these Huaxia people only had a little money. Now that the money was spent, they left. Soon, the system notified him that he had successfully matched with a streamer named Brittany. He took a look and saw that there were only a few people in the live room, and the streamer was talking nonstop, as if she was specifically live streaming to talk to friends. Matsushita Toozy thought, this match is definitely secure. Hello, beautiful. Shall we play a game? Matsushita Toozy politely asked. Chapter 246. 0246. 3 consecutive losses. The previous match seemed to have dragged on for quite a while, but actually, Guofan hadn't spent even $2,000. However, converted to Huaxia currency, it was still nearly 10,000 yuan, which couldn't be considered small money. But in such activities, this amount was indeed small. There was no significant change in Guofan's balance on the international version of Douyin. Guofan sent out 3 international Douyin gifts. And Brittany's live room could be considered to have gained some viewers. They were communicating in English, but it posed no difficulty for Guofan. Language was the easiest skill to learn. Of course, for him, all skills were equally simple and easy to learn. As soon as people entered the live room, they immediately asked Brittany questions like how old she was and where she lived. Brittany ignored them and just chatted with Guofan. Some viewers, seeing this, thought, what is the point of watching this? And left directly. But some others thought, I like this kind of indifferent personality, and stayed. Wow, the beauty is so aloof. That's just to us. Didn't you see how happy she was chatting with that guy from the mortal realm? Looks like they're friends. Friends? Look at the leaderboard. That person has the most votes. What? If you send enough gifts, you could become a streamer's friend. Chapter 247. 0247. The streamer from the Elephant Country brother. I miss you, Brittany said. I'm right here. What do you want me for? Guofan replied. I want a video chat and see you. Brittany said in a high-pitched voice, making Guofan's scalp tingle. I'll do it tonight. He glanced at the number of viewers in the live room. Wow. There are already 100 people. He found it hard to understand what these people were watching. Were they really watching him and Brittany flirting? What was there to see? Just as he was thinking, Brittany successfully matched with an opponent. The opponent's screen came up, revealing another Asian person. Wow, today it was all about Asians. However, this time it wasn't someone from Neon Country. The streamer on the other side had a slightly darker skin tone and looked quite old. Wow. Another one from your side, Brittany said. I'm from the mortal realm. That is a person from the Elephant Country, not a Huaxia person. Huh? Aren't elephant people Huaxia people? A viewer asked, posing a soul-searching question. Yes, like Neon Country. The Elephant Country is a sovereign nation. Huh? ISN Neon part Huaxia? Guofan replied. That could be possible, but with the lighthouse and the bear, it's really inconvenient for Huaxia to take action. Chapter 248. 024810 for Ten Guofan found it a bit strange. Clearly, there weren't many people in this PK match, yet the emotions collected were quite a lot. The people on their side were pretty normal. It was probably the emotions on the other side that were a bit off. Wow, this person is really wealthy, sending 4 international Douyin gifts. It's going to be hard to win now. Smith's Death, streamer, say something nice. And maybe I'll send you one. I'm from the mortal realm. Do you really need to make requests for such a small gift? Smith's Death, who are you? Can I make requests for an international Douyin gift? Bro, look at that. They're number 1 on the leaderboard. What's wrong with being number 1? Just because I sent 2, I can send 10, right? I'm from the mortal realm. Oh? Let us see your strength. Smith's Death, why should I show you? You send me, and I'll send you back. Brittany looked shocked at this message. This person was truly ignorant and fearless to make such a promise. As soon as Guofan saw this message, he laughed. He hadn't seen such a perfect response in a long time. On domestic Douyin, everyone was just flattering each other. Even if there were some discordant voices, his fans would help resolve them. Chapter 249. 0249. Insincerity. Shadi Lee quickly found a suitable excuse. It must be that the opponent used his entire year's salary to brush him. Sir, what should we do? We're 60,000 votes behind. The ASAN streamer asked. He also wanted to win. If he didn't T1 win, he wouldn't be so flattering towards Shadi Lee, even helping him with his business. Initially, he thought the opponent was just a small streamer, and the big brothers in the live room weren't very high level, so he thought he could easily handle it. He didn't expect to encounter a giant dragon. Big brother, come on, you're so fierce. Can't you level up quickly and hide at a low level? Wouldn't that be better? Guofan thought it was great, even enjoyable. Shadi Lee, don't make noise. Do you think I can't see? Sir, what should we do? Shaddily. I already said don't make noise. How dare you? A low caste. Defy me? The ASAN streamer immediately fell silent. Although Shaddily was the highest caste, dealing with someone in the elephant country was very simple. After realizing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Shaddily, I'm recharging. You tell the other side to wait a moment. Sir, that can't wait. It ends when the time is up. Chapter 250, 0250 False Accusation, Shaddily. Customer service, I want to report this account. The more Shaddily thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt that the Huaxiao person couldn't possibly be that rich. He must have used some method to brush so much money. It had to be that way. With this thought, he found the customer service for the international version of Douyin. Shaddily, this account must have used illegal scripts to brush your virtual currency. You must ban him. Shaddily provided a screenshot of the account. The customer service was a bit speechless. If the international version of Douyin could be so easily brushed for virtual currency, they wouldn't have been able to operate at this scale. However, since it was a customer complaint, they still had to verify it. Not verifying means you don't know, but once you do, it's shocking. This turns out to be a Vivip account. Of course, there aren't that many verses. It just indicates that this account has very high permissions. And even the admin account in her hands can't perform any operations on it. But this account clearly isn't maxed out. She was puzzled when her superior's phone suddenly rang. Not her direct leader, but a higher-level supervisor. Did you check an account called I Came from the Mortal Realm? Chapter 251, 0251 Korean streamer, Brittany's live room. After a successful match, a female streamer connected. Why are all the people I encounter today Asian? Yeah, this is the third one. Guofan wanted to ask too. If you're watching a live stream, it's understandable that big data keeps pushing you Asian streamers, but now it's a live PK. And as a Caucasian, Brittany has matched with Asians 3 times. Is it because her bloodline is impure, or is there a problem with her account? After all, this account is a special one processed by Douyin, and they know her identity. So did they specifically push her more Asian streamers? It shouldn't be that outrageous. After it's over, I'll ask customer service about it. Anyongasio, the female streamer on the other side has shoulder-length hair. Her face is tender and glowing, wearing tight clothing, and her cleavage is deep. She has a microphone by her mouth, and when she approaches it, there is surprisingly no distortion in the space. Guofan guessed her nationality before she even spoke. She's from Korea. This country is as recognizable as Japan. Of course, it's just that we Chinese can differentiate better. To people from other countries, they all look the same. Chapter 252, 0252 10 Douyin International Steals, Brittany's live room. I came from the mortal realm and entered the live room. What have you been doing, brother? Brittany puffed her cheeks. She had been talking for a while, only to find that mortal realm brother wasn't even in the live room and had just returned. I came from the mortal realm. I just took a peek at the other side. Smith's death. I took a look too. Who cares if you looked or not? Brittany retorted. Smith's death. That's too much. You two are flirting and making money off me. And still treating me so rudely. You think I have a good temper? But he really likes talking to himself like this. It feels comfortable, like returning to his mother's embrace. Brother, do you like that sister? Brittany asked pitifully. I came from the mortal realm. No, I just want to see what was going on over there. They've already started their celebration feast. Smith's death. These people are still strong. Everyone S level is high, and their badges are high. They're obviously die-hard fans. We can't fight them. I came from a mortal realm. How about we place a bet? If you win, I'll give you 10 Douyin international gifts. Smith's death shivered. This scene felt familiar. Chapter 253, 0253 All Key Projects, Brittany's live room. Smith's death. You just want to trick me out of my money, right? I came from the mortal realm. How am I tricking you? Don't say random things. Smith's death. You just wanted me to bet. If I win, you made me give 10 Douyin international gifts. I came from the mortal realm. Come on, if I didn't have a chance of winning, why would I bet? Shouldn't you have thought about this before accepting the bet? I came from the mortal realm. Besides, you didn't even bet. Smith's death thought mortal realm brother made a lot of sense. However, this also proved one thing. As long as mortal realm brother asks him to bet in the future, he must never bet. It's pure loss. I came from the mortal realm. And even if you lose, you can just deny it. This is also a traditional skill of the lighthouse. Smith's death. He might as well not have accepted it all. Anyway, he has decided to never accept mortal realm brother's bets again. I came from the mortal realm. Brittany, check your ranking. How many do you have? Huh? How do I check? Brittany asked. I came from a mortal realm. Forget it. I'll check it myself. Guofan clicked into the activity page. Brittany had just played 3 PKs. Although she won them all, she still hadn't even made it into the top 1,000. Chapter 254, 0254, Encountering the Male Witch. Guofan called his mom and told her about this matter, asking her to arrange for skilled workers to work at the research institute as soon as possible. Now, skilled workers are more sought after than graduates from 985 and 211 universities. After all, it involves frontline production, and no amount of emphasis is too much. Although the research institute is directly under Guofan, the big boss behind the scenes, it doesn't have much power. He still needs to coordinate things. With the personnel issues resolved, the materials are a minor issue, just expedited and increased quantity. Money can easily solve that. So, can you give me results within 2 weeks? Guofan asked. Although the technical specifications provided by the head office looked very impressive, Guofan still wanted to see a physical object to feel at ease. Director, I will do my best, the Research Institute head replied. I'll have everyone work overtime and stay at the Research Institute. In other places, they wouldn't be willing to work overtime, but now it's different. Not only is there special treatment for overtime, but they are also researching real things. If their teachers and classmates knew what they were researching, they would definitely be envious. Chapter 255, 02556 $556 apiece, Male Witch's Live Room. The male witch was still organizing his fans to counterattack, and the fans who went to Brittany's live room were coming back. Male witch, hurry up and surpass them. They said you can't do it. Streamer, stop dawdling and hurry up. I want to see that special effect. Don't make us wait too long. The male witch thought. In fact, even if others didn't say it, he definitely had to chase after them. Because if such a large-scale streamer like him was defeated by an obscure small streamer, he would surely be trending tomorrow. Oh no, it will be trending tonight. But now, after being urged by his rebellious fans, he felt a sense of being forced. However, he couldn't not participate. He was struggling to organize his fans for the attack. Feeling very uncomfortable inside. 1 million votes, which is $10,000, is indeed a lot for an ordinary person, but for the male witch, it really isn't much. With so many fans, if each person sends $1 gift, it would be enough. Of course, he couldn't be so extravagant, as there would be more PKs later. Everyone send some small gifts. Those who can, step up the leaderboard, the male witch called out. Chapter 256, 0256, The Mysterious Chinese God of Wealth. The Golden Supreme bullet comments, scrolling on the screen, were exceptionally eye-catching, and everyone in the live broadcast room saw them. Brittany saw this message and immediately retorted, I won't cry. I'm not a child anymore. Her parents had said that after doing that thing, she was a woman, so how could she still be a child? At this moment, the public chat was no longer focused on their flirting, but was all about what this bullet comment was. What is this? There's actually bullet comments in the live stream? This is my first time seeing it. How do you send bullet comments? I want to send one too. My God, this golden bullet comment looks so cool. Can someone tell me how to send it? Who would want to stand out? When everyone was sending messages in the public chat, you could send bullet comments, and that sense of vanity would just skyrocket. I found it, but it costs money. The cheapest is 100 diamonds per comment. It costs money. Of course, if it didn't cost money, we would have the option to block bullet comments. How much is this one sent by the guy from the mortal world? $6 each. That doesn't seem too expensive. I'll give it a try. I'll try it too. Chapter 2570257, Starting the Battle in Brittany's live broadcast room. Smith's death. My God, mortal brother, what kind of gift is this? To get mortal brother to see what he said, Smith's death had to send a bullet comment. But he chose the cheapest option, $1 per comment. Thus, sending 100 comments would only cost $100, which was an acceptable price. I come from the mortal realm. This is a special gift customized for me by Douyin. Guofan wanted to say that in the domestic Douyin, there were also decorations and business cards, but after coming to the international version of Douyin, the platform only granted him the use of a special gift. As for why they didn't provide decorations, it was said to be technically difficult to achieve. Guofan didn't push for that. After all, he came to the international version of Douyin just to have fun once, and whether there were entrance effects didn't make much difference. Having a big gift made it convenient for PKs. With just one tap, others would have to tap 32 times to catch up to him, which was a huge advantage. Brittany was also curious and asked, it seems there is no concept of special gifts here. There have only been customized gifts, and I customized one that suited the style of those Middle Eastern tycoons. How did you get yours? Chapter 2580258, just enough to hit a few thousand combos. Hogwarts also noticed. The disadvantage of Douyin International was too significant. Someone just needed to tap 32 times for I come from the mortal realm, while he had to send 32 Douyin International comments. Even though he had sent 100 Douyin International comments, it was only 3 million votes. The other side only needed 4 taps to catch up, which was simply too much of a bug. However, this could also be exploited. Even if he lost, he could still forcefully save face. After all, it wasn't that he didn't have money, it was just that he couldn't keep up with their speed in sending votes. In Brittany's live broadcast room, watching the health bar drop sharply, Guo Fan found interesting. The feeling of individual PK was different from group broadcasts. The competitiveness was stronger. Individual streamers would intentionally create some scripts to stir the emotions of both sides' fans. For instance, they would throw some trash talk to mock the opponent or set punishments that were hard to accept, making fans willingly spend money. Guo Fan had also heard a particularly interesting remark from Princess Fanta. She said that playing outside also costs hundreds of thousands, and playing here also costs hundreds of thousands. It's all about emotional value, and the nature is the same. Guo Fan could understand, but still felt it was somewhat ridiculous. As for himself, his money came easily. It was different from others using real money. Chapter 2590259. The financial tycoon Guo Fan didn't plan to lose, so he secured this PK. This PK also became the largest one he had participated in since coming to the international version of Douyin, over 10 million votes. Of course, it was only the largest so far. My God, this was just a small live broadcast room. Having money really allows you to do whatever you want. It turned a small live broadcast room into this position. The number of people in Brittany's live broadcast room had already exceeded 100,000, not only from the male witch's side, but also a bunch of onlookers and new viewers brought by the platform's promotion. If it were a normal streamer, they would definitely be overjoyed at this point, but Brittany remained very calm. The host is so beautiful. My goodness, is this PK really that big? The top rank is already maxed out. Why isn't the host responding? They're probably in a relationship with the top rank. In front of everyone? Actually, they started as a pair, we just joined in. The male witch's live broadcast room. The male witch looked at the gap and smiled bitterly. After all, he was also a big streamer, yet he was pulled apart by such a large gap. Of course, a large part of the reason was because the principal had taken action and the other big brothers hadn't followed suit. Chapter 2600260. Just the text cost $10,000 as a good young man of a new era. Guo Fan got up early and greeted the aunt, who took care of him. He had a pleasant dream yesterday, but it was just a dream. He had just finished a breakfast worth thousands when Zhao Wenyu's call came in. What bad news? Before Zhao Wenyu could speak, Guo Fan asked first. The 4 new words left Zhao Wenyu speechless. Although he always had something to discuss with Mortal Brother, he didn't expect him to think that way. It's not bad news. Zhao Wenyu said. Oh, so what's up? Guo Fan asked casually. Mortal Brother, did you go to play on the international version of Douyin? Zhao Wenyu asked. Yeah, Guo Fan didn't hide it. There was no need to conceal it. He didn't have a wife, and his mom was still tied to her job. So who could manage him now? So, did I become popular on the foreign internet? Guo Fan asked. Sao Venyu replay. No, Guo Fan directly interrupted. So it's because of the foreign internet's influence that I became popular again on domestic Douyin. Yes. Zhao Wenyu was cut off, and his thoughts slowed down a beat. Is there any bad influence? Guo Fan asked. Chapter 2610261. Domestic platform influence. Mortal Brother had disappeared from domestic Douyin for a long time. Everyone thought he was just busy, maybe traveling or making money. They didn't expect he had gone to the international version of Douyin to send gifts. If it weren't for the heated discussions sparked by the PK, the domestic side wouldn't have known when they would find out. What is Mortal Brother's account called? I'm still from the mortal realm. Actually, a more literal translation would be, I am a person from the mortal realm. But no matter, this name sounds a bit more powerful. Has Brother Mortal ever used the barrage feature on Douyin in China? Probably rarely. After all, the people in a live stream treat Brother Mortal like their ancestor, and they wouldn't miss his words at all. On the international version of Douyin, the streamer supported by Brother Mortal is said to be just a small streamer without a team. Brothers, how do I watch the international version of Douyin? I also want to join the fun. I want to as well. X66666. Ahem, everyone join Brother Mortal's fan group. There are good things. Originally, Brother Mortal's fans were scattered. After all, Brother Mortal didn't have a fan group, and everyone discussed him in their respective streamers' chats. Now that they heard there is a fan group for Brother Mortal, a lot of people rushed in at once. Chapter 262. 02626. Girls visit Guo Fan watched as things slowly began to ferment. He didn't expect such a big reaction domestically. Fans were somewhat blaming him for not bringing them along to play. The streamers were a bit jealous, but no one said out loud. However, tonight Xing and the others were arriving at the airport, which was evident from their actions. It was too late for Guo Fan to pick them up, so he could only arrange for a driver to pick them up using a company's business extended sedan. Additionally, customer service representative Wang Yuan informed him that Douyin in China would soon hold a large event and hoped he would be interested in participating. It was said to be a joint event with other groups, costing a lot. It wasn't an invitation for Guo Fan to send gifts, but rather to watch. Guo Fan hadn't given a clear answer yet, as the specific event plan hadn't been finalized. He told Wang Yuan to wait for accurate news from Douyin in China before notifying him. But he could guess that Douyin in China was worried that he might disappear into the international version of Douyin. Although the probability was low, after such an incident, Douyin in China had to show some concern. At 11 o'clock at night, Xing and the others' plane landed at the provincial capital airport. Chapter 263, 0263 Group Broadcast Training Student Little Bear Soma, Boss's Office. Mr. Zhao, what if these streamers go and never come back? The assistant asked. They shouldn't. Zhao Wenyu wasn't sure either. Whether the streamers from the Magic Academy could return depended on Brother Fan's thoughts, which he couldn't control. However, these 6 were different from other streamers. Even if they wanted to leave, they would at least give prior notice. And with the guild competition approaching at the end of August, they would have to finish that competition first, make some arrangements, and recruit some beautiful girls to join. Zhao Wenyu said, emphasizing that they needed to meet a certain standard of attractiveness, at least better looking than Peach, to be accepted. The assistant fell silent for a moment. It's not easy to find beautiful girls to do live streaming, and with that standard, it would be even harder. Zhao Wenyu added, we can appropriately raise the benefits and tell them they're substitutes for the Magic Academy and may have the opportunity to join in the future. The assistant's expression improved a bit. All problems could be solved as long as the money was enough. It was difficult to recruit a beautiful girl for 3,000, but if it was 10,000, it was still feasible. As for Zhao Wenyu's other conditions, they meant little to newcomers. Only after spending some time in the live streaming industry would they understand the weight of those conditions. Chapter 264, 0264 Gathering on the International Version. Why did the Magic Academy suddenly take a group break? They said it has been tough lately, so the guild decided to give them a holiday. But wasn't it usually just one day off? Why 2 days this time? Let us be human. We all have 2 days off. Can't the streamers take a break too? Sorry, I only have 1 day off. Then you're a bit unfortunate. I've been waiting on the international version of Douyin for half a day and haven't seen Brother Mortal. Even that beautiful streamer named Brittany hasn't gone live. There must be some reason. Someone on the foreign internet said Brother Mortal is scared. Scared? What a joke. Don't they know Brother Mortal's strength? It is said that many big streamers want to meet Brother Mortal, but they couldn't find him today. The fans are discussing excitedly, but some older brothers already had the answer in their hearts. Brother Mortal's news had disappeared, and the 6 streamers from the Magic Academy suddenly took a group break. This matter, never mind as long as they knew, saying it out loud would just be asking for trouble. Although some people had their suspicions, no one wanted to think in that direction. After all, this was a group break for 6. Another day passed, and on the international version of Douyin, Brittany went live. Chapter 265, 0265 Brother Mortal doesn't need to step in Brittany's live stream. Upon seeing Guo Fan's message, Brittany nodded slightly and clicked the matching button. Can I not speak today? Brittany asked while waiting for a successful match. I'm from the mortal realm. As long as you don't do anything that could get the live stream banned, you can do whatever you want. Guo Fan was here. Unless Brittany was particularly excessive, the moderators would have to turn a blind eye. Soon, it showed that the match was successful, and the screen connected. Guo Fan looked and saw it was a familiar face. Sun Xiaodua's expression darkened. He had been quite happy these past 2 days, winning more than losing in matches, and his points had increased quite a bit, looking likely to enter the top 100. This was also related to his efforts, spending a lot of energy every day to avoid some big streamers and only tormenting small streamers, which allowed him to win most of the time. Today, he happily clicked to match, but unexpectedly, the first person he saw was Brittany. To be fair, Brittany was quite pleasant to the eyes, but he didn't want to appreciate that beauty at all. He had also heard about the 10 million votes PK from the day before and knew that this girl had a wealthy backer from Huaxia, so he definitely couldn't compete. Chapter 266, 0266 Coming to fight the boss again. Sneak shouted for a long time, and with no one sending him anything, he gave up. In fact, The big brother in his live stream could also steadily generate 100,000 votes, but because he encountered Brittany and the wealthy Huaxia backer, he directly gave up on the fight. On this side, they gave up, but the other side still took it quite seriously. The votes for the process didn't amount to much, while the tower defense votes reached 1 million. Iron Man, defend the tower. I looked at the other side's leaderboard. They still have the ability to steal the tower. Guanin, the other side gave up on the process votes. Maybe they're planning to steal the tower. Tomorrow, I'll put up 10 international Douyin votes. Iron Man, I'll put up 10 too, if this turns out wrong. It would be a big embarrassment in front of Brother Mortal. Guanin, stop typing, get ready to send the votes. Everyone was on high alert, sending a bunch of 1 million votes, but the other side had no intention of stealing at all. Wow, even a younger brother of Fan Jingu is so fierce. This is like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. I come from a mortal world. There are no younger brothers, only big brothers. Iron Man, Fan Jingu, I am your younger brother. Guanin, if it doesn't work, a bed-warming maid is also fine. I come from the mortal world. Chapter 267026735 010 000 votes. In the previous chapter, I made changes. I saw someone read it after I modified it. Just a reminder. Fan Jianji's gameplay has upgraded again. What does this mean? It's clearly Chinese, but I don't understand it. You know about guessing coins, right? If we guess correctly, we win. This is not the same difficulty as guessing coins, okay? The nature is similar. In simple terms, if Fan Jiangu randomly gets 26 million votes, and they only have 25 million votes combined, if they use the opportunity and guess that Fan Jianji's random number is between 25 million and 27 million, Fan Jianji's random number will decrease, and they will win. Conversely, if Fan Jingu randomly gets 24 million votes, and they guess correctly, Fan Jianji's random number will increase, causing them to lose. Of course, there's also a punishment for guessing incorrectly. Fan Jianji's random vote count will increase by 5 million votes. This gameplay requires both strength and intelligence from them, as they need to discern whether Fan Jiangu truly landed on high number or is pretending. If it's real, they should guess his amount to lower his number. If it's fake, then there's no need to guess. This rule is still quite favorable to them, essentially giving them a chance to turn the tables. Chapter 2680268 gameplay begins. Guo Fan took a screenshot, encrypted it, and sent it to Steelhand. Fan Jianji's younger brother group, 108, Steelhand. Encrypted screenshot sent by Fan Jingu. Anyone with tech skills can crack it? Guanin, Steelhand. ISNT this inappropriate? Steelhand. The rules don't say it's not allowed. It just shows Fan Jingu was too careless. Advertising space recruitment. You're something else. Steelhand. Once I crack it, I'll guess 3 times in a row, making Fan Jianji's random vote count drop to 0. Clear sky. If it's below 25 million, Fan Jingu will increase after we guess correctly. Steelhand. Doesn't that mean we need at least 15 million to beat Fan Jingu? Clear sky. You think? Without some strength, you can't even get close to Fan Jingu. Steelhand. Not a big deal, just 150,000. Gray. Aren't you afraid Fan Jingu will find out about you in real life? Steelhand. That's why I'm sending this in this group. There definitely aren't any of Fan Jianji's alternate accounts here. Fourth knife. Steelhand. How do you know I'm not here? Fourth knife. Stop thinking I'm the tech guy. You can't crack it, so stop trying to take shortcuts. Chapter 2690269 matched with Brittany Amelie is a major international Douyin streamer with nearly 10 million followers. She became one of the well-known international Douyin streamers at a young age after opening an account a few years ago, thanks to her distinctive dance and songs. As an international Douyin streamer, Amelie also participated in this global competition and is a favorite to win. Hello babies, long time no see. I'm back. Amelie said passionately as she started her stream. Although she is young, Amelie's makeup is exceptionally bold, with an afro, smoky eye makeup, and various mismatched accessories. She stands out. Of course, this is the opinion of those who are indifferent to Amelie. Her fans find her outfit incredibly harmonious. You finally started streaming. Quickly match. My cash can't wait any longer. Will we match with that Brittany now? Brittany? Who is that? Is she famous? She's the female streamer supported by that wealthy guy from Huaxia. Oh, so it's her. Others may be normal. But what is there to fear from our Amelie? After all, she is also a streamer with 10 million followers. Why fear that one wealthy guy? Chapter 2700270 Playing games while piking with others. Guofan and Steelhand were going back and forth. Brittany was clicking to match. As soon as the streamers connected, they were hit in the face by I Come from the Mortal World, and they were totally stunned. How could these small streamers handle a gift of 1 million votes? Thus, even though Brittany wasn't seriously competing in the PK, she still won several rounds. The international Douyin streamers heard about this and knew that the wealthy guy from Huaxia was playing a money game with his younger brothers, easily throwing around tens of millions of votes. Those who could log off did so. Those who couldn't waited for Brittany's stream to successfully match before choosing to match. Even some big streamers were reluctant to face Brittany, supported by that wealthy guy from Huaxia at this time. It was too wasteful of ammunition. This is also why Guofan wanted to play this game with Steelhand. Otherwise, winning here would be too boring, and he could only find fun for himself. However, soon Brittany finally matched with a true international Douyin major streamer. At first, no one knew, as they were playing on domestic Douyin and weren't too familiar with the major streamers on the international version. Chapter 271027 won the speed of this health bar, Rising Amelie's livestream. The opponent is really strong. As long as they get votes, it's international Douyin. Our fan army will take forever to catch up. Even if we can catch up, there isn't enough time. Our big brother. It's time to make a move. Amelie pouted. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. Is there a brother who can save me? Although Amelie has a somewhat punk style, it doesn't hide the fact that she is a little beauty. So when she acts cute, some fans with a bit of cash couldn't resist. Gifts over $100 started to appear. However, this speed was still not enough. Perhaps Amelie had been streaming long enough, or maybe she was attracted by the PK here, but her big brother finally appeared. Not just one, but a group. Dozens of big brothers sent 10 international Douyin gifts, directly widening the gap by millions. Wow. Thank you, big brothers, for the international Douyin. Did you all discuss this and send it together? Amelie asked. Surprised, right? Surprised. Thank you, big brother, for the Trojan horse. Amelie blew another kiss. But this kiss was for the big brothers, and her expression was even happier than when she blew the previous kiss. Chapter 2720272, 100 consecutive hits from I Come from the Mortal World. My God, the total has already reached $1 million. It's terrifying. After all, these people from Huaxia are participating in the international version of Douyin for the first time, so they must be well prepared. The special effects in Amelie's live stream have been continuous, showcasing the international Douyin effects. If nothing unexpected happens by the time the PK ends, these special effects animations might not finish playing, and even when the stream ends, they might still be running. They should be approaching their limit on the other side. They were hoping to save some tickets, but they didn't expect the other side to actually be able to send this much. If they had known from the start that there would be a 50 million ticket gap, the other side might not have pursued it. What were they thinking earlier? Don't think about it. The strength of the Huaxia rich is such that even if there's a 50 million ticket gap, they can still catch up. No need to worry. It's already 50 million, and there are at most 2 million left. Brothers with gifts, send gifts. Those without gifts, show your support and praise our big brothers Amelie. Our big brothers are so handsome. Our big brothers are the best. Our big brothers have worked hard, since the number of gifts sent was not large. Amelie's big brothers didn't prepare any auto-clickers. They were all sending gifts manually. Chapter 273. Guess or not, the audience was seeing the blood bar rise at an incredible speed for the first time, almost hitting Amelie's face. Amelie's big brother was trying very hard to send gifts, but the system kept popping up with insufficient balance. Ah, my God, Brother Fan is still as fierce as ever. My goodness, does this Huaxia person's wallet have no limits? Today, I feel like I've seen Brother Fan's exclusive effects, and they are overwhelming. So impressive. A full 100 of I Come from the Mortal World. Although I know Brother Fan has the strength to send this much, it's still the first time I've seen it. This is also the first time for such a big gift. He hasn't sent this much on domestic Douyin. In domestic Douyin, no one usually dares to compete with Brother Fan like this. Right? Basically, when Brother Fan sent the first I Come from the Mortal World, the other side stopped sending gifts. Actually, when Brother Fan was playing that game, I even darkly thought he was doing this because he ran out of money. But as it turns out, they say that for this level of rich, money appreciates. Brother Fan is too strong. In Amelie's live stream, Amelie's fans were completely stunned. Chapter 274. Backstabbed by Brittany in Brittany's live stream. Donnie's little fan. Guess, of course, we have to guess. Let me think about how much to guess. Do you guys have any suggestions? Steelhand's questions sparked a lively discussion on the public screen, with a bunch of people offering strategies. They must be guessing high. Guessing low would be pure betrayal. How is that betrayal? What's wrong with being a little nicer to Brother Fan? Bro, you have a problem. The range is still too large. From 25 million to 50 million tickets. If you ask me, let's directly exclude anything above 36 million. We only have 3 chances in total. And we need to guess correctly twice in a row for Brother Fan to lose. The probability is too small. That's not acceptable. What if Brother Fan is just that lucky? Let's exclude anything above 40 million tickets. If Brother Fan randomly gets that much, we'll just accept defeat. Then the range is down to 25 million to 40 million. Considering the first guess has a 1 million error margin, the odds are still quite good. What's the first guess? Let's guess a middle number. 32,500,000? Round it off, 33 million. Seeing this, Guafan took a deep breath. It was very close to his random ticket number. Just 2 million more would be right. Chapter 275. Brother Fan's preferences are our style. Huaxia Tycoon strikes again. Wins against a mealy furious 200 million ticket refresh. Huaxia Tycoon, just to make the streamer smile, although the PK with Amelie has ended. The impact of this event has not. Just as the news spread that this Huaxia Tycoon had sent over 100 billion tickets on domestic Douyin. He then sent 200 million tickets on the international version of Douyin. He has completely made a name for himself. This Huaxia Tycoon is going to make a big move on the international version of Douyin. This Huaxia Tycoon clearly aims for the global competition. There haven't been any famous Huaxia Tycoons in the global competition before, but now there will be one. Looking at this Huaxia Tycoon's strength, it's evident that he can compete for first place in the global competition. It's terrifying. This is just the preliminary selection stage. And he can already send 200 million tickets. I wonder how much he can send during the ranking matches. Let's not think too much. Maybe he's just trying to get famous in the preliminaries and won't participate in the finals. There was much discussion in the international version of Douyin, and many streamers with the potential to compete for first place have listed Brittany as a competitor. Of course, it was merely a listing as a competitor. 200 million tickets are a common occurrence during the finals of the global competition. Chapter 276. That man has returned in Lulu's live stream. Lulu. Brother Fan is thriving on the international version of Douyin. Lulu, do you want to try some form makeup? This style is particularly popular lately. Lulu, have you thought about Brother Fan? Lulu saw the messages on the public screen, but didn't reply. 1. Discussing the big brother is not a good thing. And 2. Saying too much about the big brother might lead to some loss of other fans. She has managed her fans for so long and doesn't want to give up just like that. After all, Brother Fan doesn't come by often to spend. Lulu does miss Brother Fan. She misses his carefree style when sending gifts, his generous spirit when sending gifts, and his handsome appearance when sending gifts. Who wouldn't want to be around such a rich person? Not wanting to means not wanting to improve. However, after getting to know Brother Fan better, you'll realize that he won't stop for anyone. Suddenly, Lulu received a request to join the stream. It was from Princess Fanta. As soon as she agreed, the screen on the other side filled up. Long time no see. Princess Fanta asked, "Do you have any big brothers today?" Lulu shook her head. "No, I haven't had any big brothers." Lulu's words were half true and half false. It depends on what the definition of big brother is. If being able to send a Porsche counts as a big brother, she has quite a few, but if sending a carnival is what counts, then currently she has none. Chapter 277. Responding to the Wind Yulu Ranger. Tell the other side, I'm not the one who comes from the mortal world. Brother Fan, if you say that, the other side will know that you are the one who comes from the mortal world. Yeah. Don't mess around, Brother Fan. Let us not tease the kids anymore. Guafan also felt a bit helpless. There's no way around it. Being famous has its downsides. When people know who you are, your opponents lose their fighting spirit right away. The elder brother of the Fonda princess didn't even think about sneaking a tower in the last 10 seconds. After all, that Van Jiangu, no one wants to make an enemy of him. Besides, it's just a win or loss in a PK. It's not as important as one might imagine. Wow, Lulu, you actually lied to me, Fonda princess questioned excitedly after canceling the mute. I didn't. Lulu shook her head. I didn't know Van Jiangu would come either. Fonda princess said, Van Jiangu, it's good to see you again. She deliberately greeted Van Jiangu, thinking that if she was polite, he might give her some medical expenses out of respect for Lulu. The medical expenses from a wealthy person are definitely more than the gifts from small fans. However, Guafan had no such thoughts. He didn't particularly like Fonda princess. And since her looks didn't even break 80, there was even less reason for him to send her gifts. Chapter 278. 0278, the lucky one, the lottery isn't complicated. Any software can conduct the draw, but ensuring fairness can be a hassle. After thinking it over, Steelhand not only found Notary Office, but also begged Van Jiangu to come over to conduct the draw. For this, he even set up a live stream. Steelhand, brothers, the lottery will start at 8 p.m. in Van Jiangu's live room. You have no idea what I went through to get him here. Chinkong, could it be that you Steelhand? Sister Chinkong, it's fine for you to criticize me, but you're also indirectly criticizing Van Jiangu. I'll tell him the truth. Chinkong. No, I was wrong. Brother Steelhand, you're the best. You'll definitely forgive my careless words, right? Steelhand, goes. The news about the live lottery quickly spread through various fan groups. To avoid confusion among the participants, Steelhand collected the favorite streamers from everyone in advance, and once confirmed, it couldn't be changed. With so many participants, it was inevitable that some would like the same streamer, and perhaps these fans all came from the Magic Academy, so the streamers from there accounted for a large portion. Although everyone had the same chance, the odds varied depending on the streamer. Chapter 279, 0279I, who come at an opportune time, who won the lottery yesterday. It seems to be someone called I, who come at an opportune time. Which streamer did he support? That hasn't been announced. Doesn't anyone in the streamer community recognize that name? I glanced at it. Yes, only level 10. Probably tough, right? A low-level account. How many streamers can remember him now? Damn. Does that mean we'll only know after he spent some money? Has anyone privately messaged him? Now it's a private account. Probably too many people have messaged him. Probably quite a few streamers are looking for him. Yes, quite lucky. I heard that once you've chosen, you can't change it. What's the use? There are always more ways than difficulties. Li Qingfeng worked in customer service. He would make calls during work hours, and Wu Ti have to work overtime after hours. His job was quite comfortable, the only downside being the low salary. He usually enjoyed watching group broadcasts on Douyin, but due to his low salary, he would impulsively spend money on gifts, occasionally spending just a few bucks. The streamer he liked was quite popular, so when he spent those few bucks, it was like being invisible. Nobody even acknowledged him in private chats, let alone group chats. Chapter 280, 0280 Fragmented Light. Stickly Qingfeng remembered that his first task after finishing work every day was to enter the live room, send light sticks, and stay for at least 20 minutes. Of course, most of the time he would stay longer. When a female streamer was soliciting votes, he would type encouraging messages and also be active in the fan group. However, the female streamer didn't care for such simple companionship. She preferred being accompanied by the big spenders. I, who come at an opportune time. Then why didn't you choose her? Li Qingfeng, she never cared about me. Why should I choose her? Just to show off? Li Qingfeng understood the female streamer's actions. After all, live streaming is about making money. And who would waste energy on fans who don't send gifts? Understanding or not, he wouldn't choose her now. I, who come at an opportune time. Didn't you go to her live room after winning and send a message or something? Li Qingfeng, I didn't have a chance. I got too many private messages and took a long time to reply. I, who come at an opportune time. Call me when you go. I'll watch the fun. Li Qingfeng, Van Jiangu is really a person of character. I, who come at an opportune time. Then I'll go now. Li Qingfeng, share it with me. Guofan thought the kid was being so rational that he wouldn't be able to go, but it turned out he was just saying that. Deep down, he still couldn't let it go. Chapter 281, 0281 August Guild Competition, August 30th. The day most live rooms began the guild competition. Some guilds had started around the 20th. They had hoped that I, who come at an opportune time, would support their guild, but nothing happened. The guild competition continued as usual, with the usual gift senders showing up. The streamers from these guilds had long given up hope. Who was selected? Why was the news so tightly kept? It was said that Steel Brother didn't even know. Only Van Jiangu knew. How could the news not be tightly kept? Didn't the winner want to show off a bit? Speaking of which, this person had operated a fragmented light stick in the live room of the streamer he previously supported, making her cry. Who could blame him? After all, she didn't take care of her fans properly. Who would have thought? What a pity. If she had been a bit nicer to her fans, it would probably have been hers. So who is I, who come at an opportune time, supporting now? No one knows. Perhaps they will find out today. If he doesn't show up today, it's either because he chose not to compete in the guild competition or the female streamer he supports ISNT in a group broadcast. Chapter 282, 0282 FaceTime in advance. What do you guys think? Will this streamer be in Little Bear Soma? Steelhand asked in the fan group of Van Jiangu. I feel the probability is pretty high. Of course, now the most streamers are in Little Bear Soma's live room. and the recommended resources are the best. How could not be big? What I mean is, the one who come at an opportune time supported before is Little Bear Soma. With his taste, he is probably supporting Little Bear Soma now. Not necessarily. I also support KS. Wow, you're a double agent? Don't misuse Chinese, okay? I'm supporting both, not causing trouble on both sides. I think with our familiarity with Brother Fan, we should be able to tell. At most, if we encounter a particularly unusual streamer, we'll just stop playing and give up directly. It makes sense. It's just a guild competition. So what's the harm in letting it go? This won't do. If Brother Fan isn't around and other streams take first place, what about the reputation of the Magic Academy? Just say it's to avoid Brother Fan. Who would listen to that excuse? Damn, playing a guild competition feels like being surrounded by ambushes. If you ask me, we were originally going to play, just relying on our own skills. Chapter 283.0000 Request for leave. I wanted to request a leave of absence. So I started writing a leave note, only to find that it required 1,000 words to publish, which forced me to use the power bestowed upon me by the tomato. The following text is unnecessary for everyone to read. It's all generated using that power. I realized that when the tomato isn't writing the plot, the writing skills are indeed much stronger than mine. And I feel like I could learn a thing or two from it to pad the word count not. Of course, I know you think my writing is already very fluffy, but allow me to argue that this is called rich detail, not fluff, Manual Doghead. The following paragraph is an expansion of the phrase, I don't want to update today. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated the mountain of manuscript paper piled on the desk and the flickering computer screen. I sat in the chair, staring blankly at the screen, a strong sense of resistance welling up in my heart. Yes, today is that day when I don't want to update. My fingers hovered above the keyboard, unable to fall. The story in my mind seemed shrouded in a fog, becoming unclear. Each word felt like a heavy stone, pressing down on me until I could hardly breathe. I tried to concentrate, but I found my thoughts drifting away involuntarily, flying towards the distant sky and the free world. Perhaps it was because I had been writing continuously lately, causing my inspiration to dry up gradually. Or maybe the trivialities and pressures of life made me lose my passion for creation. Regardless of the reason, at this moment, I just wanted to escape this small study, far away from the unfinished words. I stood up, stretched, and then walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. Sunlight instantly filled the entire room, warm and bright. Outside the window, the street was bustling with cars, and people hurriedly moved about. Watching their hurried figures, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They seemed to have clear goals and directions, while I was here caught in endless entanglement and confusion. Returning to the desk, I sat down again, trying to reignite the creative fire within me. The following paragraph is an expansion of the phrase, however, I still don't want to write. However, the development of events did not go as smoothly as expected, ultimately ending in failure. Faced with such a result, my heart was filled with frustration and disappointment. Even so, I still couldn't muster the strength to pick up the pen and continue writing. It felt as if an invisible force was binding my thoughts, plunging me into a deep predicament. Every attempt to break this deadlock ended in failure, causing me immense pain and helplessness. But I knew that avoidance was not a solution. Only by bravely facing and overcoming difficulties could I find my true self. The following paragraph is an expansion of the phrase, so I want to find some fun. Thus, a strong desire began to sprout in my heart, wanting to seek out interesting things to soothe my current emotions. This desire burned like a flame, impossible to extinguish. I knew that if I couldn't find a way to release my inner pressure and anxiety, I might fall into an even deeper predicament. Therefore, I made up my mind to explore those things that could bring me joy and fun, no matter where they were or how much effort it took. This determination became my driving force, filling me with anticipation as I embarked on the journey to find happiness. Chapter 2840283 Opening ends. After the opening voting of the Little Bear Soma Guild competition ended, the top-ranked streamers went to rest. It was already noon. The streamers took their breaks and had their meals, and some laid down right where they were for a quick nap. The Magic Academy was relatively disciplined. After eating, the 6 streamers started their broadcasts. When they went live, the viewers who learned about the guild competition had to support them, which was also a little tactic. A ping and Tao even broadcasted while eating, saying, "Fans eat first," which boosted their fans' cohesion significantly. The 6 streamers of the Magic Academy are now considered top tier. When they went live, Their viewer counts exceeded those of most Group 3 streams. The highest traffic streamers, Mi Tao and Xing Xing, had their individual streams surpass 10,000 viewers, while aside from the Magic Academy's own streams, very few others in the Little Bear Soma Guild reached that viewer count. This so-called guild competition had essentially turned into an internal competition of the Magic Academy, with the only difference being that it went from 6 people competing to over 100. However, the guild competition was also an opportunity for harvesting. Normally, the big streamers wouldn't even reach 10 million votes, but with other streamers and various stimuli during the guild competition, it became possible to break 10 million votes. Chapter 28502.8 for speeding up the elimination of the top 100. This Little Bear Soma Guild competition is different. Getting into the top 100 is much more intense than getting into the top 10 of other guilds. Understanding or not, it's not about the ranking. It's about how many gifts were given. Yeah, don't look at the top 100. Even the 100th place has over 200,000 votes. No one expected that just competing for the top 100 would take several hours, nearly making some streamers faint from hunger. The guild quickly arranged for food to be brought in to feed these starving streamers. After all, streamers who could still be faint from hunger had contributed a lot of interest to the company. Those who couldn't create any had been eliminated long ago. Yutara was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect the competition to be so fierce this time. If it weren't for the 4 big streamers taking turns, she wouldn't even be able to maintain her place in the top 100. The top 50 probably wouldn't even require 1 million votes. So her getting into the top 50 was simply wishful thinking. All the streamers shared the same thought, to get into the top 100, which led to such fierce competition for that spot. Guofan also noticed that all the streamers wanted a place in the top 100, not knowing what was so desirable about it. However, no matter how intense it got, it would eventually come to an end. The PK could go on endlessly, but the wallets of the streamers' big supporters might not hold up. Chapter 28602.85 The top 50. Wow, it's like lining up for execution, one after another going down. Brother, that metaphor. Wow, just as intense as it was before, now it's just speechless. The host was also somewhat speechless. He had done his utmost to support them. But these streamers were like mud that couldn't support a wall. After all, they were already in the top 100. For those who weren't interested in competing for the top 50, leaving now wasn't a bad thing. Squeezing the big supporters to spend more gifts to move up a few places was completely not worth it. The guild management is at a loss. Initially, it seemed like the competition would be intense, but unexpectedly, these streamers only aimed to be in the top 100. Once they achieved that, everyone relaxed. This one is Yudo from July, the only contestant from July, and the host feels she might be eliminated. Yudo easily picked up the microphone. This time, she just treated it as a casual chat and took the opportunity to promote her live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Yudo from July. July is a very interesting live stream room. And if you like us, come check it out tomorrow. The host facepalmed, thinking, wow, even a streamer has given up. Chapter 287. Locking onto the same target. Unlike the relaxed frontrunners, the streamers near the 50th place were a bit tense, especially Yudo. Everyone was thinking, having come this far, they might as well try to get into the top 20, right? Yudo's hands were sweating nervously. She was exactly in 50th place and had to be the first to rally votes. She both hoped to move forward and felt that reaching this point was already good enough. Next up was the more thrilling phase of moving from 50 to 20. The host announced, please welcome our little sister Yudo from July. She is still 100,000 votes away from passing the microphone. The first round was about chasing the votes for the 20th place. Because the top 20 had not rallied votes for so long, the gaps between everyone were quite similar. 100,000 votes didn't seem so high at this point, especially since those who remained had hundreds of thousands of votes. Hello, everyone. Mysterious person 952,700 sent Yudo a mysterious airplane X1. Here he comes again. A few times I thought the mysterious big guy was off work, but the results showed me he was igniting the fire. The airplane ignited and took off. Very reasonable. Chapter 288. Discovered? The fan group for Brother Fan Jian had not had many people speaking, but suddenly dozens of messages popped up, all asking if the mysterious person was Brother Fan Jian. Steel Hand. Is the mysterious person Brother Fan Jian? Steel Hand. If you ask me, who should I ask? I message Brother Fan Jian, and he doesn't really reply. He's sending a message as a man. It's no surprise Brother Fan Jian wouldn't respond. Qing Kong. Actually, when I message, Brother Fan Jian doesn't really respond either. Qing Kong's sister. A beautiful woman like you makes any man nervous when talking to you. Steel Hand. This is double standards. Stop messing around. Saying Brother Fan Jian sounds like a pure virgin. Maybe. Look at how many female streamers Brother Fan Jian follows before saying that. Let us not get sidetracked. Is that mysterious person really Brother Fan Jian? I don't think so. Brother Fan Jian Wu T need to be Silverbose. Then you don't understand Brother Fan Jian. He loves to play like this. Originally, I thought it was impossible, but after seeing the mysterious person send 1,000 mysterious airplanes, I feel it's very similar. At least 90%. So what do we do if Brother Fan Jian comes next? What are we fighting for? Chapter 289. Top 20 announced on the team leaderboard. Yudo's name was still quite unfamiliar to the audience. Although everyone knew Yudo wouldn't just take first place, it was still somewhat surprising to see. Yesterday, Yudo was a name that was hardly known, but today it's known by all. That's how live streaming works. The wealthy are impressive. The mysterious person is too strong. They immediately dealt 3 million votes. Fortunately, we have quite a few strong big brothers on our side. When it's our turn, we'll naturally take back first place. The fans of the Magic Academy remained optimistic. Even though 2 were absent, the Magic Academy was no longer the same as at the beginning. The top 20 all have millions of votes. Little Bear Soma is terrifying. That's normal. There's a lot of traffic on Douyin with Little Bear Soma. So this situation isn't surprising. This over 1 million votes is probably not the end. Too powerful. I've never seen any other guild achieve this. Every time I watch a live stream, it feels like money doesn't matter anymore. Me too. With so many streamers combined, they've spent several million, and just like that, nothing has been gained. How do you know the Big Brothers Haven T gained anything? Chapter 290. Competing for the top 10 now. Each streamer was no longer chasing a fixed rank, but was instead targeting the streamer just ahead of them. Of course, if the Big Brothers wanted to directly push their supported streamer to first place, I wouldn't object. The host explained the changes after the top 20. The vote rallying time extended to 2 minutes. Alright, I want to waste everyone's time. Please welcome the last streamer to the stage for votes, chasing the previous one. The competition for the top 10 had officially begun. In reality, there weren't many slots left for other streamers. The 6 from the Magic Academy would surely take 6 slots. The new Dark Horse Yudo would probably take 1, and the mysterious person, being so bold, wouldn't stop here, so that's 7. Therefore, they were only competing for the remaining 3 slots. The pressure suddenly increased. Streamers who felt that making it to the top 20 was already good enough after a few rounds of competition realized they couldn't make it to the top 10 and simply chose to get eliminated, allowing them to rest early and watch the excitement from the sidelines. Those top 10 streamers are really understanding the competition now. The carnival, the big dragons, and various gifts are flying everywhere, and it just doesn't stop. The gap can't even be stretched by tens of thousands anymore. In the blink of an eye, they can be caught up. Chapter 292-0291. Doubtful thoughts. Guafan looked at the time. It was already 8 in the evening, and the top 10 had yet to break in. The streamers behind were already pulling votes back and forth, and the numbers weren't significant. One side had tens of thousands, while the other quickly caught up, without creating a particularly large gap. Of course, the small numbers were relative to Guafan. As to him, 1 million votes were just a drop in the bucket. For the audience, they were excited by the burning of money at every moment. This time, the Bear Soma Guild contest is even more intense than before. After all, this month's guild has grown much larger and attracted quite a few viewers. So many big spenders have come. Many big spenders just like the excitement and not just giving gifts to female streamers. Yes, big spenders love to see a spam 666. 666. Still no big spender to make a decisive call. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted this long. A decisive call? Even if they secure the first place, it won't affect others fighting for other positions. Unless a big spender directly offers a high price to forcibly determine the guild contest rankings. Otherwise, it will keep going like this. That would be boring. What would we watch? Not many have a strength to do this. Probably only Guafan can. Chapter 293-0292. The delivery is full. The number of votes from the delivery hasn't arrived yet, and the 12th ranked streamer has already successfully taken a mic. However, this is all assumed to be acceptable. As long as the delivery completes the votes before the next round of voting, it's fine. After a while, Yudo also got this microphone. She had thought about watching the excitement from the sidelines and about straining her voice to pull votes. But she never expected to sit back and relax for half a day, only to come up for votes after a long time. However, once on stage, she still lacked confidence. After all, she didn't have many fans, and she didn't know the four big spenders supporting her at all. Although there was speculation that the mysterious person was Guo Fan, there was still no certainty. Hello everyone, I am Yudo from July. Yudo said, I'm very happy to participate in the guild contest this time. My initial goal was just to get into the top 100, but I didn't expect to be raised to this position by Yi Ge, Hua Ge, Beishang Ge, and the mysterious boss. I'm still a bit nervous. However, now that I've reached this position, I can't say anything discouraging. That would make the votes from the four brothers wasted. So as long as I stand on stage, I will continue to work hard. However, her efforts still referred to those scripted lines. Whether she could stay depended on whether the big spenders wanted her to. Chapter 294-0-2-9-4 One person against one live room. Oh, it's this streamer again. I took a look at this streamer, and all her big spenders are present. Based on the strength of the mysterious boss and Ma Huaqing just now, the other two big spenders must also be very strong. Ma Huaqing, you make me laugh. Sending so many sets of Ma Huaqing is very reasonable. Beishang Ge, you calling me that, have I agreed? The public screen was joking about the name Beishang Nishio Qinghe, which was very amusing. After all, Beishang Ge had sent so many Ma Huaqing gifts. So it was quite reasonable to call him that, though it felt a bit awkward. The name doesn't sound very pleasant. However, being called that also represented Beishang Ji's strength. Ordinary people couldn't really call him that. Next, please welcome Yudo from July to step forward. She is 30,000 votes behind the last person. The distance of carnival. The host said. Yudo picked up the microphone and began to pull votes with scripted lines. The fans supported her with a few small gifts, but the votes were far from enough. However, no one on the public screen seemed worried. A carnival? Is that even a gap? Underestimating Yudo, right? Host, just say how far behind she is from the first place. Yudo's big spender can directly help her. Chapter 296-0295 Cohen has arrived. There were 7 streamers left on stage. The configuration was quite strange, with Yudo from July and all members from the Magic Academy. At this moment, Guo Fan felt that if he wasn't the one supporting Yudo, the normal streamers wouldn't even have thoughts of competing for the top 6. At most, they would just aim for a few gifts before getting eliminated in style. It's a pity that Yudo was supported by him. Facing the 6 streamers from the Magic Academy, Guo Fan had no intention of showing mercy. They had to be fought against, even brutally. On the public screen, the audience also found the current configuration on stage very interesting. Wow, it feels like one person is fighting against a whole live room. The 6 from the Magic Academy are too strong. All 6 of them are still in the game. Not to mention which live room is currently the most powerful. Even the combined big spenders of one live room don't compare to the big spender of a single streamer from the Magic Academy. The key is that the Magic Academy still has one person who hasn't made a move. Otherwise, I wouldn't even need to guess who is first. Still need to guess. After all, there's 6 of them. Guo Fan probably can't do this anymore. It should be up to the other fans to determine the positions based on strength now. Chapter 297-02-9-16 Battle on the public screen. The special effects of Guardian Zhe were continuously activated. In the upper left corner of the public screen, the name Yi Su Han Shan appeared again and again. Although some people were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by this scene. Oh my god, Skin Brother is truly Skin Brother. Night Brother is wholesale Cohen, right? This person is so handsome. Open 10 cons, my mind is buzzing. This skin will last until next year. Big Brother is not playing the same Douyin as us at all. Night Brother has started again, beginning to open Star Creator. It should be to gather 1 million votes. After all, other Big Brothers have about the same number of votes. But that's not right. Sad Brothers Mahua City doesn't have 1 million votes. Haha. So among these 4, Sad Brother is the least sincere. Guo Fan can only say that Sad Brothers Mahua City, to make up that 1 million votes, feels quite awkward. He really doesn't want to make it up. Anyway, he doesn't have a compulsion for whole numbers. But most viewers on the public screen are just teasing. After all, Sad Brother has already spent so much. He definitely isn't short of those tens of thousands of votes. Congratulations to Taro for surpassing and reaching the first position. Chapter 298. Taro and Peach in a live broadcast room of the Little Bear Soma Guild competition. Guo Fan controls the assistant to operate 4 accounts continuously. Mysterious Person 952700 sends Taro a mysterious airplane X333. Sad Reflux sends Taro a romantic carriage X10. Sad Reflux sends Taro a carnival X10. Sad Reflux sends Taro a dream castle X10. Watching from the other side sends Taro an urban knight X10. Night stay at Cold Mountain Temple has become the guardian deity. ZX10 Night stay at Cold Mountain Temple has opened Star Creator. X10 Taro on stage opened his mouth wide in shock. The audience was also so shocked that they didn't know what to say. My God, Taro's 4 big brothers are too powerful. Each of them sent 1 million votes. I was stunned. I feel like the big brothers are spending not huaxia coins, but neon coins. The venue has started raining confetti. Thank you to the big brothers for their gifts. Congratulations to Taro for successfully surpassing and reaching the first position again, the host shouted. Thank you, Sad Brother. Thank you, Night Brother. Thank you, Fire Brother. Thank you, Mysterious Boss. Taro also bowed repeatedly, more humble than the neon people. Chapter 299. Taking off the disguise before Peach could finish speaking, her big brothers started voting. In Magic Flash, Peach's fans are among the most cohesive and willing to spend money on Big Brother fans, with the leading Gray seeming more like a love fan, voting without hesitation. Now, at over level 50, he has risen through Peach. Gray sends Peach a Golden Carnival X30. Panda sends Peach a Carnival X1. Sunny sends Peach a Golden Carnival X10. Peach's big brothers and sisters all sent out big carnival votes. And other fans followed up with sports cars and airplanes. Some even opened skins, and, for a moment, the special effects on the public screen were very lively. The momentum was quite intimidating. If Guafan had a lower balance, he would have panicked. Unfortunately, his balance is in the 10-digit range. After a round of output from Peach's big brothers, they quickly caught up in votes, even surpassing by over 1 million votes. Big brothers are awesome. Mr. G is too strong. He is carrying the flag today. Big brothers have all put in a luxury car today. Hearing this makes me feel a bit heartbroken. Now it's stable, with so many big brothers backing Peach. What can Taro use to compete with us? Chapter 300. Full level account. Wow. We VE reached 300 chapters. My God, how many months has Brother Fan been opening skins? Can't remember. Feels like it's almost hundreds of times. So skins can be opened so many times. Brother Fan has refreshed my understanding. I calculated, each skin has about 1,000 uses. Each. Over 1,000? This Chinese is a bit hard to understand. 7 days each, over 1,000 uses can last for 20 years. 20 years, brother. By then kids can be in the game too. Never seen someone open skins like this. Guafan initially opened them vigorously, but later got tired of it and let the assistant level it to max. This thing is only fun at first. Later, it loses its charm. After finishing, the account Pian Walai Shibu Fengchun reached a shiny level, Qi Shu. Brother Fan has relied on opening skins to level up to max. This account must be worth a lot now. Are skins really that valuable? Nonsense, with Brother Fan's attention and having been logged in by Brother Fan. That's the biggest value. To put it simply, it's just a second-hand account. You don't understand? This brother is going to make a fortune. Chapter 301. Guild Competition Follow-Up. When Li Qingfeng sent this message, his fingers were trembling. He eagerly and anxiously awaited Taro's reply. Taro, I know. Just these 4 words suddenly made Li Qingfeng's mood brighten. She didn't message him just because he was Brother Fan. She was genuinely reaching out to him. Can wo lai shi bu fengchun? What do you want from me? Taro, thank you very much for choosing me. Taro specifically went through the chat records with Pian, Walai Shibu, Fengchun, and found a reason for their choice among the few messages exchanged. It was just a simple concern. Taro felt fortunate to have met such a foolish person. Otherwise, this opportunity would have never landed on her. She truly didn't expect that a spur-of-the-moment concern could yield such a significant return. Although this gift wasn't given by Pian, Walai Shibu Fengchun, she was still very grateful to this fan. Pian Walai Shibu Fengchun. It's nothing, just happened to have this opportunity. There weren't many streamers to choose from. And I thought you were pretty good, so I chose you. Taro wasn't going to take it lightly. This fan clearly had a bit of a twisted personality. Chapter 3030302 Guafan. I had to come and check it out. If I hadn't met him, it would have been fine, but now that I have, I really want to know what impact yesterday's incident had on Pian Walai Shibu Fengchun. After all, he left over 1 million votes, which, while not a lot, is still considerable. Since Guafan was in stealth mode, he didn't cause any ripples. Stealth mode isn't expensive. Once activated, entering the live broadcast room leaves no trace. Unless gifts are sent or someone speaks, but as long as he exits and re-enters, he still maintains that stealth effect. This Chungu really is Pian Walai Shibu Fengchun. If it were another Chungu, Guafan would have entered for nothing. On the public screen, Pian Walai Shibu Fengchun also wasn't speaking. It's unclear if he had said anything before or was just silent the whole time. After such an incident yesterday, this account is quite well known, and it can't be faked. After all, it has a level 75 badge. And someone who reaches that level wouldn't be so bored. Pian volai shi bu feng-chan. Is that Brother Fanjian? Winning is just a one-time opportunity. Didn't they use it up yesterday? It should be the account owner. Brother, are you out of your mind? I wish I had such an account too. Max level account, various skins. If I change the name, I could show off everywhere. Chapter 3040303, Global Competition in July. The live broadcast room opened. Jojojo. Chunge has made a move. Looks like Brother Fanjian left you some diamonds. But I wonder how many he left you? This is probably all Brother Fanjian left behind. Even though Pian Will Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun sent out Douyin's biggest gift, the carnival. Other streamers' fans were not that respectful toward him. Li Qingfeng was somewhat angry, feeling greatly insulted. Thank you for the carnival sent by Chunge. The host shouted. The viewers in the live broadcast room could mock Pian Will Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun like this, but he couldn't. As long as someone sent gifts, they're the big brother of the live room. They didn't care where this person's diamonds came from, even if they were left by Brother Fanjian. It was still a gift to Pian Will Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun, giving him the right to distribute them. The host even enjoyed this situation. If Pian Will Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun acted impulsively, he might just give away all the diamonds left by Brother Fanjian and end up adding some himself. Surely, he could gather over 100,000 votes. At this moment, Guo Fan was contemplating whether leaving diamonds was a good thing. It wasn't too much money, but it could very well become an inducement, prompting Pian Will Lai Shi Bu Feng Chun to do something beyond his capabilities. Chapter 3050304. For so many people, it was another quiet morning. Guo Fan sat in a rocking chair, enjoying the coolness. It was truly peaceful, just like the old security guard downstairs. The daytime guards at the villa were all elderly men, while the night shift would have young guys, which was a considered arrangement for the old men. The last bit of autumn heat had also disappeared, and the air was free of any warmth. Guo Fan used to really enjoy this time. It was neither cold nor hot, the most comfortable temperature. Mr. Guo, it's recently changing seasons, and the weather has gotten a bit cooler. The maid handed him a thin blanket. Guo Fan looked at her and said, "Thank you. Mr. Guo, is there anything else you need me to do?" The maid hesitated for a moment before asking. "You don't need to ask me. Just go work." Guo Fan waved his hand, signaling her to leave. After the maid left, Guo Fan set the blanket aside. Not to mention autumn. He wouldn't even be afraid of the cold if it suddenly turned to winter. Just then, his phone vibrated suddenly. Guo Fan opened it to check, and it was a message from Brittany. "Brittany, brother, the global competition is about to start. Do you still want to play?" Seeing this message, Guo Fan remembered that the international version of Douyin had a global competition waiting for him to continue. Chapter 3060305. I come from the mortal world to crush to say, in the international version of Douyin, who he wanted to stay away from the most. Brittany would definitely have a place. Of course, it wasn't because of Brittany as a person. The young girl was pretty and quite rare. It was because of the wealthy Chinese I come from the mortal world. Since he came to Douyin, no streamer could compete with him, not even the big streamers. It was over. This wealthy Chinese had no communication with Brittany or anyone else. Streamers who have been on the international version of Douyin for a long time all know each other. They would likely choose to match at different times to avoid encountering each other. But Brittany was different. Her streaming times were unknown, and her PK frequency was also a mystery. So whoever encountered her was just unlucky. However, this elimination round was unavoidable, as it was a random match. So the Korean streamer who matched with Brittany could only consider himself unfortunate. Park De-chong had a face that looked like he had eaten something unpleasant, and he felt miserable. If he had encountered someone comparable, he could have earned some gifts from the older sisters, but after running into Brittany, he had nothing to say and could only watch what the older sisters wanted to do and how much they would give. Brittany, as usual, ignored everyone and directly muted herself to start the PK. Park De-chong had heard of this, but still felt that Brittany was too pretentious. Chapter 3070306. This is just a prevention measure. Unexpectedly, the Korean streamer's reputation was well-deserved, as he was directly caught by the assistant, starting with 0 frames and directly sending out, "I come from the mortal world." With Brother Fanjian around, it's indeed reassuring. Let's put it this way. With this gift, unless the opponent is overwhelmingly stronger than Brother Fanjian, they can't steal it. Overwhelmingly stronger than Brother Fanjian? Isn't that a joke? Not necessarily. There are quite a few Middle Eastern tycoons on the international version of Douyin. Anyway, I trust Brother Fanjian. On the Korean side, the older sisters felt like the sky was falling. That damn Chinese tycoon. How can there be such an awful gift? This kind of gift that disrupts balance shouldn't he appear here? No way, I'm going to report this. This round can't count. I advise you not to. There was a report before, and the account still hasn't come out. The sisters are crying and howling. But Park De-chong is quite happy. At least he made a profit. However, his expression remains sad, of course, not because of the sisters, but because after being eliminated, he won't have such a good opportunity to confidently make money. On the other hand, things are different for Brittany. Everyone is cheering. Guafan sent a barrage. Chapter 3080307 Brother Fan. The Terminator of K-pop. Even those who can't speak Korean at all learn a phrase after spending some time in Brittany's live stream. I don't understand. Why does every host who connects with Brittany have to say, Ashiba? It's to compliment the host's looks, of course. Don't mislead. What if the kid actually says it? Today is a dark day for K-pop hosts. Under the fixed and random mechanism of the international version of Douyin, most of the opponents Brittany randomly matched with her K-pop hosts. With Guafan around, no K-pop host can stir up any waves. That exclusive gift is like the anchor point of the sea for my world. Once I send one, the opponent surrenders with both hands raised. Brother Fan's fan group. Amazing. Today all I encountered were K-pop hosts. There are also some big black hosts. These K-pop hosts look like they deserve a beating. But I didn't encounter any big hosts, all small hosts. If you consider a host who can send 1 million votes as a small host, then I have nothing to say. The point is that Brother Fan shouldn't play these low-end games. The small vote big brothers have already made their moves. Tens of thousands of votes are also small votes, right? You all are so arrogant. Chapter 3090308. How much more? Brittany doesn't look like a Huaxiao person, right? What do you understand? Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Brother Fan. The person upstairs is calling you a dog. I didn't, you're purely slandering. Guafan is used to these netizens being abstract. I come from a mundane world. Let me take this one. Oh no, Brother Fan is angry. The K-pop host health bar probably won't come out anymore. How can Brother Fan waste like this? How will we fight later? You're worrying a bit too much. Let's all put pressure on the opponent together. Brittany pretended not to hear what the opponent said and directly closed the mic for the PK. I come from the mundane world. Sending out I come from the mundane world X1 Guafan directly started with the exclusive gift, and Brittany's health bar immediately slammed into the face of the K-pop host. The Huaxiao audience was also unceremonious, directly going into the opponent's live room to ask if the host was up to the challenge. The K-pop host wanted to resist a bit, but as soon as the Big Brothers International Douyin gifts clicked, Guafan added another I come from the mundane world, causing them to send gifts, but their health bar barely moved. The Huaxiao audience also didn't hold back. Oh, you talk big, but this is your only strength. With this strength, how can you still have the nerve to call yourself a senior? You should learn how to speak first. Chapter 3100309. This match ends. People always try to guess my balance, but this is not an easy task for them. Guo Shenhao Fan, the Huaxiao audience in Brittany's live room, wasn't surprised by such a Brother Fan. Brother Fan is a man who has sent 100 billion votes, and now he's just getting started. The only concern is that it's too wasteful. At least wait for the opponent to send something before sending. Brother Fan is too handsome. One I come from the mundane world is nearly $10,000. How can he not be handsome? Only Brother Fan can send out this kind of momentum with gifts. Other big brothers probably can only scrape together a few. No more talking. Brother Fan is awesome. The local audience of the international version of Douyin had basically never seen such a grand scene. Some had seen the last big scene, but most were just here to see it, and had never witnessed Brother Fan's monetary impact in person. Every gift bursting with special effects represents money burning behind it. This Huaxiao rich man is simply terrifying. I thought Huaxiao people relied on a strategy of numbers, but now I realize, even without other Huaxiao people, just Brother Fan alone can take on everyone. Foreign brother, although what you said is true, could you be a bit more tactful? We also have our pride. Chapter 3110310 Elimination Round ends. Brittany's live room. The public screen is very lively. If someone who doesn't know comes in, they might think this host is very popular. But upon closer inspection, they would find that the public screen is full of insults. Although everyone speaks different languages, the communication is quite smooth. I don't know which brother is in the group explaining, but now the Huaxiao audience on the public screen is greeting their families with slang from K-pop country. The scene, I won't go into detail about the content. Anyway, a large number of accounts were banned. Although this fire is somewhat unusual for a normal host, It's a huge traffic opportunity. However, Brittany is not a normal host. She doesn't care about this. I come from the mundane world. How's the scene? Brittany smiled, just a bunch of clowns. Brittany said this in Chinese. I come from the mundane world. Your Chinese is getting better and better. Brittany said, because I want to stay in Huaxia, stay by your side. No way, host. We're arguing, and you're dating the number one? Bro, this is originally a live room for the host to date. You must be new here. I know. I'm just making a comment. Chapter 312-0-311 qualifying round. After a few days of intense PK, the number of hosts participating in the global competition has sharply decreased. The remaining hosts are somewhat famous in the international version of Douyin. Therefore, when the qualifying list was announced, the audience paid great attention. All wanted to know which host they supported matched up with which host. The weak ones prayed not to encounter too strong opponents and be eliminated directly, while the strong ones hoped to meet weaker ones to conserve their strength. Brittany and Guo Fan weren't too concerned about this qualifying list, but Brother Fan's fans were different. They were very focused on this list. According to common thinking, they definitely want to encounter weaker opponents. A group of people excitedly went to check the list, searching for Brittany's name. Since the officials contacted Brittany, but she completely ignored them, her avatar was just a screenshot from the live room. It's clear that the person who took the screenshot worked hard, but without Brittany's cooperation, it can't compare to those photos that were specially posed and edited. So Brittany's avatar stands out among the streamers. Brittany's opponent is a female streamer named Jong Ji-soo. Another streamer from Korea. Are we really going up against Korea? Chapter 313-0-312 Opening Pressure. Brittany's live room. The young girl specifically wore a nice outfit today. On one hand, it was to show it off to Fan Jian, and on the other hand, it was to show her seriousness about this event. After all, it was the qualifying round for the global competition, and there weren't many streamers left, so the number of viewers was increasing. Other streamers were heavily made up and dressed to the nines, so she couldn't embarrass Fan Jian. Brother, do I look good? Brittany asked with a big smile. She was only asking Fan Jian and only cared about his opinion. Before Guo Fan could respond, the audience on the public screen started to get excited and replied one after another. Looks good, looks amazing. Like a fairy. I didn't think Brittany was that pretty before, but after putting on makeup and changing clothes, she looks completely different. I guess I've had my eyes blessed by Fan Jian. That's why they say Fan Jian has the best taste. Brittany was only wearing a simple yellow floral dress with just a little makeup, and she already looked incredibly eye-catching. Previously, when she was streaming, she just washed her face and wore whatever outfit to go live, relying solely on her looks. Now she was fully showcasing her beauty. Chapter 314-0-313 300 million votes. This PK still garnered some attention. Brittany, let's not even mention it. Before Guo Fan came to the international version of Douyin, she was just a small fry. Even if she was pretty, after using beauty filters, there were many good-looking people in the live room. So why support a streamer who couldn't even flatter the big brother? As for Jong Ji-soo, she had completely relied on skirting the edges and her efforts in going out to get to this level. There was still a gap between her and the top streamers. So the PK between the two received some attention, but not much. However, because it was a global competition, the viewership was still significant. Moreover, many interested viewers from China also circumvented the firewall to watch, leading to both live rooms having over 1 million viewers combined. Brittany's live room. Charge. Take down the Korean streamer. How can you take down another woman? Harmonious live room. Don't say anything disharmonious. Where's Fan Jian? Why can't I see him? Emis Fan Jian. There are no dragons on the international version of Douyin. Besides, didn't Fan Jian just send a lot of dragons a few days ago? What kind of streamer dares to go up against Fan Jian? Chapter 315-0-314. He can't do it anymore. The advertisers were also quite shocked by young Master Li's extravagance. Unlike young Master Li, they spent money on gifts to gain benefits. Young Master Li was truly just throwing money around, not treating it like money at all. But some might say that young Master Li gained a streamer. But honestly, with so much money, couldn't he find whatever type of woman he wanted? Seeing this, the advertisers also started sending out their prepared gifts. Their account names were either their companies or products, which could also be considered a form of advertising. Jong Ji-soo thanked him repeatedly with appa, her mouth never closing. Young Master Li. It seems that the Chinese tycoon isn't as capable as advertised. Young Master Li is here. Even if it's a dragon, he has to be coiled. Young Master Li. Well said. I'll reward you 100. Of course, the 100 young Master Li mentioned was definitely not 100 Korean won, but $100. This made that fan extremely happy. Now, the fans were even more excited. Brittany's live room. I came from the mortal world. This financial tycoon is pretty quick. Iron Man, he really is quite quick. Guanin sitting. He finished 1,000 in a few minutes. How could he not be quick? Sunny Doll, wait, what is wrong with you guys? With the long press function, ISNT, it's just about having hands to hit 1,000? Chapter 3:16.0.315. Look, why are you getting anxious? Is this the Chinese tycoon? Is that it? Not as impressive as imagined. Isn't this just their own people blowing smoke? With this little money, he dares to show off on the international version of Douyin. It has to be our young Masterly. He is the real, powerful big brother. Appa, you're so handsome. You're simply my superhero. Zhang Jisoo acted like a little fangirl. To be fair, some streamers' performances are better than some young idols. Young Masterly slightly curled his lips and started sending gifts on Douyin International. Young Masterly sent Douyin International X3333. So handsome, young Masterly. With this gap, how can the other side even chase? If the Chinese tycoon can't do it, what can others use to chase this 1 billion votes? Everyone takes out loans? Ha ha. Our Zhang Jisoo is the best. Brittany's live room. With this little ability, trying to act cool. A bunch of you aren't even enough to take on our young Masterly. Trying to act tough. Do you think our Korean country is easy to bully? Eliminate me. You don't deserve to be on the international version of Douyin. Fans from Korea were frantically venting their emotions, many of whom were not Zhang Jisoo's fans, but fans of other Korean streamers. Chapter 3:17.0.316. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Jisoo looked at the countdown and couldn't help but feel anxious. Young Masterly hadn't moved for a minute. She was organizing her fans to try to even out the tens of thousands of votes, but every time her fans sent gifts, the opposing fans would do the same, leading to a tug-of-war between the two sides. In the end, because young Masterly wasn't present, her fans were hesitant to keep sending gifts. They were afraid that sending would just be in vain and they wouldn't win. When they were in a good situation, they saw young Masterly taking the lead. But when things were tough, it was even less likely for them to step in. Plus, you all made so much money as a consortium. Robbing it from the common people, young Masterly's spending was basically equivalent to theirs. Where did young Masterly go? Could it be that he can't take it? This is bad. If it really ends like this, it would be a huge embarrassment. Zhang Jisoo was getting anxious. If she lost this round, her traffic would scatter. Many viewers watched her just to see her win. Losing to a big streamer was acceptable, but if she lost to a streamer like Brittany, they would all go watch Brittany tomorrow. Although these people wouldn't spend much money, in this era, traffic is money, and losing this part of the audience would be a huge loss for her. In Chen Jishio's heart, she began to blame young Masterly. She worked so hard yesterday, and he confidently promised her victory, but it ended like this? Chapter 3:18.0.317. Tongzi level 15. Perceiving, collecting data. Perceiving audience emotions, collecting data, system upgrading. Upgrade complete. Owner, Guafan, level 15 experience. 1, 314, 320. 000. Daily reward amount. 20, 000, 20 million. 50, 000, 50 million. Luan favorability. 120 Mom, GU favorability. 100, Yu, Wang Jiasin favorability. 100, Xing, Baiyu favorability. 80, Taozi a little bit bound hosts. Yu on 1. Bao, Taozi, Wawa, Sing, Xiao Yang, Lati, 11, Chacha, Kui, Yizi, Juzi, Roro, Lin, Xiaoping, Mitao, Lulu, bye. Loan days, 0-10. Emotional collection range expanded. Ability. Always at the peak, hexagonal warrior, perfect mastery, a flawless love, bug-fixing order, after such a long accumulation. Tongzi finally leveled up to level 15. The reward amount reached a terrifying 50 million Huaxia coins, and combined with domestic Douyin and international Douyin, it was 100 million. I don't know where Tongzi got so much money from. Chapter 3:19.0.318. Little Bear, Soma, offline, celebration, on the way to the airport. Guafan called the HR director of the company. Director Ren, I have a question for you. Fan said, although the two didn't team meet. Director Ren still instinctively nodded and bowed when he answered the phone. It wasn't that he respected Guafan that much. He was respecting the six-figure salary. I looked at the personnel changes. Why are there so many dismissals? They are all employees with insufficient workability. Director Ren, Don't always think about whether the employees lack workability. You should consider whether you need more people, Guo Fan said very seriously. Director Rin. The boss likes to hire people. He knows that, but he didn't expect the obsession to be so deep. Fan. These people come to work, but don't work, and they affect others' work. So they were dismissed. Oh, that should be dismissed. But didn't I say not to monitor employees' work? How did you know? Guo Fan sees the blind spot. Fan. It was reported by other workers. Director Rin replied. Guo Fan. Are our workers so upright to actually report? When working, everyone turns a blind eye and lets it go. Chapter 320-319 Talent show Guo Fan was watching the stage, while a group of people behind him were watching him. Is he the Brother Fan from the mortal world? This is the first time I've seen Brother Fan. No kidding, who hasn't seen him for the first time? Some host who had communicated with Brother Fan. I thought Brother Fan was a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. Me too. I didn't expect Brother Fan to be so young. Not only young, but he is also very handsome. This is true, youthful wealth. If Guo Fan touched his ear, his clear five senses were indeed good, but occasionally he would hear some things he didn't want to hear. These female hosts were simply too open. Fortunately, the host came on stage and started to take control. Everyone, please be quiet. Let us invite General Zhao when you to say a few words. The host said. Guo Fan rubbed his temples. To be honest, although he was much older now, he still didn't like these long, useless speeches. When you came on stage, he saw Brother Fan staring at him intently, which made him nervous. However, he was perceptive and noticed Brother Fan's impatience. Even though he still had a lot of words left in his script, he awkwardly ended his speech. Chapter 321-0320 Jus de Meilly Brother Fan. Didn't we perform well yesterday? Taozi poked her head out from under the quilt with a face full of expectation for praise. Guo Fan gently touched her face. It was pretty good. You all danced quite cutely, Guo Fan replied. Taozi chuckled. Actually, I'm not talking about the one we danced at the party. I'm talking about our special performance last night. The other 5 were actually awake too, and when they heard Taozi's question, they immediately pretended to still be asleep. Upon hearing this, Guo Fan also recalled the wonderful night from yesterday. Ahem, it was very good. Guo Fan spent some time with the 6 of them before leaving. Today was a relatively important day. It was the day Yu and the others were released from prison. Oh no, it was graduation day. After such a long time of study, the 3 of them all received their graduation certificates. In fact, Cha-Cha had already graduated a long time ago, but she was held back by the other 2 from returning. When the 3 saw Guo Fan, the least composed Taozi directly ran into Guo Fan's arms. I missed you. Taozi buried her head in Guo Fan's chest, breathing deeply. I missed you too. Guo Fan allowed Taozi to vent on him. Yu stepped forward to pull Taozi away and hug Guo Fan herself. Although Taozi was a bit unhappy, she didn't say anything. Chapter 322-0321 The Power of Otaku. In Joda, my ES live broadcast room, the atmosphere on the public screen wasn't too good. Everyone wasn't very happy with this PK. How to fight today? Last time that Huaxiao rich man brushed 20 billion. How can we win? That man is too terrifying. There aren't many remaining hosts who can compete with him. Poor my E. She can only be eliminated. This time he will definitely be eliminated. The big brother on the other side is too powerful, Joda my E said with a somewhat low tone. But it's okay. I'm already very happy to reach the finals. It's all thanks to everyone's constant support that I made it here. Although I really want to win this PK and let you see me at a higher level, I also don't want to waste the hard-earned money you made. So, it's okay. If we lose, we lose. I'm fine with it. As she spoke, Joda my ES eyes turned red. Meilly, we don't mean that. Meilly, it's just a Huaxiao rich man. Why should we be afraid of him with so many of us? We can't just give up on my E like this. That Huaxiao rich man gave so much last time. Maybe he doesn't have tickets this time. If we give up and he wins, we will regret it. Chapter 323-0322 A bit regrettable Guo Fan did not criticize Joda Mai's actions. Nor would it be useful to criticize. This kind of thing is essentially a mutual agreement. He approached it himself, and maybe he would get scolded. Why can't I send gifts to my idol? Guo Fan opened the gift bar and selected his exclusive gift, I come from the mortal realm. I come from the mortal realm, sending out, I come from a mortal realm, X1. Here it comes, here it comes. It's stable, this round is stable. To be honest, earlier the big brothers were quiet, and mortal brother just cast 20 billion votes. I was really afraid this round would be lost. Everyone was actually prepared in their hearts. After all, at this level of funding, if there was no preparation in advance, it would definitely be hard to gather it in a short time. So, as long as mortal brother didn't take action, it would basically be over. On the contrary, as long as mortal brother started sending big gifts, it basically meant he was ready. And a prepared mortal brother would not lose. The fans, who knew the situation, quietly watched the show, and those with extra money also participated. Some even grabbed the votes from the red envelopes sent by mortal brother. Britney's fan group, Iron Man. How can mortal brother send so much? Is he not suppressing the votes? Chapter 3240323 Hai Rui's life. Have you heard? Heard what? Some fans of Gioda might borrowed money to give her gifts, but ended up unable to pay it back, causing a ruckus at Gioda Mai's home. Is that true? There are indeed people like that, borrowing money to send gifts to streamers. Who knows? When Guifan saw this news, he was quite silent. After all, he also initially used a credit card to send gifts, which was essentially borrowing money. However, he actually had savings. The reason for using a credit card was that it allowed installment payments, spreading a large sum over several years, making it less painful. On the contrary, it made him feel quite wealthy. 10,000 yuan, spread over 2 years, is less than 500 yuan a month. Sometimes it's hard for people to empathize with their past selves. Looking back at himself, he felt like a fool. So now he generally uses only the part of the gift money that cannot be spent in reality to send gifts. If he can't win, then he won't fight. However, he really hasn't seen anyone who could deplete his gift money. Jodamai really hasn't streamed these days. Maybe because she lost and is still licking her wounds, it might not necessarily be that something happened. Chapter 3250324 1 billion votes. The protagonist of Hai Rui's life is named Hai Rui, quite obviously. This name should be a stage name. Most streamers have a stage name, and it's relatively rare for someone like Britney to use her real name. However, in this situation, others wouldn't think Britney is her real name either. Hai Rui is from Russia. Since childhood, she didn't like studying and preferred to fiddle with the flowers and plants at home. Her parents spoiled her, so they didn't force her. She muddled through and got a diploma before returning home to be dependent on her parents. Hai Rui still felt a bit embarrassed. Just as the internet short video trend was rising, she got the idea to make and upload videos. Initially, there was little reaction. People weren't interested in her videos about fiddling with flowers and plants. Some even commented that she was wasting viewers' time. But one day, she suddenly became popular, and a large number of people flocked to her videos. The comments were all praising her beauty. However, some noticed her core essence, saying that watching her videos made them feel relieved from a day's fatigue. This was also Hai Rui's original intention for making videos. With the rise of the internet, people's lives became too fast-paced, and everyone was extremely busy every day. Chapter 3260325 Easily secured 1,000. I come from the mortal realm gifts dropped down. And for a long time, no other special effects appeared in the live broadcast room. The international version of Douyin is the same as the domestic version. Expensive special effects are prioritized for playback. This also indirectly proves that having money makes one superior. 1,000 I come from the mortal realm. And the exclusive animation wasn't short either. It would take several hours for all 1,000 to play out. In Britney's live broadcast room, the public screen instantly exploded. What's going on? Mortal brother directly dropped 1,000 I come from the mortal realm. Oh my gosh. In less than a minute, $10 million were spent. I know mortal brother is impressive, but I didn't expect him to spend like this. Who can win against this spending style? What stimulated mortal brother to drop so much as soon as he started on the international version of Douyin? Oh, the big brother from the opposing streamer was being rude here. Why provoke mortal brother of all people? Look how he can't get off the stage now. In Hai Rui's live broadcast room, she sat upright at her seat, fiddling with the expensive tea set she had acquired. The tea culture from Huaxia was also very popular among them, and it suited her video style very well. Chapter 3270326 Only him, the previous PK, had some response, but it wasn't to the extent of being popular. However, yesterday's PK suddenly became a hit. Many video creators created secondary content from the recording of yesterday. How much money does this Huaxia tycoon have? Spending tens of billions of votes. What is his purpose? Britney might become a strong contender for the global championship this time. How popular did this become? When Guifan got up, Zhao Wenyu's call came in. You seem quite familiar with our schedule, Guifan said while eating breakfast. If you're not convenient, I can call back later. What's inconvenient? Just tell me what happened now. It's not a big deal. It's just that your gift spending on the international version of Douyin yesterday became a hot topic. And then? According to Guofan's thoughts, it was very normal for it to become popular. If he could buy traffic with that money, who knows how many days he would be popular. Brother Fan, Little Bear Soma is your treasure. Zhao, when you said. Guofan looked disgusted. What treasure? Isn't the development going well? Don't aim too high. After that, he added, there isn't this opportunity domestically, and such a large scale can't be organized. If you can convince the platform to hold a good event, I will definitely come back to play. Chapter 328-0327 New outfit, however. In a PK, it's not about how many people are there, but how many votes one has. Guofan wasn't nervous. The American streamer was quite anxious. What to do? Can we still win this round? That Huaxia tycoon has spent so much. He shouldn't have many votes left now, right? Bro, we've been at it this long. You don't really think he has no votes left, do you? We've still got votes. Why do you think he wouldn't? You consume relatively little. How many have surpassed 1 billion votes? That Huaxia god has surpassed 1 billion votes in every round. There is a possibility. There is hope. At this point, guessing how many votes there are is meaningless. Just keep refreshing. Anyway, the competition format is there. You can test it in the early stages, and if you can't win later, just go all in to secure 3rd place. We can't get 1st place anyway. What are we afraid of? Others are even less equipped. A dark horse. Getting any place is a good thing. Why not negotiate with them, give them money, and let them give up the competition? Someone has tried, but they couldn't contact the Huaxia god who came from the mortal realm. Chapter 329. Knight's Oath. What the hell is this? My goodness, is this the new gift? It doesn't seem like it. It looks like a costume. Didn't it say that the Guardian Knight has been activated? It's just a costume. This is the longest activation effect I've ever seen. This can't be a special costume, right? Doesn't the mortal brother already have one? This thing isn't limited to just one. So cool. I wonder how much it costs to activate this. Where can I find this? How to activate it? Activating it shouldn't cost money. But that activation button requires a lot of money. Stop thinking about it. That's unique to the mortal brother. What was said on the public screen is correct. It is indeed a special costume newly received by Guofan. Customer service Ruo issued it to him today. She had been designing it for a while. At that time, Guofan even asked why he was given another special costume and gift. Ruo only replied that it meant the international version of Douyin. Guofan had already spent $100 million on the international version of Douyin. To show importance, the international version decided to design a new one for him. However, this time Guofan didn't make any requests and let them do whatever they wanted. The international version of Douyin was initially quite troubled. Having no requests makes it the hardest to design. They could only refer to the elder brother's preferences for inspiration. Chapter 330. The final showdown. Brittany's live broadcast room. What's happening on the other side? My goodness, they just brushed 50 billion votes. Is that it? I guess they want to scare the mortal brother. What does it matter if they scare him? As long as the mortal brother is willing to chase. If not, then it won't scare him at all. They probably bet everything on this. Underestimating our mortal brother a bit. He is a man who has brushed 100 billion votes. Not necessarily, though. That time the mortal brother only brushed once, and this time he has already brushed a lot of votes, so he might not have that many left. You don't understand the mortal brother. Unless he doesn't send anything at the beginning. As long as he does, he will definitely win. You guys are a bit blindly confident, aren't you? Just wait and see. Guofan also didn't know what the other side meant by brushing like this. Whether they really wanted to widen the gap or were just trying to show off. But he didn't need to care about the reason. Anyway, they couldn't win against him. I from the mortal realm send Knight's Oath X 4000. My goodness, the mortal brother just leveled the playing field. The mortal brother is fighting a bunch of people alone. The mortal brother is so cool. With this gift, Brittany's health bar was basically even with the opponents, with a small gap of a few 100,000 votes. Not much difference. Chapter 331. Nonstop. At the moment the health bar appeared, the little assistant was activated. Because there would be too many gifts to send later. Guofan definitely wouldn't click them one by one. The little assistant is 0 delay, fast. He definitely needs to use it. I from the mortal realm send Knight's Oath X1. The numbers began to continuously combo, and quickly, the speed of holding down was not as fast as this number. However, everyone couldn't discern with the naked eye. They only saw the number skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, it reached 100, and after a few more blinks, it was heading toward 1,000. It's starting. What the hell? Did they just send it as soon as the health bar opened? Is this the 1,000 combo right from the start? The other side is also sending. A lot of people are sending for Douyin International. Soon the combo count exceeded 1,000. No way. Are they aiming for 10,000 combos right from the start? It could also be 13, 14. The other side hasn't stopped at all. I get it. It's no longer about who chases whom, but who can send out more votes in a limited time. No way. You mean the mortal brother will keep sending until the PK ends? Very likely. Sometimes in this live room, I always feel that this exclusive gift is only worth 1 diamond. Chapter 332. Stress-free win during the PK. Both sides' big brothers were betting that the opponent's big brother didn't have more votes than theirs. The Middle Eastern tycoons indeed had this confidence, but they didn't expect that the Huaxia god on the opposite side would be so unfathomable. 200 billion votes already. The opponent's big brother is really strong. Don't worry, our big brother hasn't stopped either. Many big brothers have stopped. Those are just supporting roles. As long as the main big brother doesn't stop, it's fine. But our gap is getting larger. The PK isn't about who sends faster, but who sends more. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and no one dared to think about what would happen if the Huaxia god on the opposite side kept sending. They dared not think, simply could not think. Everyone subconsciously avoided considering the fastest possible outcome, even though that possibility was very high. Guofan's account kept clicking the Knight's Oath. He couldn't operate anything else. So he simply stood up and went to the balcony to enjoy the view. However, even though the greenery in his location was very well done, it still couldn't compare to those luxurious homes online. In the past, he would have just gone with the flow, but now he directly called for the housekeeper. "Mr. Gua, is there anything you need?" The housekeeper was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a sharp suit, with a white handkerchief in his breast pocket and a black pen clipped. Chapter 333. Aftermath International version of Douyin, global competition, perfectly concluded. Kiana ranked second. Before the finals, she thought she would definitely get first place, but unexpectedly lost to a dark horse. Of course, the loss wasn't unjust. The gap was too large. Although the reward for second place isn't as good as first, it's still decent. If Brittany didn't stream often, she would still be the top solo streamer on the international version of Douyin. The impact on her wasn't as great as she had imagined. Brittany ranks first with over 50 billion votes. If we include the votes Guofan had previously boosted, her total would be even higher. The young girl thinks this achievement is impressive, but she can't quite pinpoint why. She can only feel it from the money Guofan spent. After all, it was hundreds of millions of dollars that were just spent like that. The international version of Douyin contacted her immediately, and besides the basic rewards, they wanted to sign a contract with Brittany, splitting the gift revenue 70 to 30, with Brittany getting 70 and the international Douyin getting 30. Moreover, the gifts from the global competition are included, meaning Brittany can completely give this part of the revenue to Guofan, making it seem like he only spent a little over $200 million. Brother, the international version of Douyin signed a 70 to 30 contract with me, and the gifts from this global competition are included. When the revenue is distributed to me next month, I will send it to you. Chapter 334. 9 Girls Gather. Brittany is undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary since Guofan took over. The 6 female streamers from the Magic Academy have been supported by Guofan for so long. Yet none have earned as much as Brittany has in the past half month. Brittany can now be considered a wealthy woman, while the stars and others can at most be called affluent. After all, in a city where every inch is precious, the money they earn barely suffices to buy a decent flat. Orange is a bit special. She has tasted the benefits of billions in votes, but still falls short. But Brittany is different. She can live a lavish life just from the interest. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for the 6 female streamers from the Magic Academy to be jealous of her. Even before they met, the stars were already very hostile towards Brittany. However, despite their jealousy, none dared to throw a tantrum in front of Guofan. This is the advantage of having many women. Although they are all extremely jealous, they can only direct their resentment towards Brittany and won't trouble Guofan. They all know that if they upset Guofan, they will be finished in his life. Even though they have already made a lot of money, giving up on such a handsome, rich, and gentle man like Guofan would be the worst decision ever. Chapter 335. Little Mouse. The 6 stars each walked away with their own thoughts. Originally, Peach wanted to stay because it was her turn to take a day off tomorrow. But Guofan hurriedly sent her away. This week has indeed been a bit crazy. No matter how good something is, doing it too much can become boring. Only those who don't do it often yearn for it. Guofan just wanted to be alone for a while. He wanted to relax, play some games, and watch some shows. There are so many games that can bring new experiences. However, he didn't stay quiet for long because news came from the research center. The nanorobot technology finally produced results. Although Guofan knew that the technology was definitely feasible, The final result still depended on the physical product. "I'm going to the company. You all stay here," Guofan said. "Do you want us to accompany you?" Yu asked. "No need," Guofan declined. Guofan hurriedly left, but it piqued Yu and the others' curiosity. "I've never seen Brother Gua so anxious," Yu said. "Usually, Brother Gua is very calm, like a sloth, very laid back. Today, the phone call must have said something to make him so anxious." Chapter 336. Leave request today is Singles Day. I'm taking a day off to avoid breaking the recommendation and updating this chapter. The following content is meaningless, as it needs to reach 1,000 words to be published. The content below is not necessary to read. Thank you all. Wow, it's truly a wonderfully beautiful day. The sun is exceptionally bright, as if heaven specially painted this day with the most dazzling golden glow. The warm light spreads across the earth, illuminating every corner, making the whole world shine. A gentle breeze blows, carrying a faint scent of flowers and grass, like nature's gentle touch, bringing peace and joy to the heart. Birds sing cheerfully on the branches. Their clear and melodious voices seem to play a joyful tune for this beautiful day. And the cheerful rhythm seems to resonate in everyone's heart, making people smile involuntarily. The distant mountains rise and fall like a winding dragon lying quietly on the earth. Their steady posture gives a sense of security, as if guarding all this beauty. The sky is blue like a gemstone, with a few pure white clouds lazily drifting by, taking various shapes, some like cute sheep, some like galloping horses, some like sweet cotton candy, adding a touch of liveliness to this clear sky, making one unable to help but get lost in it, marveling at such a wonderful scene in the world. Today, when the first ray of sunlight falls on the earth, the whole world seems to be coated in a layer of golden brilliance. For many single people, this is undoubtedly a particularly special day, Singles Day. The streets are filled with a faint festive atmosphere, with colorful decorations swaying gently in the breeze like cheerful little elves. The shopping malls are bustling with life, with a dazzling array of products neatly displayed, seemingly telling their own stories to passersby. The carefully arranged promotional areas look like tempting traps, attracting countless single men and women to step into them involuntarily. In cafes, couples sit by the window in pairs, holding hands and whispering sweet nothings, their eyes sparkling with love like bright lamps lighting up each other's hearts. In stark contrast are the single individuals sitting alone in corners. Their eyes may reveal a hint of loneliness and solitude, but more often, there is a sense of determination and tranquility. They quietly savor their coffee, while their thoughts drift far away, reminiscing about the past or dreaming of beautiful times ahead. On this Singles Day, whether choosing to celebrate or to be alone, every single person is spending the day in their own way. They might attend various singles parties to release their passion and energy. They might stroll alone through the streets, feeling the hustle and bustle and the tranquility of the city, or they might nestle at home, quietly reading a good book, allowing their soul a moment of peace. Regardless, this is their unique festival, a precious memory that belongs only to the single individuals. Chapter 337. Awakening of Group Spirit Activity. After Guofan finished reading the activity introduction that Ruo sent him, he could hardly believe it. This time, the Douyin platform actually launched an event that wasn't purely for profit and put in some real investment. This event is tentatively named Awakening of Group Spirit. The goal of the event is to select female streamers who excel in singing and dancing for in-depth packaging. It appears to be an activity aimed at group broadcasts, but it does not restrict individual streamers from participating. Moreover, even if there were restrictions, it wouldn't make much sense if this event is good enough. Individual broadcasts can also join in as group broadcasts. Entry requirements only specify that it is limited to girls, with no other age, height, weight, or other requirements mentioned. It can be said that as long as one is confident and has a big face, they can register to participate in this event. The first stage is the preliminary selection, which is conducted on an individual basis, with participants competing in this live broadcast room. The total number of gifts received by each individual streamer during the preliminary selection will be counted. The Douyin platform has renamed this ticket count as popularity, with one ticket equating to 1 popularity point. Streamers who achieve 100,000 popularity points will pass the preliminary selection. In other words, 10,000 Huaxia coins is the threshold to participate in this event. Achieving 100,000 popularity points in a day might be a bit challenging. But since the preliminary selection lasts for 2 weeks, as long as the streamer isn't too poor in performance, they should be able to receive that much popularity. Chapter 338. Venue Cooperation. Ma Jin-wen was already considering how to politely decline. At this moment, a new friend request popped up in his green bubble. Ma Jin-wen clicked, opened all the permissions he could, then clicked to approve, and finally sent a note. The secretary quickly sent over the information. Employee Leisure and Entertainment Park of the Fanjian Group. Ma Jin-wen glanced over the name and was shocked by a line of text. Park area, 10 hectares. Ma Jin-wen, you call this an Employee Leisure and Entertainment Park? Even the Douyin headquarters doesn't have a park this large. After pausing for a moment, he continued to read the subsequent information. The purpose of building this park is to enrich employees' entertainment activities. A small part of the park is still under construction, so it is temporarily not open to the public. However, the existing facilities are more than enough to serve as a competition venue. As for some professional equipment, the secretary also indicated that it would be configured soon and wouldn't take much time. Ma Jin-wen saw that using this place as a competition venue would definitely be fine. The only drawback was that Hexiong didn't have much fame. But this was likely the reason Fan Jiango mentioned it, hoping to boost the profile of Hexiong through this event. Chapter 339. Event launched that evening. The Douyin platform announced the event. The event name was not modified at all. It still used the awakening of team spirit that Ruruo sent to herself. The event introduction and rules included some minor details, but the overall framework remained unchanged. The competition process is still divided into online and offline. A rather intriguing new rule was added. If streamers participate in the offline competition, half of the online gift earnings, which belong to the Douyin platform, will be given to the streamer. However, if the streamer does not participate, the distribution will follow the normal sharing method. It seems that the Douyin platform wants streamers to participate in the offline competition as much as possible. Many people sense something unusual from this rule. Douyin platform has launched a new event. It's still a group broadcast format event. Why is Douyin suddenly supporting group broadcasts so much? It wasn't like this before. Did you not see that there are no restrictions in the entry requirements? Everyone can participate. Not just everyone. There are no males among all those participants. Why can't male streamers participate? Some female streamers clearly have more spending power than the guys. Maybe next time. Do you think it's a variety show? It happens once a year. We don't even know if there will be another event after this one. Chapter 340. Numerous participants. The audience was momentarily unsure whether to support the streamers or to show off their wealth. However, people like Fan Jiangu were definitely there to show support. Such wealthy individuals don't need to prove their wealth. However, in reality, those giving gifts were all seeking attention. If others don't know they are rich, then what is the point of being wealthy? Guo Fan also had this mindset, but he didn't show it too obviously. With Fan Jianji's gifts, the Magic Academy has all advanced. Originally, advancing required 100,000 votes. And Fan Jiangu brought in 1,000,000 votes, enough for 10 people to advance. What a pity. This will reset in the elimination rounds. So, giving too much will be wasted. Only Douyin can do this. They really know how to make money. Should we save up during this time and wait until the elimination rounds to use them? Many live broadcast rooms had this idea, wanting the wealthy individuals to save their votes for better results during the elimination rounds. However, the wealthy individuals and streamers were different. The streamers had goals, while the wealthy individuals felt anxious if they didn't show off their wealth. Before, Guo Fan had a stable income. If the live broadcast rooms he followed weren't streaming, he would go to various group broadcast rooms to give gifts and seek presents. Chapter 341. Video platform. Everyone should work hard during this time and train well. The management of Xiaoxiong Swoma Company was encouraging the many participating streamers. In the past, everyone only needed to prepare some speaking skills, but this time it was different. They needed to prepare talents. Although most fans wouldn't leave, just because your talent isn't good, streamers couldn't be too perfunctory. Moreover, the event will ultimately be aimed at the entire internet. If the talents are lacking, it would greatly harm the public's impression. Unless the participating streamers had no intention of entering the entertainment industry and just wanted to make money in the streaming world. The 6 streamers from the Magic Academy had been working hard these days. After their live broadcasts, they spent a lot of time practicing dance at the company. Previously, they could just move around a bit, and fans would be thrilled. Being able to complete a dance was already impressive. But now the company required not only to finish the dance, but to do it well. I feel so tired. My orange underwear is all wet. I can't even care about being ladylike anymore, just slumping in the chair to rest. Didn't President Zhao say that there would be opportunities to enter the film and television industry in the future? It all depends on whether we can perform well in this event, said Ro Ro. Can't we just not participate in this competition? Xiaoping raised her question. Chapter 342. Over 10 million Fan Jiango. Are we going to create a free video software? Yu Yu asked. Guofan knew which one Yu Yu was referring to and decisively shook his head. No, it's just a legal and compliant video platform, but allows users to watch for free. This cost, don't worry about the cost, you coordinate and I'll provide the funds. That's it. Okay. Yu Yu and the others didn't ask much more. Since Fan Jingo had already made up his mind, they had reminded him of what needed to be reminded, and the rest was to execute according to his ideas. Yu Yu, talk to the Douyin platform about the event program cooperation. Money is not a problem. Cha-Cha, you are responsible for promoting the video platform. Money is not a problem. Taozi, you are responsible for negotiating video resource copyrights. Money is not a problem. In summary, Guofan is wealthy and generous. He no longer checks how much money is in the company account. Anyway, it's a lot, more than enough to spend. And he even adds funds to it every day. The Fanjian Group now has a dedicated development company. For Fanjian Video, several teams were specifically formed to handle the development of the Fanjian Video platform, including the web version, client, and app. Initially, everyone thought it was being developed from scratch, but unexpectedly, the company directly purchased a ready-made one. Chapter 343. 0341 Viral Spread Boss. It's bad. A new video platform has emerged, and its downloads are about to reach 1 billion. The secretary at the headquarters of Penguin Video said in a panic. I heard that a lot of money was spent on promoting that platform, so it's not surprising that it has this many downloads. The person in charge of Penguin Video was unconcerned, saying that a high download count is useless. What matters is retaining users. Do they have enough video resources? Do they have enough partners? Boss, this Fanjian Video is quite wealthy and has spent a lot of money to acquire many video copyrights and streaming rights. Aside from our exclusives, they have everything. The person in charge of Penguin Video was slightly moved, but still not too worried. Burning money to seize the market? Haha, unfortunately, this is no longer the previous era. They will have to pay a hefty price to reclaim the market. Don't worry too much. Just wait until your own funding chain breaks. Arrange for some water armies and talk to our partners to cut off their backers. He didn't think this Fanjian Video could create any waves. For Fanjian Video to carve out a share in the video platform, the cost would be too high. It wouldn't be worth it, and normal people wouldn't do that. Surely, Fanjian Video isn't just here to offer benefits, right? Chapter 344. 0342 Elimination Round begins. It's confirmed. What has confirmed? This Fanjian Video must have been created by Brother Fanjian. Could it be that Brother Fanjian developed a video platform specifically because of this Douyin event? There's a high possibility. Brother Fanjian has the spare money to play around. But this scale is too big, right? In just a few days, the user base is rocketing towards Penguin Video. And looking at the software, this terrifying investment is no less than 1 billion. You're still underestimating it. What is Brother Fanjian after? Just for fun. When people have money, they can play however they like. Young Master One wouldn't dare spend so much money just for fun. Of course, not everyone thinks Brother Fanjian set up Fanjian Video just for fun. Some believe it was just a coincidence. Brother Fanjian was already preparing to create Fanjian Video, and then Douyin launched this event, leading to a perfect collaboration. Initially, when Fanjian Video approached the Douyin platform, Douyin was a bit hesitant. After all, this is a new video platform. If it weren't for Brother Fanjian's face, they wouldn't even consider it. However, in the past 2 weeks, Fanjian Video has transformed from an obscure software to a household name. Chapter 345. 0343 Profiting like crazy. The elimination round was more like a chaotic battle. On the first day of the first cycle, most of the streamers began their talent shows. There was no time to waste, with only 3 days total. Losing a day meant losing a day's worth of popularity revenue. Unless there was a real reason not to perform, everyone showed up on the first day. The Magic Academy also held its first live broadcast in the morning, where 6 team members took turns showcasing their talents. It's so early today. Talent show right after starting the broadcast? Today is the elimination round for the awakening of team spirit. I see. I was wondering why it was so early. It's starting. What? I thought it was a new dance, but it's still the old one. Bro, it's only been a little while. How could they have learned a new dance so quickly? Didn't you notice? They dance much better than before. Yeah, before they were a bit stiff, but now it looks so smooth. Meat is the most beautiful. The stars are so cute. Peach is the cutest. Xiaoping is so funny. Orange wife, I want to scream for you. Lin Lin is also standing up. Each of the 6 streamers had their own unique style while dancing, perhaps to align with their personas, as their dances were basically not the same. Chapter 346. 0344. The last cycle. This thing is just a way to harvest money, but many people are unaware of this fact. Some are aware, but don't mind spending money. They're just looking for fun. Guofan is clearly in the latter category. However, he also thinks that money comes easily, while other big players do not. On Douyin Live, there are many who spent tens of thousands of Huaxia coins, but never even got to see the person, while others spent hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins just to text flirt and ended up losing millions. Guofan remembers a brother who spent over 1 million Huaxia coins trying to date a streamer, only to find out that the streamer was stringing him along and was actually involved with the host of her live broadcast. The brother was quite tolerant. When he found out, he just asked the streamer to cut off contact with the host. However, the streamer verbally agreed, but secretly stayed in touch with the host. In the end, this drove the brother to a breaking point, and he exposed the matter. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir. However, the most interesting part is that once the heat of the news faded online and the internet forgot about it, the streamer came back to cash in again. Guofan doesn't know what happened later in reality, but when he saw that streamer again, he couldn't help but marvel at how bold she was. Chapter 347. 0345. Brother Fanjian takes action. There are plenty of people on Douyin Live who can go head-to-head with the 6 streamers from the Magic Academy. Without mentioning those crazy money-making solo streamers, the top streamers from the KS Guild are also capable of competing against the Magic Academy, especially the swimming sensation Hong Xiaoro, who once garnered billions of votes. The streamers he supports have consistently ranked first in the KS Guild competitions. The Tianyi Guild and Lin Jinwan's Guild also have several top streamers, faced with a limited number of advancement spots. All guilds are eager to grab a piece of the pie. On the first day of this cycle, the remaining 1,000 streamers all put in their efforts to provide their streamers with a chance to debut. These big players went all out, throwing carnivals one after another, as if money meant nothing. By the end of the first day, even the last streamer had a popularity score of 1 million. The first place reached over 30 million in popularity, coming from the Tianyi Guild, and the backing big players were quite formidable. This 30 million in popularity was given by 3 big players, 10 million each. It was unclear whether it was from a guild account. Some people saw this situation and immediately gave up. After such a high score on the first day, who knows how much more they would have to push out in the remaining 2 days. Chapter 348. 0346. Open box operation. Wow, Brother Fanjian is giving away rewards. This effect is so romantic, it feels like it was specially designed for confessions. 1 million votes as a gift is indeed different. I haven't watched it many times, but I have a feeling today that I might end up throwing up. Lin Lin has also gotten better. It's great that such good fortune has come to Lin Lin. Lin Lin saw these fans teasing her on the screen and immediately put her hands on her hips and started to express herself. But because there was no microphone, no one could hear her. I sent Lin Lin Knights, Oath X25 from the Mortal Realm. Is it over? Lin Lin is already in first place in the event. ISNT the gap, not that big. Mortal Brother ISNT going to continue sending. Of course, Guofan will continue to send. I sent Meat Knights, Oath X1 from the Mortal Realm. Oh, I see. Mortal Brother is letting all 6 streamers from the Magic Academy go up. Wow. Mortal Brother has made a move. Now I'm relieved. When it was happening today, I was worried someone would get eliminated. I sent Meat Knights, Oath X20 from the Mortal Realm. I sent Little Ping Knights, Oath X18 from the Mortal Realm. I sent Star Knights, Oath X15 from the Mortal Realm. Chapter 349. How is she here? Did you watch that competition yesterday? Yes. Many live streams were broadcasting Huazi. It was a bit strange. After the previous streamers sent a certain amount of welcome points, they stopped sending. Yeah, I saw that too. After the first round, there was no one to compete for first place. It's weird. What is weird? Those big brothers are just trying to limit their losses. Limit losses? What does that mean? Mortal Brothers supported the top 10 streamers. Do you know what that represents? Mortal Brothers support means victory is assured, right? So Mortal Brothers' intention is to secure those spots, and others won't dare to compete. These other big brothers are too timid. Brother, Are you new here? Being afraid of mortal brother cannot be called timid. Mortal brother's fame is built on real money. And if anyone really wants to compete for those spots, they would need to put out a few $100 million at least. Instead of that, it's better to pay attention to the later streamers and compete for other spots. Yeah, spending a lot of votes just for a few top spots and ending up with very few spots. It's better to distribute them to more people. Chapter 350-348, such a large park it turned out to be Yu. I thought she wanted to raise a family after she stopped streaming, but I didn't expect to see her here. How rare. Mortal Video is Mortal Brother's business, so it's not surprising that Yu is in charge. The rich really aren't afraid of her losing money from Mortal Video. You don't need to worry about that. With Mortal Brother's financial power, Mortal Video can afford to lose. The person in charge of Mortal Video is here, but where's the person in charge of the venue? Yu said, "This is the Employee Leisure and Entertainment Park of Mortal Group. I'll take you around, and you can also shoot some material." The person in charge of the Douyin event quickly said, "Then thank you for your trouble." A group of people got on several shuttle buses and started wandering around the park. This park was just completed, and considering the use for the competition, we specially renovated the employee lounge and gym. If you need aerial shots, we can also provide some, but you can't use drones in the park, of course. Indoors is fine. The Douyin group hasn't come to their senses yet. Mortal Group's Employee Leisure and Entertainment Park? This is Mortal Group's business? Chapter 350-10349 Targeted Experiment, Competing Based on Strength? Some who didn't understand were still unclear about what it meant. But the streamers who had watched the group broadcast variety show instantly understood. This means there will be a showdown in the upcoming offline competition. As the female streamers supported by Mortal Brother, the Magic Academy ranks among the top, and 6 girls chose a room close to the entrance for convenience in getting to the training venue. The remaining Spicy Strips and Little Lambs chose a sunlit room. The female streamers supported by Mortal Brother all gathered in one place. With Mortal Brother support, these 2 rooms should definitely be able to win, right? Not necessarily. They'll probably mix up the teams later, right? After all, this is a program that needs to be broadcasted online. They have to consider the audience's perspective. Do you think Mortal Brother cares about what others think? Although everyone felt that winning first place seemed unlikely, they still had to participate well in the event. After all, after the group variety show ends, it's not just those who formed a group who get resources. Sometimes, those who come in first don't necessarily fare better than those in later positions. They began to choose rooms one after another, familiar ones staying together, while unfamiliar ones had to share with strangers. Chapter 352-0350 Official Entrance Mortal Group, at most, has district leaders behind them paying attention because Mortal Group has contributed a lot to GDP and employment. If it really comes to that, the district leaders will only look out for themselves. After all, for them, Mortal Group is fine in Hexiong. Who controls it doesn't matter. However, for Mortal Group, it is very important. If a new owner takes over, the next person may not treat the employees as people. No, they definitely want to treat employees as people. Guofan knocked on the table and said, "Don't worry, things will change soon." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the conference room door. "Guomin." Yu pushed the door open and walked in. "Mr. Fan, someone from the official side has come," Yu said. Everyone was startled. Did those big companies actually start putting pressure on Mortal Group now? At such a time, you shouldn't be too brief in your speech, Guofan said irritably. Yu quickly added, "It's someone from the Capital S official side." The Capital S official side? Everyone was shocked. This means something completely different. Although these big companies are very powerful, no one can mobilize people from the Capital S official side. Chapter 353-035 The cafeteria's ways as soon as Old Zhong entered. His eyes lit up. He thought a folk research institute would be very unprofessional, and some even lacked protective measures, but he didn't expect it to be quite complete. "Old Zhong, let me change your clothes." The deputy director was also very excited, treating Old Zhong even more warmly than Guofan, the boss. "No need." Old Zhong waved his hand and skillfully put on the clothes. Guofan was amazed at Old Zhong's agility at such an old age. He must not be studying biology or physics. Old Zhong silently observed everything in the research institute, watching as the so-called director of the institute changed clothes. Before he arrived, he had inquired about it. The actual controller of this mundane group was merely a figurehead at the Mundane Research Institute. Yet he didn't expect them to be so serious and responsible. If it weren't for Guofan's attitude, How could this civilian research institute possibly uncover something that shocked the authorities? Let's start the experiment, Old Zhong said. The deputy director glanced at Guofan. Old Zhong couldn't help but laugh. What are you looking at your boss for? Do you need him to demonstrate? The deputy director quickly replied, It's like this, Old Zhong. This technology was provided by our director, Gua. We're just assisting. Chapter 354. I didn't expect it to be so mature. I didn't expect your nanorobot technology to be so mature. Old Zhong continued, discussing nanorobots during dinner. Since everyone present were employees of the Research Institute, there was no risk of leaking confidential information, and even the logistics staff were aware of it. When Old Zhong received the experimental data, he thought there might be discrepancies, but the actual data was even better than what he had received. The people at the Mundane Research Institute even hid things during clinical trials. Guofan echoed this, not delving deeper into the topic. Old Zhong didn't press for details. He was simply expressing his amazement. After a satisfying meal, the group returned to the Research Institute. The institute had a large conference room, which had previously only been used for arguments, but this time it was finally being put to its true purpose. Old Zhong took the initiative to speak. I came this time to see if the nanorobot technology is genuine, and now I have confirmed it. Director Gua, on behalf of the technology sector Huaxia, I would like to acquire the relevant technology of the nanorobots. Sure, I know this is a bit. You agreed? Old Zhong swallowed a belly full of persuasion. This development direction seemed a bit off. Such powerful technology, and Guofan just gave it away. Chapter 355. Just playing around participating in the competition meant that these 100 streamers were also preparing to start their broadcasts. Otherwise, if it didn't go live for so many days, they would lose a large portion of their fans. Don't think fans are all that loyal. They can easily be attracted by new, young, and beautiful streamers. Individual streamers were fine, treating it as just a change of location to stream, which still allowed them to present some new content. Group streamers were at a bit of a disadvantage, and of course, their guilds suffered even more. Zhao Wenyu was busy at the company, feeling overwhelmed. It would be quite difficult for the Magic Academy to stream in the coming months. Many streamers had left other channels, and a large number of users had nowhere to go. They wouldn't quietly wait for their streamers. Since the streamers weren't around, they would look for fun in other channels, which might not necessarily be Xiao Xiongsuomas. Although Zhao Wenyu had prepared himself mentally when he decided to let the 6 streamers from the Magic Academy participate in the event, he still felt a bit upset when it actually happened. Fortunately, our guild still has the Douyin platform's streaming support, which can redirect most users back to our guild. The assistant reported. Zhao Wenyu sighed, considering it a stroke of luck in misfortune. Chapter 356. The streamers stayed in the apartment building after a day of rest. The streamers had tidied up quite a bit, although they were there to film a program, considering the special circumstances of being streamers. The Douyin event team had specially allocated an hour of streaming time for these streamers to maintain their fan base. Some streamers started video streams to show everyone the place they would be staying for the next few months, while others began audio streams to chat with their fans. The 6 from the Magic Academy directly opened an audio channel, with all 6 streamers chatting there. Since there were only 2 remaining spots, no one asked to jump on the mic, as it was difficult to divide 2 spots among 6 people. However, everything changed when that person appeared. I come from the mundane world. The brother from the mundane world has arrived. He was just playing in another live stream room a moment ago. Are you reporting me? Be careful, or brother from the mundane world might revoke your privileges. This audio channel was opened under the Magic Academy account. So Guofan had management rights. Brother from the mundane world, hurry and get on the mic. Yeah, brother from a mundane world definitely has the qualifications to get on the mic. Really, how come no one has the insight? Chapter 357. Artificial Intelligence Technology. Impact Settlement completed. You have earned 500,000 special points. During the monthly Impact Settlement, the Mundane Group had now grown to a scale of tens of thousands. Guofan could proudly say that his company might not be profitable, but it certainly had a lot of people. Just the daily labor costs for these people consumed hundreds of thousands of Huaxia dollars. Not to mention other miscellaneous expenses such as office supplies, snacks, afternoon tea, and the cafeteria, etc. The Mundane Group was essentially a money pit. If Guofan didn't have control over the funds, he simply couldn't sustain such a large company that barely generated any revenue. Guofan initially started this company to scientifically use the rewards, but over time, his ideas gradually changed. First, he wanted to expand the company, increase its scale. and grow the workforce to earn special points to exchange for advanced technology. Then he began to focus on employees, improving salaries, benefits, office environments, and various facilities. Eventually, he developed some lofty goals, such as changing the world. When one has money to this extent, wealth truly becomes just a cold string of numbers. He occasionally comes up with new and interesting ideas and then sets about making them happen. Chapter 358. A genius could it be that brother from the mundane world is actually a scientific genius? His wealth isn't due to business reasons, but rather technological ones. In this era, high technology can make much more money than simple buying low and selling high. Of course, not everyone can make money from high technology. What are you all doing at my study door? As the study door opened, Guofan stepped out and saw 4 people lurking at the entrance. If these 4 individuals hadn't combined to form a university diploma, Guofan would have definitely apprehended them. We heard you hadn't come out for several days, and we were a bit worried about you, Yu said. Brother, are you done? Cha-Cha asked. I'm done, Guofan replied, raising the USB drive in his hand. Inside the small USB drive was technology that could change the era. What is this? Tao Dao asked. Virtual reality technology, Guofan replied. The butler and the 3 girls. Huh? An older man and 3 girls not understanding was quite normal. You can think of it as something even more powerful than nanorobots. Brother, is the nanorobot technology also your research? Tao Tao asked curiously. Guofan had nothing to lie about in this matter, of course. Chapter 359-03-57 preview video. In the past few weeks, Guofan had basically been immersed in the research institute. Every day, he was pestered by the deputy director with all kinds of questions. Fortunately, he was just an old man. Otherwise, Guofan might have developed feelings for him. When Guofan was about to leave, the deputy director held his hand with tears in his eyes, clearly reluctant to part. Director, you must come often. Guofan disdainfully shook off his hand. What do I need to come often for? I've taught you everything you need to know. If you have any questions during the research process, just call me. By the way, don't ask me questions late at night. Okay, Director. According to your plan, first research some projects that don't have special requirements for the venue. Once the new research institute is completed, you can start formal research with your team. Okay, Director. Leave the recruitment of researchers to you. Don't focus too much on resumes. Prioritize capabilities, especially learning and creativity. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Understood, Director. Be sure to clearly explain the confidentiality agreement to them, ensuring that everyone involved in the project understands it. Yes. Under the watchful gaze of the deputy director, Guofan left the research institute. The deputy director looked at Guofan as if he were a deity. Chapter 360-03-58 program broadcast. The awakening of the Douyin group spirit had already started promoting and heating up on various platforms a week ago. Due to the special nature of the contestants, Douyin didn't focus on the mentors, but invited a traffic star with decent business skills, a capable singer with a fan base, and an industry big shot with solid expertise. With these 3 mentors, at least the program would have viewers and wouldn't be ignored. Nevertheless, opinions about the program online were varied. The fans of the streamers were very happy to see their supported streamer on a program, appearing in front of more people. Only a few fans felt uncomfortable seeing their streamer being shared. Passers-by had more mixed thoughts. Some found it quite novel, as this was the first group variety show featuring streamers. Regardless of how it turned out, they were genuinely curious to see how the streamers would perform on the show. Others felt quite disgusted, believing that anyone could be on a show and that internet celebrities should sell their talents online, not pollute the entertainment industry. The rest were neutral, deciding to wait until they watched the show to form an opinion. Chapter 360-103-59 Opening Minor. With more cameras and more visibility, the number of fans increased. However, based on the bullet comments, it was hard to tell anything. The event page should have initial stage voting. But since Guofan and the others hadn't finished watching this episode, they hadn't clicked into the page. The time for showcasing live snippets was also limited, as it was a group variety show, and constantly showing live scenes would be somewhat off topic. Soon, Lulu appeared again in the video. This time, he stood alone on stage and began to introduce. Hello everyone, welcome to the Douyin Group Spirit Awakening, exclusively broadcast by Fanjian Video. I'm the organizer of this event, Lulu. Lulu. My Lulu. So handsome. How can there be such a handsome man? The program team has great taste. Anyone who invites my Lulu to participate in the program must be a good person. Guofan asked, how much did Douyin pay him? Yu replied, because he is the organizer, he appears in every episode. The appearance fee is reportedly over 10 million. Guo nodded. After all, he was a traffic star, appearing in every episode to capitalize on the traffic behind him, so this price was quite normal. Douyin was also investing heavily. Chapter 360-20360, Initial Stage Effect. This was not just advertising for the guild. It was also advertising for the Douyin platform itself. Attracting more users who love watching live broadcasts will be a big benefit for Douyin. In the video, 6 streamers from the Magic Academy lined up. Next, the 6 contestants from the Magic Academy brought a group dance. Sending Bright Moon, Lulu announced. Wow, all 6 of these girls are so beautiful. The first one on the left is Xing Xing, a very cute little sister. Please be sure to like her. The second one on the left is Ro Ro, a girl with an interesting body and an interesting soul. The third one on the left is Xiaoping, lively and open, a real joy bringer. The first one on the right is Mi Tao, a lovely little girl who really cares for her fans. Investing in her is a win. The second one on the right is Lin Lin, like a fine wine. The more you taste, the better it gets. The third one on the right is Ju Zi, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and tall. Ju Zi, you're the most beautiful. The comments were all supportive. The Magic Academy was now on a different level. The regular audience was over 100,000, and during peak times, it could reach hundreds of thousands. If Fan Jingo were present, it would easily exceed 1 million. Chapter 363-036-1, Initial Stage in Progress. Did they already give out the first S rank? I think their dancing is just okay. Who told them they are from the Magic Academy? Don't say anything. The venue and platform are all supported by Fan Jingo. So it's normal. During the recording of this episode, some streamers backstage gathered together to whisper. They felt that Ju Zi could get an S rank because the program team gave her preferential treatment, having predetermined the S rank quota. They didn't see the excellence of others at all. However, when the program aired, the reactions on the bullet comments slapped them in the face. The 6 girls who appeared at the beginning are quite good. They all seem like they could be a rank. Oh, there are 2 B ranks. That's quite reasonable. Here it comes. The first S rank appears. I was watching this girl named Ju Zi, and she caught my eye at first glance. Her dancing is good, and her movements are smooth, deserving of an S rank. I didn't expect that even streamers could have such capable performers. I think the ranking might be a bit high, but considering these 6 are the first to appear, I can accept this result. Most viewers agreed with the ranking, and only a few expressed different opinions. There was no way to avoid it, as there are always people wanting to show their individuality among the many in Huaxia. Chapter 364-036-2, Initial Stage, Ends. Teacher Yi Chu nodded with satisfaction. A very beautiful dance. Thank you for the performance you presented to us. Let's discuss. The 3 mentors gathered together to start discussing the rankings of the 6. I feel like they should all be at least A rank. There should definitely be 1 S rank. Wow, it's probably S rank. Our Tion could also be S rank. The fans in the comments were not the only ones excited. The hosts on stage were also very thrilled. After watching the previous performances, they had a good understanding of their own strengths. Soon, Teacher Yetsu spoke again. Everyone's dance skills are excellent, but the coordination is somewhat lacking. However, considering that you're a team formed temporarily, it is understandable. Teacher Jingjing stood up and said, "Now we will announce the ratings. After careful consideration by the 3 of us mentors, all of you are rated S level." The girls immediately cheered. They would have been satisfied with an A level for everyone, or a few S levels at best, but they never expected to receive a full S level rating. Oh my, all S levels. Well deserved. These performers are on par with the previous S level contestants. Rating them S level is very reasonable. Chapter 365. The show ends after collecting their clothes. The 100 contestants returned to their respective rooms. The video showcased snippets of their lives. The camera focused on Xingxing and her group as usual. Meanwhile, the S level and A level contestants also received more screen time, seemingly indicating that only those with strength could have more visibility in the program. Aside from Xingxing S group, others were given camera time based on their ratings. Yu Yu remarked that once the popularity rankings were released, those with higher popularity would also get more screen time. Guofan was no longer surprised by the privileges enjoyed by Xingxing S group. The way Douyin arranged the shots was quite good, aside from those she influenced. Others were treated fairly. The video then showed the transition from night to day, and as the scene shifted, everyone arrived at a large training room. They arranged benches of varying heights on one side, facing a large mirror. To the left of the mirror was a TV, and to the right was the entrance. A group of people entered from the entrance and took their seats in order of their ratings. This time, those with lower ratings sat at the top, while those with higher ratings sat at the bottom. The training room was bustling with 100 girls gathered together, resembling a lively market. Chapter 366. Hu Yuren's breakfast early the next morning. Hu Yuren left home early. It wasn't because he was starting work, but rather because the company cafeteria had recently introduced a delicious breakfast that everyone was scrambling to get, resulting in long lines every day. Those who arrived late often missed out. Some people were too lazy and decided to let fate decide. If they got to eat, great. If not, no big deal. But Hu Yuren was different. He had a strong craving for this food, so he went to line up early. By the time he drove to the company cafeteria, there were already people in line. These individuals were even more desperate, eager to get the first warm bite. Hu Yuren glanced at the size of the queue and, seeing that he would definitely get his food, casually walked to the back of the line. "Good morning, Hu Gong," someone greeted. "Good morning," Hu Yuren replied with a smile. "Hu Gong, I heard you were in charge of a variety show for our company." "It's not our company's show. It's Douyin's, airing on Fanjin Video." "Oh, right. Can you give me a signature from Teacher Yetsu? I really like him." "Teacher Yetsu? I haven't had any contact with him. I don't participate in the recording of the show. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely get one for you," Hu Yuren said. Chapter 367. Fanjin Group's products become popular. The 100 contestants in the closed training all knew that yesterday was the premiere of the first episode of the show. Everyone actually wanted to watch it, but the production team refused, citing concerns that it would affect the contestants' performance. Some received praise, while others faced criticism. Those in the latter group became demotivated and began to slack off, questioning whether they should continue recording, unless they watched the show without looking at the comments and bullet screens. But since the contestants had recorded the show themselves, watching it without interaction felt meaningless. So in the end, no one watched it. However, early in the morning, the production team called everyone together, saying they had an announcement to make. "Today we gathered you to announce something, and this news was announced by Lulu." Everyone knew that the first episode had aired yesterday and was eager to know if their time and effort had been worthwhile. As of this morning at 7 o'clock, the viewership of the first episode has successfully surpassed 100 million, Lulu announced, leading the applause. The contestants immediately joined in, with some cheering. "Our show has been liked by many people. It can be said that all of you have been noticed by 100 million people." Chapter 368. Expansion. Continue expanding. How much profit is expected? Guo Fan quickly asked, no longer sitting in the corner, but pulling a chair to sit next to Luwen. Luwen glanced at her son, thinking he no longer cared about the company's matters. But it turned out he was just pretending. Look at him now. Clearly very concerned. During her time managing the company's affairs, she had been working tirelessly. The company had been losing money, and she was quite anxious. If she didn't understand that recouping such a large investment would take a long time, she might have lost her composure. Fortunately, things were starting to look up. Present Fan, there should be a pure profit of several million. Upon hearing this, Guo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That was acceptable. This amount of money, in terms of Fanjin Group scale, will be spent in just a few days, not affecting anything. However, we expect a surge in sales in 3 days. And the revenue at that time is estimated to reach several 100 million Chinese yuan. Guo Fan. That would indeed have an impact. Thanks to President Fan's production policy, we have complete confidence in our products. With the quality of our products, there will definitely be continued purchases. If it weren't for the shipping time, I think the surge would have started today. Everyone underestimated it. That's just the profit for 1 day. There will be a continuous stream of profits afterward. Chapter 369. Too much makes one nervous, what? You're going to take a holiday? Director Huang was dumbfounded when he heard this news. Although the National Day holiday is a statutory holiday and should be taken off, what industry are they in? They were in the middle of filming a show. How could they just take a break? Director Huang, I'm sorry, but this is the company's requirement, Hu Yuren said. But don't worry, there will be someone to continue taking over the work. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If only Douyin platform staff were left in such a large park, what would happen? Director Huang continued to ask, Hu Gong, why can't you stay? This is something I can't help with. If there's a need for overtime, not everyone is qualified to work overtime, Hu Yuren sighed. Director Huang was taken aback. Wow, you have to compete for overtime qualifications? Hu Gong usually works very hard, right? How could he not qualify? Director Huang asked. This is not about putting in effort. I worked extra hours today and automatically lost my qualification. Only those who worked fewer extra hours or not at all can qualify for this overtime, Hu Yuren replied. Director Huang, listen, is this even human language? Hu Gong, what is going on with you guys? Director Huang was a bit curious about what kind of culture the Fan Jian group actually had. Chapter 370. You can shut up because Guo Fan can have a vacation every day now. This National Day felt more like a holiday spent with his mom. With money. The villa was filled with laughter. His mom was getting healthier and younger, and Guo Fan no longer worried about what he would do if she fell seriously ill. It can be said that money really can relieve 100 worries. Yu and the others have been doing everything they could to make his mom happy these past few days. It was unclear whether they were doing it for him or to leave a good impression on his mom, or perhaps both. They also no longer insisted on being Guo Fan's only choice like before. After the holiday, his mom returned to continue being the mascot in the Fan Jian group. This colossal entity awakened once again. After discussions among the executives, they decided to focus on developing the internet first, and once they became a big internet company, they would then develop the real economy, which would face less scrutiny. The internet is, after all, just a few things. The current goal of the Fan Jian group is to benchmark against Penguin and gradually take a slice for various industries. Guo Fan saw no issues with this. The only problem, money, was not really a problem. Thus, after launching the Fan Jian video platform, they also introduced the Fan Jian novel platform, Fan Jian game platform, and Fan Jian music platform. Chapter 371. Familiar Faces. The leisure and entertainment park for Fan Jian group employees was designed for employees to enjoy, but it also included a lounge for the boss. However, Guo Fan had many activities to enjoy and didn't need to come over. So this was the first time he used a lounge. Although it was just a lounge, it was fully equipped, hardly different from a house. The screen was already connected to the training center's surveillance equipment, showing what was currently happening. Brother, aren't you going to step in? Tao Mei asked nearby. What I step in for? Guo Fan retorted. I thought you wanted to play the hero, saving the beauty. Tao Mei said, a hero doesn't necessarily need to appear. Guo Fan replied. In the surveillance footage, people had dispersed, indicating the situation was resolved. Tao Mei was escorted out by security, while Director Huang was continuously saying something next to Hu Yuren. It was unclear whether he was pleading for mercy or trying to clear his name. After a while, the people in the surveillance footage had all left, and then Tao Mei's phone rang. It was Hu Yuren calling. Secretary Bai, the matter has been resolved, Hu Yuren said respectfully. Before Tao Mei could speak, Guo Fan asked, why did this happen? Chapter 372. Turning black and white. This was the first time Hu Yuren felt pressure at work. After this incident, Tao Mei would definitely be unusable. Changing her out wouldn't be a problem, but the already produced program would have to be dealt with. Originally, Tao Mei had collapsed. As long as the matter was resolved with an explanation, there was no need to cut her out. This was a relatively peaceful resolution. However, the boss had no intention of letting the matter rest and ordered a thorough resolution. When Guo Fan had no money, he had a compromise. Now that he had money, if he still had a compromise, what was the point of his efforts? Letting Tao Mei out of the park was already the greatest tolerance. Thus, Hu Yuren was troubled. In the office, Director Huang brought Hu Yuren a cup of tea and smiled, saying, Hu Gong, why don't you talk to the higher-ups? There's no need to cut Tao Mei. After changing her out, just issue a statement. Cutting now not only delays the release, but also faces audience skepticism, which is not worth the loss. Hu Yuren shook his head. This matter is an order from the big boss. Do you think I can change the boss's mind? I'm just an ordinary employee. Director Huang chuckled. An ordinary employee, yet you appear so many times? Chapter 373. Renewal contract. They hired online trolls to turn black and white. Guo Fan took a sip of water and asked, how did they turn it? Huh? The legal department head quickly reacted, saying it was Wawa who took the initiative. And they said, I'm not a good person either. Guo Fan replied, have you seen it? No, just guessing. Guo Fan could easily guess what the other side would say. He wanted to check the online comments, which were even worse than he had imagined. Attacks against Guo Fan didn't matter much. Resentment against the rich was normal, and he had done the same when he was poor. However, the attacks against Wawa online seemed less than friendly. Brother, big trouble. Wawa ran into trouble. Tao Mei rushed in, only to see Guo Fan's dark face. Brother, did you see it? Guo Fan laughed in anger. The world is indeed upside down. Those without reason can still speak so confidently. Tao Mei was a bit scared of Guo Fan now and didn't dare to speak. Tao Mei, go find Wawa. Don't let her think too much, Guo Fan said. Words can be the most hurtful, and he had seen the severity of online violence. The urgent matter was to prevent Wawa from getting hurt. Chapter 374. The dust settles. Did you hear? That Tao Mei actually harassed a contestant. What? Didn't they say the contestant initiated the flirtation before? It's all Tao Mei turning black and white. The official has already clarified. This reversal is so sudden. I don't know whether to believe it. The official has already issued a statement. Sisters, the latest news, Tao Mei has issued an apology statement. And it's a video version. That is indeed sincere. Can one be sincere just by admitting a mistake? I didn't expect her to be that kind of person. Pure bystander. How did such a person become a star? Simply trash. Scum. The online comments had a major reversal. The part of the people who were cursing Wawa and Guofan had come to curse Tao Mei instead. Several days of trending topics were all about this matter. Boss, this time we spent tens of billions to acquire shares, the legal department had reported. Tao Mei's company was also a notable artist agency and was still very valuable. Got it, Guofan nodded. To be honest, spending so much all at once was a bit painful, but thankfully the family finances were solid enough to bear it. After hanging up, you came over to report, brother. The program has completely exploded. Chapter 375. Special Live Room. The Douyin Group Spirit Awakening program was getting hotter online. The number of followers was also increasing. Because this program can only be watched on the FanReal video platform, the number of users on FanReal video is increasing. As the program becomes more popular, many derivative works are emerging. Numerous social media platforms are inviting contestants to join their platforms, offering substantial payments. The program does not interfere in this regard. It is entirely up to the contestants' willingness. As long as the restrictions are not too outrageous, the contestants generally sign on. Some lesser-known contestants are also receiving attention, as there's always a chance they might become popular, which would mean easy earnings. The capital market has never lacked gamblers. Moreover, even contestants who have been eliminated are now gaining hundreds of thousands of followers on various social media platforms. One contestant even indicated her identity as a contestant in her personal introduction. After her elimination, the traffic surged as soon as she went live, allowing her to enjoy a wave of popularity. She felt very fortunate for her decision to participate in the event, as it elevated her career to another level. Time moved forward, and soon it was the end of October. The live streaming guilds on Douyin held their monthly guild competition as usual. Chapter 376. Extraordinary popularity. As soon as Guofan arrived, someone noticed right away, as his entrance effect is unique on Douyin. Wow, Brother Fan is here too. Brother Fan, look at these poor kids. Brother Fan, since you have so much money, why not give them some? Is the brother upstairs out of his mind? Is there still moral coercion in this day and age? Brother Fan's money didn't come from nowhere. Don't pressure him. Soon, the official account of the domestic product brought by the sales anchor entered the live stream, starting to brush gifts together. Within just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 10,000. The 5 uncles on the screen kept shouting, and they could hardly believe it. They initially wanted to earn a little pocket money in this way, but they didn't expect so many big names to support them. The sales anchor not only brushed gifts himself, but also encouraged his collaborating merchants to do the same. One major anchor even privately messaged them, asking how much treatment costs they needed. The former intended to cover it himself if the amount was small, but to their surprise, the 5 kids' treatment costs totaled over 6 million. That's not money that just anyone can come up with. Even if someone could, who would be willing to donate it like that? Chapter 377. Fan Realm products sell. Well, the sales anchor was simultaneously contacting and learning about the products of the Fan Realm group. To his shock, he found most reviews online were overwhelmingly positive. The most common praise was that the products were affordable and of good quality. The products of Fan Realm group are fantastic. The quality is top-notch. They use more of the same products, but at lower prices. I heard this is because the products themselves have little profit margin, which is why they are so low. Haidong merely offers transparent pricing. Fan Realm Group genuinely passes on benefits to the public. It's hard to imagine how much those black market merchants have profited. However, the sales anchor didn't think like these people. The cost of goods is one aspect, but a business also needs to operate. The fact that the Fan Realm Group sets their prices so low is truly exceptional. The sales anchor also learned more about the Fan Realm Group, and once again, he was taken aback. The scale, the system, and the employee benefits. This is simply a paradise for contemporary workers. After careful study, he discovered that since its establishment, the Fan Realm Group had basically not made any money and had been losing money all along. During this period, when they finally made a profit, the boss used it all for expansion. It could be said that this is a charitable enterprise. This kind of company he supports. Chapter 378. Making a big deal at the headquarters of Penguin Video, the president was informed. It's been confirmed. The secretary entered the office and reported that Fan Realm Video is just a normal intelligent entity. Although it has some additional features, there is no technical difficulty. President, they want to use this kind of product as a charging point? It seems Fan Realm Video is really desperate. The secretary echoed. They probably have no choice. After all, they burn so much money every day. The pressure must be enormous. The boss of the Fan Realm group might have scolded them several times. The president nodded. Can we get the tech department to implement this quickly? Technically, it shouldn't be a problem. The secretary hesitated, but tomorrow and the day after are the weekend. So what about the weekend? The president's eyes widened. The company is in trouble. Do they still have the nerve to take a break? The AI features of Fan Realm Video must be implemented as soon as possible. Okay, President, I'll go and instruct them right away. The secretary quickly said, wait, tell the employees working overtime that they can adjust their rest days to other times. There's no rush for a break right now. The president added what he thought was a humane touch. The secretary paused for a moment and then quickly nodded. Chapter 379. New version of AI characters launched in the end. Everyone sighed. Everyone working overtime was overwhelmed, and they could only let the equipment and AI work overtime, while another person had to watch the equipment. But this person had to compete based on overtime. Just when the employees of Fan Realm Video were lamenting the lack of overtime work, the employees of Penguin Video were buried in their work. The higher-ups thought this feature was quite simple and posed no difficulty, but the actual work was anything but simple. Everyone endured 2 days and nights, living at the company, just to barely develop the feature in time for the Monday launch. The president immediately ordered the feature to be launched and to conduct a hot update. Then began the next offensive. As office workers woke up in the morning and took the bus or subway while scrolling through their phones, countless messages popped up. Penguin Video updated a new feature at midnight. What feature? AI character functionality, just like Fan Realm Video. Are they going to charge for it too? No. Penguin Video is still free for everyone to use. Not only Penguin Video, but other video platforms also have this feature, and it's free to use. Fan Realm Video is really something. Their features are the same as others, and yet they charge. Chapter 380. It's all live now at the headquarters of Penguin Video. Not good, President. Something major has happened. The secretary rushed into the office, facing a grim expression. I already know, get out. The president of Penguin Video said, holding back his anger. In the internet age, good news spreads quickly, and bad news spreads just as fast. In the past, subordinates needed to report certain matters. Now, just by looking at their phones, they can learn a lot, especially with Fan Realm Video-related matters being hot topics. If something happens, there will be a push notification to inform you directly. The president of Penguin Video was having a video call with his adorable son when a notification from Penguin News popped up. Ordinary Video introduces AI characters comparable to real people, which may disrupt the traditional viewing era. Initially thinking it was from a family member, he soon realized it was a serious news report upon clicking in. At first, the president of Penguin Video was a bit skeptical, but the news online was overwhelming. He didn't even need to try. The new version of AI characters from Ordinary Video is simply a nuclear bomb. Compared to other platforms, Ordinary Video is completely weak. What's wrong with the charging? It's great. Chapter 3810379 Gao Donglai Steelhand sent out a carnival in the Ordinary Video live broadcast room. The names in the live broadcast room and the usernames were incredibly familiar. Guofan, he walked past on the floating screen. The live broadcast account name was clearly Ordinary Video. It was an officially certified Douyin account of their own industry. After all, with such a large flow of traffic, it made sense for Ordinary Video to engage it themselves. Employees of Ordinary Video came down to play games. President Fan is here. Where? There's no hint. It's this one. Mysterious person 523469. I saw President Fan drop his disguise today, so I remembered this number. Guofan. It's not a good thing to be too famous. A large crowd of people is watching you. Guofan had no choice but to take off his disguise. Host, your boss is here. Shouldn't you hurry to welcome him? Oh, the boss is here? The live broadcast employees looked at the leaderboard, and the name on it was clearly recognizable. He really came. Hello, boss. The public screen was also filled with messages saying hello to the boss. Guofan glanced at the leaderboard. Damn, all the top names were acquaintances. Qin Kong sent a Carnival X1. There were also acquaintances sending gifts. I came from Ordinary. Wait, you guys aren't watching female hosts, but coming to see this? Chapter 3820380 Cooperation reached Gao Donglai had some understanding of the ordinary group. His Gao Donglai supermarket could only be said to be doing what should be done, sharing profits with employees, making profits public, and ensuring product quality. This is very normal, and it is the conscience that a businessman should have. But why do others find it abnormal? Because most people have already become corrupt, so your cleanliness is abnormal. The success of Gao Donglai's supermarket proves that bosses and employees can prosper together, which others cannot tolerate. However, if Gao Donglai's supermarket is considered a relatively normal operation, then Ordinary Group is truly idealistic in its management. They at least have profits and then share the profits with employees. But Ordinary Group is different. As far as he knows, the profit margin of Ordinary Group's products is not high, yet they maintain high welfare treatment for employees. This means the boss is putting in money. Of course, there may be deeper reasons he is unaware of, but it is enough to prove what kind of enterprise Ordinary Group is. This is also why he agreed to meet with Guo Fan. President Fan, there are too few people in the world who can stick to their original intentions. My previous partners may have initially agreed with my ideas, but when faced with reality, they back down. Chapter 3830381, they're digging at our foundation Penguin Group. A group of people gathered in the conference room to discuss. President Ma. Ordinary Group has made another big move. President Ma suppressed the urge to sigh. He was puzzled about how Ordinary Group suddenly appeared. Which company spends money like this? He didn't know how long it would take for their current investment to pay off. Please elaborate. Ordinary Video and Ordinary Novel have reached a cooperation and launched an IP incubation event. Don't we have that too? We do, but we target top works, while Ordinary Novel targets all participating works. Huh? Are they crazy? As long as it's a contracted work that has the potential for adaptation, it can undergo IP incubation. Adaptation potential? That sounds too grand. It sounds nice, but the result is probably the same. Well, some works have already started adaptation. They started adapting before the event even ended. Not only that, but this work's revenue hasn't even reached 10,000 yet. Damn, Ordinary Group is starting to burn money again. After witnessing Ordinary Video's ability to burn money, Penguin Group recognized Ordinary Group's burning capacity quite well. Chapter 3840382 Public Performance Live Broadcast Penguin Group. President Ma. News about the adaptation of Dong Xie's new book has just come out. Even if we can't stop it, we should still annoy them, President Ma said. Aren't they cost ignorant? Then let them bear more losses. President Ma, what do you want to do? We adapt novels that never satisfy book fans, and Ordinary Group must hope for this too. We can stir up the book fans, and even if the TV series comes out, no one will watch it. As everyone knows, book fans are the hardest to please. A slight change in the plot, poor special effects, or bad casting could all trigger their aversion. Good plan, President Ma. Ordinary Video doesn't have the ability to adapt anyway. They might just end up making something terrible. President Ma chuckled. This was exactly his intention. Penguin Group, with such a complete IP incubation, couldn't capture the hearts of readers. Why should this up-and-coming Ordinary Group be able to find the right opportunity? Yes, President Ma. Ordinary Group Employee Leisure and Entertainment Park, Stadium. According to the initial plan, the stadium was to host basketball and football matches. The venue was very large and sufficient for a public performance. Previous performances were held here, just with a different style. Chapter 3850383, the last episode of the show in the awakening of the Team Spirit live broadcast room. Gifts had been continuously pouring in. New people kept arriving. Whether it was for the face of Douyin, for Brother Ordinary, or for the contestants from various families, people kept sending gifts. Of course, Guo Fan's gifts were pinned to the top. As long as the user didn't block it, they would have to keep watching the gift animation play. Host Lu Lu and his temporary partner Wei Wei took the stage. Good evening to the audience friends on site and in the live broadcast room. Today is the final public performance stage of Awakening of the Team Spirit. All contestants will present a visual feast on this stage after fierce competition. Are you ready? Ready. The audience on site responded enthusiastically, and the live broadcast audience also typed in unison. Ready. Before the show starts, let's first thank the Fanjian video platform for their strong support of this program, and also thank Fanjian Rice Industry, Fanjian Electronics, Fanjian Lulu, and Wei Wei for their sponsorship as usual. Let's welcome the three mentors to the stage. The mentors are so handsome and beautiful. These three remind me of Tai Mei. Chapter 3860384. Not a good thing the 9 members of the group took the stage together to perform their first group dance after forming. Before that, there's an announcement to make. Let's have our mentors reveal the group name. The 3 mentors stood together at the microphone and announced the predetermined group name, Suite 999. What kind of name is this? So ordinary, even more ridiculous than the previous group name. Don't have too high expectations, it's fine. Everyone is here to see beautiful people, not the group name. It seems we will see this group starting to operate next. After the 9 girls presented a group dance, various personnel began to take their bows and confetti was launched on stage. To be honest, the confetti used in this program is less than what was used in the guild competition. The Douyin group soul awakening has ended. The production staff returned directly to the company to report on the work done. Some contestants left, while others stayed to wait for contracts. Even the contestants who did not form a group still had offers, but the contracts were not as good as those from Fanjin Entertainment. However, for these streamers, as long as they can become stars, a little limitation is not a big deal. It's better than live streaming. Brother. All 9 group members have successfully signed contracts with Fanjin Entertainment. Yu is still busy in the park, and this matter was still reported over the phone. Fanjin Entertainment directly took the people away, saying they were going for interviews. Chapter 3870385 Roll interviews. Guo Fan put down his phone. 1 or 2 might still be coincidental, but 3 in a row is clearly a blatant conspiracy. He didn't need to think, it must be the Penguin Group. Having bitten off a piece of business from himself, even though they had lost their ability to resist, they certainly wanted to show off to Fanjin Group. If this matter is not handled well, it could easily affect the reputation of Fanjin Group. In the past, Guo Fan wouldn't have cared. But now that he is cooperating with the state and has a 5-year plan with Gao Donglai, he doesn't want others to tarnish his reputation. Guo Fan called Yu. Mr. Fan, you're calling about the online matter, right? Yu spoke first after the call connected. Yes. Guo Fan knew Yu had more to say. I have confirmed with multiple parties that nothing happened during the signing that was mentioned online. Yu said, the real situation is that some contestants were not satisfied with the contract offered by Fanjin Entertainment and wanted to negotiate, but Fanjin Entertainment did not agree. Is there a video? Yes. Why was it posted? Fanjin Entertainment suggested waiting a bit longer to stir up some traffic. Guo Fan, these people in the entertainment circle are really used to playing games, trying to capitalize on everything. Chapter 3880386. A small incident. Before the interview, before Fanjin Entertainment was acquired, it was already one of the top companies with countless artists under its banner. Facing the opportunity to adapt Dong Xia's new book into a drama, even top artists didn't think much of it. However, there were no shortage of bottom-level workers, and many artists wanting a role. At this time, it was when various artists showed off their skills. Despite the company's clear warnings, the artists still had their own little schemes. Should I give a heads up this time? If you don't give a heads up and still want to roll, that doesn't comply with the rules. When was it not said that this casting was very important? And when was there no unspoken rules? However, this time would undoubtedly surprise them. Mr. Liu, do you have any thoughts on the female lead for the new drama? Just a normal interview will do. We will definitely conduct interviews, but I was thinking of discussing the script with you beforehand. That's unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll get back to work. The higher-ups in charge of the interviews refused a request to discuss the script and auditions at the hotel. Many people sensed the direction of this interview. While the future was uncertain, this interview was definitely going to change things. Chapter 3890387 Guild Competition. Before joining the interview for the drama adapted from Dong Xia's new book lasted several days. Although only the first season was filmed, many roles appeared, and every character that needed to be on screen had to be played by someone. Many people aimed for characters that had little to no screen time in the first season, but would have roles in the second season. They were betting that the first season would be a hit, and the second season wouldn't change the cast. There are always gamblers everywhere. After the interviews concluded, Mr. Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He finally resolved this most troublesome matter. In any endeavor, the most important things are money and people. He didn't have to worry about the money, but people were indeed a concern. Have the roles been finalized? Mr. Wu asked the person in charge in the office. Yes, they have all been finalized. What about the roles from Suite 999? Those were among the first to be confirmed. Except for those who had overlapping roles and didn't want to change, everyone has a part. All right, then let's announce the lineup, Mr. Wu said. With the new drama project being established, promotion was inevitable. Even if it wasn't filmed yet, it still needed some publicity to gain attention. Famous veteran actors and promising newcomers were the focus of the drama's marketing. It was time to get the public's attention. The fans of the contestants were the first to discover this news. Chapter 390388, The Cohesion of Fans in the Squirrel Guild Competition Live Room. If the Bear Somicide had a two-dimensional style, then the Squirrel Guild-esque live room was all about the cute girl style. Notably, the newly joined Lele was often mistaken for Wawa because the two looked quite similar after dressing up with beauty filters, leading some people to be unable to tell them apart. Because of this, Wawa-esque fans felt that Lele was simply imitating Wawa, splitting the former's fans and traffic. In the end, the relationship between the two fan bases wasn't very good, perhaps due to Wawa-esque success in the live room. The Squirrel Guild intentionally styled their streamers this way, not just Lele, but other streamers too, though Lele resembled Wawa the most. The Squirrel Guild also achieved its purpose, gradually growing its guild and earning decent daily income. Lele later rose to become the face of the Squirrel Guild, while Wawa became more of an elder responsible for generating traffic. However, none of this was objectionable, as the Squirrel Guild needed to make money. And this time, they indeed profited. The cash cow Lele was not sent out. Instead, Wawa was sent out, and in the end, the latter successfully formed a group. During this time, it was unknown how much traffic it brought to their guild. Chapter 390389, The Mermaid's Dance. Wow, I should become a million goddess directly? Wow, her fans are so strong. Family, you all are amazing, so cool. WoW has once again become a million goddess. Congratulations to WoW. Although it was known that WoW would be strong, no one expected her to be this strong. Clearly, there weren't many big votes, yet she managed to accumulate 1 million votes with small ones. The fan circle is too scary, someone sighed. I had heard before that to support their idol, a certain fan bought a lot of milk and poured it down the drain. Now, seeing it firsthand, fans contributed 100,000 Huaxia coins just so their idol could be first. Congratulations to WoW for temporarily being first, the host announced. The other streamers in the audience were stunned. Both WoW and Lele are so impressive. Lele's fan group, Bosslan, WoW's fans are so strong. They directly reached 1 million votes. Deep Blue, it's fine, I see there aren't any big brothers. All small votes, not a big deal, just 100,000 yuan. Bosslan is impressive. 100,000 yuan is nothing. With Bosslan around, Lele being first is definitely secure. Bosslan, don't hit too hard. There are also 2 fans in the group who support both. Deep Blue, don't worry when I get the mic again. I'll pull ahead so they can't catch up. Chapter 3920-390, I am Deep Blue. Wow, what am I seeing? Brothers, does anyone know what this thing is? It looks so cool. A gift exclusive to the Fan Shen, I come from the mortal realm. The exclusive gift is not important. What matters is that it's worth 95,000 votes. A gift worth 95,000 Huaxia coins. I thought the previous boss was impressive enough, but I didn't expect someone even more impressive. WoW has directly reached 10 million votes. As I said, the mortal brother is the top god of Douyin. 10 million votes is a piece of cake. Even 100 million votes would be easy. So strong, big boss. I thought 80,000 votes would be hard to catch up. WoW would only be second. But I didn't expect the mortal brother to step in. The mortal brother actually supports WoW. Why is that? To put it this way, the mortal brother is now WoW's boss's boss. No wonder they're this treatment. That great for WoW. This is the love of the boss for WoW. I also want the mortal brother to be my boss. We were still thinking I have already successfully applied. Wow, aren't you from the south? Why did you go to the north for an interview? You don't understand. It's really not easy to find a good job. Honestly, everyone who can come is here, and it probably won't be as easy to get in later. Chapter 3930-391, you go with me. I come from the mortal realm. Who are you? Deep Blue. I sent a gift to the Magic Academy before. I come from the mortal realm. Oh, so it's you? You're also playing here. In fact, Guofan didn't remember who this person was at all. After all, there were too many big brothers at the Magic Academy, and he was too lazy to remember everyone's names. He only remembered the names of those who frequently brushed in. So, it proved that Deep Blue didn't brush that much, but at least he had supported the Magic Academy. So Guofan's attitude was also good. Deep Blue, I support Lele. I come from the mortal realm. Oh, then I'm really sorry. Saying sorry, Guofan didn't feel anything at all. PK is like this. Those with more money can do whatever they want. He is an exception. He has a connection. The audience on the public screen looked at Bossland's attitude towards the mortal brother and didn't find anything wrong. In Douyin, the mortal brother is a unique existence. All the big bosses in Douyin treat him with great respect. Even if they are unwilling, they definitely wouldn't speak out, nor would they confront the mortal brother. After Boss Lon finished speaking, everyone understood in their hearts that Boss Lon definitely wouldn't chase anymore. Chapter 394-0392, an upcoming great battle. There was no conversation all night. When Guofan opened his eyes in the morning, he saw Wao looking at him with a smile. After seeing him open his eyes, her face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly stood up, lowering her head. Feeling a bit flustered, Taozi chuckled beside her. Now you know to be shy? Wao remained silent, almost burying her head in her chest. Guofan smiled and said, You haven't been able to move around much these days, so take a good rest for a while. If the crew can't make it in time, I'll just tell them to shoot your scenes later. Wao hurriedly said, No need, no need. There is still plenty of time, no need to trouble them. Guofan nodded upon hearing this. Taozi pouted and came over. What about me? Aren't you busy enough? Guofan pinched her little face and said, I feel like I should find you something to do. Taozi jumped up in surprise. No need, no need. I'm quite busy every day. I'm overwhelmed, brother. Guofan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. At that moment, noisy voices came from outside. It should be you and the others returning. Guofan said, Taozi, why don't you take a while to meet everyone? The number of people in this villa is increasing, but fortunately, there's enough space. Even if 10 more come, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 395-039, Three Little Bears Soma, Guild Competition in Guofan's private estate, inside the villa. Mr. Guo, Zhao Wenyu, and Zhao the boss have arrived. The butler reported. The guild competition is about to start. What is he doing here? Guofan wondered, let him in. As soon as Zhao Wenyu saw Guofan, he loudly exclaimed, Fan Ge, making Guofan's scalp tingle. Fan Ge, I've missed you so much. Zhao Wenyu pretended to hug him. Guofan pushed him down onto the sofa with one hand. Zhao Wenyu rubbed his chest, thinking that Fan Ge's strength is really not ordinary. When he was messing around with his fitness coach, he didn't feel such great strength. Moreover, Fan Ge's physique is quite unassuming. Speak up. What do you want from me? Guofan asked. Zhao Wenyu sighed. Bro, I'm feeling down. I was just thinking, what will happen to the guild if the Magic Academy is gone? Guofan rolled his eyes. The stars and the others wouldn't take the live broadcast room away. Don't think I don't know about your so-called trainees. You've even brought that whole Korean style into the live broadcast. Zhao Wenyu chuckled. You know about that? But Fan Ge, the previous flower-shaking hands, are now doing social recruitment. I think my decision is still quite ahead of the curve. Chapter 396-039, for the red carpet segment nowadays. The Magic Academy's 6-member group is a household name on Douyin, unless they are new users. There's no one who doesn't know about the Magic Academy. People can recount countless stories about these 6 streamers, each able to speak for 3 days and nights. Along the way, many things have happened, both seen and unseen. Importantly, the name Fan Jian, Brother Fan Jian, is highly associated with the Magic Academy. Although Brother Fan Jian supports many streams and has a lot of supporters, the streams that receive significant investment are definitely the Magic Academy. Currently, there is a stand in the Magic Academy's streaming room featuring the most impressive scene from the gift effect I brought from the mortal realm, symbolizing Brother Fan Jian's presence with them. Hey, how did this stand come here? Asked Xing curiously. The staff member transporting the stand immediately explained. It was arranged by Mr. Zhao, who said that on such an important day, Brother Fan Jian should also be here. In the past, the guild competition streaming rooms were relatively uniform, as everyone shared the same stage, so there wasn't anything particularly special. I didn't expect this time they would do something creative. Is this because Mr. Zhao thinks this is our last guild competition? Astro Row. Chapter 397. Beautiful memories on the screen. The 6 individuals wore light gauze, their colors vibrant, resembling dancers from ancient royal courts. When the 6 members of the Magic Academy entered on the red carpet, each was dressed in a unique formal outfit, showcasing their individual styles. But in such a short time, everyone had changed into matching group outfits. My goodness, my scalp tingles after seeing this. Seeing the scene gives me goosebumps. Is this the power of a girl group? Just looking at their poses feels extraordinary. Next, we invite the Magic Academy, the sweet members of the 999 group, to present their latest dance. This dance was choreographed in advance. After 3 months of training, the 6 members had significantly improved their dancing abilities. Not only were each of their movements standard and graceful, but the entire group also synchronized perfectly. They danced to the rhythm of the music. Some audience members quieted down, quietly appreciating the dance, while others were frantically typing on their keyboards to express their excitement. Soon, the dance concluded, and the six posed for a freeze frame. If there had been an audience present, there would have definitely been thunderous applause. Chapter 398. It's not that simple, I must say. Mature fans are great. The streamers didn't even need to ask for anything, and they started giving generously. During festivals, they might not receive anything good, but they must give something to support their favorite streamers. Some big supporters are understandable. After all, they're not short on cash. However, it's a bit hard for Guofan to comprehend why some small fans also want to contribute, especially when they start with something substantial like a plane. Some who are even less affluent began to form groups, pooling together to contribute, either gathering funds or combining efforts to make a significant impact. These people work hard, but most of them won't be seen by the streamers. Only the organizers and a few will be remembered, yet they still enjoy it. In various streamers' fan groups, this kind of news is common, with big supporters leading the way and others contributing as much as they can, striving to give their supported streamer a perfect farewell. By the way, what will Brother Fanjian give? Don't bother Brother Fanjian. If he wants to give, he will. Why not? It's such an important day. Shouldn't he participate? Bro, look at how much he has already given. Do you think he has here to play small games like us? Chapter 399. Another encounter with billions. Because Brother Fanjian's funds are so substantial, he can engage in many activities that normal people cannot. Other big supporters, when sending 1 billion votes to streamers, are essentially locking in their support for that streamer. But Brother Fanjian is different. He had sent countless billions before, and this billion is just a drop in the bucket. I'm sorry, I got interrupted. This happened because Tauzi ambushed Guofan, causing him to shake and interrupt the gift streak. However, it didn't matter. He didn't care about the streak. Wow, Brother Fanjian is making big moves again. 100 consecutive gifts are just the beginning. How many is he aiming for? My God, Brother Fanjian is so rich. I come from the mortal realm. I send one Knight's Oath X1 to Orange Knight. I come from the mortal realm. I send one Knight's Oath X10 to Orange Knight. I come from the mortal realm. I send one Knight's Oath X100 to Orange Knight. I come from the mortal realm. I send one Knight's Oath X900 to Orange Knight. Everyone on the screen waited for Brother Fanjian to send gifts until the gift streak effect disappeared. Wow, 900 plus the previous 100, that is 1,000. That is 1 billion votes. If Brother Fanjian doesn't continue, there will be no suspense for today, South first place. Chapter 400. Gathering after the end in the Little Bear Soma Guild competition streaming room. There are now 10 million viewers, and the number is still rising. Although those who Haven T sent gifts cannot see how much Brother Fanjian has spent, they can see the contribution values on the member list. Since amounts over 10,000 are displayed as 10,000, they cannot tell how much has been contributed. What kind of streaming room is this? I was just browsing and ended up here. Bro, you should break your fan card first. How much has Brother Fanjian sent again? Due to the uniqueness of the exclusive gifts, even viewers who enter the stream later can see the Knight's Oath effect. If they don't block the gift effects, they will keep seeing the effects play out, just like Brother Fanjian's dominance. Not much. Previously, one person sent 1 billion votes, and others each sent over 10 million votes, totaling 100 billion votes. Brother Fanjian sent another 100 billion votes. My God, I thought that time was special, which is why he sent so much, but I didn't expect to see it again today. Today is also special. It's the last guild competition of the Magic Academy. At this moment, a comment floated by. Chapter 401. Is this another world? At the Fanjian Research Institute. Guofan lay limply on the desk, too tired to move a finger. Director, what's wrong? The deputy director asked with concern. Guofan replied, nothing. Just a bit tired, a bit drained. Hearing the director's strong voice and spirited gaze, the deputy director couldn't connect the director with being drained. Guofan sat up. Although he had the ability to restore his condition, that would take a whole month. He felt as though his soul's energy had been completely exhausted, unrelated to his physical state. Without any courtesy, he now feels a bit nauseous at the sight of women, which is why he came to the male-dominated research institute. Coincidentally, the deputy director also reported to him that virtual reality technology is ready for experimentation. Tell me to what extent it has been implemented, Guofan asked. The deputy director pressed a button on his wristband, and a virtual screen appeared in front of them. Look, director, We have created a world using new hardware and a new language. The deputy director manipulated the virtual screen with his finger, showcasing the world he spoke of. This world has mountains, rivers, flowers, grass, trees, and birds and beasts. Everything that exists in the real world is here. Chapter 402. Old Zhong comes to visit despite not having a nurturing system or any gameplay. Guofan spent an entire day in this game world. After all, that feeling of being unrestrained is hard to experience in the real world. If it weren't still in testing, Guofan estimated he could do some even more outrageous things. Exiting the game is also very quick. With a thought, a confirmation box pops up, and after confirmation, he can exit the game. As his vision fell into darkness, Guofan also felt the helmet on his head and reached up to take it off. "Director, how was it?" The deputy director asked eagerly. "Very good," Guofan evaluated. "Please improve the system as soon as possible. Also, get in touch with Old Zhong. To use this technology, we definitely need to report to the authorities." At the Academy of Sciences, Old Zhong was controlling those nanobots. What a genius idea. After Guofan handed over the nanobot technology to them, they had been researching it. And even now, they had not completed their studies. The technologies involved are too many, so much so that they can be applied in various fields, not just limited to nanobots. Because of these technologies, the technological field of Huaxia has taken a great leap forward. Chapter 403. The Real Genius in the Capital. The Huaxia Leadership Conference Room. The leaders from numbers 1 to 13 gathered today to listen to Old Zhong's report. You all know about the nanobot technology, right? Although the focus of the research institute is on medical applications, after acquiring the technology, we found that many of the technologies are very advanced and can be applied in various fields. Now the Research Institute has produced another new achievement, virtual reality technology. Old Zhong began to explain this virtual reality technology in detail. If the nanobot technology was a significant step forward for Huaxia's technology, then virtual reality technology could make Huaxia's technology lead an era. Old Zhong, are you saying that this technology is extremely important and that we must acquire it? Then let's send someone to negotiate with the Research Institute and secure this technology as soon as possible. We should also prepare compensation to avoid upsetting them. This technology is too important. It can't be used for civilian purposes in the short term, so the state will pay the usage fees. Moreover, once we have thoroughly studied it and are ready, we will authorize the Research Institute for it. This matter is urgent and very important. Chapter 404. Traffic jam. Guofan had been spending the past few days at the Research Institute. On one hand, he was supervising the progress of the virtual reality technology, and on the other hand, he had new fun things to experience firsthand. During his free time, Guofan would chat with his bodyguard, Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang was only 25 years old, a few years younger than Guofan, and at first, he had to call him director, but Guofan insisted he call him Brother Gua instead. Although he was called a bodyguard, he was actually more like a security guard next to Old Zhong. It just so happened that Guofan currently did not have any publicly recognized identity, hence the title of bodyguard. "Xiao Huang, why were you the one sent here?" Guofan asked. He didn't think he was strong enough to go without a bodyguard. After all, the higher-ups didn't know that. He felt that the confidentiality level of this technology was very high, and no protection was the best protection, as having protection made one more conspicuous. "It should be because I ranked first in the nation," Xiao Huang answered earnestly. "Guofan, goodness, you're really putting on an act." After Guofan explained his meaning, Xiao Huang finally understood. Brother Gua, in the past, the higher-ups were relatively lenient about this, but many unpleasant incidents have occurred. Some dangers do not necessarily come from enemies and opponents. Chapter 405. How could this happen? Guofan looked ahead. The traffic was completely still, and he had no idea what was happening up front. Recently, due to the Research Institute's special promotion of Xiang, many people came to visit. Originally, there was traffic congestion during rush hours, and with outsiders arriving, it became even worse. Don't think that a small city like Xiang has fewer cars. On the contrary, there are many cars. When Guofan used to live in a community, the parking spaces inside and outside were always full, with some cars parked directly on the sides of the main road. This was partly because there were more wealthy people in Xiang, and partly because cars were becoming cheaper. Guofan glanced at the time. It was rush hour, so it was normal for the traffic to be like this. As long as we get past this intersection, it will be fine. 10 minutes passed, and the traffic remained motionless. The drivers around began to get a bit agitated, all getting out of their cars to see what was happening up front. Xiao Huang remained firmly in the driver's seat, with no intention of getting out. His task was to protect Guo Fan, not to manage traffic. Since they weren't in a hurry, they just waited. Finally, the traffic began to move, and all the cars started honking, urging the vehicles in front to advance. Xiao Huang also started the car, but the car in front suddenly slammed on the brakes, and he reacted quickly to stop as well. Chapter 406. Aftermath. The handling personnel were busy at the scene. They needed to address the traffic issues and witness problems, striving to minimize the impact of the incident. Meanwhile, Guo Fan was taken away immediately. Going home was impossible. The officials were very concerned about his safety, so Guo Fan had to return to the research institute. Moreover, the level of security had increased. Previously, they were worried about others knowing, so the security level wasn't high, with only small-scale protection. But now it was clear that the enemies knew about Guo Fan's existence, so they could not maintain the previous scale of security. Inside the research institute, the deputy director asked the returning Guo Fan, "Director, why are you back again?" "Oh, I encountered an attack on my way back, so for my safety, the officials sent me back," Guo Fan replied casually. In fact, Guo Fan considered wherever he was to be the safest place. The deputy director was momentarily stunned. Encountering an attack, and seeing how tense the official personnel were, it was evident that the scale of the attack was not small. How many people had been dispatched in just half an hour? Yet the director was so nonchalant about it. Truly worthy of being the director, he had a big heart. Seeing that Guo Fan was fine, the deputy director left to continue his research work. Chapter 4070405. Gao Donglai Supermarket in Hexiang. Due to the inconvenience of going out and the lack of important matters, Guo Fan was too lazy to venture outside. After all, he was someone who enjoyed staying at home, so this suited him just fine. However, he quickly learned about the completion of Gao Donglai Supermarket. After a long period of renovation, the Gao Donglai Supermarkets in Hexiang were finally finished. The sign for Gao Donglai Supermarket was also hung outside. Employees who underwent strict training began working, bringing the supermarket to life. Meanwhile, some news surfaced locally. "Wow, brothers, look what I found." Image. Gao Donglai Supermarket? Did you go to Gao Donglai Supermarket? This building looks so familiar. Isn't this the pedestrian street in the city center? Bro, nice shot. I almost believed it. Local netizens were aware that Gao Donglai Supermarket had considered expansion before, but the results were not satisfactory, so this image couldn't possibly be real. "It's real, I saw it too. They've already started stocking shelves, and it's opening on New Year's Day. I saw it while shopping today. I thought it was fake. But I asked the official Gao Donglai, and it turns out it's real." Chapter 4080406. Yongning Supermarket. Yongning Group. The main business under the group is the Yongning chain supermarkets. As the largest chain supermarket in the Ningbo district of Hexiang, the news of Gao Donglai Supermarket's opening reached General Manager Qi Tianbai's ears immediately. "Manager Qi, the 3 Gao Donglai supermarkets in Hexiang have opened, and the consumer response has been very positive. During these few days of operation, they have mostly been at full capacity, with suppliers delivering several times." His subordinate reported the latest news. Hearing this, Qi Tianbai asked, "Have you found out whether the Fan Jian Group plans to open Gao Donglai supermarkets in other regions?" The cooperation between the Fan Jian Group and Gao Donglai Supermarket is not something ordinary employees can access. Our people only found out about it after the supermarket opened, so we don't know if there are further plans. Qi Tianbai was quite impressed. Such a large group managed to keep this information completely under wraps. The Fan Jian Group truly is capable of great things. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The Fan Jian Group has always advocated rapid expansion, so expecting them to only open Gao Donglai supermarkets in Hexiang is unrealistic. Is there any other information we can reference?" Chapter 4090407. Discussing cooperation back at the company. Qi Tianbai's frown didn't ease. The officials' methods are actually the simplest. What periodic inspections, blocking some key procedures, and occasionally summoning people for talks. All these actions would prevent Gao Donglai Supermarket from operating for long. However, Gao Lao directly cut off this path. The owner of the Fan Jian Group, whoever that may be, managed to establish relations with the state. He wished he could do the same. But how could the state possibly pay attention to Yongning Supermarket? Qi Tianbai didn't dwell on despair for long and quickly thought of countermeasures. If official methods cannot be used, then special methods are also out of the question. If he threatened them, Yongning Group would probably collapse even faster. It seems impossible to approach from a public opinion standpoint. Gao Donglai Supermarket has built a very good reputation online over the years, and people all over the country are hoping for Gao Donglai Supermarket to open near them. If not for someone obstructing them, Gao Donglai Supermarket wouldn't have had to wait until now. The cooperation between Gao Donglai Supermarket and the Fanjian Group truly is like adding wings to a tiger. Qi Tianbai thought for a moment and realized the only way to break through was through suppliers. Yongning Supermarket has been operating for many years and has quite a few suppliers on hand. As long as these people do not supply Gao Donglai Supermarket, then Gao Donglai Supermarket will face a situation of having no goods to sell. Chapter 410-0408 Both Sides. Make Moves. President Fan, you've really worked hard during this time. At the headquarters of the Fanjian Group, Gao Donglai looked moved. He knew what Gao Donglai Supermarket was facing, so he understood that it was quite difficult for the Fanjian Group to fill the entire region with Gao Donglai supermarkets. It's not hard, Guo Fan replied. He wasn't being polite. He wasn't the one busy with this matter. He had handed it over to Cha-Cha to handle. President Fan, you need to be careful. These people won't use any straightforward methods, Gao Donglai reminded. He came this time specifically to discuss this matter. Gao Donglai Supermarket had learned quite a few lessons from previous expansions and gained some experience. As long as one opens, the rest will be easier to manage. Guo Fan chuckled. Gao Donglai also understood Guo Fan's meaning. The 3 stores in Hexiang were stable now. And as long as the Fanjian Group continued to cooperate with Gao Donglai Supermarket, the 3 stores in Hexiang would definitely stand strong. Guo Fan took a sip of his soda and said, these people will use various methods, targeting supply, employees, and the supermarket industry. Gao Donglai also took a sip of soda. He actually wanted tea, but since President Fan was drinking this, drinking tea would make him seem out of place. Chapter 4:11-0409 A Spark of Fire. The products of the Fanjian Group do not have much profit. They themselves keep the product profit very low, selling it to Yongning Supermarket, which also doesn't get much in return. What Yongning values is the reputation of the Fanjian Group, attracting other customers to purchase Fanjian Group products while conveniently buying something else. This is also the reason for the cooperation between Yongning Group and Fanjian Group. This cooperation is actually dispensable for Yongning Group. Qi Tianbai couldn't understand what the Fanjian Group was trying to achieve with this move. Perhaps it simply represented a declaration of war from the Fanjian Group against Yongning Group. After all, if both sides were to fight, wouldn't it be ridiculous to still have cooperation between them? But this is not a decision a businessman would make. In business, it's all about profit. Qi Tianbai thought for a long time, and the only impact he could think of on Yongning Supermarket was a decrease in foot traffic. Does the Fanjian Group have any other actions? Qi Tianbai asked. Not for now. That evening, Qi Tianbai finally learned about the second piece of news. Manager Qi, Gao Donglai Supermarket has started selling. Qi Tianbai nodded. That's a good idea. It can help them stretch their inventory for a few more days. Are the personnel arranged? Chapter 412-0410 Heading to the capital. Have you heard? Yongning Supermarket has gone bankrupt. Deserved it, insisting on opposing the Fanjian Group. This is great news. With Yongning Supermarket out of the way, Gao Donglai Supermarket can naturally move in. I heard the Fanjian Group directly took over the Yongning Supermarket stores and converted them into Gao Donglai Supermarkets. That's wonderful. I always thought there were too few Gao Donglai Supermarkets, and I had to go quite far to visit one. Now, there's one right at my doorstep, which will be much more convenient. Previously, one had to consider the cost-effectiveness of various options. But now it's simple. Just go directly to the Gao Donglai Supermarket to buy what you need. The staff in Lingliao finally have their own Gao Donglai Supermarket. Thanks to the Fanjian Group, Yongning Supermarket couldn't stop Gao Donglai Supermarket. The outcome was already predetermined. In fact, it won't go under that quickly. But there's a saying in society about cutting losses in time. The Fanjian Group took over the Yongning Supermarket location at a good price. And it was only natural for the Yongning Group to exit the chain supermarket industry. Although Yongning Supermarket is gone, the Yongning Group still exists. However, without such a large segment of business, it's hard to still call a group. From now on, it can only survive in the cracks. Chapter 413, Meeting with No. All personnel and equipment at the airport, including planes and crew, have been thoroughly checked multiple times. This reflects the country's emphasis on Guo Fan. Under tight protection, Guo Fan successfully landed in the capital. If there were any issues, it would likely cause a major upheaval in Huaxia. The same process was followed at the capital airport. After exiting through a special channel, Guofan directly got into another standard Hongqi vehicle. Guofan hardly showed his face. The officials were somewhat on edge. As the Hongqi moved toward the inner ring, security became even tighter. However, this time it wasn't specifically targeting Guofan, but rather aimed at the number one leader. Guofan had previously wondered why, in such a safe and gun-free country like Huaxia, the protection for the number one leader was so intense. He now understood that some dangers might not be overt. Moreover, the leader's life represents the nation's security, so no level of protection is excessive. After some twists and turns, Guofan finally arrived at ZNH, a place he had only heard about but never visited. At the entrance, there was a very strict document review. A female officer even pinched Guofan's cheek. After passing through the main gate, there was another small door for body searches. Chapter 414. Who are you? Guofan didn't even know how he came out of that room. The number one leader was overly enthusiastic to the point where he found it hard to accept. During the latter part of the conversation, he became socially anxious and kept mumbling. However, the latter half was mostly about personal questions, which the number one leader didn't mind. Guofan sensed that this conversation was not simple or straightforward. It felt like an elder caring for a younger relative. But Guofan always had the feeling that he was being tested on his character. This wasn't entirely unfounded, as before leaving that room, he had been granted several identities. These identities came with privileges. One could say that as long as Guofan didn't betray his country, he could walk freely in Huaxia. However, these were only verbal promises from the number one leader, and the written documents and related procedures would take a few days to finalize. So Guofan couldn't let it go to his head. As soon as Guofan came out, Xiao Zheng approached him closely. Xiao Zheng. There's no need to stand that close, Guofan thought, still feeling socially anxious. Sir, this is my task, Xiao Zheng replied. Guofan felt a bit helpless. Xiao Zheng was not as flexible as Xiao Huang. He was quite rigid and wouldn't listen to requests to change how he addressed Guofan or to take breaks when he had free time. Chapter 415. She hugged the leg of Brother Fanjian. The woman in front of Guofan left no impression on him, and as for the man, he couldn't name many he knew from Douyin. The woman across from him was momentarily stunned, but she quickly introduced herself. Brother Fanjian, I'm Taro. You are Taro? Guofan was somewhat familiar with the name, having inexplicably sent her quite a few gifts. However, this woman looked very different from her live stream. Once the beauty filter was off, it was no wonder he didn't recognize her. Taro looked decent in person, but with so many beauties around Guofan, she seemed a bit ordinary. Guofan turned to the man and asked, Are you the one who said I came at the wrong time? Li Qingfeng scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Brother Fanjian, my real name is Li Qingfeng. You could just call me Qingfeng. Guofan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He hadn't expected these two to not only be together, but also to have been together for so long. This added a hint of sweetness to the otherwise money-driven live stream room. Ping Yi, these are the two lucky winners from my previous lottery, Guofan said to Ping Yi beside him. Ping Yi smiled. I know about this. Their luck is incredible. I was really envious at the time. Chapter 416. Not interested, Guofan sat there with his eyes closed, enjoying some peace without anyone bothering him. Xiao Zheng quietly stood by, arousing a lot of curiosity among others. Who is standing behind Brother Fanjian? Is he a bodyguard? It seems Brother Fanjian is also a young master from a big family. This bodyguard looks impressive. I wonder if the bodyguard has a girlfriend. Wow, he knows he can't match up to Brother Fanjian, so he's trying to achieve a roundabout way to win him over. Brother Fanjian looks even more handsome in person than in photos. Guofan automatically blocked out these people's comments. The downside of having keen senses is that he could hear things he didn't want to hear. However, Guofan glanced at the main door. Wasn't it a bit too long since Ping Yi made that call? It seemed it wasn't a personal call. Someone must have arranged for him to do something, and he hadn't returned to inform Guofan, indicating that the identity of the newcomer was likely more important than Guofan's visible identity. After waiting another 10 minutes, Ping Yi returned, bringing several people with him. One of them looked somewhat familiar. He should be a well-known Douyin streamer. The others were unfamiliar, but judging by their attire and style, they were clearly either rich or noble. The Emperor's punch had arrived. Chapter 417. Apologizing before I even started? This Guofan really thought he was someone important. Let's see how I deal with him. After the Douyin Carnival event ended, Qin Xiao returned home and no longer needed to maintain his image. He was furious, smashing everything he could at home. For someone like Guofan, who had no background, what did it matter how capable he was? This Guofan was still too young. Ordinary people might find him impressive, But to those in power and influence, he was just an ant that could be crushed at will. However, Qin Shao wasn't blinded by anger. He first sent someone to carefully investigate Guo Fan's background to avoid being used as a pawn by others. This matter couldn't be taken lightly. In political struggles, no one is free from dirt. The investigation results quickly came back, confirming what Lin Shao had found. Guo Fan had no background at all. This made things easier. Qin Shao smiled slightly. Just as he was about to make a call to give some instructions, a call suddenly came in. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was his father's. Qin Shao's heart skipped a beat. My father usually doesn't contact me easily, so why did he suddenly call me? He thought carefully and realized that he hadn't caused any trouble recently. So what could this call be about? Chapter 4:18. Three's Company. There must be a lickspittle. Sir, the higher-ups told me that someone will visit you today. I wanted to check if you have time. Early in the morning, Guo Fan had just gotten up when Xiao Zheng came to report this news. Who is it? Guo Fan asked, a bit puzzled. He had just arrived in the capital and didn't know many people. So who could be visiting him? The only few he knew should be the ones he would visit. Like the #1 leader and old Zhong. It wouldn't make sense for them to come to him. It's those young people you met at the Douyin Carnival. Xiao Zheng replied. Guo Fan said, oh, and remembered. Those people had left a deep impression on him. Even if he hadn't, he could recall them. Oh, I thought their background would be particularly impressive, maybe from some hidden family, but seems they gave up so quickly, Guo Fan laughed. Of course, that was just a joke. No matter how impressive they were, they couldn't be better than the #1 leader. Xiao Zheng said seriously. There are no hidden families in Huaxia. Such people were eliminated long before Huaxia was established. Guo Fan, why take it seriously? Can't you tell I was joking? Guo Fan suppressed the urge to facepalm to avoid Xiao Zheng reporting to his doctor that he had a headache. Chapter 4:19. Brother Fan is on top. Guo Fan hadn't planned to stay in the capital for long, but because old Zhong pulled him to the Academy of Sciences for academic exchanges, he ended up returning to Hexiang at the end of December. By December, Hexiang was already a bit chilly, with temperatures dropping below zero. Although Guo Fan could stay outside bare-chested without issue, he wore a light cotton jacket to avoid drawing too much attention. This cotton jacket was from the Fanjian Group's brand, Fanjian Yupin, a clothing brand. Although it was established not long ago, it had gained high recognition due to several waves of either active or passive promotion. Because of the Fanjian Group's benevolent actions, its products mainly focused on mid to low-end markets, so many people wore this brand. Occasionally, one could see a piece or two on the street, and Guo Fan felt quite accomplished when he did. If someone with social anxiety saw it, they might even say, oh, you're also wearing Fanjian Yupin. December was a month for pushing business. Various industries began to strive for performance at year-end. The gaming industry, which Guo Fan was interested in, had many games in open beta in December. Due to his trip to the capital, he hadn't had the chance to play, but before returning, he had asked the housekeeper to download the games for him to save time. Chapter 4:20. The $1 Million Dragon. I don't know when it started, but various games have adopted a card-drawing mechanism, and even traditional MMORPGs are no exception. In the past, costumes and mounts could be exchanged through tasks and materials, but now they require card draws. However, to be honest, this thing is indeed quite addictive. Guo Fan didn't have the capital to be addicted before, but now he did, so he had to draw a few more times. After all, the balance in his bank card was bottomless. He hadn't even used up the spare change after recharging for a long time. Wait, why are all the Nuwa stones? After drawing for a long time, Guo Fan voiced his inner doubts. I thought it was because I didn't recharge much, but it turns out it's the game's problem. A big guy next door got a guaranteed draw. Perfectly fair. It really is. I'm crying. Brother Fan, don't think about it. You want that mount. Unless it's guaranteed. Brothers, it can't be. I don't believe it. Guo Fan continued to recharge and draw. Guo Fan fell into contemplation as he looked at the Nuwa stones in his backpack, enough to exchange for a mount. I don't believe it. Is it really guaranteed? Brother Fan, say something. Come on, say something. Chapter 4:21. Wishing for Peace. Although Guo Fan had only live-streamed the game once, he had been playing it all along. He didn't care how the game officials behaved. As long as he found it fun, that was enough. With money paving the way, his leveling speed was much faster than others. This was also because he only sold costumes, which didn't add stats. Otherwise, he might have already graduated. However, he wasn't far behind now, as he could trade freely. Because so many people wanted to play with Guo Fan, he created a group and added a bunch of people to it. Since they all came from the live stream, this group had quite a bit of spending power. Several wealthy people with nothing to do also joined the same server as Guafan. However, most were monthly card players, existing to make the big shots look good. This is the same everywhere. After all, during the live stream, not only the host showed off gifts, but also the viewers. Steel hand. Brother fan. I've built my gang. Hurry in, and I'll transfer the gang leader position to you. Sanhua Juding. These Niwa stones are really guaranteed. Do I really need 1 million to exchange for that dragon? Ad placement. I can't be bothered to draw. I just bought it. Gray bought it. Chapter 422, Christmas Outfit. Fan Jian Group. Although Western holidays don't have official holidays in Huaxia, businesses don't care about that. They start promoting products under the name of Christmas Eve. Normally, a 2 yuan Fuji apple is wrapped up and sold for 10, under the guise of peace apple. The ones who aren't at peace are the customers buying the peace apples. It's the sellers who make a fortune. On this day, Fan Jian Group also held promotional activities. But compared to others who aimed to profit, Fan Jian Group seemed more like they were giving out benefits. Various lotteries and giveaways launched one after another, making the already limited income even worse. However, the employees found nothing strange. They were used to it. Since the establishment of Fan Jian Group, it seemed like it wasn't aimed at making money, but rather at providing benefits. Just like during this Western holiday, while other companies didn't give holidays, Fan Jian Group actually let employees leave work early. The boss's reason was to promote holiday consumption and boost GDP. It sounded quite reasonable. However, the only unreasonable thing was that the boss gave employees shopping cards for Gao Donglai supermarket. It was like the company was spending money to boost GDP, which was quite enjoyable. Fan Jian Group had a large number of employees, and many filmed short videos showcasing their benefits, attracting envy from many. Chapter 423, President Fan looks back at home. Fan Jian Group headquarters. Group conference room. The annual summary meeting. Of course, today was the first year, and also the first time. Guafan did not participate. He is only interested in special bonuses. As for what the company has done and what plans it has, he is not very interested. Although the boss has become a hands-off manager, the group of senior executives cannot afford to relax. If you relax, and I relax, what will happen to the Fan Jian Group? If anyone in this world hopes that the Fan Jian Group continues to exist, it is these employees. Even Lu Wen, the chairwoman, does not have the enthusiasm for work that her subordinates have. Lu Wen sits at the top and remains silent. She is mainly here to listen today. Thanks to the efforts of the boss and the entire group, the Fan Jian Group finally achieved a balance between income and expenditure in December. Here, we must thank the boss for his strong support and the joint efforts of all colleagues. Although this news is uplifting, we cannot stop here. We must continue to work hard to repay the efforts of General Fan. Who cares for us? Lu Wen, to be honest, she really doesn't feel that her son is working hard. Compared to her subordinates, he seems to have an easier life, while this group of middle and senior management is working tirelessly. Chapter 424. The annual meeting is ongoing. Although Yu is a secretary, she is the boss's direct secretary. So her status is equivalent to that of the group's senior management, and some matters do not require her to handle personally. A good company requires everyone to perform their duties. However, this time, because it was Fan Jianji's request, in order to satisfy him, Yu and her team did everything they could. Before the annual meeting notice was issued, Yu contacted General Wu from Fan Jian Entertainment. General Wu, the group is preparing for the annual meeting and wants to invite some celebrities to perform. Do you have any available singers or actors? General Wu stood up to respond. Don't worry, we definitely have some. To be honest, it was a bit urgent at this time, as many celebrities did not have availability. But is that a problem? Not at all. Even if they have availability, they have to make time for the group first. What kind of celebrities does General Fan like? I will arrange it. General Wu respectfully said. Yu replied, not what General Fan likes. Find some popular celebrities that everyone likes, ones with high national recognition. High national recognition means the appearance fee is also high, but the Fan Jian Group won't care about that money. Chapter 425. There are many good bosses like Guafan. Some people say that playing games is a waste of time. But isn't it also a waste of time to work for free for a boss? According to unreliable surveys, many office workers nationwide earn less than 10 yuan per hour. Because you not only have to complete your work during working hours, but you also have to finish it outside of working hours. Once working hours go up, the hourly wage drops. Compared to what they gain, office workers put in much more effort. It would be better to play some games and be a bit happier. Of course, that's not possible. People still need to survive. How can you make money just playing games? But Guo Fan is different. Isn't everything just a game? His time is now meant to be wasted. Fan Jiangu, a businessman, contacted me, asking if you need to buy silver. Gang Shou asked and why. Huh? Why are they asking you? Guo Fan replied. They said you didn't reply to their private message, so they could only ask me. Gang Shou had played quite a few games before and had bought game currency, so he knew quite a few game merchants. What price? Guo Fan asked. 8 yuan for 10,000 taels, Gang Shou answered. Guo Fan quickly calculated in his mind. This ratio is really not cheap. A normal player could earn back the monthly card fee in just one day and continue to earn after that. Chapter 426. The Fan Jian Group annual meeting. The hotel lobby is set up to accommodate the employees, and at this time, more than 1,000 tables have been arranged. The tables are not normal large round tables, but long tables for placing dishes. It feels more like a buffet, and the chefs in the back are already stirring up smoke. The waiters are constantly shuttling between the serving station and the lobby to ensure that the ingredients can be supplied. A temporary stage has been built in the east of the lobby for performances. Originally, the hotel had a small stage, but Huyuran found it too small and had it removed. The hotel's large screen has also been utilized so that those in the back can clearly see the performances. Yes, ordinary employees are closer to the stage, while the management is placed in the back. Only Guo Fan is special, arranged in a private room on the second floor. Guo Fan also saw this arrangement and did not say anything. Behind the stage are several rooms for singers and performers to prepare their programs. They arrived early because they needed to rehearse and do makeup. Half an hour later, the employees who could come finally arrived. The QR code for sign-in on the big screen was also taken down. The employees did not expect to check in here. Chapter 427. The annual meeting ends. The employees who were live streaming were stunned. Of course, it wasn't just him. All the employees in the venue were stunned. They had seen prizes being awarded, but they had never seen so many prizes awarded. Guo Fan on the second floor looked a bit speechless. Why is this being displayed? Guo Fan asked. They said it would be more shocking to display it. Yu answered. Guo Fan nodded. It was indeed quite shocking. The public screen in the live streaming room exploded. Wait, what is this? Didn't you hear the host say this is the annual meeting's prizes? Of course. I know it's prizes, but which company's prizes are this many? This is what is known as a mountain of prizes. I finally understand why it said online that Fan Jiangu is particularly fond of his employees. What is this? There's even cash being given away. May I ask, what did your annual meeting give away? Most companies' annual meetings are lucky to provide a meal, and you have to perform for it. While a company like Fan Jian Group that gives away prizes is rare, let alone one that gives away so many prizes. No speeches from leaders, no mandatory performances, and so many prizes. I can't take it anymore. I'm green with envy. Brother, I didn't feel it until you mentioned it. Now I'm in tears. Chapter 428. December's guild competition. As soon as Guo Fan opened Douyin, he saw a familiar live streaming room recommended. The Little Bear Soma Guild Competition live stream room. Guo Fan looked at the date. Oh, it is indeed the time for the Little Bear Soma Guild competition. Speaking of which, since things got busy, Guo Fan has rarely paid attention to live streams. He only checks in on special days like last Christmas. However, even though he doesn't watch live streams much, he still charges rewards every day. He doesn't even know how much is in his account. Guo Fan is too lazy to count how many zeros there are. There are many people, and I estimate that even the total number of people across all platforms is not enough for him to compete alone. Guo Fan also experienced the feeling of loneliness like snow. I come from the mortal world. The entrance special effects that used to look very cool now seem extraordinarily ordinary. After all, seeing it often makes one get used to it. With Guo Fan's diamond balance, he can change all the outfits on Douyin at will. However, there are only a few outfits in total, and using them for a long time can lead to desensitization. Guo Fan became lazy and stopped changing. Welcome back home. Our brother from the mortal world. The host exclaimed as soon as he saw this name, regardless of the fact that there was currently a streamer soliciting votes. Chapter 429. Leave request 0000. It had been a long time since he requested leave, so he decided to take a break. Wishing everyone a happy new year. In the new year, may everyone be prosperous. As usual, the following is just filler text. Feel free to skip this chapter. On this day, time quietly crossed the threshold of 2024 and stepped into the hopeful and unknown year of 2025. As night gradually fell, the city lights shone like sparkling stars, illuminating the streets and alleys. People were either busy at work or immersed in the warmth of family. while time continued to march forward without pause. The streets were filled with the joyful atmosphere of the approaching new year, with shop windows displaying exquisite festive decorations and tempting goods. Children ran and played happily, waving colorful balloons and wearing innocent smiles. Adults were busy purchasing New Year goods, preparing to welcome the arrival of the new year. In the distant sky, fireworks burst into brilliant colors, transforming the night sky into a dreamlike scene. Those blooming fireworks seemed to be a farewell tribute to the past year, as well as a symbol of hope for the future. Amidst the cheers and the sound of firecrackers, the city was enveloped in joy. Chapter 430. 0427, Are You Willing to Fall Here? Nine Eyes fans discussed among themselves that if not now, what would be the right time to support. A few older brothers quickly decided to contribute significantly to close the gap, while other fans contributed what they could, pooling together to send a big gift via express delivery. Regardless, this was the guild competition in December at the year's end, and they had to give their favorite streamer some face. Nine Eye took the microphone in the center of the stage to solicit votes. Thank you all for your support that has brought Nine Eye to this position. We are still 120,000 votes away from first place, which is indeed quite a lot, but since I've come this far, I don't want to let down the efforts of my family before. Nine Eye really wants to be first. As a new streamer, achieving this level in just over a month is quite remarkable. The only regret is that she has not been favored by Brother from the Mortal World. Otherwise, her popularity could rise even further. Nine Eye wondered what standards Brother from the Mortal World used to select female streamers. She thought she looked good and had talent. So why wasn't Tishi chosen? To be honest, one Brother from the Mortal World is equivalent to all her big brothers combined. Of course, this thought could only remain in her heart and must never be expressed. Chapter 431. 0428 12,306 Nine Eyes fans were stunned, and so was Nine Eye. Wait, can it be played like this? Can we afford this? Oh, it's Brother from the Mortal World, then it's fine. The host chimed in. On the public screen, I am ready. Recording team ready. Compliment team ready. Tearful emotion team ready. Most people felt that the answer wasn't important. Since Brother from a Mortal World said so, unless Little Sheep's answer was particularly outrageous, it wouldn't matter. For instance, only if she directly insulted Brother from the Mortal World could he possibly back off. And there was still a possibility. What if Brother from the Mortal World actually liked that sort of thing? After all, many fans enjoy being insulted by their idols. Who knows what kind of mentality that is? The public couldn't help but criticize Brother from the Mortal World. I come from the Mortal World. Let us do this. A simple test of Little Sheep's fans' cohesion. Little Sheep's fans were taken aback. Was there something for them? Brother from the Mortal World is getting playful again. Alas, there's no choice. Brother from the Mortal World has no rivals right now, so he can only have fun like this. How come there's no strong competitor on Douyin? Perhaps only when other platforms' wealthy fans come over will there be a chance to compete with Brother from the Mortal World. Chapter 432. 0429 December ends. Everyone in the live broadcast room was waiting for the arrival of the dragon. There were some doubts, but they were quickly shut down. Brother from a Mortal World is an untouchable existence. I come from the Mortal World sends Little Sheep a Dragon Rider X1. It's starting. The long-awaited dragon. Brother from the Mortal World hasn't sent this gift in a while. I really missed it. I remember when Brother from the Mortal World wasn't a wealthy fan. He sent the dragon with just as much charisma. Stop talking. I know Brother from the Mortal World is handsome, but you really are disgusting. The Dragon Rider's continuous hits stopped at 1, 2, 3, 0, 6. Not one more, not one less. Even this was praised. Brother from the Mortal World's hands are so steady. Brother from the Mortal World is mighty. A whole 3 billion votes. No other streamer combined has that many. This gap is probably impossible to catch up with. With such a huge gap, no one on Douyin would catch up except for Brother from the Mortal World. Nine Eyes fans had already given up resisting. Otherwise, no one would have participated in the 1, 2, 3, 0, 6 event. Still, as the saying goes, only when truly facing Brother from the Mortal World would one feel his terrifying power. Some people wouldn't even dare to click the little hearts when facing such extravagance. Chapter 433. 0430 On New Year's Day, the girls reluctantly changed their clothes. They all wanted to show their beautiful side to Brother from the Mortal World, but unexpectedly, he was so clueless. However, Brother from the Mortal World's words couldn't be ignored. They had to wrap themselves up tightly to ensure that not even a hint of cold air could get in. Guifan looked at their current attire and nodded in satisfaction. Since there were many people Guofan had the driver take the business extended vehicle, which had more space and made it easier for everyone to communicate inside the car. Of course, it was serious communication. While Brother from Immortal World was looking for Xiao Zheng, Yu Yu and the others exchanged ideas cautiously. It's over. The plan has failed. What should we do? In fact, everyone saw that Brother from Immortal World sent gifts to new streamers again yesterday, which made them all feel a sense of crisis. After all, newcomers are younger, and men generally prefer youth. They didn't want to be replaced just like that. So, Tauzi came up with an idea for everyone to showcase their charm in front of Brother from the Mortal World. Unfortunately, the late Emperor's venture was cut short, and now... Cough, cough. It's not the time for the memorial. At this moment, Cha-Cha said, I think we don't need to do this. Chapter 4340431 Happiness in the Mortal World Capital, Residence of the Number One Leader. The Number One Leader was reviewing documents, and when he got up again, it was already noon. He stretched and suddenly asked his secretary beside him, what has Academician been up to lately? The secretary, who is also a big leader outside, but is very humble next to the Number One Leader, replied, Comrade Xiao Zheng just reported. Academician Gua has basically been playing games at home lately, and he only went out shopping today because of New Year's Eve. It's New Year's Eve? The Number One Leader was a bit dazed. People like them easily forget the time when they get busy. Yes, Number One Leader, if you can't remember. I'll remind you later, the secretary replied. Every year at this time, the Number One Leader records a New Year's greeting, which contains the best wishes of Huaxia for the people. I see, the Number One Leader nodded and asked. This kid is already 30 years old and is still obsessed with games? The Number One Leader wasn't worried about anything else. He just felt that Guofan was wasting his talent a bit. But this matter can't be forced. It's impossible to compel Guofan to produce research results. Chapter 4350432 Happy New Year, General Fan. Wishing you happiness, health, and joy. If it were an ordinary employee from another company, they would try to avoid their boss. But it was different for the Mortal World group. When they saw General Fan, everyone would chat a bit. Those who spoke less would just greet him, while more talkative ones, like Zhou Tianming, would say a few auspicious words. This made Guofan feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he hadn't brought any red envelopes. However, Zhou Tianming wasn't looking for that. Seeing that Guofan had 4 female companions, he didn't continue the conversation and left with his girlfriend. Wow, the company said that several of the boss's secretaries are actually General Fan's girlfriends. And it turns out to be true, Zhou Tianming's girlfriend exclaimed. That's quite normal, Zhou Tianming replied. Someone like General Fan deserves many women. At the same time, he felt a bit envious. After all, what man doesn't have the thought of having a harem? Then his girlfriend suddenly pinched his love handles. You have that thought too, right? No way, no way. Zhou Tianming was puzzled. How did his girlfriend manage to pinch him so accurately through such thick clothing? Meanwhile, Guofan didn't encounter the expected crowd. Chapter 4360433 A New Year. The elderly often emphasize a new year brings new beginnings. The most common saying is to sleep early and rise early, saying that those who still sleep in during the new year won't achieve anything throughout the year. Fortunately, Guofan was still relatively young, so he didn't care much about that. Besides, is there anything more promising than having a leader? Let's put it this way. If Earth were an online game, Guofan would be a player with cheats. And while games can get you banned, no one can ban you in real life. Guofan woke up at 9 o'clock, but by the time he left his room, the sun was already high in the sky. Of course, it wasn't because he was doing anything special. He just spent some time scrolling through his phone. Short videos are hard to stop watching once you start, especially for someone like Guofan, who had plenty of time. He could watch as much as he wanted. However, Guofan still had some self-control, so he didn't end up watching all day. After watching for a while, he decided to get up. As soon as Guofan moved, the most restless one, Tauzi, woke up first. Once she woke up, everyone else followed suit. Brother, what time is it? Tauzi's sticky voice rang out. Guofan ruffled her hair and replied, It's 12 o'clock. Chapter 4370434 The visit to the film set. Winter has arrived, with biting cold winds sweeping across the land, making people shiver involuntarily. However, in this cold season, the film city remains bustling, like a hot stage isolated from the world. Due to winter, the film crew temporarily stayed in the film city, focusing on shooting the parts that require special effects. The funding provided by Mortal World Entertainment is extremely ample, like a continuous stream of water, allowing the crew to settle in the film city for a long time and continue shooting in an orderly manner. Without such strong financial support, following the usual shooting rhythm, the crew would have long gone to various locations across the country to find unique outdoor scenes, adding different realities and charm to the film. Shooting in the film city indeed has many conveniences. It is like a solid fortress, shielding the crew from the wind and rain, protecting them from the disturbances of the natural environment, whether it's howling winds or pouring rain. Under the shelter of the film city, all shooting work can proceed as usual. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the warm sun lazily shone on the ground as Guo-Fan and his group arrive at the film city on time. Along the way, there are no cliches of people blocking the path. After all, with Guo-Fan's current security level, if someone dared to harm him, a single word from him would result in immediate detention for the other party. Chapter 438-0435 Private Kitchen. The head of the crew is a very shrewd and perceptive character. As the big boss, Guo-Fan's visit was an opportunity he couldn't miss. The head suddenly raised his head, scanned the surrounding staff, and with a wave of his hand, announced loudly, "Today the whole crew gets a day off. Everyone relax and enjoy the luck brought by General Guo." In fact, the head initially planned to give a day off only to the currently popular girl group, Sweet 999. He thought that since the girl group's popularity was high, giving them special treatment would please Guo-Fan and could even create some buzz to elevate the crew's profile. But upon further reflection, doing so would easily cause discontent among other staff members. After all, everyone has been working hard for the crew, and showing favoritism would surely provoke anger. Moreover, the current shooting schedule wasn't tight, so it would be better to make a decision that would please everyone. Thus, he decided to be the good guy and give the entire crew a day off. With a beaming smile and utmost enthusiasm, the head of the crew sent Guo-Fan and the Sweet 999 group off, chatting and laughing as they headed towards the local streets. Tauzi blinked her big, watery eyes, full of confusion, and couldn't help but murmur, "It's strange, this is a city after all, but why does it feel less lively and fun than our crane town?" Chapter 439-0436 Returning the actor. Nothing happened last night. There were simply too many people. Guo-Fan was just a Superman, not a non-human. The thought of this made Guo-Fan's head ache. It felt great during the initial stages of development, but the feeling was completely different when crowded together. However, he still had new ideas, such as having everyone wear light veils and perform the latest group dance rehearsed by Sweet 999 in front of him. If a member was missing, then let Cha-Cha, who had good dance skills, fill in. Don't say it, really don't say it. It's simply a visual feast. Guo-Fan finally understands why there were so many foolish emperors in ancient times. Any normal man would like it. Some people are a bit shy, and their performances are somewhat bashful, but it's this very demeanor that makes Guo-Fan even more excited. The next morning, the warm sunlight, like a golden veil, gently filtered through the window and fell on Guo-Fan's face. Guo-Fan slowly awakened, stretching a big lazy yawn, quickly got up, and skillfully dressed himself, each movement crisp and neat. He then stepped out of the room with a brisk pace, full of spirit. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Guo-Fan saw Xiao Zheng leaning listlessly against the pillar at the entrance. Xiao Zheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the heavy dark circles under his eyes hung like deep shadows on his tired face. Chapter 440-0437 This is a superior-subordinate relationship on that slightly glaring afternoon. Amidst the commotion on set, there seemed to be an added tension in the air. Director Zhang stood in place, his expression clouded as if shrouded in a layer of gloom, his brows knitted into a deep-toned shape, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. His gaze flitted back and forth between General Fan and General Lan like a startled bird. His lips parted slightly, and indistinct sounds emerged from his throat, as if he wanted to say something but was choked by an unspoken thought. In Director Zhang's mind, he didn't think General Fan was significantly more capable than General Lan. To him, both companies were regional groups and were significant investors in his film. He took a deep breath and forced out what he thought was a friendly smile, though the muscles in his face were stiff from nervousness. He first looked at General Fan, his eyes carrying a hint of flattery, then turned to General Lan, his hands gesturing vaguely in the air, urgently saying, "Both of you, we are all here to ensure this film can be released smoothly and achieve good results. Any discussions can be settled amicably. Let us not hurt the harmony. It's better for everyone to be friendly, right?" Chapter 441-0438 Two-pronged approach in the somewhat old-fashioned, yet solemn guest house of the Central Lake region. The dim yellow lights cast a serene atmosphere. Guo Fan stood tall in front of the window, dressed in a simple dark suit. His hands instinctively crossed over his chest, fingers lightly tapping on his arms, his eyes gazing out at the city that was gradually being swallowed by the night. At this moment, the city's noise seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving only the tumultuous thoughts in his heart. The previously planned return trip felt like a crumpled piece of paper, scattered by unforeseen circumstances. The streetlights flickered on one by one, like lonely stars shining in the darkness. Yet unable to dispel the gloom in his heart, he furrowed his brows slightly, pursed his lips, and his expression grew increasingly serious, his gaze revealing a deep contemplation. In the living room, Yu, Cha-Cha, and Taozi were sitting together, chatting. Their voices were soft, as if sharing some secret. Yu wore a light blue dress, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders, with a gentle smile on her face and warmth in her eyes. Cha-Cha, dressed in a simple white shirt paired with a black skirt, appeared capable and neat. Her hands gestured occasionally, seemingly emphasizing something. Chapter 442, 0439 Bedridden at this moment. In a guest room of the guest house, Guo Fan was lying sick in bed. He was half reclined against the headboard, a blanket casually draped over him, one hand behind his head and the other holding a phone. Guo Fan showed no signs of illness. His complexion was as rosy as a ripe apple, and his eyes held a hint of mischief, like a little fox hiding a secret. His fingers slid swiftly across the phone screen, occasionally revealing a barely perceptible smile, as if browsing something interesting. Taozi, beside him, was giggling, her playful ponytails bouncing, each strand of hair radiating youthful vitality. Her big eyes sparkled like twinkling stars in the night sky, full of liveliness and energy. She wore a pink dress, and the hem swayed gently with her movements, resembling a blooming flower. "Brother, what do you want to eat for lunch? Shall we try some local specialties?" Taozi asked with a cheerful face, her sweet voice echoing in the room like a gentle spring breeze, instantly filling the space with vitality. Guo Fan, who had been facing away from her, pretended to cough a few times and slowly turn around. Chapter 443, 0440 General Lan is still here, but the ocean has vanished. Central Lake Region, official building. Many people were headed to the guest house, all from the official side, and the investigation team came back with them. Safety was fine. They were chatting and laughing with the investigation team. Wang Hong felt quite uncomfortable. He was well aware of the purpose of the investigation team's visit. This matter was deeply entangled with him, so how could he not feel nervous? Perhaps someone might ask why he didn't turn himself in. For someone like Wang Hong in a high position, as long as the final moment hadn't arrived, there was always a sliver of hope deep down. Thinking about struggling a bit longer, trying to salvage the situation, various possible scenarios kept flashing through his mind. Sometimes he thought he could cleverly deal with the investigation team and escape disaster. Other times he worried about his crimes being exposed, falling into an irretrievable abyss. His mind was like a tangled mess, becoming more chaotic the more he tried to sort it out, leaving him feeling extremely irritated and uneasy. When the investigation team entered the conference room, Wang Hong immediately stood up, a forced smile plastered on his face that looked somewhat artificial, like a thin mask that couldn't cover his internal tension and unease. He hurriedly said, "The investigation team is here. Thank you for your hard work. Let's first treat you to a meal." As he spoke, he slightly bent forward, his hands making a gesture of invitation, his eyes fixed intently on the investigation team leader. Chapter 444, 0441 I'm too familiar with this in the morning. The guest house was gently enveloped by warm sunlight, and a breeze rustled the leaves in the courtyard, seemingly whispering a tranquil morning song. Guo Fan got up early as usual today, dressed in casual sportswear, and stepped out of the guest house corridor with a light step, ready to enjoy a moment of leisure in the pleasant morning. "Good morning, Academician Guo," said Xiao Li, a staff member at the guest house, holding cleaning tools. Upon seeing Guo Fan, a warm smile instantly blossomed on his face, and he hurriedly put down his work, slightly bowed, and respectfully said, his eyes filled with admiration, "Academician Guo is up." Staff member Xiao Wang also quickly approached, wearing a warm smile, nodding in acknowledgement, his voice carrying a sense of familiarity. Hearing this, Guo Fan's face revealed a gentle smile, his eyes slightly squinting. He raised his hand, waved lightly, and said amiably, "Good morning, you've worked hard too." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a reassuring warmth. Watching Guo Fan's relaxed figure, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure. They were puzzled. Hadn't they heard that academician Guo was better than? How could he appear so energetic for a walk now? But after many years of working at the official guest house, they are well aware that rules are meant to be followed. Words should not be wasted, and one should not pry into matters that do not concern them. Chapter 445. 044 New Year's plan in the Central Lake District. As the figures of the investigation team gradually faded away, the area seemed to be swept by a gust of wind, with all the noisy dust slowly settling down. Guo Fan stood by the window, watching the streets outside gradually return to calm, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. That evening, he set off on his journey back to Hexiang. Along the way, his eyes showed signs of fatigue, but more than that, there was a sense of relief. Meanwhile, news of Wang Hong being taken away by the investigation team spread quickly. His former arrogant demeanor could now only appear in people's memories. Thinking about the prison disaster that Wang Hong was about to face, Guo Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable cold smile. The best outcome for him would be to end up on a sewing machine. This was all self-inflicted, Guo Fan muttered to himself. The situation on the side of President Lan wasn't any better. Not only was he dismissed, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow for him, but a large amount of illegal evidence was also discovered by others. When Guo Fan learned this news, he was sipping on a cup of hot tea. Upon hearing the report, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a satisfied expression appearing on his face as he gently put down the teacup and said, "Humph. He has his day now. This is the consequence of wrongdoing." Going to the sewing machine, even before Wang Hong, truly gratifying. Chapter 446. 0443 The office of the Mortal Group in the Tianshan district, bustling and noisy. The commercial atmosphere permeated every inch of the air. Surrounding the central square, tall buildings stood in rows, yet inside one office building, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. The bosses of several large enterprises gathered in the conference room, each with a serious and contemplative look on their faces. The conference room was luxuriously decorated but oppressive. The light from the crystal chandelier seemed to be swallowed by the dull atmosphere. The large abstract paintings hanging on the walls now appeared more like twisted, ghostly faces, silently mocking their unease. After a long silence, it was finally broken. A slightly plump group boss, dressed in an expensive custom suit with slicked back hair, frowned slightly and spoke first. "The Mortal Group has set up an office in our district." His voice was deep, and in the quiet conference room, it sounded particularly clear. As he gently rubbed his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. "We all know that." Others echoed, their tones filled with helplessness and worry. Some sighed softly, while others unconsciously shook their heads. This was also the reason they gathered here today. The sudden appearance of the Mortal Group was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of anxiety in their hearts. Chapter 447. 0444 How good is the Mortal Group? The headhunter's face, which had originally been full of determination, suddenly froze, as if covered by a layer of frost. His eyes bulged, as if they would pop out of their sockets, his mouth agape in a comical and astonished ta shape, resembling a statue frozen in place. Unable to move for a long time, his mind momentarily crashed. The carefully woven plan to poach talent in his mind was now a tangled mess, disrupted by Hu Yoren's simple words. In this fiercely competitive headhunting industry, he had crawled and fought for years, relying on sharp market instincts and excellent negotiation skills to successfully lure away many industry elites, thus accumulating rich experience and confidence. He was as familiar with the salary trends of various companies as he was with the lines on his palm. The Mortal Group had a loud reputation, with everyone knowing that their benefits were good, but the specific salary figures were shrouded in a mysterious veil, making them hard to grasp. The latest news he had was that the annual salary of ordinary employees at the Mortal Group could reach over 100,000, which was already considered quite good in the same industry. Chapter 448. 0445 The strength of a brick in the office of the headhunting company located in a bustling city skyscraper. Chaos reigned. Documents were carelessly thrown on the floor, and the phone rang incessantly, sharp and urgent. Headhunters appeared flustered, rushing back and forth between desks, shouting into the microphones, trying to snatch suitable talents from their competitors. Their brows were furrowed, beads of sweat dotted their foreheads, and an anxious atmosphere permeated the air. Meanwhile, the office of the Mortal Group in the Tianshan district exuded a completely different vibe, decorated festively and filled with a joyous atmosphere. Inside the office, employees clustered in small groups, laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air. "How much do they give you?" Li Hua asked curiously, her eyes wide and sparkling like two black gems, staring intently at her colleague Zhang Yang across from her. She leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on her knees, her entire body leaning in as if trying to see through him. Zhang Yang curled his lips in disdain, a hint of dismissal on his face as he waved his hand lightly. "Just this little bit. Other companies aren't doing well either." As he spoke, he pinched together his thumb and index finger, illustrating a small number, emphasizing its insignificance. Then, he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a slightly helpless expression. Chapter 449, 0446. The adaptation drama goes online in the fiercely competitive and rapidly changing film and television industry. There is a production team whose shooting progress is nothing short of miraculous, and that is the team for this adaptation drama. While other production teams often take months of long waiting from the initial project planning stage to actual filming, having to seek suitable investments, repeatedly refine the script, and carefully select actors, every step is like a tough battle filled with uncertainty and challenges. Just finalizing the lead roles can consume a lot of time due to actors' scheduling conflicts and salary negotiations. However, this adaptation drama team seemed to have hit the accelerator. While other teams were still hesitating at the starting line, they had already completed filming at lightning speed. During the time Guofan was away from the production team to handle other matters, director Zhang took on the heavy responsibility of the entire crew. He transformed from his previous, somewhat arrogant and high and mighty demeanor, as if infused with a new soul, becoming particularly diligent. In the past, he was notorious for his bad temper on set. A slight inconvenience would send his scolding voice echoing across the filming location, and both actors and staff often bore the brunt of his ire. But now he seemed like a different person, his arrogant personality almost unrecognizable. On set, he always wore a smile, communicating amicably with everyone, and his tone had become much gentler. Even when pointing out issues in an actor's performance, he would strive to express it tactfully. When he could no longer hold back criticism, his words were well-reasoned, making the actors accept it willingly. Everyone felt that his critiques were justified. Chapter 450, 0447. The people behind the scenes can't sit still in Guofan's lavish private villa, resembling a palace. The lights began to glow, and the soft illumination through the large floor-to-ceiling windows cast a warm and bright light throughout the room. Inside, the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, emanating from the precious flowers placed in various corners. At this moment, the living room was bustling with activity. A group of lively young women laughed and chatted around Guofan, their gazes fixed on the enormous screen occupying an entire wall. On the screen, the TV series exclusively broadcasted by the Mortal Video platform was being aired with great fervor. Meanwhile, in various luxurious conference rooms across the districts, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The harsh white light mercilessly spread over the conference table, where a group of people dressed in expensive suits sat together, their brows furrowed, faces filled with anxiety and unease. "Look, the development momentum of the Fanjian group in various regions is too strong, simply unstoppable." An elderly man with graying hair suddenly slammed the table, stood up, pressed his hands on the surface, glaring with wide-open eyes, a hint of panic evident in his gaze. His body trembled slightly with excitement, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 451, a debate in the vastness of the internet. Information surged like a tidal wave, with discussions about the Fanjian group resembling the swiftest undercurrent, sweeping through every corner at an astonishing speed. The world has suffered long enough without the Fanjian group. This straightforward and powerful statement echoed like a loud shout, quickly spreading across major social platforms, garnering countless likes, comments, and shares. One netizen sat in front of the computer, eyes glued to the screen, fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard, excitedly sharing his unique experience. "I was watching a Douyin live stream and saw Brother Fanjian, and I thought, President Fan, you are forever my big brother in my heart." His face radiated excitement. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he recalled moments related to the Fanjian group, his heart filled with joy. As soon as this was posted, it stirred ripples like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Immediately, sharp-eyed netizens tease in the comments. Wow, one sentence has several titles. Soon after, another netizen eagerly commented, support the Fangian group opening across the country. With the continuous influx of comments, the heat rapidly climbed, and for a time, the previously high popularity of Fangian videos was overshadowed by this matter. The views of originally popular videos gradually decreased, while discussions about the Fangian group surged like bamboo shoots after rain, becoming the hottest topic in the online world. Chapter 452. Sir, the times have changed in the afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the ornate window frames, casting mottled light and shadow in the quaint room. The number one leader walked with steady steps, a warm smile like the sun on his face, and gently pushed open the heavy wooden door. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing his figure to everyone, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Young people, being a bit willful, is understandable. As he spoke, he slightly waved his broad palm, the gesture casual yet friendly, dissipating the tense atmosphere in the room. He then turned to look at the elderly Shun sitting nearby, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Shun? Didn't we also have our youth? A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes, as if the past years were unfolding before him. Elder Shun sat in an intricately carved armchair, his previously furrowed brow slightly relaxing as he slowly lifted his head upon hearing the number one leader's words. His gaze flickered uncertainly, as if pondering or weighing something. His lips parted slightly, wanting to speak but holding back, ultimately swallowing the rebuttal that had reached his lips, letting out a gentle sigh instead. That sigh contained his helplessness towards the current situation and worries for the future, as if it were a release of the complex emotions accumulated over the years. Chapter 453. Different Opinions in the Early Morning. The first rays of sunlight were still playing hide-and-seek behind the clouds, and the city was abruptly awakened by a series of mobile phone notifications. In an instant, major online platforms seemed to be swept by a sudden storm, especially Douyin, where the moment the Fangian group announced recruitment, the heat skyrocketed like a rocket. Some people, still in their dreams, were jolted back to reality by the frantic ringing of their phones beside their pillows. Groggily, one reached for the phone, rubbed their eyes, and upon seeing the barrage of notifications from Douyin, instantly woke up, sitting up abruptly, hair disheveled, face filled with surprise, mumbling, "Oh my, why is Douyin buzzing so early? I thought some celebrity had collapsed again." While speaking, they quickly opened Douyin, and all they saw were recruitment messages from the Fangian group. Their eyes widened in astonishment, muttering, "The Fangian group is hiring? This is big news." Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, another person was also awakened by the phone noise. She, still half asleep, had a dazed look in her eyes, murmuring, "What I was thinking was a bit outrageous. I thought the apocalypse had begun." Yawning, she scrolled through her phone screen, and upon seeing the trending recruitment topics, she perked up, eyes wide with excitement, exclaiming, "The Fangian group is actually hiring. This will be fun to watch." Chapter 454. Fangian OL in this bizarre world. Strange things always happen without warning, and the complexity of human emotions and the power of public opinion are truly astonishing. The cost of spreading rumors in this world is shockingly low. It was an ordinary workday, sunlight streaming through the window onto the desk, where Guofan sat in the spacious and bright office of the Fangian Group headquarters, diligently reviewing documents. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealing seriousness and dedication to his work, occasionally circling and marking on the documents with his pen. Suddenly, his assistant Xiao Li rushed in, panic evident on his face, tightly clutching a tablet, filled with urgency. "President Gua, something bad has happened." Xiao Li panted, his voice trembling with tension. Guofan slowly raised his head, put down his pen, his brow furrowing deeper, a hint of confusion and worry in his gaze. "What happened?" "Don't panic, take your time." Xiao Li quickly approached the desk, handing the tablet to Guofan, fingers anxiously swiping the screen. "Look, an article suddenly appeared online, talking negatively about our Fangian group." Chapter 455. An era-defining moment. It was a brand new era. A massive transformation occurred in the gaming industry of Huaxia, with the advent of virtual reality games changing the form of gaming and greatly enriching the entertainment life of the people. From that point on, the Fangian group successfully expanded throughout Huaxia, establishing close cooperation with the country, and the technology in Huaxia began to experience an explosive growth. A year we referred to as epoch-making. Excerpt from History of the Development of the Fangian Group in the Tide of the Times. The gaming industry in Huaxia was quietly nurturing a transformative upheaval. Once, the boundaries of gaming were confined to the two-dimensional screen, where players adventured in a virtual pixel world by tapping keyboards, clicking mice, or pressing controllers. But when the dawn of virtual reality technology emerged, everything began to change. It was a day filled with sunlight in the development room, where members of the Fanjian Group's development team sat together, the atmosphere tense yet passionate. Project leader Li Ming stood tall in front of everyone, his eyes shimmering with fervent light, excitedly waving his hands as if he wanted to convey the inner surge to each person. Everyone, we are about to change the history of gaming. Imagine it. Players only need to wear special equipment to instantly step into a vividly realistic virtual world, interacting genuinely with every blade of grass, every tree, and every character inside. This is no longer a fantasy, but a reality we are about to achieve. His voice quivered slightly with excitement, his face radiating uncontrollable enthusiasm. Chapter 456. Unstoppable at the headquarters of the Fanjian Group. In a spacious yet tense conference room, sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, unabashedly illuminating the conference table. Guofan, the soul of the Vankai Group, sat quietly at the head of the table, his gaze deep and calm, seemingly lost in thought. Not speaking for a long time, his fingers gently tapped on the tabletop, creating a rhythmic sound, which seemed to be the only noise in the conference room at that moment. The other executives surrounding the conference table dared not breathe. Some sat up straight, their hands neatly placed on the table. Others lowered their heads slightly, stealing glances at Guofan, trying to glean some information from his expression. The entire conference room was enveloped in silence, so quiet that one could even hear the ticking of the clock on the wall. Finally, Guofan broke the oppressive silence with a gentle smile. You all did very well. His voice was low and powerful, carrying a reassuring steadiness. This simple sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Everyone seemed to receive some kind of release, their previously tense nerves relaxed, and smiles of joy appeared on their faces as they began to cheer. Chapter 457. 0999 Final Thoughts. Hello everyone. I am the new author on Tomato Novel Network. Mungshin's Wahuru. This novel is finished. Below are my final thoughts. I believe that readers who reach this point would be willing to hear my few ramblings. With countless thoughts, I will say whatever comes to mind. First of all, I want to thank everyone for finishing this novel. This account has been created for a long time, and I have written several novels of tens of thousands of words, but those books ended before they even started getting recommendations. I had written similar novels on other platforms before, but of course, the results were not ideal. One could say I was just scraping by. Later, I saw the first group broadcast novel on this platform, which was a female-oriented one, and the author wrote exceptionally well, but then it was abruptly discontinued. I don't know if you guys have read it. The way she handled the live broadcasts was particularly engaging, making it hard to stop watching, but for some reason, she stopped updating, and I still feel a bit regretful about that now. At that time, I had just encountered group broadcasts on Douyin, and it was quite enjoyable to watch. However, I had no intention of writing this book back then. As for why I had the idea to write this book, it was because I was hurt by a streamer and wanted a vent in the novel. Extra. After the character reached max level after a fierce battle among wealthy individuals. Guofan's character finally reached max level, level 20. Guofan's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling slightly as he murmured, "Is this really max level?" His face still bore traces of confusion, and his eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment. Sometimes he thought that the max level for the character was 100. After all, there were many more number units afterward. Unexpectedly, after leveling up to 20, it was marked as max level. The daily refresh donation amount disappeared completely, leaving only a symbol. He frowned slightly, a glimmer of thought crossing his eyes, pondering that this should also mean his donation amount had become infinite. However, before reaching max level, the donation amount was not much different from being infinite, as that long string of numbers was impossible to exhaust, let alone the principal. He couldn't even spend the interest on the interest generated each day. Guofan's lips curled slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. At that moment, he truly became someone who didn't have to worry about food and drink. He could obtain all the items in the material world. Initially, this feeling was quite enjoyable. Whatever he wanted, he could have, and he could play whatever he liked. Extra. Happy New Year. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the sunlight, like a mischievous child, eagerly slipped through the thin curtains, casting dappled light and shadow across the room, as if urging people to embrace this special day. A group of girls tiptoed into the room, standing by the bed, their voices soft like a gentle breeze, filled with joy. "Brother, Happy New Year's Eve." Guafan was awakened by this tender call, slowly opening his eyes, still bleary and carrying a hint of lingering sleepiness, like the morning mist that had yet to completely dissipate. He rubbed his eyes, yawned widely, and, while getting dressed, lazily asked, "Has everyone left?" "They've all left," a voice replied softly, with a slight smile revealing a shallow dimple. The villa was quiet, the branches outside swaying gently in the breeze, as if dancing a soft dance. Occasionally, a few clear bird songs broke the silence, adding a touch of vitality to the morning. The servants in the villa had all gone home to celebrate the new year, and a few of the aunts had expressed their concern before leaving, thinking of helping Guafan prepare some New Year goods. They had gathered together and whispered among themselves, "Just look at the boss. He doesn't seem like someone who would worry about these things. If we don't help, how will he celebrate the new year?" Extra, Battle of the Wealthy Part 1. One day, Fan Jian suddenly disappeared from the view of Douyin's audience. Ever since the Fan Jian had gone silent, not much had happened on Douyin. Daily PKs rarely exceeded 1,000,000 votes, and even the guild competitions had significantly downgraded. Encountering a 30 million vote match was becoming a rare occurrence. The audience occasionally reminisced about the days when Fan Jian was still around. "Hey, it's been a long time since I've seen Fan Jian." After the Vankai Group became the #1 company in the country, Fan Jian rarely made appearances online. "I heard he saved up enough to get a girlfriend, but just went traveling." "Don't talk nonsense." Fan Jian still occasionally plays games and fights monsters with the brothers in the guild. "Are you talking about Fan Jian? This game is so fun. If it weren't for the time limit, I would love to spend all day in it." "Isn't anyone asking if Fan Jian is coming back? We all miss him." "Don't say that. Steel Brother seems to have asked once, but Fan Jian said Douyin isn't interesting anymore. It's not as fun as the game world and the real world." "That's true. There's no one strong on Douyin now. It was different from before. As long as Guafan made a move, basically no one dared to challenge him." Extra, Battle of the Wealthy Part 2 in the virtual world of Douyin, a thrilling PK battle was in full swing. In a live broadcast room, dense bullet comments scrolled rapidly, and various gift effects flashed continuously, reflecting the excitement of the audience. Stainless Steel Pot, a newly risen wealthy individual, sat comfortably on a genuine leather sofa, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes shining with confidence. His long fingers gently tapped on the phone screen, provocatively stating, "Are you still following? There's still more to come." The tone seemed to declare his absolute dominance, as if in his eyes. The outcome of this PK was already a foregone conclusion. Previously, he had already thoroughly understood the tactics of Meng Xin's Wu during their contest. He thought to himself that the opponent was merely someone with a bit of money. Compared to a true wealthy individual, they were far behind. On his side, gifts were sent instantly, while the opponent had to wait a while to reciprocate, making him feel that few could truly compete with him on this large platform of Douyin. "My God, this new wealthy individual is too strong. I thought the meat god was going to win, but I didn't expect the pot god to actually get over 1,000,000,000 votes." Side story. The Mortal Realm in the virtual reality game The Mortal Realm, which has been running steadily for 20 years, a fresh wave of energetic new players has arrived. As an epic-making masterpiece, The Mortal Realm is like a fantasy world that never fades away, constantly attracting new adventurers to step into it. Its allure has long surpassed that of ordinary games, becoming the cherished dream of countless players. In fact, this is not due to overwhelming publicity, but rather because a new batch of young people turns 18, and when the bell of adulthood rings, they can't wait to dive into this magical game world. After all, as an immersive virtual reality online game, The Mortal Realm is practically a paradise that all players dream of. Once they step in, very few are willing to leave. If it weren't for the game officials imposing strict age restrictions for various reasons, even children would be clamoring to enter this virtual world. In other games, minors might be able to circumvent age verification by using their parents' ID cards. But that doesn't work in The Mortal Realm. Once the special helmet is worn, various identity information scans are activated like precision instruments, making it impossible for minors to slip through the cracks. Interestingly, in the first year after its launch, The Mortal Realm even helped the Huaxiao police catch several fugitives who had been on the run for years, which was an unexpected bonus brought by the game.